Chapter 97. Arriving from beyond the west, battles unfolded with the imperial capital of Lupugana as their stage. And in every single one of those locations, the climax approacheth. A dragon, clad in the very clouds themselves, swooped down to the sky where white snow was falling, and vermilion flames scorched the sky into a turbulent cloud. Stone golems were colliding against soldiers, donning desperate expressions. A beast's powerful arms clashed against crafty elder malice, clashing against malice riddled with craftiness, arisen from age, affront, a collapsed rampart. The status of Theus of Thor, the Fwanistander, Ontario Wardi was Malin, or unsight. Conflict seesawed back and forth unending. However, at this moment, at this very instant, the greatest focal point of this battlefield laid with the innermost part of the imperial capital, the most beautiful castle in the world, known as the Crystal Palace. A white light had been emitted. Utilized throughout the entire construction of the castle were magic crystals, mana crystals purer than most magic stones. By amplifying the mana stockpiled therein, the magic crystal cannon was a strategic weapon able to lay devastation upon its target. To be precise, it was the Crystal Palace's trump card, the artillery of the highest firepower within the possession of the Valachian Empire, the ultimate attack, which could quite possibly decide the outcome of a battle with only a single shot, even in this battlefield. In the first place, only a limited number of people possessed knowledge of the existence of this magic crystal cannon. It went without saying that Abel, who had been on the seat of the Emperor, and Zikr Osman, to whom the outline of the operation had been conveyed to, would be aware of it. In addition, there was also Priscilla Bariel, whose possible prior awareness of this information would not strike as odd were she to actually possess it, alongside a very limited number of personnel on the side of the rebel army. Probably things would be more or less similar on the imperial capital's side, amounting to the fake Emperor Vincent Valatia, who led the insurrection, and his accomplice, the Prime Minister, Burstets Fondalfon, along with Moguro Hagane, who was the Crystal Palace itself. It was a secret weapon that even the other divine generals had not known about. And then, the power of the magic crystal cannon is limited to just 3 uses, but it shall not be used more than once on this battlefield. That was Abel's judgment, and therefore, an awareness Vincent shared as well. For a variety of reasons, the magic crystal cannon was the trump card of national defense, in every sense. The reckless act of using up all its remaining ammo was not something that could be done with the future in mind. Of course, if Vincent intended to deplete it on this battlefield without any consideration for the future, then that was another matter. Abel, you could not possibly engage in such desperate behavior. Abel did not especially think about what to call that conviction. However, conviction was conviction, and without discarding what had budded within him, Abel had prepared the battlefield. Hence he chose to give rise to the certainty that the magic crystal cannon, which could only be fired once, would fire a fruitless shot. That expectation had been lured out of them by the decoys. Zikr, a valuable asset when it came to warring potential, the high morale soldiers under his banner, and the other various tribes, had all been put together. Abel, use the elite as decoys. The enemy shan't be able to turn a blind eye to them. Then, having seen the unfortunate turn of events at the 3rd bastion, the magic crystal cannon was directed to the battlefield protected by Moguro. The flaw of the magic crystal cannon was that it may cause tremendous damage even to allies. But on Moguro's battlefield, those worries were unnecessary, because the stone golems scattered across the battlefield were nothing but forces that had split from the divine general, and even the titanic Moguro, who had become one with the rampart, was not the Seven's main body. Therefore, the expectations of both sides overlapped, and the magic crystal cannon would wipe out one group of rebels upon being fired. However, it would also eliminate the possibility of the rebels being defeated with nothing they could do about it, or so it was to have passed. Abel. That instant, a large number of people on the battlefield bore witness to a black light engulfing the shot of white light. Just what had brought that about? Where had the tremendous shot disappeared to without doing a sliver of damage? Was that an action belonging to friend or foe? Countless thoughts zipped past in the emptiness of mind birthed. Everyone left dumbfounded as they ceased their movements. At the rebel command post, Abel was no exception. That had been an incident outside of what he had hypothesized. He too had had his mind enraptured by the unexpected phenomenon, and a brief emptiness was yielded in his thoughts. What was different about him was that he recovered faster than anyone else from that state. Who, how, where, he did not know any of it. But Abel? Fire it up just as planned. If one was met with a situation better than expected, there was nothing greater. In many cases, what was utmost necessary on the battlefield was a quick decision, rather than a correct decision. Then, by updating the decision based on the events that had occurred due to that very choice, it could be transformed into the correct one, removing his gaze from the battlefield that the white light had been expected to lay wreck to. Abel gave the order. At that voice of Abel's, the stiff soldiers of the command post widened their eyes and lowered their gazes. To the several gazes which could not conceal their trembling, Abel responded with his own black eyes through his Oni mask. Abel, fire it up immediately. Give the order. Any delay shall lead to the death of Zikr Osman. Soldiers. HK. Abel. Hurry. Move. Soldiers. Yes, sir. The soldiers around and within the command center were all Zikr's good subordinates. Originally, the plan had included Zikr's life in the equation. It was hypocritical of him to refer to Zikr's life, however. The soldiers grasped that, quickly beginning to move. Rather than Abel's decisiveness, it was the trust that Zikr had built which had allowed for that. Abel, you have fulfilled your duty as suicide course. Nevertheless, do not slacken your hands, Zikr Osman. If you have survived, it means that you still possess a role to fulfill. In the distance, at the third bastion of the city walls that protected the imperial capital, a clash that would supposedly never have happened had occurred. A battle headed by Zikr, with the people of Shudrak and many other tribes accompanying him. The battlefield had become a true contest of strength to see who would be able to break past Meguro and into the imperial capital. Watching the unforeseen hard-fought battle from afar, Abel touched his own Oni mask and muttered, Abel, inevitably the role I must play is also close at hand. Behind Abel, as he muttered that, the soldiers fired a magic stone cannon into the sky as they had been ordered. That was an indication of the situation having developed, a retaliation against the imperial capital's faction, who had used up their trump card, the magic crystal cannon, a sign that the rebel army's side had also played their own trump card. Beholding the cannon's light with his eyes, Abel shifted his gaze to the side opposite to the third bastion. Abel, the one who seems to have entered the board from the west, who are you? That surely cannot be. As he cast his eyes toward the distant battlefield from the top level of the Crystal Palace, the aged throat of Berstets von Dalfon quivered a smidgen. The Imperial Prime Minister, an individual who was usually unflappable, was bewildered, shaken to an extent such that it had taken the guards by his side by surprise. Berstets. Once he sensed the gazes of the soldiers to his side, Berstets instantly tightened his cheeks. Displaying any sort of indolence would make light of the Empire, even if those around him did not believe likewise. As long as he himself did, he would not stand for it. That was the way of the Valatian Empire. This was exactly how Berstets himself envisioned an ideal Wallachia. Berstets. Naturally, since the imperial capital is being advanced on, figuring out some sort of countermeasure is a must, but getting a hold of himself, Berstets tackled the events that transpired head-on. What had spilled from his lips was a reflection of the events that had taken place just before. A reflection on fact that the first blow of the magic crystal cannon, the trump card of the Crystal Palace, had failed to hit its mark. The existence of the magic crystal cannon was considered to be top secret, known only to very few people in the Empire. However, since they had to take on the true Emperor, Vincent Valencia, the secrecy of the magic crystal cannon's existence was completely meaningless. However, even with its existence known, it was a fact that there was no way to thwart the magic crystal cannon's extraordinary firepower, the value of its very existence, in the first place. Therefore, Berstets had surmised that Vincent would either avoid a decisive battle in the imperial capital, or not deploy his army in a situation where the magic crystal cannon would be used. However, Vincent had entered the battlefield. Moreover, amidst the battle, he had taken command of the rebels who had gone ahead before him. This way, he began handling the state of affairs, presumably pushing expendable fighters all the way into the line of fire of the magic crystal cannon had been a last resort of his. Then, seeking maximum efficiency, Berstets had pointed the magic crystal cannon at the third bastion. Even if Vincent's plan had been to have them shoot at the area of the battlefield with the highest concentration of rebel troops, as to minimize the overall damage to his allies, the fact remained that the opponents would still suffer. Putting down the sacrificial lambs, they would then utilize the power of the 9 divine generals to crush the enemy's plans. With this in mind, he had beseeched the other Vincent on the throne for forgiveness. And then, Vincent, once each side's chicanery is gone, only the sheer difference in troop strength shall remain. Do it. Seeing that Vincent and he were in agreement, Burstets had fired the magic crystal cannon. Once homed in on a target, the burst of enormous destructive power, having been unleashed, would rush into the battlefield in a flash, vaporizing many heroes in the process, supposedly sending them to the great beyond. Therefore, with victory and defeat decided after the magic crystal cannon had mowed down the rebels, he would give thought on the steps that would follow the redefinition of the battle's status. However, Burstets, the damage done by the magic crystal cannon is non-existent? Considering the achievements of the restored magic crystal cannon sealed in the Crystal Palace, it had not occurred to him that Vincent could possibly possess some means of offsetting it. Keeping cards well hidden until the last possible moment was indubitably a habit of Vincent's. Burstets lamented over the fact he had been completely outwitted, but at the same time, he felt a rush of excitement in his heart. More than anything else, he thought. What a shame it was, Burstets. Your Excellency, I am regretful from the bottom of my heart, since it was the way of the Valachian Empire to revere the strong. Vincent's approach to rule the empire with wits rather than violence as the one at its pinnacle was a combination of boredom and horror. To possess the political skills to avoid any major war was something that he himself esteemed and, at the same time, shunned. Still, he had no complaints about serving Vincent, so long as he fulfilled his duties as emperor and protected the glory of the Valachian Empire. Burstets, what shall you do upon your return, Your Excellency? What would he do with the empire after returning to the throne and executing all those who had rebelled against him? Would he leave the empire as it was before, and once again relinquish his duties as emperor? Even the most outstanding emperor had no right to remain on the throne if he was content with letting that happen. Burstets, prepare the magic crystal cannon for the next shot. Since the number of charges for the magic crystal cannon was fixed, depleting them was unacceptable. Nevertheless, if the situation needed to be changed, Burstets would utilize the plenitude of his jurisdiction. However, if the opponents did possess 2 trump cards with which to counteract the magic crystal cannon, he could not make the same mistake again. Until he figured that out, he could not see it through. Soldier. Prime Minister Burstets, look at that. Suddenly, one of the soldiers standing by Burstets raised his voice. Following the soldier's gaze, the light of the magic stones emanating in the sky far behind the battlefield could be seen. Probably at the place where the rebel main camp had been positioned. It was some kind of signal, a terribly unreliable one, as the sky above the battlefield was dyed white and red, but it would be effective enough for anyone waiting for the signal to come. Burstets. A signal. Behind his narrowed eyes, Burstets surmised his opponent's intentions. After the magic cannon had fired, they would have thought the situation had supposedly changed as well. If so, was that signal an instruction to the soldiers on the front line? However, if the intention was to inform the soldiers fighting on the front lines, that signal was way too unreliable. Therefore, it was not for informing the soldiers on the front lines, Burstets, reinforcements, but simultaneously, Burstets gave it careful rumination. With the majority of the rebels who had gathered from all over the country already wreaking havoc on the battlefield, with that group having already been crushed by the power of the 9 divine generals, what kind of forces could function as a reinforcements? Reinforcements were not pieces one would simply withhold. They ought to be a trump card in the proper sense, deployed to change the war situation in decisive fashion. Of course, they were meaningless lest they packed a sufficient punch. Just what kind of forces could they possibly be? With those thoughts, Burstets widened his slit-like eyes and turned them to the distant west. Burstets, it cannot be. Slowly reflected in Burstets's vision as he muttered faintly were shadows arriving from the western sky. Spread across a vast expanse of those skies were the supreme rulers of the sky making their calm approach. A flock of flying dragons. A large number of flying dragons resided in the Valachian Empire, however. Taming a flying dragon required treasured techniques and masterful skills. And the one who had gathered many of those under their banner was a leading noble who possessed preeminent power within the empire. A high countess who had refused to participate in the decisive battle for the imperial capital on the grounds of maintaining order within her own territory, the one in command of the empire's strongest flying dragon squadron, Burstets. "Hi, Countess Serena Drakroy, is it?" Spotting a dragon ship sporting flaming red sails among the flying dragon squadron approaching from beyond the sky, Burstets understood the threat of the reinforcements that the rebels had prepared. When it came to controlling flying dragons, his faction also possessed one of the 9 divine generals, Madeline Eschart. In front of said dragonkin, all flying dragons were slaves to her will. However, the only exceptions to that were the flying dragons who had forged bonds with a tamer through the technique of flying dragon taming. Burstets. Even so, it would merely be a struggle for air supremacy. No. If she has summoned the cloud dragon, then that presumption must also change. Despite the shock of the magic crystal cannon's nullification, Burstets had not neglected his grasp of the battlefield. During the fierce battles that had unfolded at the 5 bastions, even the colors of the heavens and the earth had experienced erratic changes due to various battlefields, and in one of those battles, the descent of the mighty dragon had been spotted. As a dragonkin, Madeline was able to summon the dragon which was connected to her ancestors. Up until now, she had never called the cloud dragon Mezareya to the ground. Her summoning it would change the flow of the battle, drastically. Of course, the circumstances under which Madeline would summon Mezareya were impossible to intuit, meaning it was possible that simply driving her into a corner could suffice. Burstets. Be that as it may, in the case that flying dragons fight each other for air supremacy, in both quantity and quality, Burstets believed that they held the advantage. The determined decision of High Countess Serena Drakroy to side with the rebels must have been a rage-inducing mistake for the men of Wallachia, yet Burstets. Thinking this, Burstets was staring towards the western sky as he realized something. He had been completely fixated on the slowly approaching flying dragon squadron, but that had not been the sole change that had occurred in the west. A closer look to the hills to the west revealed the shape of a group deploying anew. For a moment, they appeared to be the forces of High Countess Drakroy, but Burstets quickly changed his mind as it became evident that this was not the case. The reason for that was simple. The flag that group was hosting. It sported neither the crest of High Countess Drakroy, that of a flying dragon with a scar on its cheek, nor the national emblem of the Valachian Empire, the wolf, pierced by swords, but an entirely different flag. Slightly troubled by what was portrayed on it, Burstets said, "Burstets, is that a star? Why bro, what are you doing? We're completely late already." "Stop with the fussin' lizard bastard. Schwartz is in the middle of something." "Sure, he's in the middle of something, but Hyayan has a point. What are we going to do? Should we join the ranks of the rebel army like this?" "Wow. Do you see that, boss? The right and left are all over the place. It truly is a great, decisive battle. Where should we go? I can't stop my chest from throbbing." "Subaru." "Ah, shut up. Can't you see that I'm in a very moving scene right now?" As a group of familiar voices barged in, making a huge ruckus, Natsuki Subaru rebuked them. He was reminded how dangerously accustomed he had become to being Natsuki Schwartz these days. Although Natsuki Schwartz was ultimately just an alias, he felt strongly about his real name, the one he ought to be called by, being Natsuki Subaru. Rather, Subaru. It's fine to take that as you calling my name, right? Louis, wow, Subaru. I get it already, so don't spill your snot all over me. Yuck. So Subaru responded, and with force he pushed away the face of the blonde-haired girl clinging to him. Louis, as she drenched him in her tears and snot, but he was unable to shake Louis off with full resolve, since he was also greatly indebted to her for the far too valuable contributions she had amassed. Subaru had already asked too many things of Louis he could not make amends for, although he could exculpate himself for having no other recourse. "Subaru, if I do that, I don't deserve to face you, so I'll do it right." "Louis, As she rested her forehead while clinging onto Subaru's back, Louise groaned. Whether that was her way of forgiving him, or whether she was just happy to be reunited with him, Subaru sighed, accepting that she did not seem to harbor any negative feelings. Not only did he have to apologize to Louis, but he also owed her many thanks. But the one he was most thankful for, Subiru, Beatrice. Tightly, he hugged her and invoked her name, stroking her ample hair. The one true reason why the owner of such a sheer volume of curly hair and a gorgeous dress, a little girl ill-fitted to the battlefield, was present on it was, no matter how one looked at it, Subaru. She had certainly done something incredibly reckless for her to come near to disappearing as she had. That was why, Beatrice, Subaru. As those lips uttered his name indeed, Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. His name was truly Natsuki Subaru, once again. Excuse me, Schwartz-sama, Subaru, Uwa. Feeling relieved, Subaru's shoulders jumped upon hearing an unexpected whisper close to his ear. He turned around by reflex, and present there was a lovely, familiar face, Tanza's. The dear girl clad in a kimono stared at Subaru with her usual expressionless face, while the latter sat on his butt holding Beatrice in his arms, and with Louis clung to his back. Tanza, I apologize for interrupting your amusement, but Hyan-sama and the others are correct. We do not have enough time to spare for leisure activities. Subaru, leisure activities? Isn't that a bit harsh? Anta, we do not have enough time to spare for leisure activities. Subaru, sorry, my bad? I understand your feelings, Tanza. Yorna-san will probably also be somewhere on this battlefield. Rushed by a cold, firm voice, Subaru admitted his wrongdoing, displaying his understanding. Thereupon, Tanza slightly lowered her round eyebrows and muttered, Yes. Tanza, who had ended up accompanying Subaru following a series of events, was a girl who had originally been a servant to Yorna Mishiger, the ruler of the demon city of Chaos Flame. While suppressing her desire to meet up with Yorna as soon as possible, Tanza had joined Subaru on his journey. And finally, their reunion was close at hand. Being in such a restless state of mind, it was fairly understandable of her to feel the urge to interrupt Subaru, who was getting a head start on his own joyful reunion. However, Beatrice, Subaru, what is the deal with this impertinent dear girl? Writhing in Subaru's arms, Beatrice looked up at Tanza, declaring thus in a somewhat dissatisfied voice. Promptly, Tanza gazed towards Beatrice. Tanza. My name is Tanza. Due to a series of events, I have been serving as Schwartz-sama's attendant. Beatrice, I understand, in fact. Thank you for your hard work, I suppose. From now on, Betty and the others will take care of Subaru. So you can consider yourself dismissed, in fact. Tanza, you will take care of him. In that state, it appears like you cannot even move properly without Schwartz-sama holding you in his arms. Beatrice. Subaru's purpose in life is to hold on to Betty, so this is fine, I suppose. Subaru. Wait, why are we fighting? As fellow little girls, shouldn't you get along? For some reason, a perilous atmosphere had broken out all of a sudden between the two girls. Caught in the middle, Subaru's voice involuntarily cracked. For Tanza, typically composed as she was, this attitude was both unbefitting and unendearing, but in a good way. Not that Subaru was unaware that he should not tell a young girl how immature she was being. Subaru, Tanza, Beatrice, don't fight, you two. You're allies. Both of you. Come on. Tanza, Beatrice-sama was poking her nose first. Also, Yorna-sama told me to respond in kind to contemptible people who act heedlessly. Subaru, she really told such a code of Hammurabi type of thing. I didn't know that. Then, you should be sorry. Beatrice? Subaru attempted to mediate between them as Beatrice's round eyes stared at him motionlessly. Enthralled by the characteristic pattern of her pupils, Subaru tilted his neck, asking, What's wrong? Then Beatrice's lips trembled and quivered, and she spoke. Beatrice, just now, you called that girl's name before Betty's, in fact. What's the meaning of this, I suppose? Subaru. Huh, did I? Beatrice, you did, in fact. How utterly infuriating, I suppose. I won't stand for this no matter what. In fact, Her eyes flaring up in anger, Beatrice grabbed his collar and shook her head back and forth. Upon hearing this unexpected ruling, Subaru also became dizzy, and then, getting fed up with this back and forth going absolutely nowhere. Schwartz, even I, as the official, have limits to my patience. You should be aware of this, correct, Beatrice? Mia! Subaru. Oh. A baritone, oppressive voice fell upon them. Beatrice screamed even before Subaru. Tracing Beatrice's baffled gaze, Subaru understood her surprise. Standing there in a black overcoat with four folded arms was a stern-faced Gustav Morello staring down at them. Being the governor of the Gladiator Island, his position would normally be that of keeping Subaru and his men captive, yet he now was a collaborator of those who were now brazenly traveling outside of the island. No, he was a comrade of theirs. This was not limited to just him. Gathered at that very place was not only the large number of people accompanying Subaru from the Gladiator Island, but also companions who had joined them in the meantime as comrades. Beatrice. Subaru. This man. Subaru. That's Gustav-san. He looks scary, but at his core he's frighteningly diligent. Gustav-san. The one on my back is Louis, and this girl is Beatrice. She's my Gustav. Your Subaru? I mean, you know, that. Stroking Beatrice's back as she curled up, Subaru was at a loss for words, coming up with an explanation for Gustav. Witnessing that, Gustav, Tanza, and Beatrice all frowned at the numerous stares directed towards him. Subaru awkwardly scratched his head, and Subaru. I'll fill you in on the details later. Gustav. Hey now, Beatrice. Wait, I suppose. Subaru. Could it be that not only your appearance, but also your mind has been slightly... Gustav accepted Subaru's overly sloppy misdirection in his overly serious way of being. But, as Beatrice was about to hit the nail too straight on the head, Subaru covered her mouth, and then he whispered to Beatrice's ear, who was struggling noisily. Subaru. Explaining that I've shrunken is going to be complicated, so I'm going to keep it to myself for now. Beatrice. Do you really remember Betty, in fact? Subaru. I really do love you, that's why I have to do this. Seeing Beatrice's questioning look, Subaru replied, then squeezed her hand, intertwining the fingers of his small hand with those of Beatrice's also small hand. As soon as he did so, Subaru was momentarily assaulted by a dizzying sense of emptiness, but it did not last forever. Only the initial pang had been large. Subaru, I couldn't go on living without you. Isn't that so, Beatrice? Betty gets the feeling you're quite skilled at pulling the wool over her eyes, I suppose. Besides, Subaru, Beatrice, Subaru, something is off, in fact. Warmth flowed from within Subaru to Beatrice as they held each other's hands in front of one another. Instinctively, Subaru was aware that this was not a bad thing, but rather a reassurance. His memory of Beatrice had become slightly hazy in some parts, as only some details had become blurry, but he was somewhat optimistic it would all be all right once his body was returned to normal. In any case, close to Subaru as he viewed the situation in such a positive view, Beatrice furrowed her shapely brow. Apparently something. Subaru. As adorable as your thinking expression is, what exactly feels off, Beatrice? Subaru, while you were separated from Betty, you had no method of expelling mana, I suppose. So it's natural that mana would pile up. But this amount is... Subaru. Beatrice's long eyelashes trembled as she tightened her fingers as if to confirm. Before Subaru, whose head was tilted, her lips spilled a voice bereft of sound. Certainly. She had muttered something of this sort. That it was too much. But before the truth of the situation could be ascertained... Hi-in. Ah, bro, bad news. That Cecilis guy went ahead. Subaru. Wow. Hyen's shrill voice rose like a scream, and Subaru hurriedly turned his head. Hyen pointed in the direction his own gaze was being cast, to a battlefield where fierce, relentless clashes ensued unending, a cloud of dust raging on towards it without stopping. It was the evidence of an impatient, unruly boy rushing down the hillside. Whites. What now? Should I bring him back, or... Subaru. No, as much as I appreciate your thoughts, that'd be too much for you, Whites. To begin with, it's impossible for anyone to stop Cece. Flag. Hydra. Got you, Schwartz. While harboring annoyed thoughts at the distant cloud of dust, Subaru took into consideration the positive aspects of the boy's rampage, since he knew full well from his journey so far that would be unable to rein him in. Having regained his composure, Subaru made his next request, and it was Hydra who moved keenly. Alongside Whites, they slowly raised the flag right there, and this action was followed by a massive number of their comrades in arms surrounding them. Flag after flag was raised. To those in their environs, the appearance would be that the group upon the hillside was firmly united. Subaru. Lewis, could you get off my back? Lewis, Subaru, I'm not going to disappear out of the blue again, I assure you. I've made peace with what caused me to get whisked away. Subaru persuaded Lewis, who was still traumatized by his disappearance and reluctant to leave Subaru's back. She was still skeptical, but in the end, she left Subaru's back by her own will. Still, her reluctance was evident of a certain lack of trust. Beatrice, Betty has no intention of ever leaving, in fact. Subaru. Yeah, you stay with me. Tanza, is everything ready? Tanza, the Pleiades battalion is ready to go at any time. Behind the bowing Tanza, Subaru smiled to himself as he watched his comrades raise their flags, their weapons, and their fighting spirits. Their morale was high, their motivation filled to the brim, their objective was in sight. All that was left was to seize it. Subaru. Since Sissy probably knows my plan without me telling him each and every detail, that's just his usual amusement. Well, let's get started, everyone. Everyone. Yeah! Beatrice. HK? There was a tremendous response to Subaru's call, as Beatrice's breath got caught in her throat. If one were to hear it for the first time, this would come as a guaranteed surprise. However, Subaru's ears had already grown accustomed to it, and it was a very important pre-fight ritual. Lewis. You all? Beatrice. Subaru, just what do you intend on doing, I suppose? Lewis and Beatrice, who had just joined Subaru, looked up at him, not knowing the details of the situation. Closing a single eye as to meet their gaze, Subaru took a step forward, excitement welling up from deep within his body, which he firmly contained in his slender legs. And then, he declared, Subaru, isn't it obvious? We're gonna ruin this stupid war that my shitty father started. Chapter 98. The Pleiades Battalion. The Kingdom of Lugunica. The Valatian Empire. The Holy Kingdom of Gustico. The Kararagi City-States. Each of these nations, commonly referred to as the Four Great Countries, had developed its own culture, which was tailored to its land. Most notable amongst them were the pro-dragon mentality of the Kingdom of Lugunica and the spirit-focused creed of the Holy Kingdom of Gusteco. The four great countries had taken different paths, as if by design. This was true not only in terms of national customs and culture, but also in terms of the quality of their warriors. In the Valatian Empire, magic had hardly developed at all. Whether people were within its borders or not mattered not, as the gates that people possessed, and other prerequisites of that ilk, differed in nothing from those possessed by those of another countries. But compared to Lugunica and Kararagi, the Empire lagged far behind the others in this area. The Empire, however, did not take that fact to heart. Of course, falling behind other countries in any field was not welcome, but the fact that the field of magic was not developed meant that other fields had been developed instead. Compared to the technological prowess of the Kararagi city-states, the spiritual arts and curse arts of the Holy Kingdom of Gusteco, and the magical disciplines of the Kingdom of Lugunica, the Valatian Empire excelled in the martial arts. Sometimes it's faster to just swoop in and hit them than to use magic, right? And, while this not spiritual arts user-like statement was one that ought not be espoused by one such person, the gist of the general attitude towards magic in the Valatian Empire was more or less that. Though it was a highly misunderstood fact, the kind that had gone unwritten in any books at that, the use of mana in the human body was not only limited to casting magic. No small number of martial arts techniques had their foundation in the use of mana, in the same way it was used in spirit arts, curse arts, and in the activation of some meteors. It was perfectly natural for an elite warrior, especially to use mana to strengthen his own body. Supposing an occasion where one possessing unnatural physical abilities were to be compared to an ordinary person, the trick would lay in the handling of the mana that circulated within the body, a technique called the flow method, which was done consciously. However, cha-cha-cha-cha, with a thump, only one foot touched the ground, and in an instant, the distance closed by a dozen meters. Tracking the figure, from the perspective of a bystander, would seem as if time had been stolen, given its extraordinary body movements. But that was no optical illusion, nor was there present an anomaly in said bystander's eyes. The anomaly was none other than the blue-haired boy running through the battlefield. Following the explanation given immediately before, the boy's sprinting, which effortlessly transcended human limitations, was without a doubt brought about by the flow method. However, there was no caveat to the boy's young age and sharp good looks. No record of the days spent learning such techniques was present, apparently. In the world, beings of the sort were seldom seen. Beings who were born unknowingly exercising the flow method, which was even said to be the pinnacle of martial arts. Beings that left those shackled by the natural order in the dust. Running down the hillside in a single breath, the boy plunged into the battlefield in search of the honor of being the vanguard. Although, blue-haired boy, if the battle's already begun, the honor of being the vanguard isn't there. But let's not fret about the details. Intruding upon the battlefield, hailing from the western lands, he gazed at the great army surrounding the star-shaped ramparts in the distance. The long slit eyes of the boy were blazing, moist with excitement unthinkable in a battlefield where grief and joy alternated. A being that went into battle without proper footwear, without armor or a helmet, without a cause of any kind. A barbaric act that could be seen as hostile by those inside and by those outside the walls both. By those who wished to protect the current empire, and by those who wanted to destroy it. However, blue-haired boy, the high level of ambition is a point worthy of note. With or without it, the appeal of your speech that flows from your mouth changes. It's just, who the... Small groups dressed in red gear and crude armor, each composed of dozens of people clearly hostile to one another, were engaged in skirmishes. The young boy, unconnected to either, intruded. A soldier wielding a sword cried out. 'Twas an admirably clear tone of voice, holding a mixture of anger, frustration, excitement, but fighting spirit prevailed. It was a clever move, one which incited caution towards someone who had intruded on the battlefield. Blue-haired boy, but it's fatally slow. Ka! Shouting had been the right choice, but stopping and asking their identity had been a misstep. The right choice would be to assume any being who appeared on the battlefield without revealing his or her allegiance to be an enemy. The soldier should not have stopped at only alerting his surroundings. He ought to have attacked with his sword upon hearing that voice. Still, the enemy was faster, and if needed, 10 or 20 other faults could be pointed out. Blue-haired boy. Oh, and if what you just said was a line that came out because you didn't ask my affiliation, but because you had no idea who I was, then... Sorry for being too lightning fast, I'd say. Behind the boy babbling non-stop, a soldier opening his eyes wide collapsed onto the ground. As they passed each other, the former had driven his hand akin to a sharp blade into the other's neck. The boy had expected himself to be capable of chopping the soldier's head off, but the blow had not been powerful enough. Shaking and swinging his arms around, he twisted his head as he felt that something was off after all. Blue-haired boy. It's so frustrating when you feel able to do something, but actually aren't. Not that I have any plans to mix up my ideals and wishes with what's realistically feasible. Well, if I accidentally let him die, I'm going to sink in the boss's estimation, so let's call that a good result. Immediately after shaking off his uncertainty so brusquely, the laughing boy's figure turned into a blur. A moment later, he avoided a sword strike descending on his position, and the back of the boy's Zori hit the soldier's face from the side, launching him in the opposite direction. Furthermore, the boy leapt off the soldier as he kicked him, and landing amidst the group who was tailing the soldier, he delivered a single blow to a vital point of each one of them before disengaging. Rather, taking the opportunity as he withdrew, he slipped right into a group nearby, cutting off the consciousness of another 5 or so. All had happened in the blink of an eye. Both the follow-up and the main objective were a criminal act to bereave the surrounding soldiers of their time. In other words, the mastery of this boy over his own body was beyond human comprehension, and could not be pursued with raw strength. One could call it the ultimate lineage of martial arts developed in the Wallachian Empire. Of course, it was not so easy for anyone to analyze such a situation on the battlefield, or to swallow the fact that a child 12 or 13 years of age could be capable of such a thing. Above anything else, blue-haired boy, tactless. Blue-haired boy. It's tactless to try to undermine the skill and good looks of a star actor during his performance. On stage, nothing more is needed than to be admired, to enthrall, and captivate. Of course, if I were to ascend to the stage in the same way, I'd have to assert a more flamboyant appearance by means of an opponent worthy of it. The group gasped at the boy frowning down upon his surroundings as he stood in the middle of the Imperial soldiers, slowly becoming discouraged. The soldiers on both sides were supposed to be clashing weapons and fighting for their lives, yet were overwhelmed by the boy's presence, bereaved not only of their time, but their very lives. Blue-haired boy. The blessing of an actor was to bereave others of their lives. The boy got a certain satisfaction from that realization. As the boy was savoring this sense of accomplishment among the numerous defeated soldiers bereft of their time that were opposing the Imperial soldiers, was one poorly armed warrior who opened his mouth with a, "You're a soldier. Where's this guy from? Is he one of ours?" Blue-haired boy. Whose side am I on? That's quite a good question from you. What do you think I am? Friend or foe? Soldier. The warrior clammed up once he had his question returned with another question delivered in such a "I can't be bothered" fashion. The boy's smile deepened at this, shaking his head, letting out, No. Blue-haired boy. I wasn't teasing you. I was just thinking about it seriously too. I'm constantly thinking about that stuff. I didn't really listen to the boss, so I don't really know who's on my side. Soldier, huh? Blue-haired boy. So for now, I'm just going to act as the herald of justice for both sides. The warrior widened his eyes with amazement. Then his startled face became a horizontal blur, and in the moment subsequent to that, he was flipped over onto the ground. The smirking boy's figure vanished into thin air, and this time he sneakily intruded into a group of warriors who had been fighting the Imperial soldiers he had just defeated, and vigorously he beat them all down. As the blue hair danced, as the sound of sharp strikes seemingly echoed through the air, the consciousnesses of the warriors were erased without as much as a bitter cry. This violence was just like a storm. No, it was like a blue thunderbolt, blue-haired boy. Oh, marvelous. That's precisely the alias I was thinking of calling myself too. The warrior, who spilled a breath snatched in shock, was rendered unconscious after the end of that sentence. It was the Wallachian way to respond to both friendly and hostile attitudes with equal violence. Yet, this savagery would probably even make the emperor of this country raise his eyebrows. But no one was capable of stopping the boy. Yet it remained absolutely the correct thing to do according to the way of the empire. Ooh. Belay did the warriors respond to the threat posed by that small whirlwind of a boy. No longer were there any distinctions between Imperial soldiers and rebels, but everyone was united in the thought of stopping that boy. It was, in a sense, the scene of a great achievement, that of stopping a civil war single-handedly, if only in this small space. However, the steeled resolve of these heroes was not met with a peaceful answer. Lean back to avoid the blade, dance backwards to avoid fist strikes, slip between the legs to avoid axe blows, dodge arrows, dodge spears, dodge fangs, dodge shields, avoid, duck, evade, dodge. Without any weapon. Blue-haired boy? Yeah, I'd like to embellish my highlight poses by showing off my skills with a weapon, rather than with my bare hands. But I don't want to use something half-baked either. After all, the best only know the best. Look at me sounding like the boss. Boss who? Blue-haired boy? Right, he's the Pleiades battalion's leader. The boy's smile grew deeper as he boasted, effortlessly dodging the killing intent and hostility being hurled at him. The unfamiliar words uttered by the boy's mouth filled the warriors with a sense of inexplicable fear. Any of them were supposed to have been willing to risk their own lives in the battle to decide the course of this empire. Nevertheless, they did not know the affiliation of the boy toying with them, the limit to his strength, the true meaning of his words and deeds, or anything else. Even though they did not know what was going on, everything seemed to be going as per the boy's wishes. The next moment, a tremendous war cry was heard, hailing from the direction of some hills in the far distance. Who could blame the warriors for shuddering with the HK? Similar turmoil and confusion spread to the other warriors as well. Hence, the smile on the boy's mouth became larger, not because he was mocking the frightened state of the warriors, but due to something more straightforward. Blue-haired boy. Well, thus concludes the first climax, boss. Make sure to finish it off flamboyantly. At this point, it is necessary to mention a very unfortunate fact about magic. It would be an issue different from the one described previously, that of the Wallachian Empire having only developed physical martial arts and the flow method, rather than having developed magical techniques. Amidst the 6 magic attributes in which the magic system of the world was divided, Yin magic and Yang magic had only a few wielders, but the neglect they suffered was justified by reasons other than their study being difficult. Manipulating temperature, the fire attribute produced flames and even ice. Interfering with an organism's life force, the water attribute facilitated the healing of wounds and illnesses. Saving lives. Arranging the environment by interfering with the atmosphere, the wind attribute was able to even secure habitable areas in inhospitable regions. Manipulating the earth's power, the earth attribute could fertilize, as well as starve out the land. Compared to each of those attributes, the usage of which could be clearly envisioned, the yin and yang attributes were basically thought of as effects that either enhanced or hampered the performance of one's body. While technically a misconception, the fact that such an image had taken hold was a major factor as to why the development of magic of the yin and yang attributes was so lacking. And albeit surprising, the one that still possessed a reputation for being especially out of place and useless was the yang attribute, which held the power to enhance people's capabilities. Knowing the primary effects of yang magic, many may be tempted to question the assessment it received. However, the more one attempted to take advantage of the features of yang magic, the bigger and more unavoidable its problems became. For example, when it came down to performance on the battlefield, those who enhanced their physical abilities via yang magic would suffer complete defeat by the enemy. In most cases, the reason was simple. They could not handle their own enhanced bodies at all. They were unable to demonstrate their strength whatsoever. It was as if they were in control of someone else's body. Enhancing one's abilities could perhaps be summed up as strengthening the 5 senses, such as eyesight and hearing. Enhancing physical abilities, such as arm and leg strength, and strengthening defenses, such as increasing bone and muscle density. However, warriors would always train their own bodies, would always take to the battlefield with a complete grasp on their own skills. As for those targeted by yang magic, they would discard their normal selves and head to the battlefield in a new body donning enhanced specs. As a result, many of them would perish without achieving anything. The problem went even further, as the efficacy of yang magic was greatly affected by the skill of the caster themselves, as well as their physical and mental condition that day. Even if a warrior who had been subjected to yang magic were able to adapt to his enhanced body, there was no guarantee that the same enhancement being performed by the same caster on the very next day would be as effective. Yang magic was not expected to improve one's ability to fight consistently. On the contrary, it was recognized as a flaw that prevented one from demonstrating one's usual abilities in adequate fashion. This was the reason why yang magic had been neglected. In the past, the Wallachian Empire had also focused its attention on the power of magic, and it had had an emperor who had intended to amass the most powerful army. The 31st emperor of the Wallachian Empire, Murky of Wallachia, had planned to utilize yang magic to turn a powerful army into an even more powerful one. Taking into account the aforementioned shortcomings, he had enlisted yang magic users into his powerful army, training them so that their enhanced state would become their natural state, and then went into actual battle. However, the results that had unfolded had been disastrous. The powerful army became dependent on the enhancements, being defeated before any yang magic could be applied. The skills of the casters, so essential they were, varied. and being unable to function in a cohesive fashion, the army had been sent packing by forces superior in numbers. Even the emperor's life had been in jeopardy. The war finally concluded when Viva the Dissector, a close ally of the then Emperor of Wallachia, ended the enemy leader. But because of this colossal defeat, Murcia Wallachia was engraved into history with an ignominious alias, the Emperor of the Great Defeat. Because of this precedent, the value of Yang magic, and thus the value of magic as a whole, was reduced in Wallachia, leading to the spread of the idea that mastery of martial arts was the mark of a strong soldier. This had not changed to this day, and Vincent Wallachia, with all his wisdom, had dismissed the use of Yang magic in group battles as something that dispensed consideration. In fact, given a user of Yang magic was only capable of enhancing one target at a time, the deployment of an army that required a plurality of soldiers working in unison was a pipe dream. Therefore, Yin magic had remained as a means of harassment, in the sense that it inflicted unusual physical effects on the enemy, but magic had declined in the Wallachian Empire. Even in other countries, Yang magic was considered a cursed practice, though seldom used barring for self-enhancement. However, as with everything, there were exceptions. "Let's do it, you guys." With a large inhale, the boy's voice, still shrill, was raised in the hills off to the distant west of the battlefield. With the boy at their heart, the warriors who spread out atop the hill, a band of no fewer than several thousand people, raised their flag, one after the other, for the sake of expressing the unity and will of the group, a symbol of a will to fight that must never subside. One of the large flags was also held aloft beside the boy, by a man whose body was covered in tattoos, accompanied by a gray lizardman, and a man with a dull appearance that yet contained a dignified look in his eyes. Depicted on the hoisted flag, recognizable even from a distance, was an emblem with the shape of a star. It was not the crest of one's family nor the national emblem, but merely the proof of where their hearts lay. A declaration of war of that kind, and naught else. The group assembled was a diverse one. Without exaggeration, it was composed of many races. Even within Wallachia, where a gargantuan number of species lived and coexisted, there were few relationships consisting of cooperation across racial boundaries. One of the few exceptions which had been able to function as a city was the demon city of Chaos Flame, and even during the siege of the imperial capital, there had been no semblance of cooperation among the rebels. And yet, this group was different. One could look at it as if they were merely working together for the sake of the same goal. However, that alone would not be able to gather them under a flag to demonstrate their collective will. It was not that they possessed the same goals, rather, they possessed a shared will. Hence why this group, nay, why the Pleiades battalion, was capable of serving as a trump card, spearheading those banners and the comrades he had gathered. A boy of black hair, Natsuki Subaru, exclaimed. "Subaru, we are the strongest. Pleiades, strongest. Strongest! Strongest!" A war cry was raised in unison, thundering throughout the sky, as tremendous fighting spirit spread through the battlefield like tongues of flame. Beatrice, embraced within Subaru's arms as he yelled, covered her ears, staring bewildered. Likewise, Louis also jumped onto Subaru, though only those two young girls were surprised. "Subaru, we are invincible. Pleiades, invincible. Invincible! Invincible." Hyen, Whites, Idra, Gustav, Orson's group, Old Man Null, Rex, Milzak, Kashu, Moizo, Deroy, Kreekin, Kadro Fenmel, Josru, Tanza. Each one of them roared loudly. The ground quaked as they stamped their feet upon the soil, the quaking beckoning further quaking as they roused their fighting spirit. The recesses of his chest were burning. That burning, oh so burning, promising, irresistible something coursed through the entirety of his body, letting that burning, promising, irresistible something ride off his tongue. Subaru. Oh, inevitable fate. Pleiades, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. The group bellowed in unison, and all of their eyes turned to the fore, to the battlefield at the foot of the hill. And then, Subaru. Here we go. The sensation of the sky, of the ground, of the world shaking was felt by everyone on the battlefield at that moment. Among those who could not treat it as somebody else's problem were those on the western ramparts who would come to meet the flag-bearing groups running down the hillside from head-on. In other words, the Imperial soldiers that had been ordered to defend the fourth bastion, which was closest to said posses. But not giving in to their fighting spirit, Imperial General Second Class Gutta Dialmo, the tiger hunter, held his ground. For a moment, they had been overwhelmed by the sudden appearance and high morale of the opposition, but the Imperial soldiers subordinate to the tiger hunter were not so wet behind the ears as to be overwhelmed by loose cannons of the sort, however. Above all, the wear and tear on Gutta and his men was almost minimal as far as this battlefield was concerned. A tremendous siege had been laid against the Imperial capital, but the harsh attacks made against the other bastions had brought on almost no effects on this fourth bastion. Without a doubt, that was Olbart Dunkelken's achievement, who reigned as the guardian of the fourth bastion. It could be called a demonstration of the vicious old man's capabilities. In the first place, it's a good idea to cut off the opponent's legs before they even make it here. Basic rule of warfare's ta sever everything you can't fight without, be it water or weapons. The vicious old man described the reason why the enemy's offensive was overwhelmingly weak compared to other bastions with cruelty, such that it sent chills down the spines of the troops imagining the horror of not being on the same side as him. However, even Olbart had been forced to rush to another bastion to fulfill his role of protecting the Imperial capital as it was about to be broken through. Therefore, the fourth bastion was currently lacking the power of the divine generals, the greatest strength of the Empire. Olbart's legacy, his trained superhuman shinobi, were needed to deal with the flying dragon squadron that had appeared from the sky in the same direction the approaching army hailed from, the west. Since they did not possess any ranged weapons, the shinobi's techniques were their only means of defending themselves against the flying dragon squadron. And in regards to the group fiercely rushing in, Gutta, I'll deal with you with all my soul. With these words, Gutta Dialmo stared at the enemy in front of him, carrying the signature armament of the tiger hunter, 2 metal clubs, each weighing nearly 100 kilograms. Gutta's alias was attributed to the fact that, back when he was still a general third class, he had decimated a group of tiger people who were tyrannizing the country, taking the head of the enemy leader who had killed the general second class previously in command. As a result of that heroic fight to the death, the muscular body of the over 2-meter-tall Gutta was scarred from head to belly with white marks left by tiger claws, so he came to be known as the Tiger Hunter, after word of that fierce battle had spread. Gutta's will to fight had remained unshaken even as his army was on the verge of collapse after its general had been killed. Henceforth, why should he be afraid of being outnumbered, with the heavy burden that laid at his back? Gutta, we'll take you on. With a yell like a cannon firing, Gutta's huge body kicked off the ground and closed in on the enemy horde. Following Gutta's lead, his subordinates, each carrying their weapons of choice, rushed toward the star-bearing flag looming from the west. Gutta. That one. As his own feet brought him closer to the moment of the group's clash, Gutta strained his eyes, focusing on the vanguard of the enemy. In front of the group that was causing the ground to rumble was present a red Galewind horse charging in. What had caught his attention was the man pulling the reins of the Galewind horse. Nay, that was false. The man was merely a reinsman. Rather, what had warranted his attention was the small figure the man riding on the Galewind horse carried. A black-haired boy holding a girl in his arms was looking straight at them with his dark eyes. In that moment, the only thought passing through Gutta's mind was that the boy was neither running ahead nor deviating from his position, but was charging forward as if it were natural for him to be in that position. A boy of black hair and black eyes, just like the black-haired crown prince in the rumor that had been spread since before the start of the war. Gutta. HK. Gutta killed off the thought by clenching his molars, focusing on what he must do. Taking advantage of a ridiculous rumor, the rebels had prepared a large number of black-haired crown princes and challenged the imperial capital to a decisive battle, foolishly so. Therefore, the generals who had been tasked with defending the capital, or rather, all the troops, privates and generals alike, had made up their minds. The authenticity of the black-haired child is of no concern. There is but one emperor we ought to look up to. Gutta. You damned traitors, stabbing our Emperor Vincent Valaquia in the back. Dual-wielding his 2 heavy metal clubs, Gutta roared like a tiger, symbol of what he hunted as per his name, and drew nearer to the boy charging at the front of the pack. At the front was a boy riding a red gale-wind horse, whom the rebels were following. Being a general himself, Gutta wished to crush the enemy's fighting spirit with a single blow by mowing them all down, so he did. The impact of the strike was so tremendous that it would cause fragile eardrums to explode. Gutta's thick arms also felt a satisfying feedback, but his eyes widened. The black-haired boy was supposed to have been crushed together with the gale-wind horse, but what the metal clubs had perceived was neither the boy nor the gale-wind horse he was riding. I have to protect Schwartz, as it is now my duty as the official. With a body larger than his Gutta's own, with 4 thick, strong arms, he held a large shield in his hand, which he used to directly block the blow. Or rather, both blows from Gutta's metal clubs. Gutta's throat choked up at the sight, one that was astonishing even taking into account the physical capabilities of the multi-armed tribe, slipping into that momentary delay. It's my job to beat up Schwartz's enemies. Gutta, HK. The voice, hushed yet courageous, and filled with a strong sense of pride and honor, had its owner pummel Gutta in the torso, launching the latter's massive body into the sky. The man who Gutta had seen strike him as he let out a gond tattoos all over his body and wielded a large 2-handed hammer. He was well trained, but with his physique and amateurish movements, how could he have? No. The correct thing to question was not merely what had happened to his own body. Rebels! Ora! Ah! Gutta, who had taken the lead, was blown away, and the clashes between the rebels and Imperial soldiers continued afterwards. Even if Gutta's head were to be chopped off, he had trained his men well enough so that they would not lose their will to fight. It was precisely because of this pride that they could hardly believe their own eyes. All at once, before they could even mount a decent resistance, the Imperial soldiers were utterly crushed and pulverized by the offense of the oncoming rebel horde. The sight was so shocking that Gutta's entire body was filled with an indignation greater than the one he had felt back when he had witnessed the head of his general crushed to bits right before his eyes. Gutta, this is absurd. And so, the battle-hardened general let out a hoarse breath at an utterly incomprehensible sight. As with everything, there were exceptions. The sole exception was the Pleiades Battalion, a threatening group of amateurs that had crushed the mighty general that was Gutta Dialmo and the strong warriors he had trained. They possessed not techniques they had practiced. They possessed not fine armaments. They possessed not even a firm cause. All they possessed was a really, really strong will to unite, and a vow to themselves that they would not back down, no matter what. And that was precisely the kind of thing that made the Pleiades Battalion an extraordinary group of people. Recall the lengthy lecture on the shortcomings of Yang magic. Its use, which depended on the skill of the caster and the number of people, would often disrupt people's coordination, being labeled as foolish as it had earned the former emperor the stigmatic moniker of the Emperor of the Great Defeat. Even Vincent Valencia, who was proclaimed as a wise emperor, had quickly abandoned the idea of utilizing it at the consideration stage. But what if, hypothetically, something like it was possible? Hundreds, or even thousands of troops in their entirety being given a uniform enhancement of the same effectiveness, and yet none of them suffering from the gap between their original fighting ability and the skill level of their strengthened selves? And the key to that being the lack of a need to have the number of Yang magic users being the same as the number of troops? If such dreamlike or miraculous conditions were met, would it not be feasible? It was a pipe dream that Vincent Valencia would laugh at and discard, were he to hear of it. A group of incidental coincidences that would even be said to be possible only in this time of war, in this situation, in this circumstance. Only those who accepted Natsuki Subaru, or rather, Natsuki Schwartz, as the center of themselves, those who sincerely thought of him as their comrade, those who sincerely believed in him as their companion, would be able to achieve a miracle. The strengthening effect of the Yang magic would be applied to each of the individuals Subaru shared the effect of Coriolanus with. That was, all of the allies who worked alongside him. The power of the little king, originally intended to share wounds and burdens, would now be abused. The power which the king alone could not handle fully would now be handled together with the comrades that supported him. Hence, the Pleiades Battalion, Subaru. I love you, all of you. The thousands of non-combatants who traveled with Natsuki Subaru were transformed into an army of warriors, beginning to lay waste to every battlefield in this battle for the imperial capital. Chapter 99. Those who rule the sky. The word war cry was appropriate. Quite simply, it was just a yell, an exclamation raised to inspire oneself, one's allies, and a troop's morale in the face of a match, contest, or any kind of bout. It provided courage and strength to move forward, forming a circle before a fight and raising a battle cry before charging onto the battlefield. Magic words for coming together as one in this world. This could truly be called magic. Unbelievable, I suppose. Beatrice was speechless at the destructive power of the Pleiades battalion led by Natsuki Subaru, a group of amateurs who furiously charged into the enemy forces, crushing the well-prepared and well-armed Imperial soldiers. As the red Galewind horse moved vigorously, causing the ground to rumble, a man with a shoddy beard named Idra held the reins, as Beatrice and Subaru rode at his front in an awkward position. The group advancing under this banner were all under the influence of powerful yang magic. The method through which this had been achieved could only have been Beatrice. Magical shroud excitation. The scant words Beatrice muttered were a term referring to a fleeting technique that had existed hundreds of years prior, yet had never been considered valuable. Far from being put to practical use, even the witch Echidna, who systematized all of magic, had given it a provisional name, leaving it as an ancient fantasy, a technique that could not be reproduced by an individual. Magical shroud excitation was a way of forcibly manifesting the flow method, utilizing the mana circulating within the body to strengthen it, and inducing an effect similar to that of yang magic, despite the different approach. Superhuman force was a term sometimes used to describe the breaking of one's own physical limits when facing a dangerous situation, producing strength incomparable with one's original condition. That was acknowledged as a thing that actually existed in this world. In a situation of mental or physical urgency, gates present in one's body, which would normally go unused, could be opened, resulting in the person entering the same state as those able to execute the flow method. It was possible that those with superior abilities had been able to teach themselves how to use the flow method through an experience of the sort. But for now, further explanation will be omitted, as it is beside the main point. Most important was the fact that magical shroud excitation was a method of forcibly bypassing human limitations, and that it was being used on the entire Pleiades battalion, which numbered in the several thousands. Originally, Echidna had witnessed what could be called magical shroud excitation on the battlefield, being used by a small tribe of warriors raising a battle cry which had triggered a similar effect. They continued to raise their voices before, during, and after the battle, as that was their custom on the battlefield. Their morale-inspiring roars were accompanied by a yang magic-esque effect which raised the strength of the tribe as a whole, and as a result, they had stood out in battle despite their reduced numbers. However, even they were unable to resist their numerical disadvantage, thus vanishing during the war. Afterwards, similar groups cropped up and were destroyed, and no proper remnants of that custom remained. A group gathered at random would not produce the effect, overabundant numbers would not produce the effect, and a single competent person would not be able to reproduce the effect. Therefore, magical shroud excitation had died out without ever seeing the light of day. In modern times, only individuals of exceptional ability mastered the flow method, and shouting on the battlefield was something that only boosted courage. However, strongest. What had been shining through all the members of the Pleiades battalion who were advancing along with Subaru as they shouted this was the radiance of the magical shroud excitation that was thought to have been lost. It was truly an ideal environment. They were united with strong trust built around Subaru, becoming a force that equaled an army, devoid of people powerful enough that they would disrupt their flow with incautious yang magic. The effects of the magical shroud excitation that had been triggered were, in yang magic terms, enhancement of the five senses, a significant increase in physical capacity, a surge in physical toughness, as well as a bewildering increase in cognitive ability, in addition to reaction time, in what could only be seen as an irregular state of multiple enhancements. Faced with a Pleiades battalion, with each and every one of its members having become a warrior worth 1,000 warriors in the literal sense, confronting them without any prior information, The Imperial soldiers were overwhelmed by their momentum, and the battle lines were patently melted. Like ice struck by a hot iron, the formation the enemy had assembled melted, starting with the front, as the group of amateurs made headway through the middle of the enemy line with frightening momentum. Even more astonishing than that was, Subaru. Overwhelm them. But don't kill them. Make them think they stand no chance in a fight. Oh, gotcha, boss. In the same way we were saved by you. In a battlefield full of people risking their lives in battle, the leader of the advancing battalion declared that no casualties would occur. It was an idea that would be laughed off as ridiculous and childish nonsense by anyone familiar with the battlefield. But this group of wet-behind-the-ears amateurs now broke through with destructive force. Blow after blow struck the body of one Imperial soldier after the other and blew them away. But what was left behind was not a pile of corpses, but a mountain of physically and mentally incapacitated people bearing wounds. Keeping the enemy soldiers alive so they would be able to rescue their fallen comrades had been no tactical decision. Rather, Natsuki Subaru simply did not have the courage to have people die. Instead of this courage, Subaru harbored a wish that was being granted by this overwhelming force. Beatrice. Subaru, how far have you thought this through, in fact? Subaru. Eh? Oh, sorry everyone is being so loud. But if we are all shouting emphatically, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. It gets us all hyped up. Beatrice. That's ludicrous, I suppose. Coincidentally, Beatrice had ended up voicing the shared conclusion of everyone witnessing this bizarre battlefield aloud, but there was no reason to blame them. It was a completely natural thing to say. Beatrice immediately understood Subaru's answer. Subaru, and all the people around him, knew nothing about magical shroud excitation, so there was no way that they could understand it. While simply believing that fighting while shouting wholeheartedly made them stronger, they actually perfectly recreated and weaponized an impossible theory even a witch had given up on. And even Beatrice was completely oblivious to the fact that Natsuki Subaru was the only one in the whole world who could turn this theory into practice with his authority of the Little King. Beatrice. That's precisely why. Subaru. Beatrice? That's precisely why you're Betty's partner, in fact. In the arms of Natsuki Subaru, who could do what nobody else could, Beatrice affirmed her situation as her depleted mana was resupplied during their long-awaited reunion. Within the Pleiades battalion, a group full of amateurs, no one needed to understand the current situation, nor did anyone actually understand it. So Beatrice contemplated on behalf of her partner, Subaru. How could she involve herself in this historical moment that might never be reproduced again? Beatrice. If you intend to take the wind out of the opponent's sails, I could prevent them from reorganizing, I suppose. With a slight movement, Beatrice directed her small palm towards the large number of Imperial soldiers that had been blown away. Taking into account Subaru's wishes, the bloody battles between the warring parties, as well as the way of the Empire which took hold of the battlefield, what Beatrice performed was, Beatrice L. Shamak. As a member of the Pleiades battalion, Beatrice wielded her own exceedingly enhanced power. A black haze descended upon the heads of the Imperial soldiers defending the fourth bastion one after another, robbing them of their thoughts, stifling their will to fight, depriving them of the opportunity to counterattack. Within minutes of the Pleiades battalion joining the battle, the fourth bastion, which had thus far suffered minimal damage during the siege of the Imperial capital, was completely and utterly collapsed. The onslaught of the Pleiades battalion's ravenous rush reached Abel's ears in the main camp. Instantly. At that point, however, the name of the Pleiades battalion did not reach him. Hence it was only reported that a group had appeared from the west and clashed with the Imperial soldiers with overpowering might, collapsing the defensive line there. In any case, good grief. They showed up just as we were about to play our trump card, and completely stole the spotlight. How exhilarating. A gallant voice echoed through the main camp as a beautiful figure arrived with coolness, taking that fact in with grace. The one making their entrance was an imposing-looking woman, her wavy hair swinging from side to side, on her face a white scar produced by a sword. She was dressed in a garb a ruffian would favor, one unbefitting of her noble status. The name of the woman of character stepping into the main camp was Serena Dracroy. She was one of the most distinguished high countesses in the Valatian Empire, but rather than being currently on the side of the Empire, she was instead a rebel against the ruling power, and one of Abel's original trump cards. Upon Serena's visit, Abel folded his arms as he gazed out at the battlefield beyond. Abel. I was under the impression that your reinforcements would comprise of the Flying Dragon Squadron. Serena, rest assured, I have no intention of changing the fact that the utmost elite of my forces are the Flying Dragon Squadron. The ones currently captivating the battlefield are an unexpected matter. Abel, is it not by your own doing? Serena, I would put them under my wing if they approached me, but unfortunately, it seems like they're only looking up to one person. They wouldn't even bat an eye at me. As she answered, Serena's long-legged figure walked up to Abel's side. Peering into Abel's face with her almond-shaped eyes, she narrowed her eyes at the face covered by the Oni mask. Abel, surely you cannot work with someone who hides his face from you. Serena, why would I say something so dull? There's no difference between those who hide their true intentions behind makeup and those who hide their true faces behind masks. If your reason is hiding a scar, I'd say you're not as bad as I am. Abel, I shall not state my reason, but it is not because of a scar. I wear this out of necessity. Serena, I figured you would. I could gather from your words that you don't do anything unnecessary. And now that we've actually exchanged words like this, that impression has deepened even more. As Serena ascertained this from Abel, she smiled fiercely with her hands on her hips. Of course, as he was the actual emperor, Abel and Serena were acquainted with each other. The cognitive disruption effect of the UNI mask could slightly alter such malaises, but it did not change Abel's evaluation of Serena. She was a fierce, progressive, and courageous general who was willing to snap at the emperor when necessary. Exactly what her moniker, the Scorching Lady, suggested. However, if it were not for such a temperament, he would have never counted her as one of the cards in his hand to assist him in this rebellion. Serena, is your assessment that no one else fancies things as I do? Abel, it was necessary to think about how to prepare the grounds to win you over, but my main reason for choosing you was so that the odds of winning the battle would increase. Serena, to think that my Flying Dragon Squadron would be valued to that extent when the Imperial capital's given me the cold shoulder. Shrugging her shoulders, Serena gave that sarcastic remark, but despite the content of her words and the expression on her face, her reaction showed that her blood was boiling due to that very fact. The existence of the Flying Dragon Squadron in the hands of High Countess Dracroy was the core reason why the Dracroy domain was revered and respected throughout the Valachian Empire, where the strong were held in high esteem. In other words, for Serena Dracroy, it was a source of pride that ought not be wounded, even if someone from the Dracroy territory were to commit an evil act. In other words, even if they were to act against the Emperor himself, no doubt ought to be brought forth against their capabilities. That was why, Abel, you have accepted the invitation on this occasion. The flying dragons that rule over the skies of the battlefield. Those who obey the dragonkin, Madeline Eschart, force them out of the way and claim supremacy over the air. As a matter of fact, your enticing proposal is not the only reason I accepted your invitation. But fulfilling it is also an important role for me at the moment. May you have your wish, my Flying Dragon Squadron. Abel, Serena, no longer will those sudden reinforcements annoy me and steal the spotlight. Having assumed the role expected of her, Serena once again directed Abel's attention to the western battlefield. Her words guided his gaze again, and his black eyes narrowed behind the Oni mask. As Serena had stated, indeed, that group had come as an absolute surprise to everyone. If he were to be honest, any deviation from the path he had laid out was not welcome, no matter how favorable it could possibly be to the progress of battle. Serena, so that's the battalion that turned the west of the Imperial capital on its head. You have probably heard of them, haven't you? Abel. I have. However, I was unable to decipher what their purpose was, and from the reports of their position, I judged they would not have made it in time for the decisive battle either. Therefore, I did not include their fighting strength in my estimations. Serena, in that case, they've clearly defied your expectations. From what I've heard, they've been ceaselessly running through day and night to arrive on this battlefield in time. Abel, even though such conduct makes sense in theory, it is completely nonsensical in reality. One can only imagine the amount of running a day to make it in time. And even if they made it in time after all of that, they would have way too many deserters to even put up a fight. This might be self-evident, but the more one increased the size of a group, the greater the amount of effort that was required to even get to it to move. On top of the logistics, supplies, and fighting required to maintain a large army, over time they would become more frantic and accumulate more and more fatigue. More easily would they lose the will to fight, and their hearts would drift away from the banner they raised. Even bringing someone under these conditions to a battlefield was no small feat, let alone waging war on the battlefield with them. But, Serena, so, Oni masked Grand General, does this look like a battle waged by people with low morale to you? Were Serena to have asked him this, Abel would have had to deny what he was seeing with his own eyes. Barely visible in the distance, the fighting of the battalion charging right into enemy lines within a whirled-up dust cloud defied all expectations. Even though their war cry could not be fully heard, its after-effects had reached the main camp, noticeably so. Only a disillusioned fool in complete denial of reality would point at that scene and feign that the troops were low in morale. Serena, their leader, seemed to be one of the black-haired crown princes who was on everyone's lips. I thought this whole story about His Excellency Vincent's illegitimate offspring being present here and there across the entire empire was laughable, but that surprisingly stands out like he could be the real deal. Abel, so that is how it is. Serena. Squinting at the dust cloud lingering in the distance, Abel's thoughts clicked into place. Being related a story he himself seemed aware of, Abel remarked on it, prompting Serena to tilt her head. But Abel did not respond to her question, instead simply closing one eye at the conviction growing within him. A group with exceptionally high morale and unity that traversed an inconceivable distance and remained on its feet just to fiercely step into this battlefield. Finally, he could perceive its true nature. Namely, Abel, are you able to make proper use of your own power at last, I wonder? If that was indeed the case, then the unforeseen presence of the invading group from the west would make complete sense, and it would be even more unexpected for the false emperor sitting on the throne of the imperial capital. This black-haired crown prince possessed an ability that truly lived up to the rumors, or at least that person was supposed to be capable of performing to that level. Abel, it is unnecessary for our side to make any moves on the western battlefield. However, the third bastion is still the most crucial spot to break open, and I harbor no intention to relent. High Countess Dracroy. Upon her name being called, Serena nodded her head and spoke. I know. Looking at what laid beyond Abel's line of sight, she directed her gaze at the fluttering flying dragons dominating the sky. Serena, let's show His Excellency the Emperor, who appointed that crude and impudent dragonkin, the difference between wild flying dragons and the disciplined flying dragon squadron. Indeed, while being completely ignorant of the fact that the true emperor stood right next to her, she undertook this mission with a frenzied smile on her face. Overlooking the entire battlefield from the rear, the main camp allowed them to keep a watchful eye on any anomalies all around. Having arrived there as a reinforcement, Serena Dracroy held a grudge against the flying dragons that obeyed one of the 9 divine generals, the dragonkin, Madeline Eschart. These ferocious flying dragons would never get along with humans without a special secret technique, yet they rampaged here, in the battle for the imperial capital, wielding their natural ferocity and peril on full display, posing a great threat to people. Albeit Madeline had only explained it in rough terms, she had seemingly made arrangements so that the flying dragons, who could not distinguish between enemies and allies, would not cause damage to allied imperial soldiers. For that reason, casualties were not as indiscriminate as had happened on the attack on the fortress city of Geralt. Nevertheless, they would swoop down on the rebels, reminding them of the threat posed by the claws and fangs dancing in the sky. Plus, the damage from the occasional stone bombardment making ground could hardly be ignored. However, Flying dragons could only make such attacks against warriors who attached more importance to the group rather than the individual, and could not interfere in a battle between beings with overwhelming strength. The 9 divine generals who defended each bastion, and the elite of the rebels who clashed head-on with them, there was no way for the dragons to barge into their battle, a battle on an entirely higher level. Therefore, Mezorea. I am Mezorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Amelia. Icicle line. Waving both hands, Amelia jumped, redrawing a line of white ice on the world she traced. Immediately after, a tail cleaved the snowy ground where Amelia had been just moments before with tremendous speed, instantly rupturing the ground and evaporating the snow. The one to perform such a deed was a mighty being with a huge body of white scales, clad in clouds flowing in the sky, called by the dragonkin Maidlin. A threat to the world had descended upon its surface. Amelia. Mezorea. Thinking in the corner of her mind that there was a city bearing the exact same name in the Valachian Empire, were she not mistaken, Amelia clenched her molars at the powerful attack she had avoided by the skin of her teeth, and encouraged her own heart. Along the line of frost redrawn by icicle line, a wall of ice rose up from the ground with a sound. It was not as high as the walls surrounding the imperial capital, but it was high enough to keep the airborne Mezorea from escaping the battlefield. Amelia. I can't let you go where everyone else is. Amidst the battlefield as it grew colder and colder. No, rather, it was becoming colder of her own volition. Amelia exhaled white breath while expressing her determination. Indeed, Amelia had been in quite a lot of trouble when Maidlin had summoned Mezorea. Taking on Maidlin alone had already been a Herculean task, but it was obvious that adding Mezorea to the equation would make things even more troublesome. But Amelia's intuition told her that it would be quite difficult to get anyone to help her. Amelia. It'd be nice to fight alongside someone like Priscilla, though. It was not Amelia's forte to fight in sync with those around her. That was because she had trouble thinking while fighting. That was why she respected people who could think while fighting, and believed she could join forces with such a person. But even that would be difficult in this fight with Maidlin and Mezorea. Amelia. Because it's getting colder and colder. The ice barrier created by icicle line did not only prevent Mezorea from getting out, but also limited the space in which Amelia could lower the temperature. It had been a suggestion from Petra, but most ground dragons were vulnerable to cold. If flying dragons and water dragons shared the same roots as ground dragons, they probably had similar vulnerabilities to cold. In fact, unlike earth dragons, both flying dragons who flew high up in the skies within cooler temperatures, and water dragons who swam through cold water had varying tolerance levels against cold. But this misconception was irrelevant in face of an overwhelming cold. Because at the current moment, Amelia was bringing forth extreme cold that far exceeded that limit. Amelia. Just like Puck's magic release period. Before Roswell's mansion burned down, there had been an episode where Puck had almost turned it completely to ice on accident because he had not let out mana in due time. The battlefield's cold temperature, at this moment, rivaled that instance. Any normal person would have found their hands numb, having been made unable to hold a weapon, having been made it so that moving their body was incredibly difficult. Even a strong person would be affected by no small amount. Precisely because Amelia had chosen this fighting style, she could only fight on her own, at the very least this time. Mezorea. I am Mezorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. The sky was covered with low, thick clouds, and Amelia's amethyst eyes twinkled as she heard a voice from overhead that sounded so heavy that she wondered if the sky itself had spoken. There was a declaration of its supernatural presence, and in the very subsequent moment, a blow beyond human understanding was unleashed. The mere flick of its tail could rip the earth apart. The swing of its claws could rend space in two. Its great breath was powerful enough to blow away nearly half a city. It truly was extraordinary. It was unmistakably a dragon, a legend which Amelia had now encountered twice in just a short period of time. Amelia. There was a jerk from its unfurled wings, and the wall of ice Amelia had erected was effortlessly torn apart. Although not quite as solid as iron, she had done her best to harden it, and yet it had been easily broken. and before Amelia could feel any disappointment or surprise, she was hurriedly dodging bullets of ice hurtling towards her. Having been minced and sent flying by the dragon's wings, countless chunks of ice, large and small, rained down as scattered lumps. If one were to clash against these pieces of ice, some as large as one's head, taking no care, they would end up being rendered immobile, completely, against their dragon opponent. That would be a lethal injury to a diminutive being fighting a mighty dragon. Amelia. Hiya, yeah. Huff, yikes! And thus Amelia avoided the chunks of ice as if she were dancing, sweeping away and enduring with a sword and shield of ice she had created for the ones she could not completely dodge. The fact that she never broke eye contact with her opponent during all of that was due to her recent first-hand experience of fighting the divine dragon Volcanica at Pleiades' watchtower. The dragon's power was so far beyond the imaginations of Amelia and her comrades that even the slightest movement, even one that did not look like an attack, could be incredibly dangerous. Amelia. When fighting Volcanica, I nearly got blown away by a puff of its nose. Remembering that time, she again felt glad that she was the one present at this place. If one did not know how to fight dragons, they could inadvertently trip up on the first something or another, resulting in their doom. But that was not the only thing Amelia recalled during her fight with Mesorea. Following Maidlin's call, the cloud dragon Mesorea had pushed the sky aside, descending onto the battlefield. Of course, it was very difficult to contend with the ridiculous way of fighting that was unique to dragons. Amelia, Mesorea, please, just listen to me. I don't want to fight with Maidlin. Mesorea. I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Amelia. Ah, just as I thought. Amelia appealed loudly, but brushing those words aside, Mesorea shook its long whiskers without listening and looked down at the tiny Amelia on the ground with its eyes. Bearing its direct gaze, Amelia firmly gritted her teeth, becoming keenly aware of something as every nerve in her slender body was filled with energy. Namely, Mesorea. I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Amelia, you're just like Volcanica. You've grown too old and forgot everything. For the second time in her life, she had encountered a dragon, a supernatural being, Mesorea, the cloud dragon, the one who ruled the sky, had grown senile, just like the divine dragon she had encountered at the tower. Chapter 100. A myriad of changes at the bastions. The cloud dragon Mesorea's senility. The startling revelation of the truth drove Amelia into a tremendously difficult corner. Amelia, I didn't have to beat Volcanica at the time. All I had to do was do my best and complete the trial, but her encounter with the divine dragon Volcanica on the highest floor of Pleiades' watchtower had concluded once she touched a stone monument at a peak even further above the tower's peak. As for Amelia, she was still unsure as to whether she had properly resolved Volcanica's trial. However, the ancient dragon had presented one of its claws as proof of the denouement to Amelia, so for now she considered this a symbol of approval. However, her fight with Volcanica had fundamentally been a defensive one, as she'd had no intention of beating him, so it had been no battle at all. And this situation was the same, even if the opponent had changed from the divine dragon to the cloud dragon. If anything, Amelia, I've got no other choice but to beat it, but Mesorea has lost. Ah! As she was saying this, Amelia sprung from her spot and closed in on the dragon that was airborne, shaking its long whiskers without anything being displayed, reflected in its eyes. The dragon mercilessly slashed its claws at the puny existence flying towards it. It was a simple attack, but just one strike would be more than enough to kill someone were it to connect. The dragon's claws were much sharper than any run-of-the-mill sword, able to cleave Amelia's body in twain with ease. Amelia. Soldiers. However, Amelia was able to avoid this attack by jumping even further into the sky. The mid-air foothold that Amelia had made use of had been provided by an ice soldier who'd leaped alongside her, then putting up both of its arms for Amelia to bounce off. Naturally, the ice soldier had been incapable of escaping in time, thus falling prey to the dragon's claws, which smashed it to pieces. Amelia. Iya! Keeping the sacrifice in her heart, Amelia's long legs kicked Mezorea in the face. The leg Amelia had utilized to deliver this kick had been equipped with footwear made of ice, donning an enlarged spike with extreme sharpness, making it an awfully lethal weapon. Since Amelia had used her foot, she did not pull any punches with this merciless kick. So an absurdly brutal blow slammed into the side of Mezorea's defenseless head. However, Amelia, it's not working at all. Mezorea's huge body did not budge an inch from getting kicked in the face. However, it appeared to be irritated. Feeling hostility on her skin, Amelia greatly swung her upper body to do a mid-air flip, using another ice soldier to dodge the incoming thrust from the dragon. Lagging behind the one that had been shattered, another ice soldier had leapt even further up and stretched out both of its legs from above. Aligning both their soles, Amelia launched herself off of them towards the ground below. While the sound of shattering ice resounded in her eardrums, Amelia landed atop the white ground on her hands, then looked up towards the majestic cloud-wreathed dragon calmly floating in the air. Mezorea. I am Mezorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shalt become the wind from the heavenly skies. Amelia. Keys. Even after all of that, even after being kicked in the face and smashing apart two ice soldiers with its claws, Mezorea's words and demeanor did not change at all, compared to when it had first descended upon the battlefield. Amelia. It certainly did consider Amelia an enemy. It was precisely for this reason that it was brandishing its claws towards Amelia as she made her approach. All the while it flapped its wings and turned its unfocused white eyes towards her. But she just could not initiate a conversation. Just like with Volcanica, it was incredibly difficult to find common ground. The only potential clue was, possibly, Amelia. Madeline, just listen to me. Madeline. Shut the frig up. Don't friggin' address this dragon so casually. Amelia's last ray of hope faded into the distance as her outstretched hand was violently shaken off. Even though Madeline had lost the flying winged blade she was able to wield with remarkable skill, Amelia's silver hair was still disheveled as she leapt away in evasion. A small shadow followed right behind her. That of Madeline Eschart, who let out a white exhale as her golden eyes were set ablaze, the ground cracking with every step she took as she brandished her arms that wrought destruction. Narrowly avoiding it, Amelia bit down on her molars. The tactic of rapidly lowering the temperature had served its purpose of keeping the rampaging Madeline and Mezorea away from the others on the battlefield. But it was difficult to push it any further. Madeline. Human. 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 A wicked glint in her eyes. Madeline's petite body was cloaked in white steam. It felt like she was matching the cloud-wreathed Mezorea, but there was a difference. Madeline's body temperature was so absurdly high that every single snowflake evaporated upon coming into contact with her. No. That happened before they could even reach her. The same thing was also happening around Mezorea. The puck copycat tactic was not really effective on these two. That being the case, Amelia. Icicle line? With the ice wall separating the battlefield still in place, Amelia changed the flow of cold air. Aborting an ineffective strategy to preserve her strength was not what she was doing. As she had covered too large of an area, it had not had the desired effect on Mezorea and Madeline, and so, Amelia, how about all this cold? Drawing invisible white lines around Madeline approaching her directly, Amelia concentrated the cold air permeating the battlefield around the second bastion into a single spot. Wrapping around Madeline's small body was not just any ordinary cold. It was a truly extreme cold, one that changed steam into snow, causing the dragonkin's body temperature to plummet below freezing temperature instantly. Madeline. Gah. Even Madeline had her whole body frozen still by this unforeseeably extreme cold. Madeline's eyes widened as her vision widened out. However, Amelia threw away her last bit of pity and focused on pouring all her power into temporarily freezing her solid. Amelia, please. Directing all of her power towards freezing Madeline, Amelia seemed to harbor prayers in regards to Mezorea's actions. The participation of the cloud-wreathed cloud dragon in the melee would force Amelia to halt her attack prematurely. However, in the corner of her field of view, she saw Mezorea floating in the sky with an empty expression, and no indication of wanting to interfere with Madeleine's predicament. Emilia, weird, but in this situation, Mezorea staying still helped her out a lot. When Mezorea had made its appearance from the sky, being summoned by Madeleine's voice, Emilia's realization had been that she had been cornered into an even more hopeless situation. However, by the looks of it, Madeleine and Mezorea were not cooperating at all, continuously switching between one of them attacking on their own and the other standing idly by. From Emilia's perspective, it was pretty much a one-on-one in which the opponents would tag in and tag out. Of course, Emilia's stamina was still slowly being whittled away, and she could not think of Madeleine nor of Mezorea as opponents that she could easily take down in a one-on-one fight. Nevertheless, Madeleine, Emilia. Sorry, Madeleine. I think it would have been better if I could have had a proper chat with you. But since you refuse to listen, I'm going to need you to be obedient now. Madeleine, Madeleine's whole body violently creaked, and she flashed her sharp fangs as her eyes blazed. However, once the inner part of her body had been chilled to the very core of its core, even the extremely stout and vigorous dragonkin was unable to avoid having her freedom snatched away. Madeleine. Her blood and flesh, her bones and skin, all of it was frozen white, and Madeleine was imprisoned in ice by Emilia. It had concluded just before Madeleine's hand, which she had suddenly stretched out, could reach Emilia's chest. With her hands still pointed at Madeleine, Emilia looked at the immobile girl and let out a long exhale. Emilia, that was a close one. Patting her chest in relief, Emilia lowered her eyebrows at the young girl that had been colored white. She did not feel delighted nor regretful for having won or lost. Above all else, this did not mark the end quite yet. Emilia, Mezorea, you may not understand what I'm saying, but you need to stop fighting. If you really can't communicate no matter what, then go home for today. Emilia had considered the possibility that Mezorea would become incredibly angry the moment she defeated Madeleine, so she was slightly relieved to see that Mezorea had not made any movement. However, unable to let that relief slip through to her expression, Emilia glared at Mezorea with a sharp look on her face. She was trying to act like she still had plenty of strength left in her. However, the truth was that Emilia did not have much strength remaining, in actual fact. Although she had succeeded in freezing Madeleine in ice, she would need to keep Madeleine chilled in order to maintain her in that frozen state. That too required the continued use of energy. Hence, even though she had stopped Madeleine, it would be very difficult to fight Mezorea. If possible, the best thing Mezorea could do would be to turn back from here. That was why, Emilia, in the case that you still want to keep going, then I also have a plan. With a sharp glare in her eyes, Emilia declared such to Mezorea. A lie it was. Even though she had stated it with immense confidence, her glare set on Mezorea. It was an outright lie that Emilia had any kind of plan. She thought that if she insisted, perhaps Mezorea would think Emilia was dangerous and run away. It was a bluff, something that seldom came from Emilia, and one that followed Subaru's and Otto's examples. Mezorea. I am Mezorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shalt become the wind from the heavenly skies. A bluff to which a deep, low voice from Mezorea's mouth replied so. Emilia became disheartened by Mezorea's undecipherable behavior, as it was unclear whether or not it could see what was before its eyes, but she was determined not to be defeated and did not decrease the severity of her gaze. And then, Mezorea. I am Mezorea, in accordance with the voice of mine, Emilia. Mezorea, in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. Mezorea's words, which it had repeated over and over again no matter what she herself spoke, were cut off halfway through, immediately began to falter, and did not continue after. It was not just that. Mezorea, who had been staying peacefully within the snowy sky, frowned somewhat painfully, its large head starting to sway from side to side. Emilia, what's wrong all of a sudden? Does your head hurt? Seeing the changes born in Mezorea, Emilia's amethyst eyes widened in surprise. It would only be natural that Mesorea would lash out in anger after Madeline had been encased in ice. It would be very troubling were it to do just that, but that would be easier to accept than this kind of weird reaction. Overhead, with those worries in Amelia's mind, Mesorea's movements came to an abrupt halt. Mesorea. The dragon, which had been shaking its head in pain, suddenly looked down with a serene expression, met with the gaze of those white eyes. On a face that had grown out a long beard, Amelia let out a short, ah. Now, for the first time, she felt as if she had been seen by Mesorea's eyes. In other words, it was a sign of will and intelligence dwelling within Mesorea's eyes. Amelia. Finally, we can talk. Mesorea. I do believe I told you, human. Amelia? Huh? With a low voice, resounding as if the sky had roared, the dragon turned its head to face Amelia. She was pierced by its gaze, however. Amelia's body stiffened because of a different shock. She had been gazed upon by something mightier than herself. That was not what had surprised her. The reason was because the violent emotion in its voice was just like the one that had just been directed at her just a few moments before. No, because it was exactly the same. Indeed, as if to confirm the stiffened Amelia's surprise, the dragon continued. Mesorea. This dragon doesn't friggin' have anything to say to you. Amelia, Maddle. Upon seeing something unbelievable, Amelia involuntarily ceased her movement. Turning towards Amelia, the dragon opened its mouth. Then, it simply exhaled. That breath became a white light, and the true essence of the cloud dragon filled the world. The dreadfulness of when a definite will dwelled within the dragon's power rained mercilessly down upon Amelia. The influence of the battalion intervening from the west had spread across every corner of the battlefield. Of course, the ones most affected by this battalion were those of the garrison at the 4th Bastion, which was brought to the brink of collapse after suffering unparalleled damage in one fell swoop. However, even if it had not been affected directly, it could be said that the 3rd Bastion was influenced the most by the changes the Pleiades Battalion had had on the state of the battle. Originally, the soldiers sent to the 3rd Bastion with the purpose of nullifying one of the trump cards of the imperial capital Lupugana, the magic crystal cannon, had supposedly been forsaken. Zikr, having been told of the plan by Abel, had been prepared to sacrifice himself. Thanks to his maneuvering, some of his forces, the people of Shudrak, had escaped the magic crystal cannon's line of fire, a minor deviation when compared to the damage that was supposed to have been dealt to the 3rd Bastion. In any case, at this point in time, the expectation was that the forces at the 3rd Bastion would have been lost. Once they had not been lost, remaining in the field, Abel's initial calculations, which had been based on the premise that the rebels would suffer a painful defeat, had been thwarted. However, there should be nothing wrong with those forces surviving. Immediately correcting the miscalculation, Abel adjusted the original strategy to the current situation. As a result, Zikr, that is High Countess Serena Drakroy's Flying Dragon Squadron. Amidst the battle with the stone golems, the sword-wielding Zikr whispered this while on his beloved horse, Lady. His round eyes turned towards the azure sky, half deprived of its color to tonalities of white and red. Flying above the various battlefields, winged brethren clashed, turning their fangs onto each other. On one side was a flock of natural-born flying dragons rampaging as per the orders of the Flying Dragon General, Madeline Eschart, their untamed ferocity unleashed. Pitted against them was a squadron of flying dragons carrying their partners, the Flying Dragon Riders, on their winged backs, their blades of ferocity in their trusty sheaths. The wild, unmanned flying dragons clearly outnumbered the Flying Dragon Riders, but anyone would agree that the latter were far more skillful in aerial combat. While the wild flying dragons were overflowing with ferocity, swinging their claws and fangs with violence, the skills of the Flying Dragon Riders were far more splendid and refined in comparison. Avoiding the fangs with dexterous moves that completely disregarded their airborne state, the Flying Dragon Riders employed their weapons to pierce the wings of the wild flying dragons, felling them one after another. Zikr. What a staggering difference. Only Zikr, who was acquainted with the Flying Dragon Riders general as a general second class of the Empire, could tell which of them was hopelessly outclassed, the wild flock of flying dragons being led by Madeline. Nonetheless, The violence of numbers was difficult to handle, and the fact that the fortified city had been completely overwhelmed by their sheer numbers was a deep thorn in his heart. This perception was about to be overturned once again. For better or worse, he was about to witness the true strength of flying dragon taming, a tradition of the Empire, with his own eyes. Zikr, I must push onward to inform His Excellency about the success of his plan. As Abel played his card, the Flying Dragon Squadron of High Countess Drakroy, the air supremacy of the Flying Dragon flock was diminished, allowing Zikr to ascertain his surroundings. Although he had charged at the front for the sake of the troop morale, Zikr was by no means competent as a fighter during live combat. He would instead order timely formation instructions and advance further into the heart of the enemy lines. He would advance further towards General First Class Moguro Hagane, who had assimilated with the castle wall, a threat which had all but abated thus far. Zikr, I pray Miss Beatrice is safe. And so, as Zikr raised his sword, a corner of his mind was occupied with the girl with pale-colored hair wearing a gorgeous dress, the all but certain savior of his life, Beatrice. The moment the magic crystal cannon had been unleashed, as Zikr was prepared to face death, he saw the figure of a girl throwing herself in front of the incoming light to repel it somehow. Beatrice was small to begin with, but high up in the sky she appeared to be the size of a pebble. Still, Zikr was convinced that had indubitably been Beatrice. To never mistake a woman he had once beheld with his eyes, that was Zikr's special skill. Therefore Zikr was able to say with definite certainty that the one who had been able to deal with the magic crystal cannon shot had been Beatrice. The problem was that he too was certain that no one could accomplish such a feat without a cost. Zikr, please, be unharmed. He would wholeheartedly raise his voice for Beatrice to be awarded with the greatest medal of honor for rewriting this predicament, but above anything else, he wished for her to be safe and secure. But Zikr, who had avoided certain death in the middle of the battle, had a role to play as a general, so all Zikr could do was pray that the entirety of his remaining fortune may fall to that girl. Meanwhile, much like Zikr, who was praying for the safety of the one who had just contributed so much on the front line, Teretta had witnessed the moment the magic crystal cannon had unnaturally vanished, and just who had accomplished it. Teretta, I was told to back off, but luckily I had a clear view of the battlefield. The rebels had been hit hard but had managed to get back on their feet. Zikr, who had been about to launch an assault with them, had ordered the people of Shudrak to provide cover from the rear. The decision to not include the Shudrak in the general strike, to which Mazelda had obviously raised a complaint, had been accepted by Teretta, since Zikr of all people would have thought this order through. As for that, however, there was no way. There's no way that only we are unable to help in any way. We, Shudrak, are being looked down upon. Teretta. Sister. Looking back on what had happened, Mazelda had every right to voice her anger. Crystal Palace in the imperial capital was originally the castle where Abel lived. It was hard to believe that Abel did not know about the magic crystal cannon, and Zikr's unnatural instructions were also difficult to take in. Perhaps it had been Zikr's own judgment to have the Shadrakians stand down. Zikr had been ready to become a sacrificial pawn, and the Shadrakians had been prevented from following suit. Mazelda had stated they were being looked down upon, but that probably was not entirely true. It had been Zikr's decision, born of compassion. However, Teretta, I too feel the same way as you, sister. I'm not happy with Zikr's concern. Teretta came to the same conclusion as the belligerent Mazelda. Known as the womanizer, Zikr knew how to treat women with more than just a certain amount of respect, and neither Teretta nor anyone else had any right to say anything about how he should behave. However, neither Teretta nor anyone else from the people of Shudrak had any obligation to let anyone dictate their ways. So, Teretta gripped her bow with force, then declaring, Teretta, let's take that complaint directly to Zikr. Mazelda, a good response. At this rate, Zikr and Jamal will take all the good stuff from us. You hear that, brethren, Mazelda, dexterously thrusting her prosthetic leg into the earth and raising a large machete, called out to her compatriots. All of the arrayed Shudrak responded to Mazelda's words, and Teretta's readiness with their eyes, faces, and voices, as if they were of the same mind. Then, with great enthusiasm, they headed towards the front line of the third bastion protected by Moguro Hagana, just as the Shudrak's group was about to march on. Seems like there's quite the motivated group here. Hearing a cold, dry voice, Terita and Mazelda turned around. Terita instantly grabbed an arrow from her quiver, knocking her bow, and lowered herself to a ready stance. The appearance of the other party had been so abrupt that it made the people of Shudrak raise their vigilance. However, the caution of Terita and the others quickly melted at the sight of the other person's appearance. Slowly stepping on the grass, approaching from the rear of the people of Shudrak's party, was a girl with pink-colored hair swaying in the wind, and above all else, a girl with a familiar face. No, that was not accurate either, the reason being that the girl before them was a person different from the one bearing the face that Terita and the others knew. For some reason, you people are staring at me with complete wonder. Is it because I appeared out of thin air? In that case, the answer to that mystery is, I jumped off of a flying dragon. Terita. And no, that's not what we're surprised about. If so, then out with it, Mazelda. Your face looks exactly like that of a girl we know. The pink-haired girl tilted her head at the Shudrak's gaze. Once Mazelda answered the girl's question, she took a light glance at the girl's light crimson eyes. Then, with a short breath, the girl let out an, "Is that so?" Did you get along well with that girl bearing the same face as I, Mazelda? At least, we were rather fond of her. With a stern nod, Mazelda answered the question of the girl with light crimson eyes. It was perhaps a statement made on behalf of all of them, but Terita had no objection to it, and all of Shudrakians had an inkling of the identity of the girl in front of them. Natsuki Subaru had once mentioned it. He had stated that the girl had a twin sister. The twin sister, donning a face identical to that of the girl Terita and her group, were acquainted, muttered an, "Is that so?" once more. And then, in that case, Ram is sure she and you guys will get along just fine. While stating that, the girl, Ram, stepped forward as if the way had been cleared for her, standing before Terita and Mazelda like it was a matter of course. As she gazed into those light crimson eyes, Terita nodded. Terita. Yes, I hope so. What's the situation, Ram? Ram has gotten the gist of it. I assume that there aren't any cowardly women here right now. Am I correct? Looking around at the faces of the Shudrak, Ram quietly spoke. She was able to see through the reason why the people of Shudrak were positioning themselves so far away from the battle for the third bastion occurring right in front of them. After seeing through it, and acknowledging the thoughtfulness of the matter, she spoke. Ram, men say things like, "I'm worried about you, and you'd better stay Bayaka," but Ram would rather prove them wrong, and tell them to mind their own business. Terita, I agree. Stating that, standing beside Ram, who was holding a wand, Terita repeatedly nodded silently. Compassion, care, and concern on the battlefield were not welcomed by the Shudrak. Rather, these ways they had once discarded had to be taught to them. With Ram feeling a certain realization, she faced forward with Terita following suit. Then Zelda lined up across from Ram, bearing a wild smile on her face. And, Terita, I've never met you before, but I'm convinced you, just like Ram, are a warrior. With a thud, there came a shock that resonated to his very core, as if his internal organs had taken a hit from a heavy weight. Those out-of-the-ordinary sensations continued once, twice, thrice, 4 times, while the strain seemingly increased, as the feeling of shackles around his hands and feet impeded his movements. One after another, he gave in to his violent urges to shake them off and step over them. However, your approach is too straightforward. Kafma might let you get away with this, but I ain't gonna head into a fight with an opponent all haphazardly from the outset. Ka. With 5 fingers of his outstretched, the old man's face sank into the ground and disappeared, leaving behind his ridicule. Immediately after looking him in the eye, he recalled the signs happening behind himself, and launched a backhand, splendidly so. From the tremendous response he felt, his opponent's spine had been shattered. But the rebound he had sensed told him that he had hit something that was not the old man. Looking at it, it appeared to be one of the corpses on the battlefield, which the old man had flung out from the sunken ground. By the time he realized that he had been successfully duped, it was already too late. "Looky here, you're getting caught again." The body flung over the backhand and his shoulder was struck from behind. In other words, the vicious old man. Old Bart had not moved from the ground he had dived into, but simply leapt to another location. The small old man, having only casually touched his shoulder, escaped backwards while showing off his fine set of teeth. He had merely touched him. He had neither struck nor slashed him. Was he just playing around, or was he insulting him? No. Old Bart never did things without meaning. There was always a meaning. A meaning. A meaning. Who? The moment his thoughts turned red hot, an even greater heat arose on his right shoulder, where he had been touched. Taking a glance, Old Bart's handprint stood out, having been stamped in red upon his shoulder. From the handprint blood seeped and smoke was emitted, as it attempted to burn skin, flesh, and bone. Immediately after determining it to be poison, there was no hesitation. Garfield opened his mouth wide to bite off the shoulder on which the red handprint had been imprinted, tearing off the poison eating away at him. The taste of his own poisoned flesh and blood was terrible. As the bones his fangs grazed brought him unbearable pain. However, the pain was only momentary. The deep gouge that was the shoulder wound emitted steam originating from blood, as the wound was restored by a tremendous surge of flesh. "Old Bart, that might be the best move, but you sure are a reckless un." Garfield, breathing heavily, was then struck square on the nose by a kick from Old Bart. His head snapped back from the astonishingly powerful kick of the puny-looking old man. His nose was broken, and Garfield was blown off his feet. With that, he tumbled and flipped across the rough ground, then coming to lie with his whole body stretched out, spread-eagled. Were it not for Garfield's sturdy neck, the kick would have detached his head and sent it flying. However, his head and torso had remained connected. Slowly lifting his hand, he placed it on his broken nose, and with one breath, he put it back in place. A harsh sound echoed, and the flow of his nosebleed ameliorated. "Old Bart, geez, being hard to kill's a weapon in its own right. Not in the sentimental sense, but in the physical sense. You're too much trouble, you know." Looking at the painful sight, Old Bart sighed in exasperation. Just how many times had this vicious old man, who was waving his left hand in the air, attacked Garfield with such relentlessness? At the very least, the vicious old man could not count them with the fingers on his only remaining arm. "Garfield, shut the fuck up, old man. This ain't over." With blood-colored mist emanating from his shoulder with intensity, Garfield slowly rose to his feet, bearing countless scars on his bare upper body. With the aftermath of his fierce battle with Kafma Iruluk still fresh in his mind, he clashed with one of the strongest in the Empire, yet his fighting spirit still remained unwavering. Even by the standards of the Empire, many soldiers would recognize his bravery as impressive and admirable. But unfortunately, he was facing a monstrous old man, a person who cared not for the values of a warrior in the slightest. Shrugging, Old Bart looked at him with an expression devoid of any admiration whatsoever. "Old Bart, I can't hassle myself too much with Che alone, can I? For some reason, the walls I've been slipping through have got more of a weird smell to them. There's some troublesome people out there, so things might get problematic if I don't head back, you know? Garfield, some troublesome people? Old Bart, you can probably hear 'em if you prick up your ears. Don't tell me you can't hear better than an old geezer like me." As Old Bart cupped his hand to his ear, Garfield realized it himself as he narrowed his vision. Vexing as it was, once he did take a careful listen, he understood what Old Bart was talking about. Indeed, he was able to feel the sound of many, many extraordinarily powerful footsteps were shaking the earth, sensing the very atmosphere of this battlefield in his eardrums and on the soles of his feet as well. "Old Bart, nah, yeah, can't be for real. How brave do you gotta be to leave yourself defenseless in front of me?" A moment later, explosives thrown by Old Bart during this gap in attention exploded to the left and to the right of Garfield's head. A thunderous boom and red light spread alongside searing heat, exhibiting power that would easily reduce a human being to dust, and Garfield's figure disappeared in the resulting blast of flame. "Old Bart, well, that's a tad." And right after Old Bart focused his eyes into the flames raging on, "Garfield, gah, The moment Garfield had been swallowed by the explosion, he had rushed towards Olbart shouting, using the flames as a distraction. He had supposed that Olbart would make a move were he to show an opening. He did not know what exactly he had been plotting, but he gambled successfully. Garfield's arms closed in on Olbart, who had been blinded by his own attack, and, "Olbart, so green ya are, young fella." His outstretched arms were crushed, and opening his eyes in surprise, Garfield took an upwards punt to the jaw. As his face rose in height, Olbart leaped, stamping a foot of his on Garfield's face. On one leg, Olbart stood on Garfield's face on one leg as the latter looked upwards, and in that position, the evil old man looked off into the distance, as if to tease the boy. "Olbart, the troops Kafma pulled back will be enough to defend this place. No one's gonna get out of here without ya." With this deliberate statement, Olbart declared his intent to no longer continue this battle. With bloodshot eyes, Garfield raised his arms despite his elbows being broken, attempting to crush Olbart's minuscule frame atop his face. But Olbart jumped just in time to avoid both arms. During his flip, the right sleeve of the monstrous elder fluttered in the wind. "Olbart, I do suppose you'll die if your head's blown off, won't you?" Following this cold death sentence, Garfield felt the sensation of a drawn blade running down his spine. So he put all his strength into his neck muscles and attempted to leap away from his spot, the chest. The next moment, guided by the voice he heard, he unconsciously brought his fists together in front of his chest. A hoarse voice faintly groaned, followed by a series of violent noises ringing out, noises of steel being shattered. What his fists had shattered, having been knocked against each other in front of his chest, was a blade that had been thrust. In front of Garfield was Olbart, having lunged as to pierce his opponent's heart with a concealed blade that took the place of the right arm he had lost. With the tip of the blade shallowly buried in his chest, Garfield's body stepped towards the back. Had he been even slightly slower to react, Garfield's heart would have been carved open, undoubtedly taking his life. No matter how powerful his regenerative ability was, even he could not replace a missing heart. Had he disobeyed that advice and stayed vigilant about his neck, he would have perished. Even though he knew that, "Garfield, fuck off." Oh, that rudeness is so disheartening to hear. I thought I'd at least get to hear some words of thanks. As Garfield clicked his tongue, his back was being supported by someone standing behind him. Even more, once his body weight had pressed on the one to his back, he could just feel a hint of a wry smile coming from the one supporting him. Feeling even more annoyed from this, Garfield's nose wrinkled up. In general, Garfield was not good at hating people, but amongst the types of people he hated was the one in front of him, Olbart. However, the person he unmistakably despised the most was standing right behind him. Being caught in between two hated people, this was the worst possible situation for Garfield. "Garfield, after my amazing self crushes that old man, you're next. Your habit of taking things out on me finally reaches its peak, huh? In a way, isn't me being the one who has come here a stroke of luck? You wouldn't want Ram to see you in this state, would you? Garfield." Gah. Garfield's throat growled frailly as a nerve was struck. The one behind Garfield chuckled at the latter's reaction. Olbart, whose concealed blade had been shattered, watched this back and forth from a short distance away. Speaking, "Olbart, I did say those who pass that line on the ground over there are pretty much gonna die, eh? Pardon me, old man, I didn't quite hear anything about that. After all, I just came down from the sky." Olbart. "From the sky, you say?" Glancing skyward, Olbart closed one eye. Even his seemingly lethargic appearance was just part of the trickery employed by this old man to lead his opponents around by the nose. Garfield exhaled as he restrained himself from inadvertently leaping forward. He pulled the tip of the blade out of his chest, filling in the wound as he did so. "And, Garfield, if you're here, Ram is on a different battlefield. I told her to back off, but she didn't listen, Garfield, to no one's surprise, and you went out of your way to come here. Of course, I also intend to be somewhat useful. I wonder if I should IW fortunate, though." As he said this, the duo set their gaze upon the troublesome, vicious old man, and the man no longer stood behind Garfield, but next to him, not wearing his usual makeup, instead exposing his unfamiliar real face. The man, Roswell L. Mathers, closed his one blue eye as to hide his identity. Roswell. After all, I've fought to the death with shinobi in the past. With a deeply vicious smile, one that rivaled his enemies, he stated thus. The moment the light was released, its power imbued with will, Amelia had a vision of her own death. Her competitive spirit was strong. She never lost hope under any circumstances. For Amelia, who had strengthened her guts with that attitude, it had been a devastating thing. Amelia. Ah! In her head, a small Amelia was screaming that she needed to move immediately. However, her body would not respond with which way she should move, right or left. Even though she would usually move without thinking, she was unable to do so. The reason for that was that her heart, rather than her head, had immediately sensed that there was no place to escape, be it right or left, be it forward or backward. Amelia. Icicle line. So, instead of running away, Amelia had chosen to guard against it, no, to deflect it. She created a thick wall of ice in front of herself, which would make the light slide over its slanted surface. Whether she would indeed be able to pull it off or not, she would do it with the conviction that she had to do it. When the dragon's breath had been loosened from Geralt's skies, Amelia had immediately chosen the same manner of defense. However, Priscilla had been present at the time, and she had managed to cut through and disperse the light that Amelia had weakened, even if a little, with the red treasured sword in her possession. This time, Priscilla was not there. Amelia was alone. She did not know if she would be able to do the same thing. However, she had to accomplish the same thing. Amelia. Me. And the people behind me. At a glance, Amelia knew that there was no chance that the power of the light that had been released would blow away her and her alone. Earlier, a light of a similar kind had been fired in the distance, but it only resembled this one. This light would assuredly sweep the battlefield whole and destroy everything. So, Amelia, do your best, me. She braced her legs, created a wall of ice in front of her body, and tightly squeezed the sword of frost in her hand. She had created the ice sword because Priscilla had used her treasured sword to cut through the breath. This ice sword did not hold power similar to the power the treasured sword held, but she had created it to give her good luck. That, and Amelia's bracing where she put forth her all, was Mazarea. Friggin' disappear, human. The breath was released, and white light poured down, closing in on Amelia. The fact that the voice had come forth from Mazarea's throat, the origin of the anger dwelling in its eyes, in that moment, she forgot all of it. She forgot, and braced herself. And then, the moment when that breath obliterated the wall of ice, swallowing even Amelia. After trying to align her ice sword with the light, Amelia's eyes widened in surprise. The light that had been emitted would have reached Amelia, but instead it had just slightly veered off to the side. Even so, an enormous shockwave was produced, almost tearing off Amelia's silver hair and clothes. While bracing herself and enduring it, Amelia looked at Mazarea to see what had happened. Mazarea had released a breath, but its head was turned upwards and to the side. It was not that it had changed its mind right before it happened. The orientation of its neck had been forcibly changed, due to an impact from a deadly weapon that had struck it in the face from the side, the flying winged blade. Amelia. That's gotta be what I threw over there. It was Madeline's weapon of choice, the flying winged blade which Amelia had accidentally hurled far away when trying to cast it right back at the former. It had slammed into Mazarea's face. No way, Amelia said, her eyes widening. Amelia. Could it be that it now came back after I threw it? That's a really dreamy and wonderful thing to imagine, but unfortunately no. It was stuck over yonder, so I just kicked it off. Amelia, Kaya, having imagined a miraculous coincidence, Amelia was greatly surprised by the voice of a smooth-talking companion. Once Amelia turned around flustered, she came to see the owner of the voice crouching down right beside her, staring fixedly at the ice sword in her hand. This is wonderful. Quite the beautiful craftsmanship. I've been thinking that a legendary sword is what's appropriate for me to carry around, but were I to carry things just for looks, I'd want to put this on my list of candidates. Amelia, thanks. No. If anyone should be saying thank you, it should be me. The person to whom that voice belonged was a boy with blue hair tied back, smiling cheerfully at Amelia, who had not expected to be praised in such a situation. Hence, she thanked him out of reflex. He straightened his bent knees and stood up. Then, blue-haired boy. The blue sky, split and shared by lights white and red. I was wondering which way to go, but once I came rushing in, I found a big dragon and a beautiful woman waiting for me. As expected of me. Don't you think my pull is too strong, Amelia? Blue-haired boy. Don't you think it's too strong? After being asked once more with those sparkling eyes, Amelia felt compelled to answer, replying, I think it's really strong. At Amelia's response, the boy's smile deepened into a satisfied smirk, and, blue-haired boy, right. Saying that, he took a step forward from beside Amelia into the gaze of the cloud dragon. Amelia hesitated in saying, That's dangerous, in an attempt to stop him. There was a sense of pressure, but it was not caused by the gigantic dragon, but by the small back in front of her, because of what that out-of-place, cheerful boy had caused. Blue-haired boy, the grand stage has come around. Everyone, come and witness. Don't blink. Don't miss out on the big moment of the blue lightning, of Cecilia segment, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Not taking even a single step back in the face of the transcendent dragon, the boy, Cecilia segment, thus loudly and majestically proclaimed. Chapter 101. Love is a flame. Among the battlefields that painted the struggle for the imperial capital, two places had transformed into scenes that stood out in particular. One of those places was the second bastion, where the cloud dragon that had arrived from beyond the skies majestically spread its wings, the scene having been dyed white in order to prevent damage from spreading to the surroundings. The other place was the first bastion, where the scorching hot sky had been colored red. At the center of it all was the power of a young woman, having made the environment so harsh that the survival of any living organism present was in peril. Flickering much like a shimmer of hot air, Arakia cast her bodies onto the vermilion heavens. Making an ample display of her capability as a spirit eater, Arakia had transformed the world. It was already a hellscape that ate away at the lives of those who lacked power that transcended the realm of rationality. Arakia, I will definitely take back the princess. That was the primary reason. The single reason that Arakia had taken to the battlefield like this. It had not been out of loyalty or patriotism as a general first class of the empire. It had not been for pride or dignity in being one of the strongest existences that were the 9 divine generals. It had not been out of anger for her kind. It had not been out of anger for her kind, not been for any malicious thoughts such as own ambitions whatsoever. The other divine generals each possessed their own motivations and reasons for fighting. She possessed not any such noble basis on which to support such strength, nevertheless serving as the strongest force on the side of the imperial capital. Arakia, the second, reigned supreme over the battlefield. However, considering her origin, considering the fact that she was a spirit eater, that was a matter of course. Having strength being demanded from them, and employing it not for themselves but for the sake of others, was the way of being of the spirit eaters, and Arakia was no exception to that. In the first place, spirit eaters were extraordinary creatures that could only have such a nature. Spirits were beings present everywhere throughout the lands far and wide, in addition to the skies. By eating those spirits, taking in their power, the spirit eaters would become one with them. It was an outlandish action equivalent to taking nature itself into one's own body. So inevitably there would be a wide variety of effects, both large and small. If one took in a fire spirit, their body temperature would rise. If one took in a wind spirit, there was the danger that the inside of their bodies would be torn apart. If one took in a water spirit, it could put the circulation of one's blood at risk. If one took in an earth spirit, it was possible that they would become one with the earth, and the possibility of even losing their human form existed. In fact, because of those side effects, many aspiring spirit eaters had ceased to be human, created in ancient times to oppose a lone witch who charmed all, whom even the wordless Great Spirit obeyed. They were beings devised for the purpose of fighting, much like the Oni clan that could sense miasma. After the death of that witch, The spirit eaters of the present day had lost their original purpose, but zeroing in on that power and utility, a faction within the Wallachian Empire sought to restore them. Arakia, too, was nothing more than a single person recognized for her rare abilities within that endeavor. Her rare talents were the two foundations required for a spirit eater. That was to say, she possessed a body that could withstand taking in a spirit, and a soul that could remain human even after subsuming a spirit. In the first place, the method by which the spirit eaters extracted power from spirits was an unconventional technique, and the method of bypassing various conditions to extract nothing but their power was accompanied by a great many risks. That was the big difference between them and the spiritual arts users who borrowed the power of spirits, and also the acolyte knights from the Holy Kingdom of Gustico who gained their power through a system of vassalage. For the latter two, effort was required to establish a relationship with the target's spirit. But if a contract had been established, there was no danger in using their power as long as the relationship with the spirit did not break down. On the other hand, even just to maintain their power, spirit eaters needed to constantly replenish themselves with new spirits, and they would be constantly terrified by the possibility of losing their physical and mental selves with each replenishment. If their mind and body succumbed to the spirit even once, their body would permanently lose its original form, and their mind would assimilate with the spirit, dragged into a dimension that was not that of humans. On the other hand, an overly strong ego would greatly hinder one's affinity with spirits, making it impossible to achieve the full potential of a spirit eater in the first place. Therefore, in order to be in harmony with the power of the spirit they had taken in, a spirit eater would be required to have an almost diluted sense of self and ego. However, as mentioned above, an ego that was too weak would invite an easy assimilation with the captured spirit, and there was a high chance that they would lose their humanity. To prevent that from happening, spirit eaters were bestowed with a pillar. That was to say, a core, one which took the place of their weak ego and sense of self and kept them from losing sight of themselves. The function of imprinting, akin to when a newly hatched bird would think of the first one it gazed upon as its parent bird, was deeply rooted into the instincts of the spirit eaters, forming their foundation, just like a pillar. The tremendous power of a spirit eater would be wielded for the sake of that pillar, and the nave mind of a spirit eater would then be occupied by that pillar. Doubtlessly, a spirit eater's precise reason for existence was their pillar. Devoid of any ambition for betrayal, a spirit eater would continue to selflessly pledge service to their pillar. After many sacrifices so numerous as to make one feel depressed if they were counted, the spirit eaters of ancient times had been resurrected in the present day. Even the people of the empire could not possibly justify this success considering the number of lives that had been paid. Therefore, the girl who had become the sole instance of completion, as an existence with invaluable abilities, was presented to the emperor of the time, Dryzen Wallachia, and Dryzen had bestowed her as a foster sister to one of the daughters that had inherited his own blood. It was unknown what impression the Emperor Dryzen Wallachia had harbored for the girl that had been presented to him, or for what reason he had bestowed her to his own daughter. If there was one thing that could be said, it was that the girl functioned exactly as the faction that had planned to revive the power of the Spirit Eaters had desired. So Dryzen had decided on the pillar for was presented to him, and above all else, as a Spirit Eater, Arakia had been perfected as an existence that was more obstreperously powerful than any of her predecessors who had once been called upon to fight against the witch. After the world had begun to overheat in a complete mockery of common sense, the mere act of breathing would sear one's lungs, the blood vessels running through one's body would swell due to the heat, even the teardrops with which parched eyes were moistened would evaporate. In that environment, where life was being consumed moment by moment, any half-hearted approach would not permit someone to do as much as to draw near enough to make them able to ascertain the color of Arakia's eyes. No matter their nature, they would be left behind, thirsting, withering away and dying, unable to keep up with the world transfigured. For that reason, with the exception of Arakia, the one at the center of this alteration of the world, only two people stood on that vast land overlooked by a red sky: Yorna and Priscilla. Even Yorna and Priscilla were unable to escape the feeling that their lives were being slowly eaten away. Yorna, HK. With a noise ringing out, a fourth hairpin broke apart, and Yorna's cheeks stiffened at the sense of loss. Due to the effect of the soul marriage technique, The many offerings made to Yorna would be granted the ability to stand in for her life. Thanks to this, Yorna had not suffered physical injuries, and her movements were unhindered, even when fighting the literal monster that was Arakia. However, Yorna. If only I could get rid of this pain in my chest. Standing in for Yorna's life was, in and of itself, proof of the love that had been put into these gifts. The hairpins were by no means outstandingly designed, nor were they expensive. They were merely various things that had been offered by the residents of the city under Yorna's protection, using their own horns, scales, and body parts. There was only love, respect, and trust. Therefore, no price could be put on them. Priscilla. The hairpin shattered, just like the other hair ornament a moment ago. They are slowly being whittled away, dear mother. Then, as the shattered pieces of the plain ornament trickled through Yorna's fingers, Priscilla landed next to her with the train of her red dress fluttering. Wielding the dizzyingly radiant Yang sword, Priscilla's beautiful profile revealed her fearless expression. At her remark, Yorna slightly narrowed her eyes and spoke. Yorna. Needless to say, to treat the gifts of my beloved children as a mere number of substitutes from my life is utterly loathsome. Priscilla. What an adorable thing for someone extending their life by transferring it for 9 an eternity to say, dear mother. Are you hesitant to call me, who has never presented a single gift to you, your beloved child? Yorna. Priscilla. Incapable of playing along, are we? Then I shall speak pragmatically, just as you wish. Shrugging her exposed, pale shoulders, Priscilla turned her gaze forwards. To this attitude and tone, Yorna retorted, Pragmatically, you say? In response to this, Priscilla slightly raised her chin. Priscilla, how much longer can we fight with that thing, I wonder? Priscilla turned her crimson eyes up towards the sky. Immediately following, a torrent of water spears rained down upon Priscilla and Yorna. Yorna. HK. Gritting her teeth, Yorna braced herself for the fierce downpour of rods of water by lying face down. While the beams of water had each been compressed to be as thick as a single finger, it would be better if the power employed to achieve were not belittled as the strength of a single finger. The densely compressed torrent, piercing through everything standing in its path, felling any potential threats without mercy, was capable of tearing someone limb from limb in a single fatal blow. To wield such a delicately difficult technique that required an enormous amount of water to crudely split the ground open so effortlessly. Except for the inherent danger, none of it seemed consistent. Yorna. HK? Priscilla. Laying face down and pouring all her efforts into evading the downpour of water beams, Yorna called out the name of Priscilla, who was utilizing the Yang sword to deflect the torrent of water. As she brandished this radiant, treasured sword, Priscilla successively cut down streams of water, rendering them completely ineffective, even though double the number of water spears had been aimed at her in comparison to Yorna. Between Yorna and Priscilla, it was easy to guess which one Arakia attached more importance to based off the sheer volume of water. Yorna. The dance-like swordsmanship of Priscilla whirling the crimson blade through the air was a mesmerizing sight of gracefulness. However, one could hardly say that she had fully repelled Arakia's assault. Just like how she had alluded to the remaining ornaments on Yorna's body a moment ago, Priscilla had also had much of the jewelry adorning her beauty shattered over the course of the battle. It was not only Yorna who had a limited time remaining. Priscilla. Even if you blow off my limbs, was it? What a macabre hope to be entranced in. As Priscilla received a piercing attack to her ample bosom, a jewel of her necklace exploded. Priscilla's crimson eyes did not bat at the fate of the jewel standing in for her life, but instead they were fixated solely on Arakia's figure in the sky. However, seeing Priscilla's profile looking at Arakia, Yorna could not believe her eyes. For a moment, it was hard to believe what flickered across those crimson eyes. It was... Yorna, do you regret it, Priscilla, the way Arakia is? Priscilla, nonsense. Everything in this world is made for my convenience. Snorting in response to Yorna's question, Priscilla leaned forward to run. The way she had left her mother behind to rush to her estranged foster sibling made it seem like she was hiding her feelings for both of them, in order not to look into their eyes. Yorna, I'm full of regrets as well. Yorna did not know what kind of encounters and partings there had been between Priscilla and Arakia, albeit she had been in a position to know. The opportunity to learn about it had been snatched away alongside her life. In her previous incarnation, Yorna had lost her life while delivering Priscilla. A difficult childbirth it had been. After that, the imperial selection ceremony had taken place, and the daughter of Walachia's imperial family, Prisca Benedict, had also been defeated in battle, losing her life. That was supposedly the entirety of the life belonging to the daughter Yorna's previous incarnation was aware of, Sandra Benedict. And yet, Yorna. For some reason, time had passed, and circumstances had unfolded in such an implausible way, and thus Yorna had been able to reunite with Priscilla. They had met each other once more, not as Sandra and Prisca, but as Yorna and Priscilla, and through a miracle that should never have been possible originally, mother and child were going through this red hell together. Yes, they would go together. Arakia, princess. Muttering this word briefly, Arakia's entire body literally overflowed with power. Whether it was fire or water, wind or earth, light or shadow, the being of infinite transformations that used the entire composition of the world poured all of her energy towards Priscilla, coming in hot. Priscilla charged in with a shout, as if to make her stance apparent, about to take on the streams of water and flashes of lightning rushing toward her, with nothing but her body and sword. Yorna, love me. A moment later, Priscilla's yang sword was held aloft, and the attacks of water and lightning right before her both disappeared into thin air as they were about to clash. No, they had not vanished as if smoke. Undoubtedly, they had been cut away by a slash of the yang sword. However, the sword flash drawn by the treasured sword of crimson was even more refined and blindingly fast than before. Priscilla, this is... With a slight, surprised exhalation in her voice, Priscilla's well-shaped brow furrowed. Winds of reddish flame approached her from all directions. But Priscilla did not hesitate to slash away the scorching winds with a strike, easily cleaving them away. As if to reaffirm it, Priscilla then adjusted her grip on the treasured sword, and came to gently touch her own face. Her fingertips gently caressed her eyes, but she likely did not sense anything unusual. Yorna already knew that it was something entirely different from a tangible effect accompanying the flame. It was the bond Yorna shared with her beloved child, taking form as the flame that burned in their eyes. Priscilla. Priscilla stood straight with the treasured sword of crimson in hand, and her left eye ablaze. This was the proof of Yorna's protection, which had been bestowed to the inhabitants of the demon city of Chaos Flame. By conferring the soul marriage technique upon them, a portion of Yorna's power could be shared with the target she sought to protect. Originally, it was a secret technique Yorna would bestow as to protect those children of hers that lacked the strength and skills needed to fight by themselves, as they shared a bond no warrior could be endowed with. But an exception to that rule arose here and now. A being equipped with the power and technique to fight, which held a treasured sword no one outside the imperial family of Wallachia was allowed to wield, had fulfilled the requirements of a beloved child Yorna wished to protect, regardless of her cursed power. Yorna. Priscilla. Priscilla, at last you are willing to recognize myself as your own child, dear mother. Yorna. How impudent. I won't be a foolish mother who just looks as you walk off into the distance. If you're going, then I'll be going to the same hellscape as well. She did not intend to let Priscilla go any further by herself. Priscilla sniffed at Yorna's answer and permitted her resolve as she stood beside her. As proof of that, Yorna felt something strange on her face, causing her to gently move her hand there. The cause of that discomfort was in her eye. Most likely there was a flame harbored there, the same as Priscilla. The two users of the soul marriage technique, which could not be performed without qualifications, fulfilled each other's conditions and complemented each other's souls. A phenomenon that truly could never happen had happened. And then, having witnessed that, Arakia. Why? A faint voice escaped, and a gaze fell to the ground, as if a curse. Staring at Yorna and Priscilla side by side was Arakia, placed in the sky. She ran her hand over her face, and the eye patch covering her left eye. Then, she tore it off as if wrenching it away, and Arakia. Why do you have the princesses? Laying her anger bare, Arakia displayed the red eye bereft of all light under her eye patch. Reflected in that eye incapable of sight was Yorna. And so, with that pair of red eyes on her, Arakia called out to Yorna, whose eye harbored a flame, having received the blessing of the soul marriage technique from Priscilla. And doing so was Arakia, whose eyes harbored no flame, unable to receive any blessing from Priscilla. Arakia, the princess, is mine. HK. Priscilla, make no mistake, Arakia. Even supposing your wishes were to be tolerated, and even supposing I were to concede, you would still be mine, and I would never become yours. Arakia, HK, Priscilla, and mine self would never concede to anyone. At Priscilla's decisive gaze, Arakia gasped slightly. However, after that stern declaration by Priscilla, a small sound of protest had interjected. That was, Priscilla. Dear mother, for what reason did you strike mine self on the head? Yorna, you should not speak in such a manner. I don't remember raising my children to be so high and mighty. Priscilla, dear mother, I do not recall being raised by you in the first place. Yorna. In that case, it seems that chance has finally come around. Saying that, Yorna lowered the kaziru that had struck Priscilla's head with a clunk, and slowly shook her head before looking up at Arakia. In her eyes, there was an invariant anger, and a slight discomposure at what had just occurred. Staring fixedly there, Yorna put the kaziru in her mouth and inhaled the purple smoke as she stood among the hellscape. And then, giving a somewhat cheerful smile that did not fit the situation, Yorna. Finally, you've set your eyes on me, General First Class Arakia. The chance has come for me to atone for my lack of virtue in failing to discipline you, together with Priscilla, as I should have. Arakia. What are you, Yorna? To put it simply. Yorna exhaled purple smoke as she took in the bewilderment that was carried in those words. Wrapped in the smoke overflowing from her lips, her eye burning with her daughter's trust. Yorna Mishigur, the mother that was once Sandra Benedict Yorna. I am not a parent who cuts corners in disciplining her children. Prepare yourselves, little girls. Thus she harshly declared. Chapter 102, All of Resolve. Todd Fang did not consider himself to be particularly cautious or meticulous. The result of him single-mindedly probing things as if were a matter of course was to close every conceivable loophole, to cover all potential outcomes, and to assume the worst in order to reduce missteps to the extent of one's capabilities. Even if all of this were to be executed, the opponent could still have prepared a strategy, action, or trump card which rendered one completely helpless with no recourse. He was aware that this was the extent of his innate abilities, a reality he had to come to terms with. Fortunately, I've never encountered such beings, and even if I did, I've been able to avoid any decisive conflict, which has allowed me to survive to this day. However, Todd, at any rate, I've been quite unlucky as of late. Looking back over the past month or two, a rather short period of time, Todd lamented to himself. The woes had begun upon being incorporated into a group of troops deployed from the imperial capital to the east. Just as he had been reminiscing about his separation from his fiancée Katya, he had made the worst possible discovery. A man and a woman had been swept down the river near their encampment. Setting aside the woman, the man had set off all the bad luck that had befallen Todd thereafter. As previously mentioned, Todd did not consider himself special, yet he could not make heads or tails of that man whatsoever. He was ordinary, yet extraordinary. Few words had been exchanged, and their interactions had been short-lived, but the person in question had been completely unaware of that. Before and since then, Todd had seen several of those so-called heroic beings. While everyone was aware of the fact that their own existence was outside the norm, and that they had no choice but to walk their own unique path, that man was the only exception to the rule. It was terrifying. So, the only thing he could think about afterwards was to kill that man at any cost whenever the opportunity arose. However, once it had become clear that said goal was unobtainable, Todd immediately abandoned his plan to exterminate him, instead choosing to stay away from that pest. It was best not to get involved. It had been likewise necessary to sacrifice Jamal, the umbrella that protected him from the rain, as his only desperate recourse to rescue the captive Arakia. He had thought that by winning the favor of the more powerful and influential Arakia, he would be able to escape from the unwanted position he had been placed in. But his plan had backfired completely. As to chase vengeance for Jamal, vengeance that he did not desire, Katya had ultimately been left behind in the imperial capital, while he had to somehow make use of the empty-headed and utterly selfless Arakia, finding himself in the middle of a major rebellion against the emperor raging throughout the entire empire. Absolutely nothing, truly nothing, was going smoothly. It seemed like the beginning of all this misery had been brought onto him by that pest, so he was hoping that, at the very least, his calculations here would work out. Todd. My bad. My bad. And here I was going to get them all at once. Sneaking deep into enemy territory, he had launched a preemptive surprise attack. Todd grumbled to himself as he looked at the remaining enemies after the first round of armed troops had been disposed of. There were 3 opponents, 2 girls and 1 delicate-looking guy. Even though he had finished off the entire contingent of soldiers present from the get-go, Todd did not consider it to be the best outcome. Rather, he accepted that the military gain had been minimal. Originally, the reason why Todd had left his post and ventured into the enemy camp was to take out an opponent who was demonstrating extraordinary capabilities in information warfare, who would be a nuisance in this battle for the imperial capital. In a large-scale battle of this magnitude, the accurate dissemination of information was a critical factor which could be the difference between life and death. Frankly, Todd believed that this was the main reason why the rebels could keep up with the Imperial Army's solid defenses and one-man armies, being the 9 divine generals, despite their only boast being strength in numbers. Speaking in terms of a human body, the commander of a group would correlate to either the head or to the heart. The crushing of both of those would be fatal, and since this was common knowledge, they were naturally protected. However, no matter how hard the head or the heart were to work, if the vessels which allowed blood to circulate did not function, the body would not be able to last. In that sense, the blood vessels were the most crucial enemies to eliminate on a battlefield, since they fulfilled the most vital role in deciding the course of the battle. Todd. It's easy to just answer there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? Todd appraised his opponents, exchanging words that should not be exchanged. The 3 opponents appeared to be as described above, but there was no definitive proof as to which of them was the blood vessel Todd was wary of. The 2 young girls hardly seemed appropriate for the battlefield. They appeared to be in their early teens, much like the flying dragon General Madeline Eschart. But while she was instantly recognizable as a being on a higher level, both these girls were likely human. However, the very fact that they had no right to be here raised suspicion that the girls were meant to be here as they were. Todd, if you were non-combatants who'd just been left behind on the battlefield, your current logic might have held, but I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. On the other hand, the delicate-looking man openly confronting Todd was not a warrior, but he came the closest to his impression of a blood vessel. In terms of powerlessness, he was not much different from the girls. But there was something off about the look in his eyes. A shrewd look, the kind that turned one's own life into a tool with impunity, hiding behind a thin facade. He could not let his eyes be drawn to the delicate-looking man, nor could he let his guard down against the 2 girls. One of the girls had a strangely determined look in her eyes, and the other unmistakably had the readiness and posture of a warrior. Even though this was not uncommon in Wallachia, the latter had probably already taken a life or 2. If one had experience in killing, even if they were a young girl, they had overcome the wall of resolve. In other words, he could not afford to let his guard down. Todd. Who knows? But my gut is telling me. You're the root of all evil in this war. And my gut also tells me this. 3 opponents, each of whom caused Todd to be wary in their own way. It was also unacceptable that he was also trying to look for openings, or plotting to create one, while Todd was conversing with them, although he still had trouble picking out who to prioritize as a target. Todd. It's better not to waste time with you guys either. They were all targets that must be killed. That was Todd's irrevocable conclusion. Otto Suan often cursed his own carelessness. Although he had wound up in the stickiest of situations in coming to the Wallachian Empire as a result of both Natsuki Subaru and Rem disappearing, there were also many other factors to consider. Petra had just rebuked him for was one such matter on which he needed to reflect deeply. Using the divine protection of the soul of language, he ruled over the battlefield of the siege of the imperial capital. This plan, which he had declared with confidence, which had been carried out with Petra's assistance, had changed the arrangement of the battlefield without prejudice or conceit. The power of the divine protection of the soul of language, combined with Petra's yang magic magnifying Otto's hearing, kept track of the ever-changing battlefield formations and positions, providing ongoing information. Of course, the information gathered would be a wasted effort if it could not be used accordingly. But personality aside, Abel had met Otto's expectations in terms of his abilities, utilizing it splendidly. Too few people knew how much Otto's work contributed to this battlefield, but Otto was not concerned with his evaluation. In any case, nothing that had occurred in the Wallachian Empire could be divulged to the outside world. It would be worth publicizing were they in the kingdom of Lagunica, but an evaluation of his work in the Empire would be nothing more than a useless risk. So, evaluation was of secondary importance. Otto, all we need is an outcome that brings back Natsuki-san and Rem-san, and without sacrifice. Sacrificing themselves for the sake of bringing back Subaru and Rem would be getting their priorities mixed. Those were the minimum objectives of this journey, and simultaneously the greatest achievements. Rather, it was not that there were more important goals, but that there were no other goals to begin with. Therefore, he had been prepared to employ all the cards held by his hand on the battlefield, and had thus been admonished by Petra for his recklessness. He had reflected a lot on that, and yet it had not been enough still, and the result of failing to compensate for his carelessness was the imperial soldier with an axe in his hand standing before him. Todd, my bad, and here I was going to get them all at once. An imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head looked at them while gripping a long-handled axe. Otto, with Petra behind his back as to defend her, cursed his own carelessness greatly in the face of an opponent demonstrating a thoroughly ruthless and pragmatic judgment. How the gathered information was handled had been left to Abel, the one able to utilize it best. But the crux of information in warfare lay in how to obtain the information to handle in the first place. Most of the time, people would overlook that part and be tempted to target the main body that handled the information instead. However, the man in front of him was different. Todd, it's easy to just answer there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? The man who thus appeared before Otto and his comrades had clear intentions: to target Otto and his comrades who gathered the information, rather than the main camp where Abel utilized the gathered information. Regardless of their status as people with little vigilance and few guards, the outcome would be the same if they were decapitated. The less information there was to handle, the less precise Abel's command would be. There was no reason for him not to do it. Otto himself would have done it if he were in the same position as his opponent. That was why, Todd, if you were non-combatants who'd just been left behind on the battlefield, your current logic might have held. But I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. He observed the man in detail while feeling that his statement was reasonable. There were two main questions, however. How had he shown up at this place without being detected by Otto's channel? And how had he located Otto and his team? It was safe to assume that the two questions could probably be answered with the same reason: that this man's peculiarities of some kind had allowed him to bypass the channel and locate the source of the transmission. Todd, who knows? But my gut is telling me you're the root of all evil in this war. And my gut also tells me this. He had wished to find clues to this from the conversation, but the man was thorough, as per his initial analysis. The man understood that not saying much would allow him to defend himself. Unlike the kind typical of the Empire, who used overwhelming force to subdue their opponents, the man had a cunning attitude. These enemies were formidable. An opponent who assessed himself as weak was a threat. Because of that, Todd, it's better not to waste time with you guys either. The man leapt straight at him, swinging his long-handled axe. In response, Otto gritted his teeth whilst pouring all his energy into avoiding the first blow. He poured it in, then braced himself. He wondered how far he could get against the man, with the minimal preparation he had. Petra Leti regretted her lack of discipline whenever she was put through adversity. Due to her young age, Petra was often spoiled by her peers in the camp, but she had decided that it would be a different matter to resign herself to her position as a child and accept her own immaturity. If this were because of a mistake she had made in her daily life at the mansion, in the course of her duties as a maid, she might not have had to take it so seriously. However, complacency of the sort, complacency that depended on the situation, would eventually lead to a serious mistake. There was no need to go as far as saying that she ought to be tense all the time. However, she must, at all times, achieve what was expected of her. That was Petra's approach to thinking about things. Or, at least that was the immature ideal she aspired to. That was why, Todd. It's better not to waste time with you guys either. Resisting her own trembling from head to toe, she looked up at the Imperial soldier swooping in with an axe in his hand. At the edge of her vision, which was soaked with welled-up tears, she could see the charred corpse of the messenger who had been burned by the raging flames. If Otto had not frantically pulled her out of the way, she too would have lost her life. That fact left a crack in Petra's spirit, and at the same time, Otto, Petra-chan, as he called out her name, Petra was moved by the great faith Otto had in her. Abandoning his attitude towards the role of a young lady that Petra had provisionally played, Otto's voice jolted the actual Petra and broke her free from the fear and regret petrifying her. Thereupon, Otto, number 7. At Otto's signal, Petra reflexively lifted her arm. A moment later, Petra's mind was filled with anxiety. She had been entrusted with this role after proclaiming that she could do it, but there was no denying that it had been a spur-of-the-moment course of action. She had practiced the whole time, so she was aware of her own strength to fight when it came time to perform. And then there was Petra. Subaru. Calling out the name of the one she loved to scatter the surplus of anxiety, she simply gritted her teeth. Petra. G-Wald. With that chant, a ray of white light shot out of Petra's fingertips. It was one of the few offensive spells Yang magic boasted, a spear of light that pierced anything in its path. But only when wielded by a first-rate master, and Petra, inexperienced as she was, did not meet that standard. Petra's G-Wald would inflict a burn at best, rather than killing a living target. Nevertheless, that was fine. Petra. The white light emitted from her fingertips was directed at the man who had leaped at her. That was false. It was directed at the ground diagonally behind him. It was their rehearsed move number 7, disguised as to not look unnatural. Its purpose was not to burn the man. The aim was to ignite what had been prepared. Todd. Why, Otto's specialty, a ground trap using fire magic stones. 10 traps had been prepared in case Otto, who searched for enemies using open channels, and Petra, who assisted him, were targeted. Because of the number of magic stones he could carry, and the fact that he had to move around while searching for enemies, he could hardly be perfectly prepared. Even so, Otto had indeed stated, "You never know what might be useful." His almost insidiously meticulous preparation now coming to fruition as the ground behind the man exploded. Todd. HK. Instantly, the man's vigilance shifted slightly towards his back. As Petra had been instructed, the explosion did not blow up under the man's feet, or even close to him, so the shock and heat of the explosion did not reach him. Merely, it drew his attention backwards ever so slightly. That was enough for the girl looking for an opening on which to pounce. Oira! Swinging the barbarian sword in her hands, Medium dove into her opponent's chest. The blonde girl was not much taller than Petra, however. With bravery entirely different in nature to Petra's, she rushed in, slashing away at the axe-wielder's arm. Thud. Chach. The man, distracted and clicking his tongue, twisted his wrist and quickly returned Medium's blow with his axe. They both shrugged off each other's initial blows and returned to square one. Medium. Another. Anafir. Despite the initial expectations, Medium was not that weak-willed at all. Even with her barbarian sword having been parried by her opponent's strike, she made use of the momentum of the parry to revolve and unleash a sword strike empowered by that same momentum. If her opponent did dodge that strike, she would use the momentum to spin around again for yet another sword strike. Her sword dance was akin to an unstoppable flow of water from a rising river. Otto, number 4. Petra, yes. Tapping the captivated Petra on the shoulder, Otto's next instruction came flying in. Once the signal was given, she would shoot magic at the designated spot without thinking. At the time she agreed to accompany Otto on his travels around the battlefield, she had been told that this was the most important condition. Therefore, Petra was determined to follow those instructions, forgetting all fears and anything else. Petra, Gewalt. Magic was fired once again, but this time the ground exploded at a much closer spot than before. Perhaps the man may have thought they would avoid embroiling medium since they were in the middle of crossing swords, but that was an AV thought. Otto, if necessary, we will involve medium San. Petra, I'll cast a healing spell on you later, okay? Medium. Woo, I don't really get it, but I can't stop now. The explosion detonated a few meters away and struck them in a way betraying such naivete. Ruthless as it may have been, Petra agreed with Otto's way of thinking. Them surviving having suffered some wounds was more important than the ideal scenario of all three getting through unscathed. Despite her skin being scorched by the heat of the explosion, Medium's momentum did not stop. With a sense of gratitude and guilt, Petra, alongside Otto, devoted all their energy as to repel this assassin. Todd, Ioi. Give me a break. The moment they looked closer, the man asserted thus within the sound of the explosion. It had sounded awfully clear, and present there was not even a sliver of anger or impatience from having suffered any setback. It was more like a strange, out-of-place sentiment. Rather, the man's voice was filled with exasperation. Todd, are we thinking the same thing? The moment Petra heard that, goosebumps ran all over her body. Even without understanding these words, the intent behind them felt clear as day. Otto, number 2. Just when Petra was about to realize the true nature of the shiver in a little more detail, at Otto's scream she promptly abandoned all thought and immediately obeyed. The Gewalt she fired off transferred heat to the magic stone hidden in the ground, just as before. However, Petra's finger was now pointing beneath their own feet. Petra. A white light flashed under their feet, turning red and causing a shockwave. After doing it, Petra realized that it was the emergency escape plan, something that Otto had prefaced with, "I would rather not use it because it will hurt." And in fact, Petra's small body was launched into the air as her soles bounced off the overflowing light. However, she did not ascend unprotected. Gripped by an arm that reached out with a goo, Petra's body was embraced by Otto's slender frame. Of course, Otto's body had also been sent flying by the same impact. But Otto had chosen to avoid making the mistake of flying away in a direction where they would be separated and unable to support each other, and to at least to minimize the damage. Petra's body would suffer. Otto's decision had allowed Petra not to complain nor stiffen, but to use Yang magic as quickly and strongly as possible, to make Otto's body ever so slightly resistant to the impact, and she had managed that. Their bodies bounced off the ground, and immediately after that, Petra. With a bang, a powerful detonation occurred at the same spot Petra had made one happen before. That was where Petra and Otto had been until just before. Catching a glimpse of the identity behind the explosion's sound, Petra's eyes witnessed a flame, which seemed to be the same thing that had immolated the two messengers. Said flame had aimed to scorch Petra and the others from behind. Petra, that axe. He had made Petra and Otto think that he was going to cut them down, but his real goal had been the fire magic stones planted behind them. The man's favorite approach was the refusal to engage in a head-on confrontation, and the fact that it overlapped with Otto's preparedness was probably the true explanation behind the man's grumblings. Petra. Ugh. Petra arrived at the same thought as Otto did, who was tumbling to the ground while holding Petra in his arms, almost simultaneously. Grunting in pain as he rolled on the hard ground, Otto gritted his teeth while being bombarded by shockwaves. However, Otto immediately got to his knees on the spot, turning to face the man while lifting Petra's body up. Propped up by Otto's body, Petra also glared at the man who was some distance away. However, contrary to the concerns held by Petra and Otto, The man did not immediately give chase. They understood right away why that was, as well as his intention behind it. "Todd, I don't really want to do that, though." While spilling that out, the man turned his head to check, an axe pointed at them. Ascertaining the feeling of the ground beneath his feet, where the explosion had occurred, the man sniffed the black smoke rising from the burnt grass and spoke. "Todd. There and there, and then, over there." Petra widened her eyes at what followed, after the man had quietly muttered something. The man had turned his head, and the ground had exploded in his line of sight. It was number 6, then number 9, and number 1, followed by number 5, and number 8, and so on. Petra, B, but how? Otto. Oh, no way? A spirit? It was a surprise that he had seen through the trap's hiding places, but they could not comprehend how he had blown them up. Otto's words had made Petra gasp at the mysterious method of the man, who had displayed no signs of using magic the same way as Petra had in inducing the explosion. If he truly was a spiritual arts user, that would make him the same as Subaru and Amelia. As for Petra, she was severely reluctant to admit the man in front of her as being a person similar to two people whom she loved so dearly in many ways. "Petra, but there's no spirit to be seen here." "Todd, there's more than one way to get them to comply, if they don't want to be eaten, that is." "Petra, Otto. I am not just saying this out of spite, but it is probably for the best if we do not listen to him." Petra, unable to understand his reply, froze with wide eyes, and then, with a tap on her shoulders, Otto immediately brought her back to her senses. It was impossible to tell whether the man's reply had been intended to create an opening, or whether he was partly telling them the truth. However, one thing could be said for certain. "Petra, I despise you." "Medium, I feel the same." In response to Petra, a small shadow flew, clenching her fists tightly whilst shouting. It was Medium, who had been wary of the mysterious man's peculiar skill, hence she had chosen an opportune moment to strike. Slipping into the smoke created by the series of explosions the man had set off, she aimed at his back by lunging her barbarian sword all the way from the other side of the smoke. After enduring for a long time, patiently so, her bold blow went straight for the man's back. "Todd, of the three of you, you're the easiest one to read. Medium? Ah!" Leaning his body to the side, the man escaped the downward trajectory of the barbarian sword, and following on, the man turned himself around and thrust his axe towards Medium behind him. "Todd, you're the only one who does things according to the way of the Empire. It's absolutely sickening." "Petra, Medium-chan." The sight of the man's relentless axe was absorbed by Petra's trailing shriek, looming towards Medium's wide-eyed face. Medium O'Connell did not put too much thought into things. Strictly speaking, Medium had a lot to think about on her own. She was always worried about her brother, Flop O'Connell, and at the same time, she trusted him. Upon hearing that he had been taken away from the fortress city, the surprise and worry were to an extent such that her chest had been about to burst. But her brother would have probably panicked had he found out that her body had been shrunk while on her lonesome, so she thought that they were about even in terms of worry and trust. "Flop, dear sister, we arrive at way better solutions when we think with our hearts, rather than racking our brains. That seems especially the case for you, so keep that in mind." Those words that her brother had said a long time ago had served as an important guiding light within Medium, irrespective of her chest being shrunk or not. Since thinking about things with one's heart tended to be linked to completely nonsensical, outrageous statements, it was also detested by some. Abel in particular seemed to find it quite disagreeable, but what her brother had stated was great. In fact, that approach had worked out great for Medium. Medium, as expected, Big Bro's awesome. Of course, if that made everything go well, she would not have become smaller. Her brother would not have been taken to the capital. Rem would not have disappeared. Natsumi would not have been flung away. Chaos Flame would not have been destroyed. And Emily and the others would not have been all over the place. Probably. There was no way everything would go well. However, as far as Medium's actions were concerned, it was the best way to achieve the optimal outcome. For that reason, the moment an axe had swung violently towards her defenseless face after her surprise attack from behind had failed, Medium did not panic, even as she thought, I'm gonna die. It was similar to feeling no regret after taking the best possible action and fulfilling one's role to the end. But one would still end up losing because the outcome was inevitable. Of course, she hated the thought of dying here, since being unable to reunite with her brother would leave her heartbroken, and she was full of regret for not being able to help her new friends like Rem and Natsumi. However, after thinking through things with her heart, Medium had executed the best possible option she had come up with. The results came down, for want of a better word, to luck. Were it to not work out, her life would be forfeit, as per the way of Wallachia. However, Medium. Just before it slashed into her face, sparks flew off the thick blade of the axe, and it was repelled. While just barely feeling the scent of steel in her nose, Medium exhaled slightly. Medium, as expected, Big Bro's awesome. I haven't died even once doing things this way. Oh, I'm jealous of that. I've completely lost count. Medium, expressing how the method taught to her by her brother had saved her once again, attained an answer from the person who had bounced away the axe that should have taken her life. What had been swung was the blue dragon sword, as thick as the axe that had been repelled. The person gripping it was quite strange, with his appearance earning high marks from Medium's perspective. Todd. Todd turned his gaze to the person that had stepped in, the man who had protected Medium when it had been all but certain that she would have been killed, and moved his lips in displeasure. The man who had interrupted him, a one-armed wanderer with a jet-black helmet hiding his face, let out a, "Sorry to interrupt your good mood," then continued, "One-armed man. I was wondering where things looked worst, but as people say, it's darkest, right below the lamp post. But man, is it seriously troubling when the future's this dark?" Todd. The man who had quietly come to kill the non-combatants assumed a cautious stance. However, it was not the stance of a lion cutting corners against a rabbit, but that of a hunter wary of the possibility of the rabbit having disguised itself as something else. And seeing that, the wanderer, Al, shrugged. And then, Al. That dark future's out of my hands. After all, I can't even see the stars. Thus, he declared his participation in the battle. Chapter 103. Countdown of the Stars. As tremors shook the world, as the sky split into white and red, as the clashing of lives brought forth an event of calamitous proportions, Rem had made a decision. Rem, if I'm going to make a move, it's now or never. In the imperial capital, where a battle of unimaginable scale was seemingly taking place, Rem remained imprisoned in Berstetz's mansion, her freedom having been greatly restricted. Even as she felt a burning smell getting stronger and stronger day by day, Rem had been unable to do anything of use. Feeling deeply ashamed of that, the choice of staying silently in place for a second more was no longer acceptable to her. In the end, Rem had not once come face to face with Berstetz, the owner of the mansion and the perpetrator behind her confinement, ever since their first chance meeting. For that reason, there had been no way for her to examine what that old man, who had been concerned about the future of the empire because of his own philosophy, having thus deposed the then Emperor Abel, would think of all that having led to the Thesh, great battle engulfing the entire empire. However, even supposing there had been an opportunity, he and Rem would not have understood each other. Most likely. After all, Berstetz-san and I stand on entirely different sides. Even if it sounded cold, that was the conclusion Rem had ultimately come up with. Only the strong, or those with the leeway to do so, could sympathize with and take into account the circumstances of those in a different position. Since Rem was neither, she had been forced to make a decision. Who would she turn into an enemy, and who would she regard as an ally? Leaving that aside, Rem bore no hostility towards Berstetz or Madeline. That, in particular, made Abel's inability to explain things properly, alongside Priscilla's unreasonable requests, much more difficult to deal with. Therefore, what Rem would be trying to do from now on originated not from hostility or rebellious intent towards them, but from nothing more than the result of having chosen where she would stand. With the battle for the imperial capital having begun, even though Berstetz's mansion had surely been constructed quite deep within the city, the effects of the fierce battle could be felt there nonetheless. Naturally, the mansion had also been placed on high alert, and being more or less a prisoner of war, Rem too had been ordered to wait in the room provisioned for her. Hence, her freedom was even more restricted than usual. However, from the perspective of the mansion's security, Rem was nothing more than a hobbling girl anyway, and the security system in place had not been set up so that a guard would be left as a sentry in front of her room day and night. Taking advantage of this negligence in security, Rem had silently slipped out of the room. Holding her breath, Rem crawled from the skylight of her room to the roof of the mansion. Since she had been careful not to make a sound, the security had not noticed Rem's stealthy maneuvers. It would be harsh to blame this on their negligence. They probably would never have even thought that a girl with a cane would sneak out from a room in this kind of way. That would be the case if Rem truly were a girl unable to walk as she wished without a cane. I expected to prepare for the worst, but of course it was not a lie that Rem had complained of her handicap and used a cane up until this point in time. However, with her incomplete memories troubling those around her, she could not let her impaired legs stay as is forever, and because of that, she had been constantly practicing walking. As her efforts bore fruit, and she began being able to stand on her feet somewhat, it struck her. Were she to lead them to believe she had a limp, it would perhaps come in handy. In fact, she had not yet thought as far as to how exactly it would come in handy. On the contrary, if her secret devoid of use were to be discovered, she might have put everyone on alert inadvertently. However, since her troubles actually proved useful, she could probably say that she'd taken a gamble, and successfully so. However, she absolutely could not let down her guard, since she could only say that winning the gamble had paid off once these actions started leading to some kind of results. Going out of one's way to gamble would become meaningless unless it turned into a win. In the first place, Rem had been trying not to think about just whose influence had made her take a risk as she was doing. In any case, Rem, if only I could stay undetected until I get away. Rem's goal in getting on the roof had not been for escaping the mansion. That had been an option difficult to discard as well. But other than Rem, Flop too was being held captive in the mansion. There was no way he could have gotten out alone, and the mansion was surrounded by a high wall to begin with. Climbing over it would have been difficult, unlike the roof, so there appeared to be no point in even considering it. Therefore, Rem had escaped from her room to make contact with those in a building separate from the mansion, located within this same plot of land. The crown princes, which had been captured all over the country and gathered at this place. The black-haired crown prince had been hailed as the leader behind the rebellion, according to what she had heard. Despite the doubts about whether this person was truly Abel's legitimate child, he probably had one or two things in his mind about the current state of the empire. If Rem could make contact with him, a sliver of hope to get her out of the situation she had been put in might emerge. I need to ensure that I, Flop-san, and Katya-san as well, are safe. Rem felt that she was in need of allies that could cooperate with each other. She had been carefully making her way along the roof towards the edge, taking great care not to make a sound. Despite her effort to step softly, there was no guarantee that the guards would not find her, or that she would be able to get away successfully. In order to not let this opportunity go to waste, she was fully prepared to risk her life in case she were spotted. This was also the reason she could not stand idly by. That was Rem. HK. Suddenly, strange occurrences popping up in the distant sky caused Rem to jump out of her skin. Witnessing the battle taking place all throughout the walls of the imperial capital at the edge of her vision, as the looming sky changed into a peculiar spectacle, Rem gasped. Being so distant from the event, Rem had no way of knowing the details. But at the very moment the cloud dragon Mezareya had descended upon the top of the star-shaped walls protecting the imperial capital, the Spirit Eater Arakia turned the cloud's tongue into flames, and Moguro Hagane rose up as the very rampart itself. Without knowing the actual reality of the situation, Rem stiffened as she sensed those dangers by instinct. At the very same moment, she lost the strength to remain standing on the roof. Simultaneous with a hoarse escaping from Rem's mouth, her body slid down the slope of the roof. She almost tumbled all the way down, but instead, she quickly grabbed the edge of the roof with all her might. Rem. That was close. She would have had no good excuse were she to have screamed or fallen down below. Barely hanging on from the edge of the roof, Rem exhaled a sigh of relief. Slowly, she tried to get herself back on the roof and then... Rem, this is? With her objective still far away, her dangling from the roof had only been a mishap on her way there. As Rem held onto the edge, however, a door set up at the very end of the large building caught her eyes. Even though Rem had been allowed some relative freedom in going to and fro within the mansion, and thus having looked around everywhere, This was the first time she had spotted a door to a section that was off-limits, just like the detached building. By going around the mansion along the roof, she had wandered onto a section that would normally be inaccessible. A hidden door. What in the world? As questions about her discovery arose within her mind, Riem was briefly arrested by hesitation. Her preliminary goal had been to make contact with the crown princes at the other building in the mansion ground. This would have given her a clearer picture of the situation, as well as a better chance of finding a way out of it. On the other hand, the unexpected hidden door could just ultimately turn out to be a mere liquor cellar. Was it really worth taking the risk to get in? She did not even need to think to know what the rational option was. And yet, Rem chose the irrational option. Releasing her grip from the edge of the roof, she descended to the passageway with the hidden door. She took care in her attempt to be as quiet as possible, yet her footsteps could still be heard. However, the sky that had startled her earlier remained unusual, so the mansion's guards should be quite distracted. Risking it and relying on that, Rem put her hand on the hidden door and threw it open. Stairs leading to a basement. The door had not been locked, probably due to it being unnecessary, rather than due to carelessness. It hardly seemed like a place uninvited guests were supposed to go into. Since who had more or less arrived at the mansion with an invitation, was the one entering it, she had no reason to complain. Greeted by stairs which emanated cold air, and a dim space with no light, Rem inhaled lightly as she headed downstairs with her hands tracing the wall. There was the possibility that something of unbelievable dread waited for her. It was also possible that Burstets had trapped something outrageous and horrifying. However, is someone there? With some kind of mysterious conviction, Rem asked a question within the darkness of the basement she had reached. It was poorly lit in darkness, but one could sense that the basement was not that spacious. There was also a large presence in the back of the room which could only be vaguely discerned. Although large, it was by no means monstrous. It was a human bearing quite a large physique. Such a presence had been chained and held captive against the wall on the other side of the basement. And finally, that person, upon hearing Rem's question, spoke. His Excellency. Rem, I must protect His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Valatia. A low, passionate voice caused the stale air within the basement to shake, pitifully so. The echoes of sincerity contained within the voice were strong and powerful, filled with selfless loyalty. With those words, Rem decided to take one step after another and closed the gap between her and the other person. In doing so, the figure of a bulky man all chained up vaguely emerged in the darkness. His body was truly huge, white scars etched all across his face. Gaz Ralphon. A beat later, Rem realized that what he had mumbled was probably a name. In fact, it did sound familiar. If she recalled correctly, that was one of the 9 divine generals, one of the most powerful and renowned beings in the Valachian Empire, Gaz. I must protect His Excellency from the great disaster. The man was like a lion, roaring heroically as his scar-ridden face contorted. Abel, you did say this, right? That you're the one who spread the rumor about the Crown Prince? Serena Drakroy, a woman of character who was overlooking the state of the siege of the imperial capital from the main rebel camp, standing there with her arms crossed, asked this of Abel. Slowly, he raised his face covered by the Oni mask. Serena's flying dragon squadron had appeared from the far west as reinforcements. With the participation of first-class flying dragon riders who possessed the ability to tame flying dragons, air superiority had suddenly tilted towards their side. Of course, there were some battlefields in which the flying dragon riders were at a disadvantage due to the presence of the cloud dragon and the spirit eater, but having the entire battlefield under their control was unnecessary. All it would take was a single breach, and even the walls of the imperial capital, renowned for their solidity, would begin collapsing starting from there. There were measures in place to achieve this. At least Abel thought so. Hence, knowing that there were places on the battlefield in which they were at a disadvantage, and others they had arrived at a stalemate, he would issue orders on and off. Abel, does it look like I have time for your idle chit-chat now? If anything, should you not be keeping an eye on the movements of your subordinates? Serena. Yes, of course. But It's disheartening that you dismiss this as chit-chat. I took a stance because of your letter and swiftly joined your side. Since me coming was so vital to your strategy, treating me with a little more care wouldn't make you lose your face. Abel, spoken like a good-for-nothing commoner. Serena, even if I spoke like a Philistine, I'd rather not act like one. I'm just too curious about that reaction from before. Shrugging her shoulders, Serena took her gaze away from the sky, directing it towards Abel. The reaction she had referred to was likely his reaction to the reinforcements from the west, to the arrival of the military forces that were not Serena's Flying Dragon squadron. Although she had an idea about the unforeseen reinforcements and who was leading them, she found the carelessness of his earlier words and actions vexing. Hence, it had led to the words Serena had kicked off her idle chit-chat with. Serena, you're the one who spread the matter of the black-haired crown prince. And isn't this crown prince the one leading the group right in the middle of that glorious rampage? Abel, in short, you believe that this racket spreading across on the battlefield was orchestrated by the illegitimate offspring of the Emperor? Serena. No, my apologies. It was just a figure of speech. I don't believe that the black-haired crown prince is truly His Excellency's son. In all likelihood, His Excellency has no children. Shaking her head at Abel's words, Serena replied with a rather confident tone. When Abel raised an eyebrow at her confident answer, she continued, In any case, Serena, His Excellency never took a consort, and there's been talk of him never having gotten intimate with a woman. I've tried to seduce him before, but he completely ignored me. This should serve as strong evidence. Abel, are you sane? Serena, of course. I'm entirely serious. Abel, I did not ask if you were serious. I asked if you were sane. Being presented with a rather unconvincing reason to base her argument on, Abel's gaze grew stern. Serena was one of the more prominent high counts in Wallachia, and because Abel held her abilities and ambition in such a high regard, he counted her as one of the forces necessary for this decisive battle. However, if Abel were to judge matters using criteria that could not be understood, that in itself meant there was room for consideration. Serena, who was trying to see matters through Abel's eyes, let out a wait as she uncrossed her arms and raised one hand, then continued. Serena, I'm not kidding. That's just the most significant reason. That I couldn't seduce His Excellency is frustrating, but that also hints at something at the same time. Abel, Serena, His Excellency has no interest in women. To put it more bluntly, he has no intention to bring forth an offspring. Abel looked on at Serena without speaking a word, and the latter continued with, That's got to be it, right? Serena. I'm not saying he is a philanderer, but His Excellency hasn't sired a child. At the very least, not at this point in time. But even supposing His Excellency swings the other way, he could still have children provided he so wishes. There are two possibilities then. Either he's sterile, or Abel. He is intentionally not procreating. Serena. Exactly. In any case, I don't think there's anything like a crown prince. That's why this talk about an illegitimate child feels questionable in the first place. But if mere doubtful tales can spark a civil war such as this, our country splendidly lives up to its name. With a small twist of her cheeks, Serena's smile was genuine and joyful. Abel went without mentioning her attitude, nor the speculation she had offered. Notably, Serena did not need Abel's opinion either. People like her were capable of confirming their own ideas without affirmation from others. In other words, what she sought from Abel was not affirmation. Serena, for what purpose have you made up the existence of the Crown Prince? After our side is victorious in this battle, who will sit on the vacant throne? And what will you do with your empire? She asked if they were going to leave the future of the Wallachian Empire in the hands of the Crown Prince. Abel. At Serena's quiet question, Abel softly closed one eye. Some would perhaps wonder if this was the right time to be exchanging questions and answers of the sort, as the battle was just about to reach its climax. But it would be too foolish not to think about what would happen after they won. During the melee. Naturally, since they were fighting with the intention of winning, they needed to plan for the aftermath of the war as well. Abel, why do you inquire this of me? Serena, I don't mean that the Crown Prince is the illegitimate son of His Excellency. but I believe that he's your truest representative to lead this great civil war. If you and the Crown Prince are going to join forces after the war, isn't it obvious who we should ask regarding the future of the Empire? Abel. Huh. As Serena continued her thoughts, a breath escaped Abel's mouth upon hearing them. Simultaneously, he himself was impressed by the effectiveness of the cognitive disruption effect of the mask covering his face. It was impressive how well it could conceal his identity and true feelings. Serena, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Abel, I am not laughing at you. Rather, I admire your discernment. It is just that, when the conclusion is mistaken, the process to reach it is even more off. Not unreasonable, is it? Serena. Serena's lips curled in frustration at Abel's comment, but exactly as he had stated, her abilities to discern things were impressive. It was only natural to think that Abel's goal was to win this rebellion and seize the throne of the Valachian Empire. He put a person calling themselves the Crown Prince in place, who would seize control over the throne. And if possible, the Shadow Emperor could perhaps even murder his puppet at some point, thus taking the throne for himself. But, Abel, have no doubt, I hold no intention of handing over the throne. Your assessment is misguided. Serena. So you're saying all my conjectures are completely off? Abel, not all. You are correct. I spread the word about the existence of the black-haired Crown Prince with the intention to find that one over there wreaking havoc on the battlefield. But you are mistaking the overall importance. Serena, overall importance? Abel. How important is it to have him front and center, relative to how important it is to keep him at hand's reach? The latter is not that essential. In any case, that naive Ed of his cannot condone the sacrifices of others. Serena twisted her head, perplexed beyond comprehension. However, Abel was not obligated to explain everything to her either. For the time being, he had probably provided her with the answers she sought, and resolved the concerns she held for the post-war. One possibility was, Serena could even end this rebellion by beheading Abel here and now, then take his head with her to the Crystal Palace. Everything would be nipped in the bud, but to a certain extent, at the expense of Abel's gratifying sacrifice. Abel, cast aside hesitation and mercy, and make the most of your naivete. That is what makes you truly special. Natsuki Subaru. The person Serena had called the Crown Prince was probably still ravaging the battlefields of the West. Even Abel did not have a completely consistent image of the person whose name he just uttered in his mind. From what he recalled, he had been a hectic handful to deal with as an unvarnished crossdresser, and even while donning the appearance of a child. With that image of Subaru floundering about, hectically moving about in confusion upon being tossed into some situation, laying his naivete and inexperience bare, Abel's lips twisted. With firm disgust. No, with hatred, or perhaps a more appropriate way to describe it would be rage. Soldier. Who are you? As Serena was about to continue questioning Abel, as he concealed his negative emotions behind the Oni mask, there was movement in the camp. Several soldiers guarding the main camp had drawn their weapons, showing utmost caution. Upon taking a look, the soldiers pointing their weapons at a slender figure who had made its appearance from outside the encampment could be seen. The figure raised its empty hands and chuckled, looking around at the faces of the soldiers pointing their weapons at them. May ye? I wasn't expecting such a warm welcome. I'm quite the popular one, aren't I? Soldier. Don't mess around. Where did you even come from? Guided by the stars. Doesn't that sound a little too poetic, though? The anger of the soldiers, believing that they were being made fun of by that ambiguous answer, flared up. However, the man's attitude did not change in response to their threatening demeanor. Abel knew very well that his attitude would not be swayed by this, and that was why, Abel, lower your weapons. That thing does not pose a threat. Soldier, but Abel, even if you were to give him a knife, he would still be unable to do a thing. He is a clown whose only skill is to play with words. What? That's a nasty thing to say. I'm hurt, you know. He called out to the soldiers that were on guard to lower their weapons. However, expressing his protest towards that command, the gentle-looking man Abel had spared with a pout of his lips. Then Serena, who was standing next to Abel, also directed a quizzical look at the man. "Serena, why are you here? Aren't you the stargazer? Ubilk, if you'd be so kind. Pleased to make your acquaintance, High Countess Dracroy." But then again, as the gentle-looking man, Ubilk, introduced himself, he smiled bewitchingly with the oddly refined face he possessed. Ubilk was supposed to be in the imperial capital, and more specifically at the Crystal Palace. With pompousness, with the utmost maximum of pompousness, he cut off the words he had been stating before, and then delivered a declaration. "Ubilk, that's a conversation for after the great disaster, if you happen to survive it, right?" Chapter 104. Bastions in Chaos. With that sound, the expression "great disaster," Abel's black eyes narrowed behind his Oni mask. The person responsible for this utterance, Ubilk, had a smile on his face, going without revealing the depths of his heart. He was a gentle and affable man who treated everyone equally. His attitude and entire being had not changed ever since the first time he had appeared before Abel. Ever since the time he had appeared in the audience chamber out of the blue, without any collaborators, or a shred of concern. Nothing had changed. Presenting himself as a stargazer, Ubilk had correctly predicted disasters that had befallen the Valatian Empire, over and over again. No matter what events he foresaw, his own feelings had never once wavered. Almost like, "Abel, is confronting me here just another event you have anticipated since long ago?" Ubilk, Nah, not at all. You're giving me way too much credit. I'm far from being such a big deal. Abel, if all you have to say is nonsense, I shall sever your tongue with glee." Ubilk, oh dear, I'm so. What a stomach-turning thought. As usual. While shrugging his slender shoulders, Ubilk boasted this completely unfazed. When Abel sniffed at this attitude, Serena, who was standing next to him, let out a, "I don't get it." While comparing Ubilk's profile with Abel, she raised her hands, then spoke. "Serena, I've seen you before, the stargazer who strolls in and out of the Crystal Palace. You must be one of the jesters that His Excellency the Emperor keeps at his side. Are you acquainted with him, Abel?" Abel, irredeemably so. Serena, I didn't mean to ruffle your feathers until all of this was over, but may I ask one thing? Just who is hiding their face behind that Oni mask?" As Serena harbored doubts on Abel's identity, a ray of understanding dwelled within her slit-like eyes. Certainly, she had held some serious suspicions on that front from the very beginning, about the person who had successfully assumed the commanding position of the rebel forces amidst this great civil war shaking the empire. Including the fact that he kept his true face hidden, he was more than a match for Ubilk in regard to being inscrutable. However, Abel, answering that question is not a priority at this moment. Serena, there are means to remove that mask by force. I am also quite confident in my abilities in that regard. Abel, do not consider this a warning. Serena, oh, you're warning me. At Abel's words, Serena slowly narrowed her eyes belligerently, assuming a stern approach, and making full use of the moniker she had been given. The Scorching Lady, Serena Dracroy, had made it this far because she had reduced to ashes all the scorn, all the provocations hurled at her till now. Due to her creed, Abel's answer was more than enough to inflame tensions. Ubilk, wait, let's calm down a bit. How can me just showing my face like this create such a tense atmosphere? Abel, if you keep quiet and observe, you may contribute your fair share to this battle without lifting a finger. Ubilk, oh, I wish for such a thing. I'd hate to have one, or even both of you bite the dust here, all the more if I'd be the one to set it all into motion. Serena, I don't get it. As the two were at each other's throats, Ubilk raised a relatively flustered voice, reaching out to both of them. Due to Ubilk's reaction, Serena responded the same way again. Immediately after, she closed one eye as she played with the hilt of the sword at her waist. Serena, if you truly are to stand by the side of His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valencia, your duty should be to attack me and this man commanding the rebel forces. If you stay put, this man is as good as dead. Shouldn't this be welcome for you? Abel, who gave you permission to kill me? You can go ahead and die yourself. Serena. I'm sorry, but I'm talking to this stargazer right now. Please don't interrupt our conversation. Abel. As Serena pushed her own subject, she stopped Abel from cutting in for the time being. Once she looked at Ubelk again with a blank expression, the latter declared, Ubelk, an interesting and intriguing spectacle, but please don't make such a scary face. I'm unarmed, after all. Serena. Being unarmed is no reason for me to let my guard down. Go ahead and give me a reason to remove my hand from the hilt of my sword. Just to let you know, I don't hesitate to cut someone unarmed. Ubelk. I can't be cut down, by you at least. Serena's tone became gradually harsher, and at the end, her words became a threat. Ubelk, whose face had been looking utterly exhausted just prior, rejected that threat with no more than a few words. The moment his mouth spoke those words, color faded from Ubelk's countenance. Even if the whole picture of those emotions could not be seen, the intent behind these emotions he wanted to display faded away, leaving behind a merely blank, empty, and colorless face. Serena. Serena was not incensed by this provocative declaration, and neither did she draw her sword. What filled her mind, even more than anger, was Ubelk's very existence. No, rather, it was this suspicious sense of eeriness and a touch of uneasiness towards this being dubbed a stargazer. It was as if this person before her very eyes was confronting her, without even confronting her properly. Serena. We should probably kill you right here and now. Ubelk. Ah, how awful. I'm gravely hurt by this. What do you think? Abel. Every so often I share the same thoughts Serena Drackroy possesses right now. However, this man has survived to this day. That's a fact. Remaining indifferent to everyone meant never knowing when he had trodden on somebody's toes. Ubelk, with his complete inability to adapt on the fly, trod on the toes of many in the Valetian Empire, thus incurring the wrath of countless people. At times, he'd even had a blade pointed at him. Despite all of this, Ubelk had survived to this day. Ubelk. It's the will of the stars. Oh, Ubelk, it's too early for me to die yet. Why too early? Clasping his hands together before his chest, Ubelk stated thus in a light-hearted manner, to which Serena's cheek stiffened. There was no point in debating whether that was true or not. The fact that Ubelk had appeared here, no, the fact that he had first appeared at the Crystal Palace, meant one thing. Ubelk would not die. The stars he spoke of, it was as if he was saying that his life was secured, that he had been placed under the protection of the observers, omnipresent as they ridiculed this world. Abel, in the middle of this thought, Abel exhaled, feeling the silencing zeal in that assertion. Abel's personal feelings towards Ubelk and the other stargazers mattered not. What was important was that Ubelk had appeared before Abel's eyes. This clown, who was aligned with the stars in every possible scenario, had shown himself before Abel. Ubelk. You stepped off the stage once before. Rather, it's more appropriate to say that you were forced to, but do you plan to rise up once again? Completely ignoring Serena, Ubelk's gaze turned to Abel, unsure what to make of those words. Serena frowned her well-shaped eyebrows, but Abel had no intention of responding to her in either a kind or thorough manner. Above all, that question was truly infuriating for Abel. Abel, I shall tell you something. Ubelk, yes? Abel, I never had any intention to step off the stage even once, as you put it. Folding his arms, he started by correcting Ubelk's misconceived original suggestion. Having been ousted from his throne and driven to lands far to the east, Abel had been put in dire circumstances on many occasions. However, his will to fight had never wavered. He had never forgotten the role he was supposed to play, nor had he ever thought of abdicating it. Abel, you cannot comprehend it, Stargazer, as you have never once stepped upon the stage. Ubelk, a painful thing to hear, isn't it? Abel, you cannot comprehend even that as well. With a series of fitting words and facial expressions, Ubelk attempted to communicate with Abel. However, Ubelk's emotionless words did not convey an understanding of Abel's true intentions. And that already seemed to be the limit for Ubelk, as Abel had already dismissed it. For that reason, Abel, the time is nigh. That is probably why you have traveled here. Ubelk, indeed that you already knew I was coming, didn't you? Abel, Nonsense. I am nothing like you. I may speculate a second ahead of time, but I am not certain. Blind acceptance might be a more fitting way to describe it. Ubilk. With Abel's comment, Ubilk's expression changed slightly. The slight quiver of his eyebrows was derived from his seldom displayed negative emotions. Be it either anger or discomfort, it was nothing short of a rare response. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as cheap satisfaction to be found in Abel's mind. Serena. And now what will you do? You should be at His Excellency's side no matter what. Should I send your decapitated head? Abel. The Emperor would not even bat an eye. If anything, he would be a bit aggravated that he did not issue the order himself. But that would be the end of it. More importantly, even though Serena did not understand the details of the dialogue between Abel and Ubilk, she nodded her head as she saw it heading towards a conclusion. Abel briefly paused as he saw her wavy brown hair sway over her shoulders in the corner of his eye. And then, he declared, Abel, I shall leave you with a great role to play. A role that no one but you can fulfill on this battlefield. Kicking off the white snow that had piled up, a shadow raced unhindered across the battlefield. The ground, covered with a thin layer of ice, was slippery all over the place. The lingering temperature was so exceedingly cold that it seemingly cut through one's skin, and an enemy, so formidable that it paralyzed one's instincts, was looming from above. Out rejecting these various circumstances. At lightning speed, the shadow ran past from behind. Mezareia. You. Cecilis. Ah ha ha. Instead of you should call me Cecilis Segmont. You are more than welcome to address me so loudly that it echoes all over the battlefield. Mezareia. Cecilis Segmont. Cecilis. Yes, exactly. Leaving behind a grinning afterimage, the very next moment the soles of his Zori pierced the side of Cloud Dragon's face. With an explosive sound, its head flamboyantly bounced back, and Mezareia's giant body swayed wildly in the air. Emilia was surprised by how a boy much smaller than her had accomplished this. Emilia. That boy, he's amazing. Not only had he stopped the dragon's breath as it was about to sweep the battlefield, but he had also proudly stated what was likely his name as he began to fight the dragon without backing down a single step. Emilia was captivated by the blue-haired child, who had proclaimed himself to be Cecilis. It was exactly like she was witnessing the boy upon the grand stage he so boldly spoke of. Emilia. Cecilis's body moved in and out of Emilia's vision as if he were a phantom or an illusion. Repeatedly he entered and exited Emilia's field of view from side to side, from top to bottom, at a tremendous speed. He was much too fast for Emilia's eyes to keep up with, so they started spinning round and round, and it was the same for Mezareia, whom Cecilis coiled around. Mezareia. HK. You are this dragon's adversary. Flapping its wings in the air, the claws and tail of the cloud dragon swung about uncharacteristically recklessly. This was directed at Cecilis, who cheerfully jumped around using a wall of ice that Emilia had built to keep Mezareia from leaving the battlefield. However, the dragon's attacks merely hit spots Cecilis had long since passed by, leaving her important, real target unscathed. On the contrary, as soon as Mezareia's tail hit the wall, Cecilis jumped on it and ran up onto its back in one fluid motion, and Cecilis. Go! With kicks so swift it was as if he possessed several more legs than he actually did. He knocked Mezareia towards the ground. Emilia. It's falling. While it flapped its wings violently, Mezareia flipped over in midair and crashed into the ground. After a tremendous roar and tremor, the snow that covered the soil was projected upwards and scattered. Emilia, while being showered with cold wind, was almost unable to withstand the breathtaking spectacle. But admittedly, this was a ridiculously lucky situation that she could not afford to miss out on. Emilia. At this rate, we can defeat Mezareia. Cecilis. Oops, that won't do. You're going to have to hold off on that. Emilia. Huh. Though she thought it was a bit unfair, Emilia honed the mana around her and tried to drop a large block of ice on top of the fallen Mezareia. But when Emilia was about to do so, Cecilis slipped in front of her and stuck his finger on the tip of her nose. Startled by his action, she stopped moving. Cecilis, having quickly poked Emilia's nose, made her blink in surprise and spoke. "Silas, listen up. Just now, I saved you from a dangerous situation in the nick of time, didn't I? And now my one-on-one battle with the dragon has begun. You know what you should do from here, don't you? Yes. You should have faith in my victory and nobly pray for me. That's the role of a princess. Amelia. But I'm not really a princess. But I'm not entirely unrelated to a throne, though. Cecilis, princess is just a figure of speech. More precisely, it's the flower of the story falling madly in love with me. The hero who came to her rescue. The perfect role for someone as beautiful as you, don't you think? Amelia. I'm sorry. I've already decided on the person I'll fall in love with. Cecilis. Oh, is that so? Then there's no way around it. Please continue. Despite being incessantly spoken to at a staggering pace, Amelia had not missed anything essential. Accordingly, Cecilis understood it immediately as well, and thus backed away. Since he had pulled back, Amelia once again raised her hand out towards Mesorea. Amelia. Haya. And with that, a giant block of ice fell at full speed from the sky, aimed at Mesorea, who had fallen to the ground. A boom echoed after it stabbed Mesorea's belly, who had been lying face up on the ground. While hearing the dragon's low-toned cries of pain, Amelia readied the next one, saying one more time, Cecilis. Pardon my impoliteness. Right after that, Amelia had her legs swept out from under her as she readied herself, and as she screamed out, "An ah!" her body was gently lifted, withdrawing with momentum such that it was like she was being forcibly pulled away from her location. The next moment, a strong wind raged where Amelia and Cecilis had been, and the shockwave that the dragon had used the ground as a conduit for gouged that place, making all the soil in a certain range of that spot shoot out. Had they moved to the side any slower, they would have died. Cecilis, as expected with a dragon as an opponent, nothing is straightforward, but at least I got a chance to show off every second. But this came just in the nick of time because of all my pent-up frustration from being paired up with all those extras. Amelia. Thank you for saving me. Cecilis. No, don't worry about it. Beauties who already have a loved one just need to be charmed in a different way. Just remember to invite me to the wedding. Cecilis, who had picked her up and saved her just in time, smiled heartily at Amelia's gratitude. Strictly speaking, Amelia did not have a loved one, but rather someone whom she might fall for, but right now was neither the time nor the place for quibbles. What was important was, Amelia. Use these, Cecilis. Cecilis, use what? Even you tell me that. I don't know what I'm supposed to use. Oh. Amelia lowered herself to the ground as to place her hands on it, and the eyes of Cecilis, his head tilted, started sparkling. In his vision were swords, spears, axes, as well as various other weapons of ice, all growing out of the ground. Icebrand arts, which forged weapons out of ice, manifested a row of weapons in front of Cecilis all the way to Mesorea. Cecilis. This is quite spectacular. I like it. It's cool. To tell you the truth, I only wanted to hold a suitable, excellent sword of some kind, one that's legendary or magical, but... Amelia. Then are these no good? Cecilis. No, it's not like I told anyone about this rule, so I'll just change it in secret. In this scene, it'd be flashier to swing a weapon against a dragon. While saying that, Cecilis stretched his small body's arms as far as he could, and pulled out the two swords of frost on either side. As soon as he did so, Amelia realized her mistake with an ah. The ice sword had been created by Amelia. Therefore, Amelia would not feel the cold, but it might be too cold for Cecilis, who had not created them. Amelia. Come to think of it, Priscilla never said it was cold either, but Cecilis, rest assured, I can make up for this inconvenience with the flow method. So both myself and the people in the battalion are fine. Well, I tend to get out of my flow when the boss and the others are involved, but it's a fact that I'm especially special for handling it naturally. Amelia. Special. As unfamiliar words were let out one after another, Amelia could not help but ponder. This abnormal sensation reminded Amelia of talking to Subaru. After thinking it over, she came to realize, with a Maybe. Emilia. Hey, Cecilus, did you learn those words from Subaru? Cecilus? Subaru-san, is it? Nope, sorry. But you're mistaken. It was the boss who taught me these words, but his name isn't Subaru-san. Emilia. I see, my bad. Looks like I jumped to conclusions, due to her hastiness. Emilia was left disheartened by Cecilus's answer. However, not wanting to be discouraged, Emilia quickly slapped herself on the cheeks to cheer herself up. Then, like Cecilus, she picked up an ice armament, a spear, herself, and spoke. Emilia. I pulled myself together. Let's fight Mesorea together, Cecilus. That's a really nice change of heart. Come to think of it, I haven't even heard your name yet. Emilia. Me? I am Emilia. No, I mean, Emily. Emily. Cecilus. I see you have your reasons, but I think it's best if I refrain from saying anything thoughtless here. So I'll do you a favor and leave it at that. Emily-san. This might be sudden, but I'd like to request something from you in return. Emilia. A favor? From me? Cecilus. Yes. While you're dealing with that dragon, could I ask you to move that thing out of the way? After she gave him her name, Cecilus asked Emilia for a favor in a hushed voice. Having said that, he pointed to the ground a short distance away from the spot upon which Mesorea had fallen onto the ground. Seeing what Cecilus's finger was pointing to, atop the snowy soil, Emilia's eyes widened with an ah. And then, Cecilus, then please do that, Emily-san. I'll do my job. And how about I do it so flamboyantly that only the star actor of this world could manage it? After saying this, Cecilus kicked off the ground without waiting for Emilia's reply. The snow scattered, and Cecilus's body, gripping two swords of frost, ran straight for the dragon. Mesorea instantly sensed the danger of the small threat rushing towards itself on its scales. Mesorea, don't friggin' push your luck. A shudderingly enraged roar was raised, and Mesorea clawed at the block of ice that was about to crush its torso. In an instant, the gigantic mass of ice, as large as a small mountain, unable to withstand the claw strike for even a second, fissured, the cracks running through its entirety with tremendous velocity. Then, it shattered all at once. Once the weight of the ice block was gone, Mesorea immediately rolled over to face the ground, ready to unleash an attack on the leaping Cecilus. Emilia. Hiya! Emilia threw the spear she brandished at Mesorea, which struck it squarely on the nose. The sharp tip of the ice spear did not bury a sliver of its tip into Mesorea's scales, but the force of its impact had been enough to snap the dragon's head away as to delay its attack on Cecilus. Then, Cecilus dove in, his velocity nearly matching that of the thrown spear. Cecilus, no blinking allowed, or you'll go without offering well-deserved applause. While weaving eloquent prose, Cecilus's twin blades of frost shot out with white light. With a light sound, its scales were penetrated, and the cloud dragon was flicked to the left and to the right. Due to the sword dance, it was deprived of its vision, it was deprived of its freedom, it was deprived of any opportunity to counterattack. Despite being a wee one still, Cecilus's skills were absurd. Both in terms of handling her body and weapons, Emilia had believed herself to have become quite respectable, but this was a dimension to which she could not compare herself to. Perhaps he even had the potential to become as absurdly strong as Reed, whom she had happened to meet at Pleiades' watchtower. Emilia. But please, don't become a meanie like Reed. Setting aside his ability with the sword, Reed possessed a terribly nasty personality, so she hoped that Cecilus would not turn out that way. With that wish in mind, taking a sidelong glance at Cecilus, who was attracting Mesorea's attention, Emilia rushed to a point a short distance away from the battle. The favor Cecilus had asked of Emilia earlier was quickly drawing near. Emilia rushed to the destination, and there she found Emilia. Madeline, this is no time to sleep. Wake up! Convince Mesorea. Emilia held up Madeline Eschart's motionless body, which was buried in the snow, and desperately called out to her. Chapter 105. Bastions in chaos. Pressing his fists to the ground, He stood up by overexerting his shaking knees. The force of the heavy blows had reverberated to his very core. His internal organs, which seemed like they had been scrambled, bellowed. Lacerations and bruises could be reliably healed by simply sucking up the power of the earth via the soles of his feet. However, the techniques used by his opponent, their nature unknown, would overcome any crude protection of the sort. His attitude abhorrent, his character loathsome. His enemy was one of the strongest in the Empire. His techniques, perfected through training that transcended human understanding, toyed with the foolhardy Garfield around without relent. However, lack of experience or age was no reason for him to cower. Garfield, who was incapable of anything dexterous, required victory. Simple as that. Any other answer could not be chosen. And above all, Garfield. As if my amazing self could just keep on cowering right next to you. Gritting his teeth, Garfield looked up and let out a guttural groan from his throat. His gaze remained fixed directly towards his front, though his attention was set not on the one that was, without doubt, his enemy, but on the man standing beside him. His personal enemy. Oh dear. Your unrelenting spirit is a virtue, but isn't it more reasonable in this situation to direct it at the old man over there, rather than at me? Garfield, that's just Kagrakan putting things aside. You're the one blabbing nonsense. You did it long before he did. That was about 1.5 years ago now, excluding the things you're already aware of. I do think that it's not that unforgivable. Shrugging his thin shoulders, the man, Roswell, responded curtly. Without his makeup and clown costume in order to conceal his true identity, he retained the aura of a proper nobleman. It was a masterful disguise that did not let show just how twisted he was at his core. Without the advice of the detestable Roswell, Garfield's life would have been in peril. That much was true. And because Garfield was aware of this, a feverish anger rose from the pit of his stomach. On the other hand, I'm a tad confused about you saying you've been in a fight with shinobi before. The one to mutter so was an old man of diminutive stature. A man who could easily have been mistaken for a dwarf. Waving the sleeve of his right arm that was missing below the wrist, he donned an expression that made him look like a good-natured old man. Yet it was completely unfathomable how terrifying this old man actually was. Garfield was painfully aware that it was also part of the shinobi's techniques. Everything about him, his gestures, words, actions, even his feeble appearance, were all tools to bring nothing but death to his opponents. Shinobi utilized their entire being as a deadly weapon to finish off their targets. The shinobi head honcho, the monstrous old man, was staring at Garfield and the other man, or rather, he was staring just at Roswell. He was not accusing him for rudely intruding into a one-on-one fight, but he was concerned about something else. Concerned that he had fought a shinobi before, and the boastfulness of that statement of his. The basic rule of fighting a shinobi's to lose your life. In the case the shinobi's killed during their attempt, the village is notified, and the next one's dispatched, and this happens till the other person croaks. So, how are you still alive? Roswell. It's a little complicated in that regard. Apparently, the shinobi I encountered also had their own circumstances. I don't know if that's the right word, but they were runaways. Runaway shinobi. Stroking his long white eyebrows with his fingers, old Bart whispered. Even Garfield had not comprehended the words Roswell had uttered. The existence of shinobi was merely a slightly credible rumor to begin with, but even then, their actual existence was dubious. Naturally, no one knew the true situation. He had never even heard of the term runaway shinobi before. Old Bart. Shinobi who've escaped from the village. That couldn't have happened in quite a while now. However, instead of denying those words unfamiliar to Garfield's ears, old Bart was nothing but frank about their content. It sounded as if he was aware of the situation concerning the village, those shinobi, as well as everything else. The statement probably was true. He grasped what was in his hands, not out of obligation, but as a way of life. That was the secret for success in life, of the shinobi named Old Bart Dunkelken. Roswell. I don't know how long a while is for you, so it may be more or less than a while. At any rate, I met those shinobi almost 40 years ago. Old Bart, huh? Roswell answered with a shrug of his shoulders, to which the vicious old man, Old Bart, raised a voice of doubt. A similar doubt emerged within Garfield. Rather, it was more likely that everything Roswell had stated thus far had just a casual utterance. Hence he admired the nerve of the man. Although he had never bothered to ask Roswell's age, he was at most around 30 years old. He was unlike Amelia or Beatrice. He had not even been born 40 years ago. And with this ridiculous, spurious trickery targeted at Olbart. Shashuk and Rezo, right? Those are the runaway shinobi you're talking about. Roswell, Olbart. They left the village 40 or 50 years ago, and the only ones who are still alive are their brothers. The others have been killed off, so there ain't any other candidates. Garfield dismissed that affair as a joke, yet old Bart played along even more tenaciously. Next to Garfield, staring in bewilderment, Roswell batted one eye shut. Looking back at old Bart with his eerie yellow eye, he spoke. Roswell, well, do I really have the obligation to answer whether you're right or not? Old Bart, nah. It's also valid to hold your opponent in suspense when a fight to kill's on a knife's edge. Ya might have talent as a shinobi, Roswell. I appreciate the compliment, but I decline. Talent I desire and the path I want to walk have been decided long before 40 years ago. Old Bart, kaka, I see. Well then, it can't be helped. Roswell, shaking his head, ignored Olbart's praise. Olbart laughed without paying heed to that, and immediately afterwards his figure became hazy. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two vanished. With a leap, the eerie old man's foot was slammed on his target's neck, and that, Garfield. HK. Feeling a gentle breeze on his neck, Garfield held his breath. A deadly shockwave scattered where the nape of his neck had been, barely scraping his skin. Olbart's kick had been unleashed, only to be stopped just in time. Roswell, after that conversation just now, you aim not for me, but him. Olbart, diminish your enemies. Easiest ones first. Pretty textbook, ain't it? With strength and proficiency one would not expect from such a small stature, even Garfield's well-trained neck would not be able to take a direct hit from Olbart's kick and remain unscathed. What had stopped that reckless clash from becoming a reality was a distinctively shaped dagger cutting between Garfield's neck and Olbart's kicking foot. Rather than having blades, however, the weapon possessed parts to strike with. Called a sai. It was an obscure weapon often employed in the western country of Kararagi, and even Garfield was now seeing it for the first time. That had just saved Garfield's life. The owner of the sai was Roswell, adding the humiliating fact that he had saved Garfield for the second consecutive time. Garfield, the moment he was set ablaze by this humiliation, Garfield's right arm launched up, killing the wind. Naturally, the target was the old man, who remained suspended in midair with his kicking leg as his pivot. Since he had no way to escape in midair, he would smash through his torso, thus rendering him unable to fight. Olbart. Whoa there. However, just before that powerful arm struck him, Olbart ducked with an unusually adroit movement of his body, leaping down and to the side, with only his toe hooked in Roswell's sai. Evading the unleashed fist by diving under it, Olbart pulled out of range in a crawling position. Immediately, Garfield stepped in for a follow-up. Roswell, how about we calm down for a bit? Garfield. Gah. As he planned to rush in, his body was pulled backward at the waist, knocking the wind off his sails. Looking at it, Garfield came to notice that Roswell had hooked the tip of his sai onto the clothes at his waist. The former wondered what in the world Roswell was trying to pull, but he figured out the man's intent the moment he attempted to snap at him, because a rotating black blade grazed Garfield's nose as it came flying by. Garfield. HK. Roswell. The moment you two came apart, he threw a flying blade at your blind spot with his hand behind his back. Putting the spin on it is just a petty trick, but shinobi have a whole treasure trove of that, not to mention our opponents at the top of their class. Olbart, if you think something so pompous as being on top of a small hill, people point and laugh at you. Being at the top of the shinobi ain't something to brag about. Unconcerned with his attack having missed, Olbart closed one eye and looked at them vigilantly. Garfield once again bit his teeth in humiliation at this exchange between the two, of which he had been left out of. Roswell had saved his life not once, nor twice, but thrice already. In the fight against Kafma, He had felt on his body that he had overcome one singular wall, and in spite of that, he was incapable of doing a single thing against these people who were making a mockery of his fight with Kafma. This was a disgrace to Garfiel himself, and to Kafma, who had lost to him, but Roswaal. Garfiel, do not misjudge his type of strength. Garfiel. Roswaal, you're strong. So, your opponent tries to avoid meeting you in your domain. Once you see through his wiles, most of the weakness you harbor should disappear. Roswaal pulled out another sigh as he said this to Garfiel, who was clenching his fists. With short strike weapons in both hands, Roswaal was no longer the head magician of the court that Garfiel knew, but rather he was attempting to maintain the appearance of a mere warrior. There was a moment of confusion, but after a pause, Garfiel understood his intention. Roswaal had to abide by the restriction of not being able to use magic in this situation. If Roswaal were to use magic, his true identity could be exposed. If that were to happen, this civil war within the Empire could unfold into a war between the kingdom and the Empire. Thus, Roswaal, all I can do is provide cover. You're the key to this battle against this general first class of the Empire, Garfiel. Garfiel, it's true that we have bad chemistry. You're straightforward and honest, after all. That being the case, I'll find a workaround for the deficiency that creates. So, I have Garfiel, a nasty personality. Roswaal smiled wryly at Garfiel, who had taken from the former's words and continued them. Roswaal, yes, I have a nasty personality. Quite reliable, isn't it? Garfiel. Pah. Quit talking. With this response to the winking Roswaal, Garfiel wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He wiped the blood off that was still flowing from the beatings he had been on the receiving end of previously, and exhaled deeply. From the rumbling sky came the feeling of scorching heat and extreme cold, each no less threatening than the other. Just the thought of those tingling sensations being directed at his comrades was enough to numb his entire body. However, Garfiel, that's only for now. If he did not focus on the enemy in front of himself, there would not be a next time, nor would there be a time after next time. Olbart, now that it's 2-on-1, it's getting annoying. Garfiel took a deep breath, and Olbart sighed at the situation, and at the old man's words, Garfiel frowned with an, "Oh, what's so strange about it? It may be annoying to him, but it's been 2-on-1 since Roswaal showed up." Garfiel, you got just 2 opponents, so there's no point in complaining about it now being 2-on-1. In response to the doubt Garfiel harbored, Olbart bent his neck. The monstrous old man grabbed his long white eyebrows with his index and thumb, and then declared, "Olbart, it's only 2-on-1 if the two are cooperating. What was just a couple of cheeky young'uns till now started being a pain in the rump." Garfiel, then, how about you surrender, since you're at a disadvantage? Olbart, Kakaka. Both fleeing from the enemy and abandoning the battle are the worst kind of disgrace. Worse than dying a dog's death. In addition, well, Garfiel. In addition? Flicking one of the eyebrows he was pinching, Olbart flashed his teeth. Contrary to his smile, the small old man overflowed with a tremendous amount of fighting spirit. And then, Olbart, even this being a 2-on-1 ain't a reason to give up. For me. Instantly the old man's smile faded, his figure evaporating from view once more. When it came to the vicious old man, left and right were not the only options. The sky and the underground were as well. Garfiel's nerves were on edge, due to the prospect of those possibilities. Roswaal, the inseam. Prompted by the voice he heard, Garfiel pulled back half a step. A moment later, his eyes met those of the old man, rising up from under the earth. Garfiel. Ora! A blow with his awl was swung downwards, as Olbart jumped up to his knees. Garfiel's fists slammed into the old man's knees, which were like withered branches. Shock waves rippled through the ground, causing it to crack, terrific destruction spreading. With that first direct hit, a battle to the death with the shinobi had begun, in the truest sense. The hero, arriving late. Although a cliché of that sort did exist, Subaru was not too fond of it. Strictly speaking, it was correct to say that he had come to think, Don't screw with me in the process of all the many events he had experienced in this other world he had been transported to. Subaru. If this were a game, a manga, or within a story, that would have perhaps been fine. Events in a fictional world needed developments of the sort to liven things up. However, for Subaru, who actually did live within this turbulent world, the sooner a hero, a heroic figure, a person with abilities beyond human understanding, appeared on the scene to resolve a conflict, the better. It was best to have the hero show up as quickly as possible, so that he would swiftly solve the root of the problem. If people were to say something along the lines of the story not being interesting, that was fine, as it was not a story. Discussing whether it was fun or not could only be done when having the presence of mind to do so. Subaru. And yet, it's pathetic that we're the last to arrive. Swaying on the back of a gale-wind horse of bright red coloration, Subaru looked to the front in regret. This battle all around the imperial capital would decide the fate of the empire. It was hard to say who he ought to complain to, but for now, Subaru seethed with rage at himself for being a slowpoke. Even though he thought about how much he hated it, he ended up turning out the same as a hero who arrived late. After all, Subaru, isn't this exactly like those heroes with a tendency for being late? Being the ones most eager to achieve the best possible outcome in a fight? The reason why late-arriving heroes put in so much work was surely because the heroes themselves were extremely regretful for being late. The hero was painfully aware that his friends, the people he had to protect, or someone he did not want to lose, had been through hard and painful times in the meanwhile. That was why, for the first time, Subaru learned the justification for the hero's struggles, which stemmed from not being able to make it to the battlefield in time from the beginning. They, too, had blamed themselves. Subaru. Let's do this, Beatrice. Beatrice. El Shamak. With this understanding, the shadow magic of the little girl clinging onto Subaru's chest was unleashed. Black clouds appeared out of thin air, one after another, shrouding the heads of the Imperial soldiers just lined up in a row. Depriving people of their vision to diminish their fighting strength was not the case here. The soldiers with these shrouded heads were not being robbed of their sight, but rather of their fighting strength itself. Pleiades Battalion. Oh, Raya. The line of Imperial soldiers with shrouded heads being frozen in place had been crushed by the first attack of the Pleiades Battalion, which had come rushing in with their outlandish fighting style, rendering them powerless in order to take away their weapons and armor, as well as breaking any of their limbs so that they could be left behind, had been the fundamental tactic of the battalion, reflecting the fighting style and intentions of their boss, Subaru. It was not like he was hell-bent on not killing anyone. Still, he had opted for a method that would result in as few human deaths as possible. Doing so was the best for Natsuki Subaru's peace of mind, and at the same time, Subaru, I hate the Valachian Empire. It was his revenge. Revenge against the empire that forced people to fight and kill each other, just in order to be a warrior. Schwartz, we are approaching the city walls. We need to decide whether to continue into the imperial capital or to head to the other bastions to provide support. The ground quaking was due to Gustav Morello going on a rampage with his extraordinarily gigantic build. Having been appointed as the governor of the Gladiator Island, he was the indispensable brain of the Pleiades Battalion, displaying tremendous combat power as he brandished his 4 thick, strong arms, keeping the approaching Imperial soldiers attached. While Gustav's powerful upper limb struck soldiers, sending them flying over his head effortlessly, Subaru saw the walls looming before him, the walls of the 4th bastion of the star-shaped ramparts that surrounded the city. Conquering each bastion was the condition for gaining the upper hand in this siege. Subaru. What do you think, Gustav-san? How are we supposed to attack? Gustav. It is not for I, in my capacity, to decide. I shall just present the possible advantages and disadvantages. If we enter the imperial capital and reach the Crystal Palace, we can accelerate the conclusion of the battle. If we go to the other bastions to provide support, we can reduce the casualties on both sides with the help of our main force. That is all. Subaru. How troubling. How troubling, but... While Gustav was dependable in keeping his cool even in the midst of a fight, Subaru did regard his personality as horrible. since Gustav never helped him make decisions in these situations. Yet, though he would present Subaru the possibilities, he would never force him to choose. It was precisely because Gustav abided by that tenet that the Pleiades battalion had remained united until now, rather than collapsing. If there was one more reason for Gustav's attitude, and for the battalion to be this united, Subaru, Gustav's son, take the flag-bearer Hyen and half of everyone to support the other battles. Whites, take the other half and hold this position. I'll leave it to you. As Subaru had been entrusted with making the decisions on the spot, he had to exercise it properly. Gustav, I, as the official, acknowledge those orders. Hyen, I'm on it, bro. We're all in this boat together. Whites, of course we're in the same boat, Lizard. Since it's your request, I'm gonna listen. Hearing Subaru's decision, everyone who had been called upon replied one after the other. He had made the extravagant decision to take both of the options presented by Gustav. Even so, that would have to be done by dividing the forces to each battlefield. But, Subaru, if it's us, then we can do it. One could easily see how the enthusiasm of the members of the squadron heightened further at Subaru's declaration, and that was precisely why they were comrades with whom he had fought together ever since that hellish island, making their way over here. Adra, Schwartz, what should we do? Subaru, it's a no-brainer. We're going to make a grand entry through the wall. Idra questioned him as he held the reins of the Galawind horse, galloping along with Subaru. Subaru answered the obvious question cheerfully, as he pointed to the ramparts in front of him. Then, with his eyes fixed on the imposing wall, he opened his mouth and declared, Subaru, destroy it, Tanza. I'm counting on you. Tanza. Schwartz-sama, you sure are a smooth talker. Receiving Subaru's shout of encouragement, a small shadow agilely jumped out from right beside him, lifting the hem of her kimono and kicking off the ground in a dash as she headed to the ramparts, was Tanza. She had ended up working with Subaru through a strange quirk of fate, and was an indispensable member of the Pleiades battalion. To be precise, the reason for that was because she was the strongest attacker in the Pleiades battalion. Tanza. Ha ha. Flying like a bullet, Tanza spun in midair, and following that the geta she wore on her feet pierced the ramparts. 1 moment later, the robust rampart had been shattered, Tanza's figure running through it. The shockwave created a crack in the 4th bastion of the city walls, fissures spreading across its entirety. Subaru. Go 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 go. Everyone. Oh. Then, with Subaru's order, the Pleiades battalion crashed right where Tanza had struck the first blow, with its full momentum. It no longer was an attack by an individual member of the battalion, but a blow from the individual living entity that was the Pleiades battalion. An attack that even the walls of the imperial capital of Lupugana, boasted for their robustness, were unable to resist even briefly. Subaru. There was a thunderous roar, a terrific plume of dust enveloped them, and then the ramparts were opened via brute force. Seeing this overwhelming spectacle, Subaru performed a fist pump, while Beatrice in his arms opened her round eyes wide. Beatrice. For that wall to be so easily, that's too absurd, I suppose. Tanza. That is the Pleiades battalion. Descending from amidst the dust as to respond to Beatrice's horrified mutter, came Tanza. Dusting off her kimono, she was the sort of girl whose facial expression would barely ever stir. However, on this occasion, she seemed to be just a little proud of herself. Even though she did not show much camaraderie, she had recognized herself as a member of the Pleiades battalion. Otherwise, she would not have been affected by the power of unity. However, Beatrice did not seem to like Tanza's attitude. Beatrice. You have an impudent expression on your face, in fact. Tanza. Even if you call it impudent, this is the face I was born with. Beatrice, facial expressions are different, I suppose. They can be changed. In fact, Louis, Looking down at the clearly aloof Tanza, Beatrice, who was on horseback, had her face flush. Then, as if taking Beatrice's side, Louis, who had been clinging to Subaru's back, also began to make a fuss. To the frenzied girls, Subaru raised his voice with a wait, calm down, before continuing. Subaru, don't fight! We're a Beatrice. Unit. Team. Comrades. A unit? Tanza. Understood, Schwartzama. Beatrice. Grr, I suppose. Beatrice cocked her head in confusion at the unfamiliar echo, whereas Tanza bowed as it was a familiar one. Knowledge of Gladiator Island was the difference between those reactions, but Subaru's lips curved as the atmosphere seemed to become more and more like a spark for Beatrice's anger. However, rather than Subaru moving to mediate there, "Damn you, prepare yourselves." Subaru. Eh? A lone Imperial soldier, creeping up amidst the dust created by the collapsed walls, raised his sword, training it on Subaru riding atop horseback. Even if it was hard to believe, to this enemy soldier before them, it was clear that Subaru was the leader of this group. It was the way of the Empire to not underestimate children, even if they did not know any better. Therefore the soldier's sword veered not from its aim, and was driven into Subaru. Lewis. Wow! In an instant, the force hugging Subaru from behind became stronger, and his vision changed in a flash. What had occurred was plain and simple. In the blink of an eye, the Galewind horse had moved. No, it had teleported away from the spot it had been standing just before. Idra... what? Urf. The sudden teleportation caused Idra, the holder of the reins, to swoon, involuntarily coming to vomit, his internal organs upset. Subaru also felt like his body remembered this sensation. That of the unusual power Louis at his back possessed. Then, Beatrice, Shamak, Imperial soldier, Waku. With a brief chant from Beatrice, the Imperial soldier was covered by a cloud, and a fluid kick from Tanza swept the legs of the stunned Imperial soldier in splendid fashion, knocking them down onto the ground, lost of consciousness. After this momentary display of teamwork, the two who achieved it exchanged glances from on and off the horse. Tanza, excellent work. Beatrice, you too, your moves weren't bad, in fact. Thus, the tense atmosphere that had prevailed earlier completely changed, as they acknowledged each other. Subaru. Well, it's good to see you little girls warming up to each other. By the way, Lewis, don't do that so suddenly. You've turned Idra's stomach inside out, even though it helped a lot. Lewis. Subaru. Good answer. Idra, take a deep breath. This is the first time that happens, but maybe not the last. Idra. I'll try my best. With the power of Lewis's teleport, at least one unforeseen accident had been averted. If push came to shove, Subaru would not hesitate to make use of it, no matter how much Idra would be about to throw up. Subaru. Not like I could handle 2 or 3 in a row to begin with. Gustav-san. Hi, and Whites. At the call of the reinvigorated Subaru, the faces in front of the collapsed wall looked back at him. One by one they looked into the eyes of that familiar face with a firm gaze. Subaru. I'm counting on all of you. Gustav, I will, in my capacity, fulfill my duties. You ought to do likewise. Hien. Let's get it. Time for the triumphant return of the Pleiades Battalion in its full and imposing force. Whites. Schwartz will defend this place to the last. Go take that throne. Gustav's group headed off to another battlefield. Whites' group stopped to defend the collapsed walls, and as Subaru left his dependable men to their respective posts, he poked Idra in the chest with the back of his head. As he got head-butted, Idra looked like he was holding Subaru in his arms as he rode the Galewind horse. Idra? Well, we got in. Looks like we're the first ones. Laughing bravely, Idra rode the Galewind horse over the wreckage of the city walls and into the inner city. While swaying to and fro on the same horse, Subaru also entered the imperial capital of Lupugana. The cityscape of the imperial capital, hidden within the high walls, could not be seen in its entirety from the outside, but it was a methodical, orderly, and disciplined arrangement of buildings. Subaru. The city's representative must be a nervous wreck to build it like this. If the person in question had been listening, they might have argued how impossible it was for them to be responsible for adding on to a city that was built hundreds of years ago. So, having stated this one-sided impression, the Pleiades Battalion surged into the imperial capital. Their goal was, Beatrice, Subaru, what should we do, I suppose? Tanza. Schwartz-sama, what shall we do? Louis. Oh, yeah. Subaru? Of course. It's obvious. Head straight to the Crystal Palace of the Imperial Capital. Let's rub this warm welcome straight into the pompous face of His Excellency the Emperor. Subaru, having been asked this question by all the girls at once, responded to them collectively. Beatrice, Tanza, and even Louis all nodded in reply to Subaru's answer, but only Idra, who was forced to be close to all of them, muttered quietly. Idra. On the battlefield with 4 children into... I guess I didn't have the talent of a warrior, after all. Indeed, that was a fitting thought for a miller. And, concurrent with the Pleiades battalion led by Natsuki Subaru breaching the city walls, being the first to finally enter the imperial capital of Lupugana. Surely, I had not expected you to be so dogged. Groups of rebels were besieging the imperial capital in their plans to overthrow the very foundations of the empire, and the fixed destination for all of them, expending their lives for the sake of reaching it, was the Crystal Palace. The throne room was located in the most elevated, most prestigious room in the castle, with the national banner of a wolf pierced by swords hoisted on the wall behind it, and a blood-red carpet laid out before it. Present there was the throne, upon which all the authority of this empire was concentrated, and upon it the emperor sat. Young, intelligent, and as ruthlessly beautiful as a finely sharpened blade, the emperor did not change his complexion, even as the masses came flocking in, their swords pointed at his throat. Despite what he himself had stated, the situation nevertheless surpassed his expectations. Even though, out of the countless threads you have laid out, up to which layer were you referring by that? As this was the throne room, those words were too irreverent to be uttered to the emperor who was seated on his throne. However, there was neither a loyal retainer to condemn that insolent man, nor were there any soldiers to behead him, and the room echoed with the sound of the intruder's presumptuous footsteps on the carpet. There was also another inscrutable thing, within the vacant throne room. Supposing others were present in the room, they would have frowned upon this fact. Or, perhaps, they could not even have frowned, because in order to recognize that fact, one would need to have sufficient reason to break through the cognitive block. A gift had once been presented to an ancient emperor, by a tribe he had shared a friendship with. A mask that took after the Onai clan, a clan created for the sake of killing the most terrifying existences in the world, making those gazing upon it to avert their eyes in fear of what laid on the other side of the mask. Therefore, it was not easy to recognize that the tone of voice of the person wearing the One mask was exactly the same as that of the emperor. And so a presence had made its appearance before the Emperor Vincent Valexia, bearing the same tone of voice as the emperor, striding proudly and fearlessly through the throne room, as if it were his own. That presence was... Vincent, unsurprisingly, you are emotionless to the very core. Even when you look up from below at the throne you were ousted from like this. Alas, it was the triumphant return of the rightful emperor, who'd had no recourse but to abandon his throne before. Chapter 16. Hunt Bastions in Chaos. When Burstets Fondalfon made his return to the throne room, noticing something strange, he came to find that the door to the most venerable room in the Crystal Palace was firmly closed. The word closed did not simply refer to the mere opening or closing of the door. In this case, closed literally meant that the door was completely sealed off from the outside world. It was a manifestation of the intention of the master of the palace, the intention to never let anyone else enter. However, in this case, I wonder which of the two emperors' intentions is more appropriate to keep in mind for this. Prime Minister Sama. Burstets came to a stop, narrowing his already thread-like eyes even further to the utmost, due to the clownish manner of the delicate man that was stretching out his arms and standing in front of the closed door. The man standing there with a faint smile on his face was an exception of some sort, being allowed to enter and leave the Crystal Palace as he pleased because of his stargazer peculiarity, making him an unpredictable entity who had obtained the position of being neither friend nor foe. Burstets. Yubuk Dono, regarding the throne room. Yubuk. I'm not going to leave you high and dry, so I'll tell you the truth. His Excellency the Emperor is present, both the real and the fake, so they should get their face-to-face meeting. Burstet's incomprehensible. Even though he had an inkling, Burstet's chose to respond like this as he placed his hand on his chin, exactly as he had mouthed. It was incomprehensible to him. And there was no doubt that the situation was difficult for him to just accept. At Burstet's reaction, Yubilk tilted his head, saying, "Incomprehensible, Yubilk. What's so hard to accept? Are you wondering how the real emperor was brought here? If that's the case, I was guided by the whispers of the stars." Burstet's. Even on the battlefield, you can manage to walk down a path that is free from falling arrows. Even if soldiers are slashing at each other in close quarters, you are able to step through without a splatter of blood reaching you, let alone their sword blows. Correct? Yubilk. Yeah, that's who it is. But that's not all. With a smirk, Yubilk nodded, making no pretense of hiding anything. As ridiculous as it sounded, Burstet's had been witness to Yubilk's abnormal abilities with his own eyes. Yubilk had once leisurely walked through a literal rainstorm of projectiles and a forest of swords without suffering a single scratch. Yubilk claimed to follow the whisperings of the stars, but Burstet's could not determine whether him possessing superhuman fighting skills was true or false. If one thing could be said for certain, then it was that he was enveloped by a power beyond human understanding, be it the whispering of the stars or Yubilk's own abilities. And because he was so useful, neither the real Vincent Valasha nor the fake Vincent Valasha had been willing to let go of Yubilk. Everything was Burstet's, so that you serve as a guiding light for the purpose of preventing the great disaster. Yubilk, this, wasn't it due to my own humanity being acknowledged? Burstet's. If anyone was to be called forth to the Crystal Palace because of their humanity, it would be General First-Class Gauze. Aside from him, everyone else would be called due to their abilities. I myself am no exception. From the perspective of running a nation, personal attachment was nothing more than the sound of insects flying. It ought be ignored. That was Burstet's view, and it was almost certainly the same view held by both Vincent Valachius. It was not a question of good and bad, or likes and dislikes, but rather a topic that should be discussed from the perspective of necessity. In that regard, Burstet's was only a necessary cogwheel at this point. If his position were to become unnecessary or worthless, he would have no qualms about being removed. Yubilk should not deviate from his required role as well, regardless of his resolve. Burstet's. If you were aware of this, you would not have overlooked this plot of mine and His Excellency who sits on the throne now, would you? Yubilk. Could it be that you consider my actions as betrayal? That's complicated. After all, in order to betray, you gotta be trusted first. Or, do you trust me, Burstet's? No, not at all, Yubilk. That's so. It hurts me to have that be said, but... Putting his hand on his forehead, Yubilk looked amused as he spoke of how much it had hurt him. Whether this was out of placidity or something else, Burstet's had never witnessed him failing to keep a straight expression. He had never thought of this as unpleasant before. But at this moment, for the very first time, he considered him an eyesore. The real Vincent Valachia, who had been banished from the Crystal Palace, thus relinquishing of his title as Emperor, he had now been brought through the door, pushed into this decisive scene. Yubilk. Allow me to answer one question, Prime Minister Sama. I haven't changed my standpoint. Burstet's. What standpoint, exactly? Burstet's inquired whether he purported to be a friend or foe. Upon hearing that, Yubilk put his hands together in front of his chest, making a sound that echoed through the air. Yubilk. Of course, my standpoint of wishing to avert the great disaster and maintain the peace and quiet of the Valatian Empire. Burstet's. For that reason, the confrontation on the other side of this door is necessary? Yubilk. Yes, that's right. That's right. Everything I do is for the sake of that. The beating of my heart, the breathing that inflates and deflates my lungs, the flow of blood through my body, everything. Burstet's. Burstet's remained silent in response to Yubilk, continuing on, tapping on his own chest. Yubilk's unchanging smile, unwavering demeanor, and somewhat devilish gaze seemed to be sane and serious to Burstet's eyes. He could not say for certain whether that Sanity and seriousness was a peek into the other side of madness. Berstets. Your Excellency, what will you do? As Ubuk stood guarding the great door, and the two emperors faced each other on the other side of it, Berstets muttered to himself. Thinking of the person he had banished, Berstets did not care if he were to be beheaded, if his soul were to be lit ablaze, if he were subjected to any other kind of brutal execution. If Vincent Valencia, one of the wisest emperors in the history of the empire, truly wished to be emperor, so be it. Therefore, a man always quick to act, always light in words, I would not count on something of the ilk of the stargazer who placed his faith in the skies above. Firstly, I expect no sort of loyalty from that thing. If hierarchy were to be established based on loyalty, Valencia would not have been preserved as it is till the present day. Again, thy ruin come as a result of being unable to question the upsides and downsides of the ambitions you have hidden. Then one could easily say it is but natural that the prospect of me stepping through the palace floor like this would be one so far off in the distance. Now would it? Treading upon the blood-red carpet, Abel posed a question to the one before his eyes, the former's gaze fixed on the latter, arms crossed. There was no room for debate as to whose hand had aided Abel in this instance of arriving here. That man, who read through the peculiarities of that which was outside the norm, pouring heart and soul into realizing the wishes of the observers, was without peer in regard to the act of treading the outside of the game board, much akin to a loose cannon. However, a cannon that could not be divested of its station, unless the conditions were to be met. Identifying the conditions for forcefully divesting that loose cannon of its post had been a particularly difficult task to the extreme, being that making it stir was a double-edged sword. Yet, he had done it. The fact that he was now once more setting foot on the throne room from which he had been ousted was proof of that. The scheming, the concealment up until this moment, it was no exaggeration to state that it had all been done in order to wrestle back this opportunity. Abel, the face of the man sitting on the throne he had his eyes set on, the one to whom he was about to pose a question, was one Abel had seen many times. His own face, it went far beyond logic, like mere intimate familiarity or whatnot. It was a visage that to others would appear like that of Vincent Valencia himself. However, to Abel, who had known the man who had mastered the art of disguising himself with that face for years, it appeared to be a poorly crafted mask. A mask would remain a mask, however, even if poorly crafted. A mask over one's face concealed their true visage, accomplishing the role of covering up their real thoughts, making them invisible. Henceforth, Abel posed his questions not with his eyes, but with his words. And in addition he posed a straightforward, piercing question, one devoid of any smoke and mirrors. Abel, have your wishes in ousting me, thus joining Berstets, come true? The query spoken by Abel, had anyone heard it, was one that would surely have caused outrage. The aftermath of the banishment drama that had begun in a room in the Crystal Palace had already spread throughout the entirety of the empire. Even now, imperial soldiers and rebels were clashing by the walls surrounding the imperial capital, their lives continuously being scattered to the wind. The people living in the imperial capital, too, were entrusting their lives to the outcome. Against this backdrop, Abel's question was the sort that could not escape being criticized as leisurely. Still, Abel had voiced so. The rebel, who preferred not wasting a single thing, who had worked out so many wily schemes to get to this point, had voiced so, because it was necessary to determine what Abel, nay, what the real Vincent Valencia, ought to seek in the forthcoming dialogue with the fake Vincent Valencia. Finally, after pausing for a time too long to even be hesitation, yet too short to be dubbed contemplation, Vincent, no, not yet. I have not yet obtained the result I seek. In a voice imitative of the one that had cast the inquiry, thus was the answer from the false emperor to the true emperor. Abel. For that reply, Abel likewise needed a moment of time. He paused for a breath, putting neither hesitation nor contemplation betwixt. And then, Abel, have yet to obtain what you seek, is it? As that spilled from him, he closed both his eyes, going against the natural habit he had. Never did Abel close both eyes simultaneously. He was forced to keep one eye open at all times, lest his preparations be too deficient as an emperor who ruled his empire lifeless after the blink of an eye. The point here was not that for Abel, who by product of training and self-awareness was capable of keeping one eye open even when sleeping, his consciousness remaining half awake, this marked the first time in several years in which darkness came as several years in which darkness came as sev, a result of closing both his eyes. It was that, by doing so, by possessing the very capability of doing so, Abel had made an assertion of his own intents. In other words, Abel. That is deceit. From the moment he had set foot into the throne room, no anger, no disappointment had been present within Abel's voice and gaze both. The same applied even when it came to being before the man who had performed an act of treachery, stabbing him in the back. His steely self-control had allowed him to do so. Here, Abel's voice, which had assiduously rejected all emotion, was for the first time laced with a tone of disdain which he had stopped concealing, directed towards the person who had disguised himself in his own visage, Vincent. With those words spoken, the false emperor, warming his throne, kept his silence. Silent. He kept. Though it would have been somewhat helpful had his silence been out of trifling pride. Abel. Ousting myself from the throne, you removed that damned gauze from the equation as he had gained knowledge of the situation, schemed to anticipate and crush my plans after my escape, and took part in the destruction of the demon city. The smoldering embers have spread to the entire nation, permitting that the bounds of the imperial capital, a place where rebels armed with their designs of insurrection have never been allowed to reach, would at last have their tainted, boorish feet. Enter it. Vincent. Do you believe it would have not come to pass had it been yourself on the throne? Abel, to begin with, had I been on the throne, all this now would not have come to fruition. As a result, the conflagration you have brought upon has scorched the empire. However, thereupon cutting off his sentence, Abel extended his hand towards the Oni mask that covered his face. And then, Abel, a way to immediately snuff out these flames exists. Having spoken so, he ripped off the mask affixed to his face, thus exposing his real face to the outside within eyesight of the other person. With his countenance looking down upon him, and both of them alike in every way, like two peas in a pod, the two emperors faced one another, real and fake, a perfect mirror such that none would be able to detect discrepancies. Abel. He was a wise man. Abel's actions and words would have conveyed his intentions clearly. With matters having come this far, he had sufficient understanding of his disadvantageous position, of the difficulty in fulfilling his plan. It was time for the irresistible waves of reason to sweep away the schemes that had been hatched. If the obstacles they had set their eyes on, if the great disaster to be fought against were both the same, that would be only logical. Henceforth, Abel, I shall... He was about to announce his intent to return to the place he was supposed to be. He would issue a decree difficult to oppose, thus settling the battle initiated by foolish reasons, and it happened just prior to that. Vincent, Your Excellency. That one expression cut off the rest of Abel's words. It was an expression that ought not be stated, with that appearance, with that voice, deprecating oneself and putting the one it was directed to at a higher standing. It was a stupid statement from someone who had lost awareness of his own position, which ought not happen. The moment it was heard, Abel's words were interrupted for a beat. Perhaps that was the second time Abel. No, Vincent Valaccia had had his expectations betrayed in the Crystal Palace, a possibly fatal moment. On the first occasion, he had been ousted from the throne, and now, on this second instance, Vincent. Slipping into that momentary gap, the false emperor rose from the throne, raising himself from his sitting position. The difference in their heights, which had been only that of one looking down on the other, once more increased for a smidgen. However, that notion vanished in a blink's worth of time. No more did it matter. The reason for that being, Vincent, your one lapse was in having a bird's-eye view of the board. The figure informing him of this had closed the distance in the time of a sole breath, looming before Abel. Inside the Crystal Palace in the imperial capital of Lupugana, two emperors, one true and one false, were within breathing range of each other. At that very moment, various changes occurred simultaneously all over at the places the imperial capital was being laid under siege. Each of them had been caused by different feelings and beliefs, but they all had just one thing in common. That one thing was that none of the changes occurring at these places had been desirable. Elfula. Wielding a wand in their hand, they created a gust of wind in the parched air of the battlefield. Normally, this magic would focus on slitting the opponent's throat with precision and minimal effort. However, Ram had realized that this would not be effective against the enemy present upon this battlefield. Forming a horde, stone golems were standing in her way as if they did not have a life of their own. They had nothing akin to a self-consciousness. They attacked approaching objects mechanically, and although they were humanoid in shape, they lacked what one would call the vital points of the human body. Whether their heads were removed, whether their limbs were severed, they attacked their enemies using the remaining parts of their body as weapons. Therefore, Ram's signature tactics were ineffective. But she could not just throw the towel like a genteel damsel who was completely incapable of doing anything on her own. Let loose! In response to the glaring Ram who stepped towards the horde, a line of brown-skinned war maidens likewise pressed forward on the front line. The people of Shudrak fearlessly pushed onto the battlefield with their bows poised, their arrows drawn, their shots fired at the encroaching obstacles of stone. Applying wind to each of their arrows, Ram attempted to rout the problem away by force. The wind-borne arrows were vested with speed and rotation, and the moment one struck a stone golem, the arrowhead would emit a burst of wind with penetrating force such that it would pulverize the golem. The arrow would continue with unrelenting force and pierce right into the stone golems behind it in a chain reaction, causing the same destruction and increasing the damage. With just a single arrow fired, 2 to 3 stone golems would collapse as a result. In addition to that, Ram, Fula, the whispered, delicate chanting would create a wind of a different wavelength compared to the destructive wind and blow the earth apart almost as if caressing it to scatter the stones it was composed of. At once, the arrows that had dropped to ground after destroying the stone golems would whirl up and thus make their return to the hands of the running Shudraks, just to be knocked and released to then defeat the stone golems again, and again. Ram, Fula, Elfula, Fula, Elfula. The alternate chanting, the rapid use of the magic in succession, was like a delicate motion combining the selfsame system of the magic. The people of Shudrak, who had nothing but respect and admiration for the Valatian Empire that had mastered the art of warfare at the expense of developing magic, could not comprehend this extraordinary skill. It was like she was threading a needle with her eyes closed and her hands tied. Or, perhaps, it was a superhuman feat, akin to putting the selfsame thread through countless lumen simultaneously. Because of the arrival of Ram and her highly effective wind magic on the battlefield, the Shudrak's breakthrough power had swelled several-fold. The female warriors, having been left behind due to Zikr Osman's faith and sentimentality, were using their consequently preserved strength to crush the forces of the nigh-impenetrable third bastion. How pleasant to be able to shock both friend and foe. With glossy black daggers gripped in her hands, Mazelda said this as she raced across the battlefield. Although she boasted a prosthetic leg in place of the one she had lost, her unfaltering gait gave no sense of deficiency. Mazelda overtook the front line of the battlefield, the place where the arrows of her allies flew towards mercilessly, and swinging her daggers in both hands, she tore apart the stone golems like a storm, opening a hole in their group. Sister will dodge them on her own. Don't stop. Let Ram's wind carry our spirit. Tirita, herself armed with a bow on hand, fired 3 shots in the same time the other Shadrakians took to fire one, and with her eyes fixed on the back of her older sister rampaging on the front lines, she made an appeal to her brethren. In accordance with that, as the arrows of the Shadrakians dealt a crushing blow to the group of stone golems, Zikr and the others who had picked their lives back up after they should have been thrown away, charged in to destroy their battle formation. Move, move, move. You small frystone golems, you ain't gonna take over this battlefield. Letting loose a vulgar voice at the head of the group was a man with an elegant flowing swordsmanship, contrary to his apparent character. Bringing demise to several stone golems with one sweep of his swords, the man with an eye patch leveled the battlefield in a single move. If one went by what had been described so far, it was a war situation that could probably be labeled as overwhelming superiority. However, Zikr pulled back mounted on the back of a gale-wind horse with a beautiful coat, Zicker shouted, and the group running on the front lines immediately split up. Right after, a wall fell from overhead towards the center of that group. A thunderous roar and violent tremor engulfed the land. Without exaggeration, this phenomenon was like fighting a fort itself. Such was the threat posed by Moguro Hagane, who had become one with the city wall, and which would not diminish no matter how many stone golems were chipped away. Literally, with one swing of Moguro's arm, their gains in the battle would be nullified in the blink of an eye. Rather than seesawing evenly, the battle had been unfolding with one step forward, followed by 2 steps back. But Ram, who had been concentrating on advancing forward onto the battlefield, as well as delivering arrows to the Shudrak and having their arrows pierce through the enemy, narrowed her light crimson eyes and pondered the changes that had taken place. It was only Ram at first who noticed the signs. But gradually, the change in the battlefield over the third bastion became one noticed by all. A change, namely, Jamal? Fuck you. Don't turn your back on your enemy. Are you even a general first class? Moguro Hagane, who had become a huge figure of unbelievable proportions, was struck by vulgar swearing hurled towards their back. Yes, towards their back. Moguro Hagane had taken a giant step towards the imperial capital, turning their back on Ram, the Shadrakians, and the throngs of warriors they had encountered on the battlefield. It's no good, she won't wake up at all. Shaking her shoulders, shouting at her, and lightly tapping her cheeks did not awaken the limped dragonkin girl in her arms, Madeline Eshart. Amelia, after retrieving her from the snow where she lay motionless, was trying her best to make the hectic battlefield a little better, but she was unable to get any results. Amelia, her silver hair fluttering in the cold wind, held Madeline, still locked in a stubborn sleep with her eyes closed. And once she turned around, she came to witness a battle between 2 extraordinary beings taking place. On one corner was a dragon clad in clouds, separated from ordinary creatures by the sheer nature of their very existence. And, while the blue-haired boy on the other corner would perhaps look and talk like a small child, he was flying around the battlefield with a fighting style that would put any adult or Amelia to shame. The battle between the cloud dragon Mezareya and Cecilus Segment was now a legendary one. Cecilus, Shua. With the soles of his Zori on the icy wall without any apparent aid, Cecilus's body ran through the air at an angle parallel to the ground. Without anything to hold on to, the human body would normally fall to the ground. Yet, Cecilus ignored such natural principles and made use of the towering ice wall as a foothold from which to approach the dragon above Amelia's head. Taking one last powerful step, Cecilus's body caught up to Mezareya with lightning speed. Mezareya flapped its wings and tried to keep its distance, but it was at the mercy of his maneuvers, being hit by the slash of an ice sword to its exposed neck without being able to defend itself. Once Cecilus had avoided its swinging claws. Mezareya, Gah! From the dragon came a cry of anguish that was quite unlike a dragon, and then came a shrill noise of the ice sword shattering against the dragon's neck, conveying its demise through sound to those around in the environs. Was it the robustness of the cloud dragon's scales that had shattered the ice blade, which had been hardened like iron, or was it the speed with which Cecilus had swung the sword that had made it shatter? In any case, the disintegrated sword of frost had served its purpose, and Cecilus was defenseless in mid-air. Cecilus, I'm spoiled for choice with this many options to pick and choose from. There are no limits, no petty tricks. The voice, its high pitch comparable to the sound of the sword of frost shattering, was an indication of Cecilus's natural voice and excitement. Cecilus's words, spun in a pleasant tone, were followed by a second sound of ice shattering. No, not a second, but a third and a fourth in succession. Cecilus. Ch-ch-ch-ch. Not unprotected in mid-air as one might have thought, Cecilus sprung upwards, without fail. He pulled out a myriad of weapons of frost created by Amelia, weapons created via icicle line, one after another, which he had shoved into his clothes. From his back, his waist, and between his thighs, the items Cecilus had picked up while catching up with Mezareya, who was escaping into the sky, were swung one after another by Cecilus's hands while in the air, peeling off Mezareya's scales. Swords, axes, spears, and hammers of ice wreaked havoc. and the cloud dragon was put on the defensive due to the violent assault. Or perhaps even that expression was a misnomer, seeing as Mesorea was unable to defend itself. Emilia. Wow. Her eyes were able to follow him because she was far away in a spot where she would not get caught in the crossfire, but if Cecilus were to move right in front of her, Emilia would probably not be able to follow his afterimage. Considering that level of surprise, then perhaps Cecilus would be able to defeat Mesorea, even if Madeline did not wake up, though her heart was not in a state that she would not feel frustration at that. Emilia, you're fighting for someone you care about too, aren't you? Emilia lowered the corners of her amethyst eyes at the sight of Madeline's unconscious sleeping face. Madeline had always been hostile, angry and unwilling to listen, but Emilia did not know her well enough to dislike her for it. What she did know was that the reason she was angry laid in her feelings for someone she cared about, and Mesorea had come down to help Madeline in this way. If Mesorea were to die while she was asleep, just what would happen to Madeline's mind? Emilia, Madeline, wake up. Wake up already. They were in the middle of a battle. Moreover, Cecilus had saved Emilia's life from peril. It was impossible for her to be so selfish as to ask him to back off or not to kill Mesorea. Therefore, that only left Madeline. Only she could end the battle without Madeline herself or Mesorea, who would come to her aid, losing their lives. Cecilus. Oh, I see. So the wing's join is weak. Despite Emilia's hopes and considerations, the analysis from Cecilus, who had been cheering for battle, proceeded. Looking back at her memories of fighting Volcanica, at the time Emilia had had no idea of what the weaknesses of the creature known as a dragon would be, but Cecilus seemed to be different. The blow of Cecilus's sword had met the joint of one of the dragon's wings, as he had stated, while he continued to fight in the air using the dragon's body as a foothold, not falling out of the air, and in the meantime he dodged the attacks from its arms. Wings and tail performed in an attempt to fling him away. In an instant, the nature of the scream changed, and blue blood dripped onto the snow-white decoration. It was proof that a slash had skewered the sturdy scales, reaching beyond them. Cecilus, if a dragon were to lose its wings, what would make it different from a ground dragon? Have you had a chance to learn how to fight while on the ground in your long lifetime? He was not mocking it, nor was he belittling it. Cecilus's tone of voice had remained the same. If anything, he was saying it to hype himself up. But even Emilia was convinced that what he had been saying was about to become a reality. If Emilia had been convinced, Mesorea, who was being directly swung at by the sword, ought to have been convinced of it even further. A dragon having its wings cut off, thus falling to the ground. Emilia, who had no wings and was not a dragon, could not imagine how unbearable that would be. But she could see how it would take away Mesorea's chances of winning. It was hard to believe that Cecilus, who could not be kept up with even in the sky, could be kept up with on the ground. Mesorea, this dragon is... A moment later, Mesorea's low voice boomed, trying to sweep aside the impending humiliation. Kicking Mesorea in the flank, Cecilus leapt up and his slash drew near the root of its wing. Just before it hit, it did a spinning drill and flipped from down-facing to upward-facing while airborne. Looking up towards Cecilus, aiming for the wing, Mesorea's draconic arm reared up in front of the former. A human body could easily be torn apart if it were hooked in either the claws or the scales. Even Cecilus, who could move fast, was no exception to this, making Emilia come near to shrieking. But Emilia's scream was directed not at Cecilus's death, but at something else. Cecilus. Hawe. That was a close one. The swinging arm of the dragon had certainly caught Cecilus in mid-air. However, Cecilus aligned his soul against the dragon arm striking at him, allowing him to run alongside the arm while it unleashed its ferocious blow. Launching himself using the tip of the dragon's claw as footing, he started running near the dragon's elbow. He had been able to convert a strike that would have blown his body apart upon impact into an opportunity to run and jump out of the way. It was his ridiculous foot speed that had allowed him to escape an otherwise certain death. Cecilus. Beauty-san. Emilia. Ah, yes. Being called a beauty. Emilia was at loss for any words of modesty in response. Instinctively sensing why she was being called upon, Emilia leapt away from the tip of the dragon's arm, and then cast a new weapon of frost in Cecilus's vicinity, who had landed on the ice wall. Cecilus quickly picked it up, turning to Mesorea, who was about to give chase, and bent his knees in preparation for another leap. The distance that had opened between them could be closed in the blink of an eye, but in there laid Mazoria's chance for victory, as right now no attacks from Cecilis could reach it. Naturally, Mazoria would put all its energy into this. At least, that was what ought to have happened. Cecilis. Getting ready for an immediate attack, Cecilis tilted his head while he crouched down. Despite his tacit understanding, and despite the fact that he was giving up the first move, the expected attack did not arrive. Emilia seemingly harbored the same doubts as Cecilis. Before she even knew it, Emilia understood that this was the final frontier between over victory or defeat as she was pushed to her limits. And yet, Mazoria did not move. On the contrary, Mazoria. Immediately before this moment, Mazoria had tried to swing its dragon arm to obliterate Cecilis. Having stopped moving in midair, its white eyeballs with pupils and irises black stared at a single point. At Cecilis, who had tried to put it on the ropes, making it taste humiliation. That was not so. Aside from Cecilis, who was posturing on the ice wall, and Emilia, who was cradling Madeline, there was another presence that Mazoria could not ignore on this white-dyed battlefield. Mazoria, still as if it had been struck dead, raised its gaze even higher into the sky. It stopped and gazed towards a point in the sky much, much higher than its own. Emilia, is there something flying? Emilia followed Mazoria's gaze and focused on the ashen, snow-laden clouds. Even higher in the sky than where Mazoria's huge body floated, there was a shadow of something flying just barely visible to Emilia's eyesight. The only options Emilia could consider flying in the sky were the dragon in front of her, the flying dragons that flew in numbers across the battlefield, or Roswell getting sidetracked during his travel time. And, Mazoria, it can't be. Mazoria flapped its wings as it muttered this. The body of the idling dragon resumed its movement. However, it was not a move to unleash a decisive attack like it was supposed to do just prior to Cecilis. Wah? Hey. Wait. This can't be happening. As soon as Cecilis observed its movement, his expression trembled with the greatest of shock. Until then, his expression had seemed to be happy regardless of what was done to him. But now his eyes darted about quickly in bewilderment. That was only natural. At a time he had expected his opponent to rush in. Mazoria turning its back like that was quite unbelievable. Mazoria. Not heeding Cecilis's voice, Mazoria flapped its wings and tore through the sky. Once the dragon had decided to fly and started moving, its speed was extraordinary, turning back and rising into the sky so swiftly that it was like an arrow being shot with full force. Cecilis, you think I'll let you do that? In order to prevent the airborne dragon from escaping, Cecilis bent his knees not for a counterattack, but to explosively unleash the strength required from his legs to chase after the flying dragon. The small body made an incredible thrust, causing the thick, huge ice wall to fissure and crumble, starting from his soul as Cecilis's body leapt away. Flying in a straight line, Cecilis's figure surpassed the dragon's speed, homing in on its wings. He drew closer, and closer, until Cecilis. Ah, damn. Looks like I can't reach. No matter how fast Cecilis was on his feet, and how far he could leap, he was incapable of erasing the distance to the dragon which was already in the sky. Alas, Cecilis's body could not keep up with Mazoria, the latter pulling away, and once he hit the apex of his leap he lost his momentum, dropping back down. Had the cloud dragon shifted its aim and gone for Cecilis, even he would perhaps have been in danger. But Mazoria did not retaliate. Instead, it rose steadily and ripped through the sky. And Cecilis. It's heading into the imperial capital? Changes had taken place in multiple places in the siege of the imperial capital. Amongst them, the developments that had occurred in two places were of particular importance. At the same time these had transpired outside of the Crystal Palace, within the throne room, two emperors met face to face, their gazes so close together that their eyelashes could have touched those of the other. Abel, the rebel ringleader Abel, had been a move behind. However, he switched gears on the spot. He leaned forwards as to play his best move, or rather, to play the next best move he had, against the person donning a visage identical to his own, who had approached his immediate front before his eyes. Abel. HK. A sharp strike was delivered to his left clavicle, his thoughts soldering red from the severe blow. Taking a look, he saw that what had struck the base of his neck was being held by the hand of the one right before him. An iron fan. The preferred weapon of the person wearing the same visage as his own. An object he knew from sight. Handling that weapon took something special, and he had harbored doubts of just how powerful a thing it was, many times in the past. Abel. The fact that he had attained the answer to his past questions, the pain penetrating his brain, he consciously excised them both from his thoughts. Picture in your mind the priorities of the present moment and immediately formulate measures to address them, taking into consideration a combination of feasibility and effectiveness. Alongside your injuries, arrange the priorities. But, Vincent, this is not a board game. This is why you are not worthy of being a warrior. It feels. Faster than Abel was able to choose from the myriad of options that had emerged within his head. The warrior displayed the techniques that had permeated his body, his veins, rather than his head. Mercilessly twisting Abel's arm, he snatched away the thing which was held by the now weakened limb, and in the moment following that, Abel's vision was covered in dark for an instant. Abel. Has he crushed my eyes? Or have my eyes been blinded in some way? A moment's pondering, negated by the fact that his blocked vision returned immediately afterwards. If so, what had been the true meaning behind the other party's actions? And coincident with those thoughts, he realized that again, his own face was covered with something that felt familiar. Abel. You. And thus his lips, moving faster than his hands or feet, let out a sound as he glared into the black eyes before him. With those words from Abel, on whom he had put the Onai mask that had previously been snatched away, the false emperor before him. No, Chisha Gold twisted his lips, the lips on a face that was not his own. Recognizing that upon his own face was an awfully decadent smile, Abel's eyes widened. A moment later, Abel. A white light came rushing in, piercing a wall of the throne room, and perforated the chest of the one at the apex of the empire, Vincent Valacia, from behind. Chapter 107. Chisha Gold. The Oni mask did not obscure just how the man's face stiffened as he was pushed away. An expression of that sort would easily lend itself to misinterpretations. Despite his cleverness, or perhaps because of it, the emperor would often abridge his statements, even when unfavorable. And his countenance was no less taciturn than his mouth. If there was somebody able to seize the truth behind that expression, it was probably himself, who had spent several years at the emperor's side. Chisha, or, perhaps, were it the emperor's little sister, whom he held sacred in every sense of the word at this place? Would she figure it out as well? In any case, it was pointless to make comparisons now. After all, in this minuscule, isolated place in time and space, nobody was present other than himself. Cheshire Trim? Would you be willing to die for my sake? Upon their first meeting, having disclosed his name, he received a question treating matters of life and death in exchange. Cheshire, 14 years old at the time, had believed himself to be mature for his age, but meeting that boy, 2 years younger than himself, forced him to reconsider. What the youngster before his eyes exhibited was true maturity, whereas his own case was mere conceit. Once the question came out, the boy awaited with his black eyes fixed on him. His hair and irises, both black as if imbued with shadows, were considered uncommon traits, even in a land so rich in racial diversity like the Valacian Empire. Although Cheshire's eye color differed, he likewise had been born with black hair. For that, he would often become the subject of mockery, so he could sympathize with the boy. Or maybe not. It felt nothing short of insolent to think that they shared something to sympathize over. Physical characteristics, however rare they may be, amounted to trifles when compared with what actually made the boy especial. Superficial coincidences aside, the child's very origins elevated him far from ordinary folks, and that refined, precocious attitude was also a product of his upbringing. He stood in a unique position, where he must grow this way, lest he would not survive. To be precise, Cheshire, Prince Vincent Abelux. His name was accompanied by a title his role acquired at birth. This black-haired youngster, Vincent, was the son of Dryzen Valacia, sovereign of the Valachian Empire, and therefore one of several children bestowed with the possibility to one day stand at the pinnacle of the empire. He had more than 20 siblings possessed of similar qualifications, but that did not devalue his noble blood in the slightest. Regardless, Cheshire reminisced on his course of action heretofore, seeking to solve one doubt. How had he ended up encountering such an outstanding lad, not to mention riding the same carriage as him? All had begun with a simple act of assistance. He had come across a stranded carriage, its wheel stuck in a ditch on the highway. Pushing and pulling, many attempts were being made in vain to release it. He approached the scene and freed the lurched carriage from the deep ditch by inserting a board and utilizing it as a lever. Much to his surprise, that vehicle belonged to the lord of the Abalux domain, and aboard sat that individual famous for his rise to headship through the miracle of Abalux, Vincent Abalux himself. Miracle of Abalux was the name given to a rebellion that had begun with a vassal of the House of Abalux betraying their long-lasting patronage by conspiring with another family. But albeit their tactics had been brilliant, they had suffered defeat at the hands of an 11-year-old commander. In the end, all conspirators had been massacred, his household's members and soldiers having given in to distress and disarray. Vincent, whose name remained unsung back then, despite his princely status, had devised a plan for them without delay. By exercising his prodigious finesse, he had thus achieved victory. The vassal behind the rebellion had underestimated Vincent as an enemy, judging him to be an easy prey whom they could behead for a trophy. Those presumptuous delusions had become the cause of their demise. Facts came to light, as did apocryphal rumors, giving him quite the outrageous reputation. As a civilian of the Empire, Cheshire heard the stories as well, but he had never pondered the odds of getting involved with him. Yet, here he was, by a twist of fate, in front of the person dreaded by the public. And then, that had been cast towards him. If he was willing to die for him or not, Cheshire, whatever had he aimed to earn with that inquiry, Cheshire could not discern. In the first place, he had been invited aboard for 2 reasons: to thank him for releasing the wheel, and to bring him into the mansion. Of course, Cheshire held not the right to decline. No matter how much he resented this, his opinion carried non-existent weight. Hence, he had resigned a fraction of his time, and stepped into the carriage. Once he had set foot on the vehicle, Vincent had begun the interrogation. It was inappropriate to start that interaction with an acquaintance who only helped him resume his journey. But this boy was a prince by birth, thereby accustomed to having people heed his wishes. Notwithstanding, he bore a relatively recent record of annihilating an entire family and its retainers, out of fury towards the vassal who had committed treachery against him. Nobody would blame a 12-year-old for developing an extreme distrust of people after an experience of that ilk. Perhaps his mind would not be at ease unless he managed to confirm everybody's allegiance, even that of a casual passerby. The silence had already extended for 10 odd seconds, more than enough for it to turn disrespectful. The issue at hand concerned a figure not simply superior but supreme. Still, he understood what answer he ought to give, and what answer the other wanted. Obviously, the other wished to hear a single phrase, "I would." This was a test for Cheshire, as a citizen of the Empire. Either he pledged unwavering loyalty and eternal servitude to the prince, or he would incur the forename's wrath, knowing that within him, potentially, lay the seed of a tyrant. Enduring the improper distance between them, Cheshire bowed his head deeply before the possible sovereign. "Cheshire, my apologies, but I'm afraid I would note." And so, he spoke the one reply that he should have avoided. "Cheshire." His head still lowered, Cheshire cursed himself for committing such a gaffe on impulse. Moreover, he felt the urge to grab his own head in embarrassment at his lack of self-control. With his impatient nature as the reason, he had gotten in trouble with a powerful individual and ended up banished from his hometown. Time after time he would tell himself that his behavior could ruin his prospects, yet he had never been able to mend it. And at last he had addressed the worst possible answer to the worst possible addressee. He would soon perish in one of the most stupid ways, falling victim to his own idiocy. However, he could not act brazen enough as to give the desired answer in the desired manner to a question about death, much less with the overbearing tone in which it was delivered. If his heart were to shatter, were his pride to be extinguished, then, as far as he was concerned, even if he still breathed, he was dead too. He did not cherish Wallach's praxis, but he was nonetheless a man of the Empire. Therefore, he held no regrets towards his response. If anything, he felt sorry for taking his pitiful frustrations out on a boy who had merely sought something that would assuage his own trust issues. At least, that guilt would disappear once the rageful blade unattached his head from his shoulders. Vincent. Perfect. Maintain that outlook, for you shall be serving me hereafter. Cheshire. I will, Vincent. Do not end your affirmations in a rising tone, otherwise they shall come across as interrogative. Cheshire. I did not err. The pronunciation was intentional. So, does this mean you will not execute me, Vincent? Seconds after securing you? That would be senseless. Closing one eye, Vincent scowled with a hint of annoyance. Receiving a meaningless question irritated him, yet he did not protest when denied a vow of loyalty. Cheshire found that strange, but he kept his composure and re-examined the situation. For some reason, Vincent seemed to overlook Cheshire's irreverence. Far from that, he seemed to consider recruiting Cheshire as his retainer. Cheshire. I apologize, but I cannot wrap my head around this. Is it a hobby of yours to jest with those you intend to kill before taking their lives, Vincent? Do tell. Why do you insist that I kill you with such obstinacy? That is far more incomprehensible, I dare say. Cheshire, I do not mean to offend, but it is well known that you do not take kindly to those who oppose you. By the time he realized that his comment was again of the undue sort, it had already escaped his mouth. However, since he had succeeded in committing one transgression, Cheshire shifted into a bolder stance, ready to find out how many more he could commit before reaching the threshold, putting his life on the line. Like whenever he enjoyed a book, cultivated new knowledge, or proved his theories through execution, he was determined to decipher the prince's unrevealed thoughts. If he died in consequence, so be it. While Cheshire surrendered almost his whole future to embark on this reckless undertaking, Vincent, now aware of the context, nodded with an ah before continuing. Vincent. If you are referring to the latest rebellion, I made an example of that. Family because it was necessary. You ought to collar any white who might be aspiring to attempt the same deed. Fear produces the best effects for that. Cheshire. And is that also why you had the instigating servants' advance troops dismembered and put on display on the road, Vincent? If a life must be ended, then you had better exploit it to the utmost first. People should die in an efficient manner. So replied Vincent, his chin resting on his hand as he sat inside the carriage. His austere, realistic perspective left Cheshire at a loss for words. What Cheshire had mentioned was the first and main counterattack that Vincent had launched in order to suppress the rebellion. Slaughtering the enemy vanguard, plus the barbarous profanation of their cadavers. After enduring the anguish of being mangled while alive, their corpses had been lined up within the battlefield. Hearsay had spread that getting caught would result in similar punishment, and thus the other traitors had chosen to disregard their agreement with the primary conspirator and relegate themselves to the role of spectators. Alone, bereft of any escape route, said conspirator had gone to confront Vincent, only to end up ensnared in the latter's sanguinary stratagem. They, alongside their relatives and retainers, had perished savoring the same hell that the other soldiers had. Naturally, with the emergence of this information, the public had reshaped its notion of Vincent Abalux into that of a brutal, bloodthirsty prince. But, Cheshire, are those rumors of your own creation, perhaps, Vincent? If my sole presence elicits dread in you, I can at least say that their purpose has not gone unfulfilled. Cheshire. Ha ha ha. Good to hear, I guess. More and more did Vincent's thoughts sound too impressive for ones that had sprung from a 12-year-old. On the other hand, although Vincent had pardoned his irreverence, Cheshire did not expect to be capable of performing whatever mission Vincent had in store for him. Vincent, what exact purpose do I expect from you, you wonder? As if he had read Cheshire's mind, Vincent delivered the next question. It was vaguer than the previous one, and moreover, it required Cheshire to unravel the mystery with his own brain. Surely, there was an arduous mission meant for him, but he needed to pinpoint what it entailed. A very challenging problem indeed. Born in the imperial family, Vincent was destined to take part in the Empire's imminent right sooner or later. What purpose could he find in a mere plebeian like Cheshire? Cheshire, I doubt I can do much more than help you pull a jammed wheel out, Vincent, and that shall benefit me. Cheshire. Ho. I assume you are planning to go get stuck in a ditch, quite often from here on out, if you require my strength that much. He felt almost inclined to congratulate himself for reaching a new milestone in disrespect with that aggravating quip. Yet, upon hearing it, no part of Vincent's countenance twitched. Vincent, correct. The road I am traversing is fraught with ditches, and I cannot avoid all of them. However, I cannot stay in a ditch waiting for the issue to solve itself. Otherwise, death shall come for me. And that means I shall need a method to pull myself out whenever I get stuck. Cheshire, before we continue, are you sure this discussion is still about wheels, Vincent? I have not belied the subject once ever since we began talking. The bizarre reply made a chill run down Cheshire's body. Not because he felt threatened, but because he finally assimilated that his conversational partner was a phenomenon. In addition, the aforementioned phenomenon held him in oddly high regard. Cheshire concluded so from the fact that, despite the irreverent attitude adopted, the rude replies given, the impolite retorts uttered, Vincent appeared uninterested in killing him. Was that proof of Cheshire's merits, or proof of Vincent's principles? Regardless, he would never have imagined that a day this eventful awaited him upon waking up this morning in his shabby lodging. While Cheshire remained silent, Vincent looked at him, head poised on his hand, one eye shut. That gesture gave off the odious impression that he was basking in the satisfaction of shutting his opponent's mouth. Losing all strength to resist, Cheshire turned his disgruntled gaze towards Vincent and arrived at a sudden realization. Cheshire. I see. You never close both eyes at the same time, Vincent. There you have it. Cheshire, huh? Putting a hand to his pointed chin, Vincent replied to Cheshire's offhand observation with a nod. Unable to grasp the meaning of that sentence, Cheshire tilted his head. Vincent, if you wish to know the reason as to why I did not execute you, therein it lies. Vincent's explanation was short, but his mien indicated that he deemed it complete. The moment Cheshire noticed that, everything fell into place. The precocious boy put many adults to shame with the schemes that he concocted, and with the unbridled way he wielded his talent as a prince of Wallachia. Yet nonetheless he was 12 years of age. If he were not, he would have already learned how naive it was to expect those around him to possess wisdom matching his own. Cheshire Gold. That was the new name conferred on Cheshire Trim upon entering the Abalux estate as Vincent's recruit. Cheshire. Since my family is back at my hometown, I would rather keep my name from becoming well known to avoid causing them unwarranted trouble. Though I suppose you would find it easy to murder all my worries away. Vincent, you seem very obstinate in portraying me as a bloodthirsty brute. Are you also responsible for the sobriquet of sanguinary prince that people call me in the streets, perchance? Cheshire. Why, I believe that was another one of your fear-based strategies. I have heard accounts about parents mentioning you in cautionary tales for children, as in, behave or else the sanguinary prince will come. Vincent. Come, but for what purpose, according to them? As if I would bother. Cheshire. Oh, but what if you show up and hire them against their will, like you did to me? Pretty frightening, if you ask me. Vincent? I advise you to watch your tongue, or I might end up justifying those fabrications with your blood. Conversation with Vincent blurred the line between seriousness and jest. Should the need arise, Vincent would pay with somebody else's life. No hesitation. He would never do that if unnecessary, though. He handled human lives the same way he handled money or goods. When consorting with him, one could not ignore that he regarded whichever as limited resources with equal value. The reason for the name change to Cheshire Gold matched his statement. He was worried that somebody in his hometown would turn indignant at the news of Cheshire Trim's promotion and involve his family in retaliation. Notwithstanding, even if his family were harmed, he would not go out of his way to help. Albeit callous in the eyes of some, a certain distance existed between him and his kin. And just with that he was being compassionate enough towards the relatives who had neglected him in the most critical of moments. Funnily or not, The surname Gold pertained to a family exterminated by Vincent as a punishment for treachery. Perhaps it had been a little jape of revenge from Vincent towards Chesha's rudeness. But that aside, it misled the public into rumoring that he had spared one descendant of Gold, while condemning them to endure the humiliation of failing to escape. His control, which reinforced his standing as the sanguinary prince. As for the first name, Vincent had suggested a single letter modification, so it sounded similar to his original one, just like Chesha had hoped. Since he had had no motive to complain, and no malice seemed to be implicated this time, albeit judging it frugal, he had approved the idea. Despite everything, after a lifetime of being ostracized for his proclivity to theory over practice and for his social clumsiness, Chesha's rebirth as Chisha brought a welcome change. Never could his remote village have provided him with so many books and activities to indulge in. He had gotten the opportunity to resettle, far from those who had unjustly scorned him for being inept at tilling or harvesting the fields, and he would never trade that for anything in the world. However, Vincent, we are in the next ditch, Chisha. Prove your utility. Every time, those words warned him that Vincent was about to harass him over a problem leagues above stuck carriage wheels, initiating a discussion that would persist until a solution sprang. Vincent's drive made him a force to be reckoned with. In what way did Vincent view and perceive the world? Tackling various issues at the same time, with consistent focus as well, despite bearing 2 eyes and 1 head like ordinary men. Sure enough, a lord held the duty to involve himself in his domain's matters, but it was an unscrupulous thing to anticipate from a 12-year-old, even more so when he lacked adult figures to rely on. But any commiserations that an outsider might direct at Vincent would disperse upon being faced with his performance. Being associated with Vincent demanded a vast array of specialized knowledge from Chisha, which granted him no time to loiter. As soon as they solved an issue, a new one appeared. Sometimes, another issue would surge while the current one was still at hand. And while he racked his brains over those different problems at once, the Abalux domain continued evolving. The quality of life improved, while the residents' initial apprehension transformed into commendation. Vincent had the ability to turn terror into admiration and servitude into adoration, both well-deserved. He did not bother with others' opinions of himself, and therein lay the reason for which he held that aforementioned ability. Vincent, Chisha, you have educated yourself well on the flood control system. Now, I must discharge that incompetent administrator from his post. I shall adduce his charges of embezzlement heretofore and have him decapitated. Chisha, in my humble opinion, such charges do not warrant a decapitation, Vincent. So, he earned his profits due to effort. Is that what you were telling me? Chisha, this topic is a little too far from my specialty. Vincent, if what he has pocketed were offset by his work, I would ignore him. Otherwise, retribution is due. By refusing to correct his misconduct even after repeated warnings, he himself depleted the allowances that I conceded. Beneath Vincent's drastic initiative and resoluteness hid his fastidious side, contrasting with his expectations towards others, and as an underlying factor, inclining him to criticize those unable to meet them as slothful. Vincent was no meritocrat, though. He did not disrelish people solely for being incompetent. Were he to put his own doctrine into words, Vincent, one ought to perform the vocation that corresponds with their caliber. He wished for everybody to live with all their might, no respite. Knowing this, the boy named Vincent Abalux, and the circumstances behind his fastidious perfectionism seemed to start shining in a different light. Unbelievable as it might sound, Vincent did not possess unwavering confidence, nor did he take pride in himself. For more, he constantly hungered. For more, he constantly lamented. For more, he constantly struggled. At the core of Vincent's being lay a driving force. It was not gratitude towards the princely status bestowed upon him, but a furious determination to fulfill the role that said status demanded. And the motive that made Vincent harbor these fierce sentiments was, Vincent, there is one despicable man, Stride Valakia his name. Sometime after joining Vincent, Chisha found himself frowning at the words that his master had spoken. Luckily, or rather, proving Vincent's discretion accurate, Chisha indeed had somewhat of a talent to pull wheels out of ditches, thanks to which he had managed to not lose his job. That said, he had been steered down this path little by little. His position's pros and cons had revealed themselves one after the other, tipping the scales in a way that made it difficult to tell which side weighed more. And Chisha was still in the process of pondering that when, for the first time, Vincent exposed something unrelated to work, something stemming from somewhere in his heart. Chisha. Stride Wallachia, is it? Pardon my ignorance. My studies must still be insufficient, considering I have never heard that name, Vincent. No, your studies are not to blame. In fact, your life would be at risk if you knew that information. That man's existence has been long erased from the records of the imperial family of Wallachia, after all. Chisha. Chisha thought about how Vincent might have just endangered him by disclosing that so incautiously, but given his position, it was difficult to interrupt the latter once he had started talking. Besides, he was interested in that man who had been ousted from the imperial family. Chisha. Well, ousting someone of the imperial family does not sound possible. Even if it were done, their blood still flows through their veins. Plus, that is what the imperial selection ceremony exists for. The imperial selection ceremony, held in order to determine the empire's next sovereign. This ceremony, a competition where the emperor's offspring would kill each other to reach the pinnacle of the empire, was a prime representation of the nation's essence, with origins dating back to its very founding. The last one standing would be crowned emperor, and as the emperor of Wallachia, they could seize the Yang sword, emblem of their reign. Chisha. Though, in theory, one can live without fighting if they renounce their right to inherit the throne. Or so I have heard. Vincent. A mere prevarication. That is fantasy, naught but a tool to cull beforehand those who, despite possessing the right to power, lack the courage to triumph in the ceremony. And that is to say, your concerns are correct. Chisha. So ousting a member of the imperial family is unthinkable. Vincent? Yet, Stride Wallachia suffered that unthinkable penalty, and was therefore disengaged from the ceremony's ensemble. Even so, given that the imperial selection ceremony progressed without delay afterwards, that white most likely did not elude death. Vincent's gaze, colder than usual, was tinged with deep disdain towards the man in question. Stride Wallachia, the man who had been removed from his position as part of Wallachia's imperial family, erased from the historical records. He was of the exact sort that evoked Vincent's fury. To those who did not perform their assigned role nor exert their natural abilities to the fullest, he offered zero clemency. Chisha. Even so, how come you know of his existence, when no one is supposed to, Vincent-sama? Did a chatty gentleman of high status tell you, perhaps, Vincent? Never afraid to step over the hierarchical ditch with your insolence, are you? The journal. Chisha. Journal, Vincent. Yes, Stride Wallachia's journal. It was concealed in the Crystal Palace's library, where I found it. Shame that such an intriguing tome turned out to be full of unreadable, nonsensical inscriptions. The way Vincent curled his lips in displeasure was a gesture of unmitigated loathing. Vincent generally took a tolerant approach when digesting and evaluating things. He went through said thought process with impressive speed, which, for better or for worse, almost made it seem like he judged without prior deliberation. It would strike anybody as unusual to witness that same Vincent displaying such negative emotions. Chisha. And what was inscribed in it? Would you ever show it to me? The topic piqued his interest. Nevertheless, deep down, he knew well that his attention was digressing from the journal's contents towards discovering what put his troublesome master in so much anguish. Aware of Chisha's inner thoughts or not, Vincent closed one of his black eyes and, piercing him with his gaze, spoke. Vincent, I shall not show it to you. Not that anthology of worthless delusions about the observers and things akin. Well, no offense, but you seem like quite the overthinker, always looking for reasons and whatnot. Chisha. I don't think normal people make schemes while frowning as intensely as His Excellency or you do. Chisha, first, please mind your words. Second, my name is Chisha. Oh my, I'm so sorry. What could be more discourteous than mistaking a fellow actor's name? I'll reflect very deeply about what I've done. Chisha, 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 Chisha. With energy and nothing else worth describing, the blue-haired boy kept talking. The boy, named Cecilus Segment, was of the same class as Chisha years ago. Somebody whom Vincent had sensed potential in and thus picked up. If one possessed great skill and the readiness to exercise it, Vincent would engage them. Vincent questioned neither one's origins nor status. While these ideals had earned him some detractors, none of them could deny that the Abalux domain was blooming further every year, under his rule. Notwithstanding, albeit prestigious origins were not a requisite, the gap in educational level made it too difficult to find another civil officer of excellence among commoners. Hence, Chisha's workload never abated. However, Cecilus, a good military officer, needs nothing but pure brawn. Though, in my case, as an actor, I need to have splendor as well. But I'm already one of a kind in both of those aspects anyway. Chisha. You sound rather confident, but you probably do have enough strength to vaunt, which ironically makes it more bothersome, but that is no concern of mine. The energetic little child. Perhaps he was too old to be called that, being 6 or 7 years younger than Chisha, although doing so felt natural for the latter, now 18 years of age. Unfortunately, Cecilus lacked the characteristic cuteness of boys his age, and not due to his appearance or conduct, but due to that skill of which he boasted with pride. Chisha. After joining the house of Abalux, Chisha himself had trained in martial arts, for bodyguarding and self-defense purposes, but he was aware that his proficiency was that of an average man, and rather than moving his own body, he was suited to moving crowds. Of course, he ought to forget said pretext and avoid neglecting his training henceforth if he wished to improve. But even in the eyes of someone as inexperienced as himself, Chisha could tell that Cecilus's power surpassed the norm by far. Chisha had already met a phenomenon of ingenuity, yet he had never imagined that he would come across a phenomenon of armed might like this one. Chisha. The more I know, the less I understand what Vincent Sama, what His Excellency wishes. Cecilus. Oh, there you go again with the deep thoughts, Chisha. But don't fret. I'm here to give you the answer. That's what people call foreshadowing, yes. So declared Cecilus, thrusting a nimble finger towards Chisha, whose eyes widened. Looking at the other's reaction, Cecilus retracted his finger and continued. Cecilus. Wait. You've never heard the term? Let me explain then. Foreshadowing means showing important information in a story, but disguising it in a... Chisha? Yes, I know the definition of foreshadowing. The expression you see now on my face means that I cannot fathom why you brought that up. Cecilus. Ah, I see. It's pretty simple. Just so you know, I'm telling you what you and His Excellency have in common is that constant urge to find the meaning of every little thing. Amused, Cecilus brought his hands together in front of his chest as he laughed. Then, he broke the clap and revolved on the spot, pointing with open hands at all that surrounded him. Cecilus. All right, let's suppose that there's indeed meaning to everything, which is to say, all that stuff you can't explain at this moment serves as foreshadowing for what's to unfold sooner or later in this plot. Heart-pounding, isn't it? Chisha. The expenditure of unaccounted funds and the amassing of goods of dubious provenance do not quite strike me as foreshadowing for the future, but as evidence of prevalent corruption and bribery. Cecilus, do you hear yourself? What you just mentioned is stuff you can solve in the present. Meanwhile, I'm talking about that which you cannot. Come on, Chisha. I know you're so much smarter than this. Chisha. Bringing his spinning feet to an abrupt halt, Cecilus objected, brows furrowed in annoyance. While it displeased him to see Cecilus annoyed at him without a clear motive, somehow Chisha found a tiny scrap of salvation in those words. As he toiled to satisfy the demands that Vincent had imposed on him along with his post, one doubt had lingered at the back of his mind. Why had he been the one seized? Years had elapsed, in which he had even gotten to know Vincent as a person, yet he still was unable to explain that, because that problem did not pertain to Vincent, but to Chisha himself. Without an answer to cure his woes, remaining at Vincent's side had taken a heavy toll on his psyche. But now, Chisha, if that is the case, Could my presence itself be foreshadowing something too? Cecilis, oh? Oh, you've already absorbed the knowledge. Impressive. Well, with how intelligent you are, no wonder you learn so quickly. Now that deserves my absolute respect. I could never do the same. Chisha, if you wish to show me respect, how about you start addressing me with an honorific? I'm your senior superior to you in both age and rank, am I not, Cecilis? Ah, but addressing a friend with an honorific feels a tad too distant, don't you think? We're going to be on the same boat now and for many days to come. So let's go ahead and throw all those pesky formalities out the window, shall we? Chisha, friend, with those unreserved words plus a pat to his shoulder. The boy left Chisha speechless. While he was surprised at the familiarity with which the former could close the distance between them two, the true shock had come when he realized that, in his path thus far, not once had somebody called him a friend. In the few years since forsaking his hometown, being taken by Vincent, studying assiduously under the aforementioned drudging away at work, he had not become close to anybody. Of course, although there had been people who had appreciated him for business reasons, those did not count here. Chisha, Cecilis, what's the matter? Maybe you're right. Should I start with the honorific then? Like in those stories where the distance keeps shrinking one step at a time, until the end, when the two realize their paths have crossed. That kind of development is charming in its own way, so wouldn't mind turning the rudder towards Chisha. No, you do not need to. His Excellency is one who favors a job done with dispatch. It was not like he had grasped Cecilis's drivel in its entirety, but if, in the end, they were going to arrive at that destination anyway, then he preferred to take the briefest route. While deriding himself for harboring thoughts so deeply tainted by Vincent's doctrine, Chisha chose not to negate Cecilis's ideals and, instead, accept them. Were he to mimic that man's speech style? Chisha, I shall expect you to wield your power when necessary, for the sake of seeing His Excellency's desires fulfilled. That, no doubt, is the reason why you were plucked. Cecilis. That's foreshadowing the role he'll need me to carry out, right? You can trust me, Chisha. I might be useless at anything that's not fighting, but in battle, I won't let anyone catch up with me. Chisha. I look forward to that. The slender child puffed out his thin chest as he bragged about his hypothetical feats, but Chisha did not laugh at him. In accordance with Vincent's discretion, as well as his own, he would give Cecilis Segmont a place corresponding with his caliber. Moreover, Chisha, I suppose for now I must await the day I will perform the function I foreshadow. Assimilating the role that his much younger friend had mentioned, Chisha whispered, and as if fate had listened to him, the imperial selection ceremony, involving Vincent Abelux, commenced around 6 months after this event. With the death of the former emperor, Drazen Wallachia, ensued the commencement of the imperial selection ceremony. Because of his indisputable talents, Vincent Abelux had been regarded as an enemy by his other siblings, being caught in a besiegement made up of concentrated attacks from the latter in one opportunity. However, as it turned out, Vincent lived up to his initial reputation and expectations, winning the imperial selection ceremony with overwhelming strength. Having vanquished all his siblings, having been adorned with the crown of blood of the Valetian Empire, Vincent Abelux, no, the 77th Emperor, Vincent Wallachia, was born. Part of the bloody path that Vincent had trod, part of the great river of blood that Vincent had pooled, had perhaps been due, in part, to the contributions of Chisha and Cecilis, who had served as his subordinates. However, in regards to this imperial selection ceremony, the role that had been expected of Chisha, in the plan carried out for the sake of Vincent's victory, had been something quite different from freeing a wheel from a ditch. During the battle, Chisha's entrusted role had been to make the very last move on the board. Chisha, I see your younger sister has escaped unharmed. She may have quite the fierce and uninhibited personality, but I am certain she understands her predicament. I believe things have been settled, for the time being. It was in an office, namely a room within the Crystal Palace in the imperial capital of Lupugana. In that room used by the emperor, who stood at the top of the nation's politics, Chisha experienced having that familiar face regarding him back, a situation which would likely take him a while to deal with in this calm of a manner. Even though the emperor himself sat atop a chair of considerable authority, he showed no sign of breaking his usual demeanor. Even when assured that his victory in the imperial selection ceremony was unshakable, he did not even show a glimpse of a smile from a sense of accomplishment. Never did Vincent smile. At least, not while passing as a prince, or the emperor. When not playing as the prince, his lips would actually come apart and form a mischievous grin. However, the opportunities for that seemed like they would decrease significantly in comparison to then, as well. He had become the emperor, and thus he would not permit a moment during which the emperor was not the emperor. No, he could spare a singular moment when that was not the case. Chisha, I could not believe my ears when you inquired about a way to save Priska-sama. Assuming that no one else was listening, Chisha spoke of the greatest secret of this iteration of the Wallachian Empire, one in which he was directly complicit. Coinciding with the conclusion of the imperial selection ceremony, the birth of a new emperor was announced. The fact of the matter was that the imperial selection ceremony, in which only the last of the imperial family would succeed to the throne, had not been carried out fully. 2 candidates had remained at the end. These 2 were Vincent Abelux and Priska Benedict. Priska Benedict was described as a tragic princess who had gulped down a poisonous cup herself, losing her life. In actuality, she had indeed drunk the poison, yet she had not lost her life. She had not consumed the poison from a cup, instead having done so to save her squire, who had been so concerned for her master as to cling to the possibility of saving her life. The venom had arrested Priska's heart just long enough for everything to be concluded before it resumed beating anew. The imperial selection ceremony was over. Priska Benedict had been interred in a tomb. Vincent Abelux became emperor, and Priska Benedict assumed a different identity, a life not by that name. Chisha. Supposing I were from a family that had served the empire since ancient times, I might have had to admonish His Excellency for his outrageous wish. However, I hail from a family of commoners. There was no basis for which prestige or tradition were to be appreciated in particular. A certain amount of respect was to be given. Their value was even to be acknowledged, but they ought not be misunderstood as something above all. In the Wallachian Empire, prestige and tradition were merely tolerated, and that was why, Chisha, I had not the slightest bit of hesitation in partaking in this plan. Vincent, as the Emperor Vincent, kept his silence. His innermost thoughts were perhaps unfathomable, but his actions were clear. From the very start, amongst his many siblings, Priska had always been special to Vincent. Although Priska shone brightly in Chisha's eyes because of her sagacity, it was not only because of her ability that Vincent had an eye on his younger sister, even though he was much older than her. Despite being akin to the very picture of arrogance, Priska respected Vincent and treated him truly as a blood-related elder brother. Since the imperial selection ceremony was the fate of the imperial family of Wallachia, they mutually acknowledged that they were not allowed to coexist, even with compromises, until Vincent tore that fate apart by his own hand. This came much to the delight of Chisha and, above everything else, as a relief. Vincent's approach was to demonstrate his full capabilities within the position and role he had been bestowed with. Vincent had not changed his ways from the day of their meeting until the present day. So, what kind of rationale could have possibly manifested from the fact that he, of all people, had chosen to permit Priska's survival? If she were found alive, he himself would be endangered, and violence would break out, whereupon the foundation of trust that the emperor had built up in the Wallachian Empire could be lost. As Emperor of Wallachia, what argument could he have that could justify it? None. Of course he would have none. It had not been a decision made rationally. It had been a desire born of emotion, a wish, a prayer. Vincent Abelux had not wanted to kill his beloved sister. Henceforth, Priska Benedict had been kept alive, and Vincent wore a crown of falsehoods. That had made Chisha happy. Vincent had made the judgment that he wanted to bring Priska back to life, rather than having her be kept alive. And so he had asked Chisha for a way to get rid of the obstacle. The wheels stuck in the ditch. Chisha. Foreshadowing, was it? The nonsense Cecilus had uttered before the imperial selection ceremony began crossed his mind. Even something that in the moment did not make any sense, something which seemed meaningless, could be found out to possess meaning in the distant future. It could even be understood as having been present for that very purpose. Like his own position and actions, as well as Chisha's, were perhaps the foundation for that future. Chisha. Well, it truly is annoying to admit that what Cecilus was talking about was pertinent, and I can see him getting overly enthused, so I will never tell him. Vincent, you have been this way for some time now. However, I have been giving it some thought recently. Have you completely lost your color, and along with it everything you have cultivated whilst in service of mine self? Chisha. Surprisingly, I have been doing quite well, ever since I skirted the oblivion of death. Knowing it was disrespectful, Chisha shrugged in front of Vincent. The Emperor changed his posture, but he would not rebuke the former for that unless it were done in public. Having changed his manner of referring to himself in Vincent's sable eyes, Chisha's reflection was, as he had stated, completely white and bereft of color. During the imperial selection ceremony, after being nearly killed in a standoff with an enemy, and then returning from the brink of death, Chisha's black hair had been drained of all its color, turning completely white. Since then, he had been wearing white, exactly the opposite of the black attire he had been donning, for some reason or another. Having even repainted the iron fan he used out of preference, it was thus completely white, his clothing uniform. Of course, that had not been just for his amusement. After being on the verge of death and after losing his color, Chisha had awakened to a strange ability. In order to handle this ability of painting himself in the color of others, he had to keep constant awareness, a measure necessary, as to imply to himself that he was able to dye himself in any color. In any case, the particulars of this ability had been kept from Vincent as well. He would not disclose it to anyone, naturally, let alone to the loose-lipped Cecilus or to others with whom he had little connection. It was always a good idea to have an ace up one's sleeve, a trump card, or a secret move or two ready to go. However, Chisha, if your excellency would finally release me for the great work I have done, then I believe no longer would there be any need for such machinations. Vincent, suppose you were me. Do you believe I would have you dismissed and alive, being aware of a fact of utmost importance, one that must be kept under wraps in the Empire, and let you sleep peacefully at night? Chisha, developing a hypothetical within another hypothetical is somewhat bad manners, but I guess losing my head before I leave the castle is all I have in store right now. Vincent, if you comprehend that, and if you value your life, then continue to serve me obediently. So long as you can prove that you are of use to me, I shall keep your head attached to your torso. As he declared so in an arrogant tone, Vincent rested his chin atop his hands, his elbows on the desk. It was difficult to tell if either of them was serious in this frivolous exchange, but it was necessary for the Emperor, who did not spare any words for others, to let him speak out like this and make sure. As per that exchange, Chisha Gold's status and the role expected of him would go unaltered, though Vincent had become the Emperor, but Chisha, the state of the sacred Valachian Empire may or may not change. Already the radiance of the Yang sword, the absolute symbol of the Valachian Empire, had been betrayed. The imperial selection ceremony, which had taken place ever since the Empire's establishment, had been finalized in a way different to how it had been until now. Thus, what would normally follow the ceremony would also change dramatically in the future in quintessence. Going down that path, prioritizing his own desires and opting to save his younger sister, Vincent did all that. A new path would be opened, a path different from the one that had existed thus far. Chisha found himself slightly excited by that fact and the anticipation that came with it. However, he would never display it in his expression, in his words, or in his attitude. That was because he was conscious of his friends, of Cecilus's bad influence. The days passed by at a dizzying pace. The former system of the 9 divine generals was restored, and the rankings of the imperial nobility were reset. By purging those who had become a mere shell of their former selves and enjoyed high status because of history alone, the way of the Valachian Empire, which flew the national flag of a wolf pierced by swords, was enforced inside and outside its side, or without exception. The way of doing things that had lasted till the previous emperor, who had unthinkingly believed the unwritten rule that the strong were absolutely right and had let the empire fall to ruin internally, was completely disavowed and the initial principle that the strong were to be respected was scrubbed out. Those who sat on their bloodlines and family's social standing were robbed of what had represented them, while those who had been waiting vigilantly for the opportunity to come around were given a chance to take on the challenge. From the outside, Vincent Valachia's reign would have perhaps seemed no different from the history of the empire thus far. However, its reality was quite different. Those who knew what was going on behind the scenes experienced it firsthand. Before long, it became something that many in the empire, and even those outside in other countries, would likely come to know. About the grandeur of Vincent Valachia's remaking and reforming of the empire. Useless conflicts would cease, and absurd fights to the death would no longer be applauded. Proof of strength was no longer based on an individual's military prowess, and those who held ambitions not suitable for their stature would prove with their lives the difficulty of truly fulfilling those ambitions. It was as if they were watching the process of completely painting over the criteria for what was strong. However, I'll be the first, Anya'll be the second, and after Olbart joins, Chisha'll be the fourth. His Excellency's choices aren't so bad, but Chisha, your complexion doesn't look so great, does it? Chisha. I am the fourth, because otherwise it does not quite sit right for me. As Cecilus knows as well, Cecilus. On physical strength. Absolutely. Well, I'm not claiming to understand your feelings at all, but I guess this is the way the pecking order's determined in the world ruled by His Excellency. It's hard to know which is which when there are mixed standards, but I'm feeling rather positive about it, Vincent. What is the reason for that? Aside from the fact that you are immovable as first. Cecilus, you took the words right out of my mouth. That you did is the biggest reason. But that's not the only one. I think having Chisha there will change your point of view. Chisha. Point of view. In other words, can I take that to mean that of one's way of fighting? Cecilus. That's the gist. If me and you go at it, Chisha, you'll die in the blink of an eye for sure. However, what if you start with 1,000 men? It might take 1,000 seconds. Chisha. I doubt it would, but I understand where you are coming from. While I gain 1,000 seconds, Cecilus, His Excellency, or someone else, can fulfill their purpose. My one greatest flaw, as the leading actor of this world, is that there's only one of me in this world. There were those whose natures would not change at all, even if they gained a higher standing, or if the way of the empire changed. However, Cecilus embodied that first principle. The reason for why was that, in the most ancient eras of the Valachian Empire, the strong had garnered respect from everyone. Everyone throughout the empire knew that the one in question was unpopular, did not have a personality that would be liked by everyone, and did not have the character to be an example for anyone. Still, should anyone be asked who the strongest in the empire was, their chests would swell with pride as if they were tied to him personally, and they would say that it was Cecilus Segment who was the most powerful being in the empire. The fact that Chisha was considered to be able to gain 1,000 seconds if he were to gather people against Cecilus had also been the reason why he had felt at ease with the position of fourth of the 9 divine generals, going without firmly refusing it. Hence, albeit he was of the opinion that he was being overvalued, Chisha had resigned himself to that position and role. For the most part, it worked well. If there was any problem, it was, my, isn't this Lucky General First Class Chisha? Today's fortunes are good, aren't they? That person who had started a conversation like that in a friendly manner gave him a small smile. When it seemed that everything was going favorably in the empire, the ominous feeling he held towards the being that had introduced himself as a stargazer, and whose comings and goings to the Crystal Palace were permitted, had felt like a black spot on his white body. The fact that the ominous feeling had been no mistake was proven years later. Stargazer, the coming of the great disaster has been passed down in a commandment. It is regrettable, Your Excellency. In the center of the Emperor's office, a man who by all rights should not have been there had announced that with an expression that felt like they were trying to say, I am solemn from the bottom of my heart. Chisha, who was present at the meeting, frowned at the words of Ubilk, the stargazer. Chisha, the great disaster? It was something he did not recall having heard of, yet at the same time it sounded like something that could not possibly be a good sign. It could also be called a mass-scale disaster. A prediction that it would be no ordinary calamity could be conjectured. However, what disturbed Chisha was the one addition that Ubulk had appended. Just why was this man still saying things like it being a pity, and so forth, in regards to Vincent? Chisha, Ubulk Dono, I have no doubts about your authenticity as a stargazer. On numerous occasions you have been able to anticipate insurrections, cataclysms, and matters that were liable to occur within our country. In many cases your prophecies have helped to limit the damage. Ubulk Dono. Ubulk. Pardon me, General First Class Chisha. However, I have one correction. I didn't make any prophecies. I'm only conveying the whispers of stars. I can't take credit for that. Chisha, I respect your opinion, Ubulk Dono. Of course, we need to be prepared to deal with the great disaster, but may I ask what you expect to happen? Ubulk's expression in response to Chisha, which had been cryptic until then, took the shape of a smile. Chisha posed a question that needed to be asked while being suspicious of Ubulk, whose face was rich in expression, yet none of it heartfelt. Ubulk's role, who called himself a stargazer, was similar to that of a faith healer or fortune teller. However, the accuracy of Ubulk's predictions was extraordinary, setting him apart from charlatans which felt like they used an element of theatrics to boost morale. However, the drawback was that there were many details that were vague and somewhat circular in terms of how much they related to Ubulk's personality. But, as Chisha had also mentioned, there were actually a smattering of situations that had been triggered by Ubulk's advocacy and resolved without major incident, regardless of whether they had been natural disasters or man-made. It was because of Vincent's appreciation of his abilities that he had been allowed free access to the Crystal Palace. Chisha was not very keen on making heavy utilization of the unfathomable Ubulk, but Vincent's stance was that those that could be used ought to be used. For instance, that applied all the same in regards to giving positions to those who had served his brothers and sisters who had died in the imperial selection ceremony. To have Burstets von Dalfan at his side as the prime minister, even though he was the cream of the crop, was madness. However, the prime minister was a man who held surprisingly strong faith in the empire, and so long as Vincent continued to act like Vincent, there was no fear that Burstets would bare his fangs against him. In any case, Chisha, if you are going as far as to call it a great disaster, it must be incredibly difficult to avoid. Fortunately, both General First Class Sicilus and Arakia are available. Well, I can say that those two are typically available at all times because it's dangerous to leave them apart. Ubulk. It's ruin. General First Class Chisha. Recalling the faces of Sicilus and Arakia, the first and the second, who had a special reason to be there, Chisha was half steeped in despondence when an unexpected sound brought him back to reality. Further furrowing his brow, Chisha gave Ubulk another opportunity to speak. In response, Ubulk prefaced his remarks with the words, "As I said, Ubulk, what's coming, General First Class Chisha, is ruin. The great disaster is a means of ruin that's going to destroy the Valachian Empire. It's something that brings destruction beyond even the reach of the sun's light. Although, Chisha, Ubulk, from the outset, the Yang sword cannot be used to its fullest potential, right?" The moment Chisha, who had been standing behind Vincent, heard this, he jumped into the middle of the room, placing the iron fan he had pulled out to Ubulk's neck, knocking him off balance. And just like that, he would drive his iron fan into Ubulk's head, who had fallen to the ground, sparing no quarter. "Vincent, halt, Chisha. There is no point in killing him, Chisha. But, Your Excellency, this thing knows of matters it has no right knowing. Surely Your Excellency did not tell him, Vincent?" "Nonsense. I would never let my mouth slip to a clown, most likely, as you would put it. He learned it from the stars. Ubulk." "Ah, that's correct. Say, I guess I was about to die just now?" With a finger of his poking the iron fan that had been stopped just before striking him, Ubulk produced a half-smile. Looking down at that, Chisha fretted for a moment as to whether he really should dispose of Ubulk, then let out a heavy sigh and took a big step back. Chisha, I apologize for my discourtesy. However, I would ask that you refrain from such careless remarks, as I cannot guarantee that my hand will be stayed again next time. Ubuk, how careless of me. As expected of one of the 9 divine generals, even though you're referred to as the civil servant type, your skill is that of a warrior. Chisha. No need for flattery. Rather, cutting off there, Chisha averted his gaze from Ubuk and turned to look behind himself. There, Vincent, in the same posture as when he had received the stargazer, sat at the large desk where he did his work, and looked their way. Faced with those black eyes, Chisha suddenly recalled how they had met. When he had come face to face with Vincent for the first time, the two of them had been at a roughly similar distance from one another, inside the carriage. Why was he suddenly recollecting that moment? Most likely the feeling now was similar to the one he'd had at the time, his state of mind equal to the one he'd had then. Chisha could not help but probe Vincent. Chisha, Your Excellency, you seem unsurprised by Ubuk Dono's prophecy from just now. May I inquire as to the true reason for that? Ubuk. I don't do prophecies. Chisha. My apologies. However, I would advise you that there will not be a next time. As Ubuk attempted to cut into the conversation uninvited, the iron fan grazed his cheek and pierced the wall. From his cheeks, which had suffered a slight cut, a drop of blood welled. Ubuk thus raised both his hands in a vow to remain silent. Without even looking in his direction, Chisha stared at Vincent. Nay. Chisha glared at him. To Chisha's discernment, Vincent closed a single eye and stated, Vincent, the signs of the disaster have already been reported. The observers have whispered that the forthcoming great disaster shall bring about the downfall of the empire. Chisha, why did you not share it with me at the time? No. Astonished by the contents of Vincent's speech, Chisha's tongue stopped just as he was about to argue. Shortly before, in the words that Vincent had uttered, he had sensed an indescribable dread. Ruminating on what had caused that, Chisha widened his eyes slightly. Chisha, Your Excellency, if I have not misheard, who has given you that guidance? The observers, was it? A long time ago, many long years prior, he had heard of them from Vincent on one occasion. Stride Valacha was a banished member of the imperial family, a man whom Vincent had designated as an abomination and a despicable existence, on whose journal that expression, observers, had been noted down. And now, Vincent had mouthed that expression. That too was an expression connected to the stargazer, Ubuk, an expression whose nature he had grasped since that time long ago. Chisha, Your Excellency. By observers, do you mean the stars Ubuk Dono speaks of? Vincent. I share the same perception. What Ubuk has recited is a type of announcement of what the observers had peered at. Chisha. So, do you believe that Stride Valacha was a stargazer as well? Vincent? The likelihood of that is high, in my view, but he differed from the others who proclaimed themselves to be stargazers. Were you to analyze the contents of his journal, you would notice the hostility of Stride Valacha towards the observers. Chisha's dissatisfaction with Vincent grew as the revelations unfolded. Both before and after he had become emperor, he had willingly burdened himself with an immense workload. Yet he still had saddled himself with such troubles, which he had not shared with Chisha. For the sake of keeping it hidden from Chisha, he had certainly gone to great lengths. If he had that much effort to spare, he ought to have shared it from the beginning. Ubuk, please calm down, General First Class Chisha. His Excellency had his reasons for not discussing this with you. I respect that decision. Chisha, I believe I advised you there would not be a next time. Ubuk, I know. But if His Excellency has trouble speaking about the matter, I thought it'd better if I did. That's why I'm present together with General First Class Chisha, isn't that so? Still holding his hands up, Ubuk looked toward Vincent over Chisha's shoulder. It was irritating that he acted as if he understood Vincent's thoughts. But Vincent did not refute Ubuk's suggestion. In that case, Chisha had no right to dismiss it either. Besides, there was a limit to how many concealments he could be saddled with. Chisha, I would recommend that you drop the pompous act and choose your next words carefully. Ubilk, I appreciate your concern. Well then, I'll inform you in a concise way about the great disaster that will bring ruin to the Empire. Despite having been warned about the pompous act, Ubilk interrupted himself for an instant. However, the anger towards Ubilk was outweighed by the interest in the words that were to follow. Consequently, Ubilk remained unpunished for ignoring the warning, and continued spinning his tale. That continuation was, Ubilk, the death of His Excellency Vincent Valencia. That will be the signal for the beginning of the commandment. The tactless stargazer left the room, leaving only the apex of the Empire and his trusted confidant in the office. No. Chisha was no longer sure if assessing himself as such was correct, for he would be unable to claim being one's confidant if the latter were unable to unravel their heart of hearts to him. Unexpectedly, perhaps the malign declarations that the stargazer was being bombarded with, the declarations that he was a clown, were also appropriate for himself. Chisha, when I disguised myself and replaced Your Excellency, the stargazer never approached me. Were those instructions given by Your Excellency as well, perhaps, Vincent? If that which is being kept secret were to be recklessly talked about, then all plans would be rendered null. Thus, it is only natural to tie up loose ends before something goes wrong. Chisha, I suppose I would do the same thing. It was not so much a collusion, but Ubilk, who appeared as if he had free rein, was also kept on a tight leash by Vincent. There was a secret agreement exchanged between the two parties concerning the great disaster. However, Chisha, I do not understand. Why conceal it even from me, Vincent? To get rid of unnecessary and cumbersome thoughts. Chisha. Unnecessary and cumbersome. Vincent, were you aware of this matter, you would perhaps think of saving me. However, that is a futile thought. Shaking his head horizontally, Vincent stated this devoid of any hesitation. Albeit it was his life at stake, Vincent would not falter from the truth before him. However, his own acceptance of that truth and Chisha's were matters entirely different from one another. Chisha, it is only natural that I should put Your Excellency's life first. Why do you call it futile? Vincent, recall all the stories which the stargazer brought about thus far, claiming them to be his commandment. Chisha, the stories brought by Ubilk Dono. At being told this, Chisha pondered. If the great disaster was the only thing Vincent had kept from Chisha, then Chisha was well aware of all the other prophecies Ubilk had brought. They were all useful portents for natural disasters and rebellions, both posing as omens of situations that could lead to a conflagration. Thanks to this, it had been possible to keep the damage to a minimum. Chisha, though with varying degrees of damage, all of those situations did happen. Vincent, indeed, never has there been a case in which it was possible to prevent one from happening, having been informed as to its signs. Whether man-made or natural disaster, the first move always happens, even if we are able to deal with the damage that follows. Thus, Ubilk had said, Vincent, the great disaster that things spoke of shall commence with my death. Chisha. HK, then what I ought to do is safeguard Your Excellency's life and defy the stargazer's commandment. Vincent, do you think I have not attempted to ascertain whether that is feasible? Chisha's knee-jerk objection was negated by Vincent's unhurried words. Naturally, the ideas that had come to Chisha in the heat of emotion had all been tested by Vincent. In the past, other prophecies brought about by Ubilk, unrelated to the great disaster, had been challenged time and again as to check if they could be prevented, while fulfilling the role of an emperor to the fullest extent. Behind the scenes. Chisha, Your Excellency. Vincent, what? Chisha. I have a question which has come up to me just now. Suddenly, as a cold, somber voice permeated his brain, his own, Chisha spoke thus. He had stated that he had a question, but his brain was numb, completely numbed. Be it a mental block as a reaction due to his brain being overworked, or a consequence of it refusing to work, it was completely numb. However, regardless of the reason for its numbness, the question had already been raised, the Emperor had received it, and then, Vincent, I shall allow it. Speak. Chisha, could not deny that which the Emperor had chosen. Hence, Chisha could not refuse what the Emperor had granted permission for. And so, as Chisha experienced his own brain being numbed, he posed his query. Chisha, since when have you been aware of the signs of the great disaster? Vincent, the journal. Quietly, Vincent opened a drawer in the desk he utilized to perform his duties, took out an old bound book, and placed it upon the desk. A journal that had become a topic of conversation once in the past, but which he had never seen. The journal left by Stride Valatia, if it conveyed the signs. Chisha, Your Excellency, what you have done so far. Meeting Chisha, originally Chesha, Trim, walking alongside him, cultivating him over time, picking up Cecilus, taking part in the imperial selection ceremony, saving Prisca Benedict's life by going against his own principles in a first, and paving a new path as the Emperor of the Valatian Empire. The whole of Vincent Valatia's journey had been, Vincent, after my death, the ruin caused by the great disaster must be minimized. This is the purpose of the reform, that of the 9 divine generals. Chisha? Vincent? Your purpose. Chisha Gold. Chisha, I demand to know who these observers are, and I demand you to disclose whatever information you may have on them. Pushing the open iron fan against another's neck, Chisha issued a threat, his tone low. However, as Chisha directed that ghastly hostility at him, the facial expression of Ubilk, who had had his back pinned against the wall, was a carefree one, as if bemused, unable to read the situation. His expression unchanging, Ubilk called out to him with General First Class Chisha, then continued, Ubilk, I'd thought that you and His Excellency the Emperor had discussed that a few days ago, and that you had come to terms with it down inside. General First Class Chisha. Chisha. It took me a few days to review the preconditions to make sure there was no mistake. Unfortunately, there is currently no way to directly reject His Excellency's thoughts. Ubilk. I'm sure it'd be the same even if you'd discussed it with me. But, as expected from the General First Class, who also serves as His Excellency's body double, you do take after him plenty. While being held in place, Ubilk spoke, to which Chisha produced a faint look of puzzlement. Taking in that reaction from Chisha, Ubilk shook his head, then stated, Ubilk, His Excellency also asked if there was a way to bend the commandment. Huhut, I can return you the same answer as I did then. There is not. Chisha, what is your purpose? Ubilk Dono, you have introduced yourself as a stargazer, thus gaining the position to stay at the Crystal Palace and deliver prophecies from the observers. Myself at the helm. People aside from His Excellency do not think highly of your existence. Ubilk Dono. If His Excellency does pass away as per the prophecy, you shall not escape destruction. Ubilk, you put that so clearly it hurts me. Buot, General First Class Chisha. That assumption of yours is off. Chisha. Ubilk. More important than my own destruction is the fulfillment and realization of the commandment. My purpose is to ward off the destruction due to follow the great disaster. As he spoke, the grin disappeared from Ubilk's face. Ubilk's face, vanished of the artificial emotion it had possessed, had lost its warmth. Capturing it from up close made Chisha get an impression as if he were facing Ubilk's real face for the first time. For an instant he suspected that that was due to some technique of Ubilk's. Ubilk, I don't have any power of that sort. Didn't I destroy my own evil eye in front of your very eyes? General First Class Chisha. As to display, I held no malice towards His Excellency at the very start. Do you wish to confirm that, Chisha? No, that is fine. Unless I have misheard, you, Ubilk Dono, have stated this? That your purpose is to ward off the destruction due to follow the great disaster. Ubilk, yes, that's correct. In that respect, that purpose is in accord with His Excellency's. The replying Ubilk was devoid of faltering, and Chisha could perceive no falsehoods in his opinion. How, if he were to lie here in the first place, it made no sense that he would not lie to make himself, rather than Vincent. Look good to Chisha. Even Ubilk would not be too thrilled were he to be killed after carelessly provoking Chisha's ire, most likely. Despite that expression of his suggesting he did not mind being killed at any time. In addition, even though he had some thoughts on Ubilk's behavior and perceived him as a nuisance, Vincent's reasons for not sending Ubilk away were understandable. Vincent and Ubilk were both working toward the same goal. Chisha. It does not seem to me that Ubilk Dono is thinking of preventing the great disaster itself. Why is that? Ubilk. Oh, it's simple. The great disaster cannot be postponed. It'll happen without fail, sort of like a foregone conclusion. My purpose, once the great disaster has happened, is to ward off the destruction it brings. In other words, Chisha. In other words, Ubilk. If the great disaster doesn't actually happen, my commandment won't be fulfilled. For that reason, even if all the factors that had caused the great disaster are destroyed, I'd become said factor. That was a fanatical way of thinking. The means and the ends were both mixed up. Gulping due to that incomprehensible absurdity, the iron fan that was already on Ubilk's neck was made to dig into it with further force by Chisha, pointed against a vital point. Putting enough force into it would have Ubilk's throat severed there. Allowing Ubilk himself to understand this, Chisha's voice became sharper. Chisha. Then, it would be best if we remove that factor with our own hands, Hiri. Ubilk, I wish you wouldn't, but I'm not gonna stop you. Though, let me tell you one thing, supposing you kill me, the next stargazer will appear. That's how it works. Chisha. Ubilk. 4 major disasters will destroy the world. The opportunity to stop one of them has come. We are terminals of self-purification and self-defense, brought about by the stars, and there are infinite substitutes. Staring into those eyes from which nothing could be sensed, Chisha ground his teeth. That there were no threats, no falsehoods, and that Ubilk himself was at least speaking seriously, was something that Chisha could sense. In order to ward off the destruction wrought by the great disaster, he would make it so the great disaster would happen without fail. A declaration far too absurd, far too illogical, yet it was an invitation to a war of attrition, employing countless lives as shields, that even Vincent was unable to do anything about. A possibility popped up, however. That perhaps of some of the stargazers who had brought commandments thus far themselves had served as sparks, playing a role in the materialization of their prophecies. But if they were to ascertain this and massacre the stargazers, eradicating them, being that the conditions for their emergence were not known, it was likely that they would need to murder all those capable of becoming one. That would be tantamount to destroying the country. Ubilk, His Excellency, is admirable. Having attachment to individuals is something that makes up very little part of my nature. But I gotta take my hat off to His Excellency for the way he is. Someone who's not a stargazer isn't capable of being like that. Chisha. Ubilk Dono, admiring someone that greatly. What an unfunny jokey. Ubilk. I truly mean it. There's no one able to accept their death forewarned by the commandment with peace of mind, and yet His Excellency is making all preparations for after his own death. Even if he has no hopes left for living, he hasn't given up fighting. Truly the King of Sword Wolves, Ubilk's words, muttered solemnly, were a solid expression of his admiration for Vincent. The sword wolf he had spoken of, the wolf pierced by swords that was the national emblem of Wallachia, was a celebration of the way of life of a warrior that did not falter even when saddled with life-threatening wounds. In that sense, as Ubilk had declared, Vincent's way of life was that of the sword wolf itself. Ubilk. General First Class Chisha, I've spent all my life with the intent to fulfill my commandment with my entire heart. What? It's not like I believe that my commandment is more wonderful than all. In case you're saying it's difficult to accept, General First Class Chisha, it's okay if you were to try it out. Chisha, try it out. Exterminating you, Ubilk Dono, and those with the same station you have, you mean? Ubilk? I did state that there are infinite substitutes, but there's a limit. There are only so many lives. Trying it out with the support of General First Class Cecilus would be worth the shot. Once more, Ubilk's mind was hard to grasp in regards to just how much of that proposal came from what he truly felt. For a moment, Chisha did consider it to be a decent idea, proof of just how shaken up he was. Supposing he did as Ubilk had stated, disclosed that fact to Cecilus and guided him as the latter probably did nothing but babble about it, they may be able to wipe out the citizens of the Empire. No. That too was impossible. Were Vincent to discover that plot, he would halt any nonsense of the sort immediately. Cecilus was a friend, but his priorities were very much fixed within his mind. For Cecilus, Vincent took precedence over Chisha, and that was the reasoning as to why Cecilus Segmont was the first, even though his head was not to be trusted one bit when it came to thinking. Chisha. Nevertheless, the likes of disclosing this to Cecilus was an option that had not occurred to me, and that is quite laughable, even if I say so myself. An out-of-place deep emotion carved a faint smile onto Chisha's lips. Emerging in his head vividly was Cecilus pouting his lips, protesting vehemently. Chisha. He suddenly recalled an exchange they'd had one day quite clearly. Cecilus. If me and you go at it, Chisha, you'll die in the blink of an eye for sure. However, what if you start with 1,000 men? It might take 1,000 seconds, Chisha. I doubt it would, but I understand where you are coming from. While I gain 1,000 seconds, Cecilus, His Excellency, or someone else, can fulfill their purpose. My one greatest flaw, as the leading actor of this world, is that there's only one of me in this world. The smiling face of his friend as he spoke of random things came to mind. Suddenly, he had a thought. Chisha, Ubildono, I would like to inquire something of you. These commandments you receive, in what way are they brought to you? Having been questioned, Ubilk widened his eyes in amazement slightly. He then cocked his head, regaining his usual atmosphere of meekness that had vanished, and Ubilk. It varies. More often than not, I receive them in something like a dream. Chisha. Then would that also apply to the commandment regarding the great disaster that you have conveyed to His Excellency? With the questions piling up, Ubilk nodded with a face of perplexity. Exhaling at that answer, slowly, Chisha gave form to the thoughts that he'd had. Chisha, if, in the commandment you have received, the moment His Excellency loses his life is present, pure white vanished, and thus he painted over his uncertain self that could be dyed in any color, not just with anyone. Appearing there was Chisha, the Vincent Valachia that dies there. Which one is it, I wonder? Chisha Gold, formerly Cheshire Trim, did not consider himself to be someone with a very high sense of loyalty, nor had he pledged unwavering obedience to His Excellency the Emperor, as none other than Vincent Valachia himself had stated. At a time Chisha had been asked if he would be willing to die for Vincent, returning the direct reply that he would not do so. To keep that in mind as he served him, so had Chisha been told. In accordance with that declaration, and with those sentiments, Chisha had come to serve Vincent. Therefore, he would not do anything akin to dying for Vincent's sake. Even if he did not pledge unwavering loyalty to Vincent, he pledged a loyalty born of common sense. As one of the people of the Empire, as one of the generals of the first class of the Empire, he also happened to possess some sense of respect towards His Excellency the Emperor. Conduct that felt as if it ran counter to Vincent's command was preposterous. Hence, Chisha's choice was something made not for Vincent's sake, but for all intents and purposes it had been made for the sake of those very same feelings at the very origin of it all, when he had happened to run into the prince on that road. Back then, the many people around him had avoided getting involved upon laying eyes on that carriage, which they could tell at a glance had high-class folk riding in it. They would have been fine with helping out, but if they turned out not to be able to, instead incurring displeasure, their lives would be in jeopardy. While able to perfectly grasp the thoughts of those people, Chisha had stepped up to the carriage. It was not as though he had wanted to help people. However, he had thought it a shame were he to miss out on the opportunity to test his arithmetic and studies, which were said to be useless in the village that was his hometown. Indeed, the same went this time around. A chance to get behind the thoughts of Vincent Valachia, a man whose ingenuity could make anything go according to his hypotheses, would probably never come around again. Moreover, ever since Vincent Valachia had been a young child, he had steeled himself to accept that moment with solemnity. In other words, this was a challenge to partake in a crucial bout on which the life of Vincent Valachia was staked, a man whose blood would boil once the gauntlet was thrown down, a man whose spirits would rise more and more upon the realization that his enemy was a mighty one, Indeed, a man whose soul would ignite as a means to fell his opponent. That was a man of the Empire, and Chisha Gold was a man of the Empire. What sort of feelings, what sort of thoughts had been in Vincent Valachia's mind? At the time he had decided to place Chisha under his care, as to learn under him, to become capable of using the same intelligence as himself after his own demise, were unclear. He did not understand, nor did he want to understand. Once he understood that he did not understand, he had had many of those hot-headed thoughts. Vincent had once given a few words on it, that he had experienced those very same thoughts. And thus, Chisha, the ruin brought about by the great disaster. Just what is the great disaster? Don't make me low. Labeled as the likes of a mass-scale disaster, it seemed the great disaster would somehow try to trample, to plunge the Valachian Empire into ruination. From Chisha's point of view, however, it was humorous. The great disaster would commence with the death of Vincent Valachia. The great disaster would not start without Vincent's death. In other words, the Empire could not be destroyed if he were allowed to live. So had he not already lost before the destruction had started? Setting Vincent Valachia aside, what was the destruction to come? What was the great disaster? Vincent Valachia, the 77th Emperor of the Sacred Valachian Empire. Chisha, His Excellency himself, is the Valachian Empire. The utter devastation and ruin of the land after the death of His Excellency is an incredibly absurd, side-splitting comedy of comedies. He ridiculed the yet unseen great disaster with a manner of speech akin to Cecilus. Ridiculing the great disaster that he most likely would never lay eyes upon, he stuck out his tongue. Chisha, a dog that seeks to snatch a lowly victory, how can that be the one to kill our sword wolf? Don't you dare underestimate Vincent Valachia, who I supported, who I built up. If you are someone who can kill him, then what are you waiting for? If you say you will snatch him away, go for it. Forewarned ruin and all the like. Don't you dare think that you can destroy our emperor, our empire. That day, when I got the wheel out of the ditch, it was for the sake of this moment, for the sake of ridiculing this destruction. All of it was, Chisha, foreshadowing. Though I shall absolutely not say such a thing, for if I did, Cecilus would get overly enthused. A white light shone dazzlingly within the throne room, and immediately afterward, scarlet blood splattered grandly. Upon the red carpet, a slender man stood, drenched by the fresh blood that had just been scattered. The man, donning a ridiculous Oni mask on his face, widened his black eyes hidden behind the mask, frozen in shock at the events that had developed in front of him. And before that man who was standing stock still, the body that had gushed copious amounts of its blood crumbled, toppling to its front. His chest, lacking any defenses, had been run through from behind, destroying his heart without a shred of mercy, eradicating, ripping away anything and everything necessary for the maintenance of life. Unable to support the falling body with his arms, it helplessly collapsed onto the carpet. With that, the fallen body did not stir, with nary a twitch, nor with even a gulp of air, much less any final words. None may live, having had their hearts pierced. Consequently, that was an event inevitable, the terminus of fate, as was bound to arrive. The man had died. He was Chisha Trim, became Chisha Gold, and finally, as Vincent Valachia, the man had died. And that was the entirety of what had transpired in that moment. Chapter 108. The forthcoming great disaster. The final act of Chisha Gold, posing as the emperor, was beyond comprehension. Having been ousted from the throne, Vincent Valachia began giving his name as Abel, gained support from the people of Shudrak in the large forest to the east, and personally took the lead of a rebellion that had upheaved the empire. This was not what he had hoped for when planning for the future, but this was rather Chisha's plan, who had deliberately gone the full length, committing treason, thus driving Vincent away from the imperial capital. He would not do an about-face so easily. Therefore, he had taken measures to clearly inform him that his actions, that his motives were futile. Destined death, brought about by the stargazers, was something that Abel had resolved himself for long ago. From the time he gained self-awareness as an imperial prince of Valachia, when commandment and forewarning were received, it was foretold that upon the death of the emperor who had ascended to the throne, the great disaster which was to bring about ruin would commence. It was not as though he himself had been mentioned by name. However, once he laid eyes upon that forewarning, he had been convinced that he would be the one to ascend to the seat of emperor. He had been convinced that, were it not him, the Valatian Empire could not be saved. To his other brothers and sisters he could not entrust that great duty. Putting the entirety of his capabilities and his potential into it, Vincent Abalux would take the seat of emperor, and as Vincent Valatia, he would take measures for the empire to not be undone. That was the plan that Vincent Valatia, that Abel had staked his life on. He had restored the system of the 9 divine generals, whom everyone worshipped in the Valatian Empire where the strong were revered, and upon their apex he had placed the unmistakable strongest, distorting the way of being of the empire, rife with senseless barbarism as it was. He had guided them so that they would lose their reluctance regarding orderly violence, thus leaving as much potential as he possibly could, so that the Valatian Empire would survive, even after his death. Everything had been part of the plan on which he had staked his life. Abel, the body, unable to do anything but lie face down, continued to spill vast volumes of blood from its chest, its heart having been pierced. Black hair and black eyes. Each time he looked in the mirror, his face made him feel anger and frustration at his lack of power, his lack of knowledge. That face had been deprived of blood, its expression soaked in blood as it gazed at nowhere in particular. His current body, manifested through the ability which he had professed to have attained while on the verge of death, a time at which his color had vanished, did not return to his original form, even once his life had come to an end. Never more would he lay eyes upon that form. Never more would that impudent speech strike his eardrums again. Never more. Abel, why? A question that ought not be asked spilled from his lips. The one who was to answer that question would never open their mouth once more. Even so, the lips that were supposed to avoid all that their owner knew to be meaningless spilled that question. The prophecy of the great disaster, it was conceivable that it could be overturned were one to be aware of its conditions. He had sought out that method in the past. He had conveyed so to him that ought to have made him understand that it could not be done. And yet, as Chisha had still not been convinced, he had committed treason in vain. In this way, the confrontation they'd had within the throne room ought to have been proof that no means with which to avoid the great disaster existed. He had trained Chisha so that he could entrust him with the empire after his own demise, to think as he did, to arrive at the same conclusions as he did, in order for him to be able to fulfill being a proxy of Vincent Valatia. Therefore, were he truly Vincent Valatia, he was supposed to have accepted defeat with grace, accepting defeat and lowering weapons, putting an end to this futile battle, restoring the throne to the returned Abel so the latter could welcome death. And then, with that, he would supposedly oppose the great disaster of ruin. That had not come to pass. A foolish gamble it had been. Even if he were to die in Abel's place, as Vincent Valatia, were the great disaster to not deem it acceptable, it would amount to a foolish gamble that had ended in naught but a useless death. That especially was what Abel abhorred, a death inefficient to the utmost extremes, even though Chisha Gold had presumably been aware of that. Abel. Why? Endless doubt and bewilderment stained a deep scarlet by the flowing blood. Even if he asked once more, there would only be another layer of silence piled on, gone without replies. That too was what Abel loathed, inefficiency to the utmost extremes. And then, well, ain't that just 'cause it was a bad plan? Immediately after, a second shot of white light was fired, zipping straight towards Abel, who stood bolt upright. Calling it light was no falsehood. The blow that brought death aimed for Abel faster than an arrow. To begin with, Abel was not a fighter. Even supposing the shock from the immediately preceding event had already passed, it would have been entirely impossible for him to react to the white radiance that had grazed the edge of his vision for nary a moment. Ergo, what had saved Abel's life in that moment was not a judgment of his own. It came to pass right as Abel was on the verge of being run through by the light approaching him from the front, about to have his heart extirpated. A roaring sound and violent tremors furiously shook the throne room. Nay, the entire crystal palace, and a tremendous impact destroyed its firm walls. The origin of the impact did not stop at just destroying the wall, and wedged its way between Abel, who was standing bolt upright, and the corona zipping towards him, with a sound akin to a splash of water. The white light obliterated that interference, and thus, that which had saved Abel's life by a hairbreadth was Abel. An enormous arm is that Moguro Hagane. Moguro. Man at throne. Protect. His Excellency ordered me. The wall-esque object that had made a sudden appearance before Abel's eyes was the right arm of Moguro Hagane, which had been thrust into the throne room. Moguro, a meteor also known as the very Crystal Palace itself, was supposed to be participating in a fierce clash unfolding upon the battlefield, having taken in the ramparts of the imperial capital of Lupugana as their own body. And yet, Abel. Was it Chisha? Moguro's earlier statement was proof of the fact that they had received orders to protect Abel. Then, the one to direct Moguro to return from far away had been the one who sat upon the throne possessing the function of exerting influence on the meteor. None other than Chisha Gold could have done so. That Abel's life would once more be targeted right after he himself had been shot had been his prediction. Abel, H.K. Moguro Hagane. Bring me outside. Moguro. Who you? My priority. His Excellency. Abel, the Emperor has died. If I die, his death shall be in vain. Moguro. Taking in those domineering words from Abel, Moguro noticed the collapsed silhouette as they peered into the throne room. Moguro's state was such that it was difficult to tell where their eyes were present. Once the green orbs emerging from the city walls flickered, however, they too recognized the death of the Emperor, who had collapsed face down. Moguro. The body. Abel. It is superfluous. Worry not for the dead. Shouting at Moguro as they attempted to retrieve the Emperor's corpse, Abel jumped towards the titanic right arm before him. As he clung onto one of the fingers of the hand-like shape, Moguro pulled their arm out of the throne room, causing Abel to be bathed in raging winds as he was extracted out into the sky. Moguro had become one with the ramparts, having altered the latter's structure to allow themselves easier movement. Moguro's body was now that of an enormous golem greater than 50 meters tall, and riding on the arm as it was lifted. Abel's elevation was about the same. With the cityscape of the imperial capital in sight from that height, the path Moguro had taken from the third bastion that they had been protecting alongside the buildings trampled in said path was visible. It was apparent that they had bolted straight towards this place, devoid of any other concerns. Apart from that, though the battles at each bastion were still ongoing, the reasons for their conflicts had vanished already. And so those who needed to prepare for the upcoming battle were squandering their lives in vain. In vain their lives were. Abel, H.K. A disturbance arose in his thoughts, and Abel put strength into his arms, clinging onto the gargantuan rock. This was not the time to cling to bygone events and have his thoughts dispersed into many fragments. Already, events were unfolding. It was just as he had told Moguro. If he were to die now, that death would be in vain. At the very least, he must ascertain whether that death had held meaning or not. Abel, I shall not die. Voice leaked as if being wrung out, and Abel bit down on his molars and stared downwards, intently. Even if he raised his voice here, it would not reach those whose lives were clashing on the battleground. However, he must inform them that the meaning in this battle had been lost. By any means necessary. Moguro, danger. As Abel was thinking, Moguro's gale-like voice struck his eardrums. Their difference in their physique was so significant that each and every single one of Moguro's actions was akin to a human's actions towards an ant. However, it was not as though Moguro had rocked his eardrums without purpose. Gyrating their colossal frame, Moguro turned their back on the Crystal Palace with Abel protected in their right hand. As sounds of successive impacts resounded from the exterior of the right hand he was held in, Abel's cheeks contorted. The sequence of strikes came not from one direction, rather, they were raining down from all angles. The enemy was simply great in numbers. No, a collection of magic users that could aim for their enemies with such precision would be infeasible on this soil of Wallachia. That was to say, this was not a group large in number, but the mastery of a single person. A truly powerful individual who lent the illusion that a great number of people were performing a simultaneous attack from all directions. resuscitating the memories of the time when his thoughts had ground to a halt due to shock just before. Abel raised his face. That fighting style, the voice of that undesired reply, were present in his memories. That was Abel. Moguro twisted their body, defending Abel from the downpour of bullets, and descended. Looking up at the sky from within that fist, he saw the traces of a shadow moving too fast for eyes to fix upon. Albeit exceedingly rare, it was a form that could be seen within the Valachian Empire. Soaring by means of flying dragons, 'twas the acrobatic flight of the flying dragon riders able to control them. Nay, there were currently no riders in the Empire capable of gliding through the sky at this speed. To be precise, that was the level of ability known as the utmost limits of flight, the domain where the Empire's strongest flying dragon rider was without peer. In an instant, white light dispersed. The sound of Moguro's enormous body being broken by the impact reverberated, and a part of the broken wall grazed Abel's cheek. Without distorting his countenance due to the pain, he saw it. The flying dragon rider passed by the vision of his black eyes covered by the Oni mask. Ashen brown hair, cracks running through his features bereft of color, and dark eyeballs, akin to a moonless night with a golden radiance looming therein. His form appeared far too unrecognizable, but even so, there was no mistaking him. Abel, Balaroy Temeglif, for what reason are you alive? Balaroy, I ain't gonna talk to you, Mr. Oni Mask. Producing a beautiful voice that gave off an elegant impression, he refused to reply while still affirming his existence. Fading from sight once again, the enemy that steered his flying dragon to slice through the air, Balaroy Temeglif, was unmistakably the perpetrator who had aimed for the throne room of the Crystal Palace from the outside, the one who had shot the fake emperor through the heart. Known as the magical sharpshooter, he was the man who reigned supreme at the apex of all flying dragon riders, the former ninth of the 9 divine generals, who in the past, during a rebellion that had occurred within the Empire, Moguro, Balaroy, died. You fake. Their perception the same as Abel's, the giant Moguro fired a counterattack. With Abel enveloped by their right hand, Moguro swung the left arm of their huge body, and quite literally mowing down the air, they launched an attack towards Balaroy's flying dragon. People would tend to believe that big things moved sluggishly, but that was but an illusion originating from their viewpoints being far away from the events. In addition to protecting Abel from the magic sniping, they had blocked the entirety of the enemy's attacks until this point. Moguro's movements were keen, nimble, and precise. Moguro. Fast, meticulous. However, even with Moguro's reflexes and agility subduing Balaroy, who made the entirety of the sky into his domain as he flew around it, was unfeasible. The special trait of a flying dragon rider was not restricted to just speed, but extended to having the potential to move up, down, left, right, front, and back. To move in every conceivable direction was their greatest advantage that could not be taken away lest they were felled to the surface. On top of that, Balaroy was no ordinary flying dragon rider, he was their apex. Abel. He's clad himself in wind. Balaroy's tactics excelled in sniping while moving via the use of magic, but his strengths as one of the rare wielders of magic within the Empire were not limited to only offensive implementations. By shrouding wind around the flying dragon he steered, he actualized a maneuver that other flying dragon riders could not, increasing its speed and softening the impacts it took, making himself unable to ever be caught. However, in order to put it into practice, a strong coordination with his flying dragon was indispensable. Abel, has that flying dragon also soared back from the beyond? Flying dragon riders boasted tremendous strength in battle, but their greatest drawbacks were that it took time to cultivate them, plus that they could not ride upon the back of any flying dragon apart from the one they chose as a partner. To kill a flying dragon rider, their flying dragon must first be killed. The cause of Balaroy's death was no exception. However, Balaroy had soared back. Quite literally, he was soaring through the sky together with his beloved dragon, Abel. The great disaster. It was not as though any clear or observable damage had arisen. However, since Chisha had lost his life as Vincent Valachia, There was no choice but to suspect that the events transcending human comprehension that had ensued thereafter were related to the great disaster. Even so, it was nonsensical for Bolaroy Timeglyph to be the bearer of the great disaster. Of course, Bolaroy was the apex of flying dragon riders, a truly powerful individual amongst the Empire's strongest. Were he inclined to do so, he would have no trouble in doing away with Abel's life. And yet, Moguro, shaken, endure. Abel, it matters not, do it. The inorganic voice sent forth an intense wind, and Abel raised his own voice in response. The following moment, Moguro, lunging with the enemy as their aim, thrust their arm down to their own feet. Even if those were called feet, looking at Moguro's currently enormous body, it appeared as if they had become one with the street. Posterior to being plunged into a street of the Empire, the left arm produced a creaking sound, and after a moment of resistance, the street that had been uprooted was magnificently heaved into the sky. Abel. The sight of parts of a district being sent flying was something that Abel had laid eyes upon a short while at Chaos Flame. Priorly, it had been an absurd sight back then as well, but it had been nothing more than the city's residents coming together to hurl demolished buildings. However, in Moguro's case, that was a feat of strength devoid of intricacy, an unmistakable act of violence. It was a sight that proved that Moguro Hagane was extraordinary, that proved that he was one of the 9 divine generals. Without doubt, Bolaroy too was an extraordinary individual, but Moguro, in addition to the other divine generals, also possessed those same qualifications. Therefore, Bolaroy could not be capable of being the bearer of the great disaster. Of course, were the street that had been ripped from the ground to be hurled and nothing more, the astute Bolaroy would just evade and be done with it. Hence, with the block of the city that could be called a cannonball having been thrown, Moguro, pulverization, a slam of their left arm, and it was turned into innumerable projectiles obstructing Bolaroy's aerial escape path. Shrapnel scattered in all directions, each piece a mass of rock or clump of soil even larger than a human, thus dispersing with that singular blow from Moguro. It was such that an ordinary human would be quite likely to suffer fatal injury with even a mere graze. Naturally, if Bolaroy were to be struck by it, even he, who had mastered the flow method, would end up showing a fatal opening in midair. In order to avoid that, Bolaroy, Carillon, in accordance with the sharp voice amidst the windstorm, his flying dragon soared in order to slip past the bullet rain of boulders. Flapping its wings as it diced the air, his flying dragon aimed for the one area in the world where the incessant downpour of boulders was slightly weaker. Abel. Obviously, that is a trap. Moguro had deliberately left a region in which the downpour was slightly weaker, however. Even if Bolaroy and Carillon were aware that it was a ruse, they could not afford to be hit by the shrapnel, so they had no choice but to fly into it. What remained was whether Bolaroy, riding his beloved dragon at a high speed, would be victorious in evading the blow expected from Moguro. With his flying dragon wrapped in wind, Bolaroy accelerated, soaring through the sky as he obliterated the obstructive shrapnel with lights. Moguro gyrated the left arm they had drawn back, and a blow that could drill a hole through the world burrowed through the sky of the imperial capital. As mutual divine generals, a duel that could have never been realized in Bolaroy's lifetime unfolded, and as both of them crossed with all of their might up high in the air, they began their showdown. That instant, faster than they could crash into one another, the clouds of the imperial capital were blown away with the sound of an explosion and its shockwave. Abel. HK. Though direct damage from the explosive power had been averted, the aftershock was so intense that it seemed like it would tear Abel's body away from clinging to Moguro. But, no matter how harsh a situation his slender body faced, Abel would never close both his eyes. Henceforth, his eyes firmly grasped the events of that moment. Abel, Moguro's arm. Just before Moguro's gyrating left arm was able to display its might by pulverizing Bolaroy, an interference occurred, and the part equivalent to a human's brachium was torn asunder. Spinning with vigor, the arm of Moguro, humongous enough to rival the castle's own size, danced through the air. Leisurely slipping out by flying under the damage, Bolaroy had survived the rain of shrapnel. Not just that, he had escaped completely unharmed. Then, the one that had destroyed Moguro's arm, thus saving Balaroy from his predicament, was, oh. As a deep voice that rumbled the atmosphere was raised, there was a fierce collision. An impact from the side. Arm demolished and posture broken, Moguro's green orbs scintillated at what had barged in. For Abel, too, this interference had been unforeseen, though it was something to be expected. After all, if the opponent was Balaroy Timaglyph, who had soared back from death. Bastard! Get the frig away from this dragon's lying. Brandishing claws of a dragon, it easily tore through Moguro's body, fashioned from the city walls, and alongside a roar, a blow from its tail slammed against Moguro, destroying one part, the latter's mass being reduced in the blink of an eye. It was extremely abrupt, but that was a matter of course. The opponent was of the strongest life forms in existence. Abel, the cloud dragon, Mesorea, is that which resides within Maidlin Ashart Mesorea. Ra! A howling dragon raged with its whole body, and with a collision caused Moguro's enormous build to sway greatly. With each blow the ramparts fissured, its broken pieces plummeting onto the imperial capital. The Crystal Palace, extolled as the world's most beautiful castle, had its gardens trampled upon, subjected to devastation, while the cityscape of the imperial capital, constructed in a well-arranged, orderly fashion, met its demise with each passing second. In addition, the catastrophes assailing the imperial capital did not end there. Abel, indistinguishable amongst the thunderous sounds of the dragon's wrath as it laid waste to Moguro's body. What had reached Abel's ears was the sound of destruction, akin to the world crumbling, originating from a distant location, thus directing his gaze there, to behind the Crystal Palace, where a reservoir was present, a cistern which made use of springs amidst the mountains, and was utilized as a water source for the entire imperial capital, had its bulwark pierced through by Moguro's left arm that had been cleaved just moments before. A beat later, fissures expanded from the point the arm had penetrated, and the water from the reservoir began seeping out from the cracks, gradually amassing vigor. Before long, the entire dam would crumble and become a stream of mud flowing through the imperial capital, guiding the residents of the imperial capital, as well as the imperial soldiers and rebels participating in the battle, to refuge as soon as possible was Moguro. Blunder. Right after hearing Moguro's whisper, a mutter not all that quiet, a feeling of floating assailed Abel's body. Looking over his shoulder as he felt his insides rising up, Abel saw that it was not that he had been thrown, but rather that Moguro's arm, the hand of which Abel had been held in, had been crunched through by the dragon above the wrist. It was not that he had been targeted. Rather, it had been nothing more than a result of a foolhardy attack. However, Abel, engulfed by the momentum of his freefall, Abel's body spun around over in midair. His arms, which had been clinging onto Moguro's arm, had been detached from it, but even if he were still hanging onto it, given the arm had originally been the city's walls, it would have ended up being his cause of death, most likely. However, even if Moguro's arm had not become his cause of death, at this rate, Abel would slam into something that was very much similar to it, and similar his fate would be. Abel, I need to find something. Looking around, Abel's eyes were drawn to one point. However, that point was not a source of aid. What had entered Abel's vision was the large hole in the Crystal Palace through which Moguro had pulled him out. The hole led to the throne room. He was unable to peer inside, yet his attention was drawn to it. He had been the one to say, "Worry not for the dead." Yet he too had pretty much drunk from the same poison. Abel. He did not know whether he had found a way to break through the deadlock or not, even with that sole second. But that he had not squandered that 1 second was proof of Abel's unrelenting spirit, the indelible scar engraved upon his soul for all perpetuity. Then again, if he were to plunge to his death like this, discussing the scar engraved upon his soul would have no merit. Pull! Abel. HK? Lost in what he ought to do, Abel arranged his limbs as to diminish the impact. But before that could happen, he was forcefully met with a soft sensation. Unconsciously holding his breath, Abel's body rebounded, and he fell on top of that sensation once again. Repeating that countless times for a brief moment, Abel came to notice he was bouncing on a spread-out cloth. Someone had spread out piles of cloth beneath the descending Abel, thus catching his fall. Digesting the reality of his narrow escape from death, Abel rolled off the cloth right away, and off its edge he placed a foot on firm ground. While on one knee he raised his face in order to ascertain the doer of said deed. "Wheel, the time for the commandment has arrived." "Abel, are you His Excellency? Or perhaps His Excellency? Either way, the great disaster has come around. Won't you fight against the great disaster together with me? Are you really so delighted with the fulfillment of the prophecy?" Spreading his arms, both his demeanor and voice were joyful, and far too out of place, with the battle between the titanic Moguro and the cloud dragon causing the demolition of the city to his back. The man, Ubilk, smiled, celebrating the moment in which the commandment he had been granted as a stargazer had, without a doubt, been materialized. The thunderous boom of the walls breaking reverberated, violently shaking the Crystal Palace. Upon being convinced that something decisive had occurred, Burstets von Dalfon entered the throne room. And then, Burstets, is that Chishadono? The wall of the throne room had crumbled, and amidst the freshly scattered dust, Burstets found the form of the black-haired emperor toppled atop the scarlet carpet, thus lowering the corners of his slit eyes in gloom. Walking closer towards it, he saw that the body, collapsed face down, had been punctured on its chest. The heart that ought to have been beating within had exploded. The thread of life had been cut. Though he was not a military officer, he understood with a glance. It had been an instant death. There had been no time to even feel pain. Burstets. Considering what we have done, this could be said to be quite the merciful end. Ever since he had committed treason, raising a rebellion against the Emperor, Vincent Valaksha, Burstets had resigned himself to the fact that his death would not be a peaceful one whatsoever. As an accomplice, Chisha should have steeled a similar resolve as well. But then again, Burstets, though from my discussion with the Stargazer it seems you had set your eyes on something different than me. Though a clear act of treachery, Burstets had no intent of condemning it. Rather, his true feelings were those of admiration. In order to gain that which one desired, they must exhaust all of their strength in attempted pursuit. Such was the Empire's essence. Neither Burstets nor Chisha possessed the fighting strength needed to abide by the Empire's mantra, but they were alike in the sense that they both compensated for what they lacked with their ingenuity. The new form of the Empire constructed by the Emperor, Vincent Valaksha, had also recognized and certified that, as a form of strength. Burstets had also approved of that way of doing things in the Empire, and adhering to it, Chisha had made a magnificent example, with his own strength. As a man of the Valakshan Empire, that was a deed of honor. Burstets. Although, it seems it would be difficult to find the time to speak words of praise. Looking down at the corpse, Burstets gazed at the hole in the wall where a gale was blowing in. On the other side, he could ascertain the presence of an enormous body, colored like rocks, in motion. The presence of Moguro Hagana. Given these circumstances, it would be strange if Moguro had killed Chisha. In his position, Moguro was supposedly an ally of Chisha, the latter playing the part of emperor. Chisha's cause of death had been a blow through the chest, but it would have been impossible for Moguro's giant body to execute a strike with such precision. If there was concern to be had, it was of the strange words that the Stargazer, that Ubilk, had left behind as he passed by Burstets, the outside of the Crystal Palace, the place he was heading to. Burstets. The great disaster and the ruin it brings, just what is it that I am unaware of in the Empire? My, has nobody informed you? In that case, shall I fill you in? Burstets. His cheeks stiffening upon suddenly hearing a voice, Burstets slowly turned his gaze back. His eyes, directed towards the large hole, turned back to the collapsed remains of the Emperor. Then, he cast his gaze further upwards, to the deepest part of the throne room, to the throne. Even as the entire castle yet shook from the impacts, the throne went without moving, firm in its position. As the national flag depicting the sword wolf swayed in the wind, before it was a silhouette, resting chin in hand, augustly sitting on the throne where His Excellency the Emperor ought to be sat. The figure looked down upon Burstets. Burstets. What? Properly speaking, Burstead should have raised a stern voice, should have reproached the disrespect of the person sat upon the throne. However, he was incapable of doing so. It was true that he had been rendered speechless due to the shock, but above that, Burstead did not possess the qualifications to reproach them. In this Valachian empire, the position of prime minister ranked second after the emperor and the imperial family in terms of authority. It was possible to say that the generals of the first class extolled as the 9 divine generals held a similar rank, but more important was the fact that there was almost nobody in the country that Burstead, with the position of prime minister, could not reproach. Nevertheless, Burstead had been unable to rebuke the other party. The reason was, to think you would yet live. You are quite tenacious, Burstead. Say, who won the imperial selection ceremony? Vincent Nizama? Or was it Priska? Cracks formed on her pale and beautiful face. The member of the imperial family of Wallachia spoke. The master whom Burstedt von Dalphon had served priorly. The imperial princess who was supposed to have perished. Having suffered defeat in the imperial selection ceremony, Lamia Godwin leisurely crossed her legs atop the throne. On 9. Sword Wolf of the Empire, he was reminded of an aggravating affair. As per his recollections, Petra had been the one talking. Petra, the master has a very bad personality. His speech is shabby. He pesters people, and he seems to enjoy being scolded, which is weird at times, but he is really good at teaching. Being unable to unfairly demean a person because she did not like them was Petra's nature, even though she was not willing to admit it. Garfield and Petra were close in age, so was it perhaps safe to say they were even friends. He liked Petra's noble nature. No wonder Frederica was so taken with her. In terms of loss-prone personalities, Garfield's love for Subaru and Otto was probably of the same vein. After all, blood proved the siblings. If so, Garfield had to admit that too. Oswald Elk Mathers was a love rival, a malcontent in the camp who had plotted unforgivable misdeeds, and a natural enemy that he had never liked since long ago. Still, Roswell's teachings were spot on, and that had kept him alive. Roswell, Garfield, that's a shuriken. It's coated with poison. Even if you avoid it, it'll explode. What is the right move, Garfield? You're a tad slow, ain't ya? Howling, Garfield stomped on the ground, and immediately afterward the earth rose up to protect the two of them as a shield. The light sound of a shuriken piercing into the wall of earth, followed by the sound of an explosion, scorched the atmosphere. As Roswell had predicted, correctly so, damage could not have been avoided had it been parried with his gauntlets. His sharp fangs creaked due to that fact. Garfield, who's next? Roswell. I am. With an immediate answer to his question, Garfield turned to Roswell behind him. A moment later, Roswell used the sai in both his hands to knock away a kunai thrown at him. Seeing a shadow flashing above his head, Garfield launched his fist in its direction. Bereft of hesitation, there was a ringing sound, and the strike of Garfield's fist was met with a kick with the outer part of a foot. Delivered mid-flip, that attack had been unleashed by Olbart, who had ceased his skull-shattering attack on Roswell's head. The monstrous old man countered Garfield's fists with his legs, all while saying, Olbart, damn, this really is turning out to be a problem. Ain't 2 against 1 unfair, Garfield? Don't try and change the rules now, old fart. Olbart, kaka. I'm free to say anything I wanna. Drawing back his foot from where it had impacted the fist, and using it as a springboard, Olbart leapt towards the back. For a moment, Garfield was about to step forward to follow up. Garfield, a shuriken, swooping in from his side, passed right under his nose as he stopped, slashing through the air, letting it sail by. Garfield exhaled deeply. Roswell, right next to Garfield, changed his expression as he re-gripped his sai. Garfield's lips curved at the sight. Garfield, what you smilin' at? Roswell, nothing. Well, I was just admiring the remarkable speed of your growth. Even without me saying anything, you've managed to anticipate the surprise attack just now. You're learning things as you fight, Garfield. You're saying I'm just being sly, ain't ya? And my amazing self ain't gonna be as shitty as you or that old man. Roswell, it takes talent to be nefarious, you know. The way I see it, you don't have the predisposition to be nefarious. You're about on par with Emily. Garfield, of course not. Don't put me in the same basket as her, he snapped at Roswell's remark, but after he himself voiced that out loud, he reflected, concluding that that reaction would have possibly hurt Amelia had she heard it. Either way, his mind was on Amelia and the other members of the camp who were probably on the battlefield like Garfield, and on those who were fighting alongside them. He took a deep breath as he thought of Heinkel and the Shadrachian women, as he thought of Ram's safety as well, the latter having joined them. Old Bart, you got a lot of time on your hands, don't you? Your people are a tough spot, ain't they? I'm sure we got a stronger lineup than you do. Garfield. H.K. Olbart's words frustrated Garfield's attempts to regain his composure and face the situation. The feeling of having one's mind read would make one suspicious that their intentions could be predicted on the battlefield, a situation most undesirable. But next to the impatient Garfield, Roswell shrugged. Roswell, your opponent wants you to get heated. In your case, that could eliminate any hesitation, but it's not good to mix impurities into your fervor. In addition, Garfield. In addition, Roswell. He's been quite chatty to begin with, but having the number of attempts to deceive us through words increased. Seems like the old man is also getting quite irritated. Olbart, you're a disgusting young'un, ain't ya? As he spoke, the glint in Olbart's long, brow-covered eyes took on a shine of vexation, and, after hearing Roswell's statement, Garfield realized an obvious truth. His opponent was as annoyed by this battle dragging on as he himself was. Olbart laughed, provoked, teased, not because he could afford to, but because he wanted his opponents to believe that he had room to, so that he would gain the mental upper hand, whereas with Garfield, his feelings could immediately be seen in his face, voice, and fur. Thus, in this sort of psychological warfare, one could win in the blink of an eye by leading their opponent by the nose. Roswell, even so, you can win provided you surpass your opponent's strength, and they play on the same field you do. However, Garfield, I know. If a bastard stronger than my amazing self only fights in the field I'm good at, then no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to see a way to win. But the fact that Garfield was now fighting in the Valatian Empire was the result of a rather unfortunate combination of various coincidental events. However, what the dice had rolled mattered not. There was no denying the reality before him, and in the years to come, battles comparable to this one in the Empire could befall him without end, as long as he was with Amelia and Subaru. That was to say, Garfield. Done with whining? Roswell. That's right. That's good. This is the end of your boyhood. Garfield wrinkled his nose at Roswell's histrionics. For Garfield, being congratulated or praised for his growth by Roswell was nothing to be happy about. However, he liked that expression. End of boyhood. From this point onward, Garfield would continue forward as someone who had matured. Olbart. Dear. Oh dear. This is why I hate young'uns. Unlike this old man who's got no room to grow. Y'all can reach enlightenment on a dime. As he twisted his neck and shook the ankle of the foot that he had off the ground, Olbart sighed. However, the vicious old man's light-hearted derogation contained genuine hostility. Yes, hostility. Up till this moment, Olbart had considered Garfield to be of a lower rank, aiming to eliminate him. It was proof that Garfield had finally been recognized as an enemy. Garfield, finally. Garfield's blood was red-hot with enthusiasm for earning the right to go toe-to-toe with Olbart. He breathed in through his nose again, loudly and deeply, and exhaled through his mouth. Then, he became conscious of the blood circulating in his body and his power that could not be seen. Olbart. On? Suddenly, a dumb-sounding voice was uttered, disturbing Garfield's concentration. It had been uttered by Olbart standing in front of him. For a moment he believed it to be a shinobi technique to disturb his composure. However, it was not, because that opening had been born in Olbart, rather, Garfield. He was the head honcho of the shinobi. The opening that had arisen was as small as the eye of a needle, but Garfield could not help but gasp, as he had never shown such laxness before. What in the world had brought it about? Wait. It's unfair to withdraw in the middle like this. It's a waste. You're not reading the mood. Pretty sure I'm right on the mark on you being even more unable to read the mood than I. Aren't I? There was a figure running across the battlefield, raising a noisy voice and leaving behind a cloud of dust. A small boy who gave the impression that he was out of place on the battlefield was calling out in a shrill, high-pitched voice from a considerable distance. However, the speed at which he ran was unusual. The screaming boy was looking up at the sky, chasing a huge being as it flapped its wings. Garfield understood at first glance that it was the dragon that had landed on another battlefield a distance away from here. He understood that, but this situation where boy and dragon were playing tag was one beyond his comprehension. A battlefield where anything could happen, although he had a strong hunch on that, Olbart. Why's that bastard Cece so small? Garfield's eyes narrowed at the incomprehensible sight, but a subdued voice reached his ears. Olbart, standing on one leg and still yielding an opening akin to the eye of a needle, was distracted by the dragon and the boy. Or rather, the screaming boy. And then? Olbart. Well, Cheshi, you've taken my style, haven't you? The old man's clouded eyes filled with surprise and suspicion, after which they eventually turned clear and were instead filled with anger. It was an emotional change that had lasted less than 10 seconds. Yet he had no idea what thought process had brought forth this change in Olbart. But if it was one of only a handful of openings that the vicious old man had made in his life, the devious Roswaal was not going to overlook it. Roswaal, you must really be unaware of the situation if you can afford to look away from him with how he is right now. Thrusting the tip of the sai he was tightly grasping, Roswaal stepped into the needle-thin opening which had arisen. His immediate reaction disturbed. The strike grazed Olbart's left shoulder as he twisted around. The speeding mass of iron had connected with Olbart's shoulder, causing the old man to gnash his teeth as his diminutive figure melted into the ground. It was the technique of swimming through the earth, which he had displayed several times during this battle. But, Roswaal, Garfield, I know. As irritating as Roswaal's advice was, he could already see the strategy in the making. After all, Garfield's divine protection of earth spirits was a divine protection that drew mana from the ground via the soles of his feet. In other words, it connected him to the earth. Even if an opponent was under the ground, if he concentrated, tracking their position would be Garfield. Ah. Suddenly, all the hairs on Garfield's body stood on end as he was seized by a strange sensation. He felt a repulsive sensation, as if his neck was being licked by a tongue which felt strangely coarse. That sensation was not coming from Olbart in front of him, but from a much larger, wider area. Roswaal. Garfield. In response to the motionless Garfield, Roswaal raised a questioning voice. Not entirely in response to Olbart's earlier comment, Garfield also yielded an opening that the monstrous old man would surely have exploited. However, there was no attack. On the contrary, Roswaal. The traces of the old man, they vanished. Roswaal muttered, frowning his shapely brow and going without relaxing the grip on his sai. He was correct. Signs of Olbart's presence were supposed to be there, but none were present. Of course, the opponent was a shinobi. He likely knew how to hide his presence to the greatest possible extent. Yet, that was not the case. Olbart's presence below ground seemed to be getting distant. He was moving away from Garfield and Roswaal at breakneck speed. And then, Garfield. What the fuck's this feeling? Roswaal. Garfield. The old man is... Garfield. It's strange, disgusting even. It's like the winds of Aihia corrupt the water. Roswaal, still wary of Olbart, did not share the sense of danger with Garfield. If he could not feel it, then it was probably not mana that was causing the disturbance. It was a huge, tremendous sensation which Garfield could feel underfoot drawing near. It was a feeling that Garfield, who possessed the divine protection of earth spirits, noticed most quickly. Garfield, the soil of the battlefield. No. The earth of Valakshia is running wild. Garfield could feel the horrifying screams of the vast earth. Any resentment that the battle had been left unfinished, or that the opportunity to break one of the walls had been lost, dissipated before the weight of what stood in their way. Garfield. Roswaal. Fly right now and let everyone know. Roswaal. Garfield. forgetting the pseudonym he was meant to use in the Empire, called out to him. Roswell did not interject, perhaps out of respect for the urgency of the situation. Garfield shouted with a sense of urgency, in spite of his hatred of the other party. It was Garfield. All of Wallachia is going to turn into enemies. Lamia Godwin was one of the daughters of Dryzen Wallachia, the 76th emperor of the Wallachian Empire. An imperial princess defeated and killed in a conflict against Vincent Abelux and Prisca Benedict in the imperial selection ceremony. In the imperial selection ceremony, brothers and sisters were forced to kill each other until a single one remained. Yet she had formed an alliance with her other siblings to defeat Vincent, who had been viewed as the one most likely to take the emperor's throne, as she excelled in cornering her opposition through the excellent usage of schemes and traps. However, her plan had failed to disprove what had been speculated at the start. The alliance collapsed, and in the end, she had lost her life in a duel with her sister Prisca, being that there was no love lost between the two. Among those involved in the imperial selection ceremony, it would often be stated that she would have won the throne given her age and capacity at the time, had it not been for Vincent. However, defeat was still defeat. Upon facing a cold, hard, and irrefutable reality, Lamia's body was reduced to cinders by the flames of the Yang sword. That too was supposedly a cold, hard, and irrefutable reality. And yet, Burstets, Your Excellency Lamia. But how? Burstets would normally keep his eyes closed and narrow, but now they had opened just enough to allow one to ascertain the gray coloration of his pupils, betraying his astonishment towards the Imoran. It ascertained the gray coloration of his pupils, betraying his astonishment to a person before him. What Stetz's trembling vision beheld was none other than the countenance of his master Lamia Godwin, a countenance still vivid in his memory, but now sitting on the throne with the flag fluttering in the wind to the back. Excepting, however, the cracked, bloodless white face she now donned, and the beautiful red irises that had transformed into an eerie golden glow, standing out amidst pitch-black darkness. Lamia. Burstets, did you not hear my question? Has Vincent Niasama won the imperial selection ceremony? Was it Prisca? It cannot be. Was it Palladio Nisama? Of all people, it would be nightmarish. Were anyone else besides those two to vie for the throne after my defeat? Burstets. His Excellency Vincent Abelux ascended to the throne after the defeat of Your Excellency. To the present time, he has continued to reign for 9 years. Lamia. However, he has died. Is that the answer to what is lying beneath my feet? Cutting off Burstets's words, Lamia looked over the prone corpse as she rested her chin upon her hand. While unable to discern the face from her position, she was able to tell the body apart from those of her other blood siblings. Technically, Burstets had surmised that the fallen Vincent was, in fact, not the real Vincent, but rather Chisha Gold in disguise, though that was beside the point. Burstets, with all due respect, Your Excellency Lamia, but would you lend me an ear? Lamia. What is it, Burstets? You have been a faithful henchman of mine. If you have any questions, then I shall answer them. Burstets. For what reason have you returned? If I may add, the throne is reserved for none other than the Emperor of Wallachia to sit upon. You do not possess that qualification, Your Excellency. Burstets uttered this fully aware that it would have been disrespectful, and that it would give rise to displeasure within his conversational partner. At one time, he had served and had done everything in his power to raise her as the worthy successor to take the throne of the Wallachian Empire. Back then, he would have been delighted had he witnessed Lamia sitting on the imperial throne in such a manner. Welling up in the depths of his chest were boiling, unbearable hatred and anger. Burstets, make a wise decision, Your Excellency. We were defeated. With a reverent hand against his chest, Burstets advised Lamia as he had once done. When she was still young but beautiful and intelligent, Lamia had the flexibility to listen to Burstets's recommendations, take them seriously, reflect and digest them, and let them guide her to the right answer. This cunning, poisonous virtue of Lamia. Lamia, you have fallen sick, Burstets. No matter how much you love and devote yourself to it, This country will never repay you. Tilting her neck, Lamia responded, her expression unchanging as if frozen solid. And Berstets acted immediately in return. The ring on his finger had glinted mysteriously once he turned his hand on his chest toward Lamia. A meteor it was, given to Berstets as a mark of being the Prime Minister. Berstets, prepare yourself. Berstets's will had elicited a response, and from the glowing ring's jewel, a fireball shot out. It was something Vincent too possessed for the sake of self-defense, and it released the mana accumulated within it as magic. An attack towards the one whom Berstets had once sworn fidelity to. No, towards one who bore her likeness, just like that. Lamia, defenseless on the throne, was engulfed by the fireball. Lamia, fool, of all things, you employ fire against a member of the imperial family of Wallachia. The subsequent moment, dazzling red light illuminated the throne room, and the flame was bisected diagonally, going in two different directions. Lamia and the throne avoided the blast, given its momentum, which in turn crashed into the wall upon which the flag had been draped, giving rise to flames. If left unattended, that conflagration could spread to the flag, then engulf the entire Crystal Palace in flames. However, Berstets's attention was focused on what was in front of him, rather than on the Crystal Palace's future. Rising from the throne, Lamia held in her hand a glowing treasured sword of crimson. That unmistakable form was the pride and joy of the Wallachian Empire. Berstets, the Yang Sword of Wallachia. Lamia, it is only natural for someone of Wallachia's imperial family to possess it, yes? Once more Berstets opened his eyes to a width on par to the width of a normal person's squinting eyes, and reflected within them was Lamia leaping toward him, holding the brilliant Yang Sword in her hand. With a swing, Lamia's slash loomed. Were that dazzling crimson no forgery, Berstets's existence would be torched. Not even ashes would remain. He had to move, but he was not able to. He had not been trained in that way, and, more importantly, he was blinded by the radiance of it all. The radiance of the Yang Sword, symbol of the Wallachian Empire. Lamia, goodbye, Bersta. A flash of light fell upon Berstets, and even he himself understood at that moment that his life, that the life of this wicked man, who had pretended to be a loyal subject and had shaken the empire to its very foundations, was arriving at its terminus. Nuun? The great door of the throne room was suddenly smashed open from the outside, and something flew in from the other side with tremendous force. Its speed unchecked, it flew directly into Lamia, who had been swinging her blade at Berstets, blowing away the imperial princess's thin body with a go. Lamia. What? Feeling that his imminent death was growing distant, Berstets came to see that what had collided with Lamia was a battle axe which had been thrown. It was one of the weapons held by a set of armor arranged in the hall of the Crystal Palace in front of the throne room, a gleaming piece with ceremonial decorations. Even so, the battle axe had always been well cared for, kept ready to be used on the battlefield, since not displaying weapons that were actually useless was not the imperial way. And thus, it had stopped Lamia on her tracks from her front, blowing her away towards the back of the throne room with terrific momentum. Berstets. Who has thrown that axe, was the doubt Berstets harbored. He turned around, but before he could confirm who it was, loud footsteps approached him at once. Traitorous retainer? Berstets von Daufen. I was against keeping someone like you as Prime Minister the whole time. Berstets was grabbed by the collar and lifted to his feet by a huge hand, which forced him to face a bearded giant of a man. The Titan was endowed with a loud voice that befitted his large body, and a stern face that looked as if it had been tailor-made especially for him. His naked upper body was covered by an armor of well-trained muscle, and his vigor had not diminished in the slightest, even though he had been in captivity for more than a month. Berstets. General First Class Gauze Ralphon. Gauze, you will be tried in public. Of course, General First Class Chisha, who planned and carried out this treason, is just as guilty. Regardless of your true intentions, you are guilty of plotting against His Excellency and your own allies. Berstets. Gauze. In the first place, do not underestimate us officers and our soldiers. No matter how many hardships we may face, the great disaster will be crushed by our combined efforts. The giant who had spoken loudly, Gaz Ralphon. He was one of the 9 divine generals of the Empire, ranked 5th. A man who, due to his loyalty and unfortunate timing, had become the second victim of Berstet's and Chisha's schemes, Vincent being the first. However, as his interference had aided Vincent in his escape from the imperial capital, Berstet's could not be lenient on him for the sake of his own objective. It was the way of the world, and the imperial way itself, that one side would win, and the other would lose when both sides gave their all for their own cause. Therefore, he did not feel even a bit like apologizing for that. Berstet's. Why are you here? You were supposed to be chained up in the basement of my mansion. Gaz, a brave girl rescued me. She possesses a strong heart. You were out of luck to have trapped her alongside me. She is a lady the Valachian Empire should be proud of. Berstet's. I see. It was her, huh? Berstet's mind flashed to the blue-haired girl he had been holding captive in his mansion. She was a valuable user of healing magic and, according to Madeline, she was a young girl from the Onai clan. He had intended to make her a candidate for the Emperor's consort, both in terms of her abilities and her race. He had evaluated her as a strong-willed and vibrant woman, but apparently that had still been an underestimation. He intended to not get too hung up on that, though, now that the failure of the plan had become apparent. However, what was worrisome concerning the truth of Gaz's appearance? Berstet's. General First Class Gaz, have you already heard about the great disaster? Gaz. I have not heard the details. However, I have heard that it would happen at the cost of His Excellency's life. I must inquire Chisha about that as well. But my priority is His Excellency's life. Where are you keeping His Excellency, you? Responding in an unnecessarily loud voice, Gaz announced his intentions to Berstet's. Internally, Berstet's had admired, and even resented, the fact that Chisha had kept the great disaster completely to himself, even though it had reached even Gaz, but that was all he felt. Halfway through his words, Gaz had noticed something, his eyes widening, and then, Gaz. What? Hi, His Excellency. His Excellency. With a scream, Gaz crumpled to his knees. Berstet's, thrown by the momentum, fell to the floor on his buttocks, but Gaz did not care as he clung to the corpse before him. To the corpse that had collapsed on the red carpet, the corpse that would move nevermore. From Gaz's widened eyes, tears streamed, absorbed by his thick beard. The tears pressing down his beard, he pounded his large fist against the carpet with force. Gaz, Your Excellency, this Gaz Ralphon was too late. What folly, what an act of folly. No longer can this folly be atoned for except by death. Berstet's. General First Class Gaz. Please remain calm. That man is... Gaz, this is no situation to remain calm in. Damn you, Prime Minister Berstet's. Are you satisfied with this? You have taken the life of His Excellency and now this very empire itself. Berstet's. The deceased is General First Class Chisha. Berstet's loudly silenced Gaz, who had been furious at the Emperor's corpse, which had been pierced through the chest. Opening his eyes wide towards Berstet's, who had let out a yell seldom heard from him, Gaz then carefully examined the lying corpse. Gaz, this is General First Class Chisha. Ridiculous. If so, then what happened? Berstet's. Even I do not know the details of the situation. However, I think that the death of General First Class Chisha in the guise of His Excellency and this unprecedented situation may have something to do with the great disaster. Having calmed Gaz in his flurry of emotions, Berstet's had also organized his own thoughts. Perhaps his death as Emperor and the rebellion he had committed with Berstet's were all part of a plot hatched by Chisha Gold, and this had not been unrelated to the events of the great disaster that had popped up time and again. If anyone did know anything about the great disaster, it would be, that is just awful, all of a sudden. I have not been treated like this in all my life and in my death. Gaz, a quiet voice could be heard from the back of the room. Lamia's voice, who was supposed to have been blown away, felled by a blow from violent throw of a battle axe performed by Gaz barging in. Before proceeding, let it be clear that her presence had not been forgotten. Despite his subsequent boisterous exchange with Gaz, Burstets had not bothered to mention her because the power in that battle-axe had been, without a doubt, deadly. Gaz Ralphon was a general admired by many others in the troops, second only to Chisha Gold in terms of commanding large armies. But he was also possessed of outstanding individual combat skills in comparison with the latter. Were Gaz to unleash an attack with the intention of defeating an opponent, the body of an average man would be maimed in a single hit, if said average man were on the receiving end. However, for Lamia, that had not been so. At least, not strictly speaking. Lamia. Well, this body. It does not seem to feel any pain, so I guess that is a relief. Saying this, Lamia stood up and tilted her head as she slowly connected the right half of her body together, which had been shattered like pottery. No jest nor metaphor in that expression. It had been spoken in its truest sense. There had been no blood flowing from the wounds. The crushed parts wriggled and combined together like ice filling out a lake. But things did not end with the fact that someone who was supposed to be dead had come back to life, suddenly reanimated. Gaz. Prime Minister Burstets. If I am not mistaken, that person is Burstets. This is Her Excellency Lamia Godwin. She passed away 9 years ago during the Imperial selection ceremony. Gaz. Why is Her Excellency the Imperial Princess, who is supposed to have died in the Imperial selection ceremony, doing this? And I even attacked Her Excellency Lamia. Do not tell me that His Excellency the Emperor kept his sister alive. Burstets. That cannot possibly be the case. His Excellency Vincent Valacia has no attachment to such sentiments. Considering her strange appearance, it is Her Excellency Lamia who is the problem. Having corrected Gaz's reflexive short-sightedness, Burstets took a close look at Lamia, who was still restoring her body, and arrived at this conclusion. If possible, he would prefer prolonging the conversation with Lamia to obtain more information. Burstets. It was no one else but me who closed the window for negotiations. Lamia. Yes, so it seems, even though I was intending to talk this out in proper fashion. So, what happened? Burstets. That is a good question. Perhaps I was getting desperate, thinking that my allies would betray me as I take on this last great challenge in my life. I am quite surprised by this side of mine. Gaz. This is not the time to say that. Your Excellency Lamia, I am Gaz Ralphon, a general first class serving His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valacia. If you would oblige and let yourself get tied up. After Gaz had launched a preemptive strike, Lamia would likely turn a deaf ear even after stating her willingness to talk. As Lamia affirmed this, Gaz took a large step towards her. Even with his battle-axe no longer in his hands, his arms were still as thick as logs. Even with the power of the Yang sword and the physical enhancements that accompanied its wielding, Lamia's ability should not have been sufficient to stop Gaz. Even though Lamia was not supposed to be the type that was unable to understand the difference in strength between both of them. Lamia, I refuse doing such a thing. I am not going to have my freedom taken away right after awakening again. Gaz, then, by force. Lamia. Besides, you know, thinking that she was not willing to listen, Gaz was already about to take an even larger step forth, and it happened. Lamia's bewitching golden eyes flickered, and the situation changed. As shadows dwelling in the selfsame pitch-dark goldenness arose around her one after the other. Gaz. What the hell? Gaz cried out in horror. Burstets also lost his voice as he choked up, as if shadows had risen from the ground. More eerie-looking figures with the same eyes and cracked skin, which had lost their color like Lamia's, appeared. That alone was astonishing, but Burstets's and Gaz's shock did not end there. There was also the fact that they recognized everyone who had risen. Lamia. I pity you for clinging to an empire that will end regardless. As she stated this, Lamia raised the Yang sword to the heavens. In the same manner, more than 24 figures around her all reached for the heavens as well, unsheathing their treasured swords of crimson. All members of the imperial family in possession of the qualification that allowed them to not be burnt away. The battle between the 8th, Moguro Hagane, and the previous and current 9ths, Madeline Eschard and Balroy Temeglyph, continued raging in the Crystal Palace's proximity. The extraordinary battle that unfolded within its immediate vicinity was a clash between gigantic ramparts in the shape of a human and a cloud-clad dragon. And with the addition of the Empire's most powerful flying dragon rider, it turned into a fierce battle that would go down in the history of the Empire. The thunderous roar, the rumbling of the earth were the very screams of the Valachian Empire. The water streaming out of the destroyed reservoir, turning into a wave of mud flowing into the imperial capital. The imperial capital of Lupugana, or rather, the sacred Valachian Empire itself, was in the midst of an unprecedented upheaval that foreshadowed its destruction. And yet, despite these circumstances, are you His Excellency, or perhaps His Excellency? Either way, the great disaster has come around. Won't you fight against the great disaster together with me? The stargazer, with his arms outstretched and a broad smile on his face, not looking at the crumbling streets of the imperial capital, was more than out of place. He was nightmarish, carelessly trampling on the understanding of ordinary people. But, alas, the one confronted with the stargazer's eccentric smile was the one person who had the least permission to be ordinary in this empire: Abel. For a moment, Abel glanced behind the curtain at the miracle that had saved his life. What had saved Abel from falling from a great height was a cloth stretched to the max placed exactly where he had fallen, an improvised cushioning material gathered from the rooms of the Crystal Palace and the surrounding buildings. He could understand the mechanism that had saved him. The question was, why could it have been prepared? This sort of preparation would be unfeasible, unless one knew that that Abel would fall there. Abel, how much did you know? The moment he reached that conclusion, Abel's outstretched hand grabbed the smiling Yubilk by the chest. He pulled him to his feet forcefully, and Yubilk bellowed an "Ow, ow, ow," his eyes widening. Face to face, directly in front of him, sparing no quarter, Abel stared at Yubilk, and, Abel, Chisha's plan. No. That is not it. How far in advance did you know whose death would bring about the great disaster? You said that it would be my death that... Yubilk. Yeah, I did say that. That Vincent Valachia's death would be the beginning of the great disaster that will bring ruin to the Empire. Abel glared at him from a distance. Their breaths could be felt. But Yubilk's relaxed demeanor did not falter. Perhaps it was not so much composure, but rather it was a different kind of disgusting anticipation or exuberance. In fact, Yubilk was in high spirits, as if at last the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. But, Abel, Vincent Valachia is I, Yubilk. No, Your Excellency, that's wrong. That's newt true. I'll say it out loud. That's incorrect, Your Excellency. Abel, Yubilk. General First Class Chisha Gold has unquestionably fulfilled the role of Vincent Valachia. His Excellency himself, of all people, had molded General Chisha Gold to do so. Abel, It was not for that purpose that he had kept Chisha Gold by his side. Upon the great disaster's arrival, he would need someone with the ability to take charge of everything within the Empire, to replace the helpless Emperor who would be unable to be present. That was his belief. Someone who, after Vincent's death, would cooperate with a worthy successor and save the Empire. Abel, why did you take part in this plan? Yubilk, what's that? Abel, as a stargazer, you are only interested in the fulfillment and implementation of your commandment. Then, if you wish to ensure that the great disaster would happen, you should have made use of my life. Why did you decide to go along with Chisha's uncertain plans? It is nonsensical. A stargazer was a commandment's puppet in human form. No matter how much they could possibly have pretended to be likable or accommodating, what lay inside was naught but an obsession with their commandment and a fanatical desire to fulfill it. His priorities should have been clear. So, why had he sided with Chisha's plan? Abel, what was your reason? Answer me, Yubilk. I think you'd be offended if I were to say it, Your Excellency. Abel. Speak. Yubilk. Well, it doesn't really matter to me whether it was His Excellency himself or General First Class. It'd be good if the great disaster happened. and it'd be bad if it didn't. If it didn't happen even after General First Class Chisha died in the guise of His Excellency, then I'd have to do something about His Excellency himself. Do you get what I'm saying, Abel? In that case, is this situation what you had hoped for? With that, Abel quietly gained an understanding, as Yubilk stuck out his tongue in a mischievous manner. At the same time, he comprehended that talking to Yubilk any further would be of no use. Releasing his grip on Yubilk's collar, Abel slowly turned around. Reflected in his eyes through the Onai mask were several figures holding the edge of the cloth that had saved Abel. None of their faces had ever been seen at the Crystal Palace before, but Abel, these people, are they also a part of your faction? Yubilk. There aren't enough of us to call it a faction, though. Are ye there? Shrugging his shoulders, Yubilk spun around and spread his arms in front of his accomplices. The crowd of roughly 10-odd people, assembled without regard for their age or gender, were presumably stargazers, just like him. Even if one were to try and cull them, their numbers would increase. Since it was unknown how the pawns of the observers were selected, he had left them alone despite knowing of their existence. Yubilk, as I said, we're moving in accordance with the commandment. What are you going to do, Your Excellency? Abel, what am I going to do? Abel tried to put his thoughts across his tongue as he pondered such. However, in the middle of responding to Yubilk, the ground was shaken by a particularly loud impact. Some distance away from Abel and everyone else, a part of Moguro's body fell to the ground, making a large sound. The battle yet raged on. However, since it was 2 against 1, Moguro's disadvantage was undeniable. Oloroy Temeglif, a man who was supposed to be dead, had been resurrected alongside his beloved dragon. The worst possibility one could deduce from this was that it was just not limited to the 2 of them. Yubilk, the turmoil in the imperial capital and the crisis in the empire, events that defy reason, are truly a manifestation of the great disaster. As Abel shielded his face from the dust sprinkling down, Yubilk cocked his chin to point to the sky. The resurrected dead and the dragon ran amok, foretelling mounting damage that would probably not end there. Yubilk, the witch of the kingdom, the night weeping of the city-states, the collapse of the Holy Kingdom, and the great disaster of the Empire. The 4 disasters that will destroy the world. Their time draws near, even at this very moment. Abel, Yubilk. Oh, and Your Excellency, this is just my personal opinion, but Yubilk deliberately clapped his hands as if speaking of something that he had failed to mention. Then the stargazer pointed overhead to Moguro's battle. No. He was pointing to something else. He pointed not to the battle, but to the throne room bearing a sizable hole, which laid in the Crystal Palace, the latter being rocked by the shock waves of the fierce fight. Yubilk. Why did I cooperate with General First Class Chisha's scheme, Wasiat? I'm sincere in saying that I would have been fine with both. But I thought that with Your Excellency, our odds would be better. Brazenly laughing, Yubilk lowered the hand that pointed to the Crystal Palace and, in the same motion, pointed it at Abel. Yubilk, I prioritized the fulfillment of the commandment. My goal was to start the great disaster, and the Hanwei to hold back the destruction it'd bring. I haven't wavered in my priority. A stargazer was obsessed with the realization and fulfillment of their commandment, a living puppet enslaved to their goal. That perception remained the same, and without that perception being altered, Yubilk presented the reasons for his actions, the rationale for his choices, and the future that he pursued. He said that, in order to save the Valatian Empire from the great disaster, he would prioritize Abel. Abel. Chisha Gold, you... What kind of future? What kind of expectations had these disguised black eyes? Imbued with the color of Vincent Valacha, imbued with his color, painted. Why had he not understood that words like hope and dreams were not more, but silly escapism from reality? Yubilk. Oh? An unexpected explosion roared in Abel's ears, as he put his hand to his face and grabbed the cheek of his Oni mask. Yubilk let out a silly voice in response, followed by a heavy sound of something falling beside them. Upon looking at it, Abel came to see that something had fallen onto the cloth that had caught him earlier. However, unlike him, the cloth had not been stretched to help, and it did not fulfill its purpose as cushioning material. However, You were correct that this cloth would be laid out. Prime Minister Burstets, are you alive? That took quite the toll on this old body, but somehow, Shaking off the cloth that covered them, a large man with his upper body bare and a white-haired old man carried in the former's arms emerged from under the cloth. Both of them looked familiar. Abel had never thought that he would run into them here. Ubilk. Oh, if that isn't General First Class Gauze, and Prime Minister Burstets is safe too. Burstets. One would think you would have long since absconded. Yet you are still here. Pause! You are the stargazer who instructed General First Class Chisha and Prime Minister Burstets with all these superfluous things. Because of you, His Excellency is, as the large man, Gauze Ralphon, who had apparently jumped down from the large hole in the Crystal Palace, so stated. He approached Ubilk while carrying Prime Minister Burstets in his arms. Now that he knew what Chisha had been attempting to do, he thought that Gauze would not have been killed. But how was it that he had appeared here in this state following the events that had taken place? Just how much had been shared between Burstets and Chisha? Gauze, the turmoil in the imperial capital, and everything else. It is all caused by your schemes. You should die in order to atone. Ubilk. Wait a minute, please. I wasn't even all that involved in it. Nor did I have anything to do with what happened to General First Class Gauze. Because, you see, as far as the commandment's concerned, Gauze isn't someone to pay much thought about. Gauze, how dare you, you bastard. By once again running his mouth, Ubilk incurred Gauze's wrath more and more. Burstets writhed in pain, as if Gauze had forgotten that he was carrying the former. Moreover, the changes in the situation did not end at just that. The closer I get and see, the more puzzling everything becomes. I ran after the dragon that ignored me, only to find out that the one replacing it as my opponent was a big golem. Sure, it might serve as a decent show, but I don't think it's capable of acting as a substitute. Abel. And right after he heard a yapping, high-pitched voice, the owner of said voice made their entrance wrapped in a tremendous wind while a cloud of dust spread behind him. Gliding on the soles of the zori he wore, he looked up at the sky with his hands forming a brim. A boy who had been uncalled for, sporting blue hair and a kimono, had arrived. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of his raucous demeanor, speech, and conduct. But above all else, because he looked like a mere shrunk-down version of a familiar shrunk-down version. Figure. Gauze. See Cecilus Segmont. Cecilus, Did you call me just now? Well, I'm quite embarrassed for having managed to do something so grand that my name has spread with lightning speed. To be honest, I thought the best moment would be me cutting down that dragon, but I hate just how much of a star I am. No doubt it is General First Class Cecilus. The boy, who was watching the battle between Moguro and the Cloud Dragon, turned around and uttered those words with an unmistakably unique sense of distance. This was, without a shadow of a doubt, Cecilus Segmont, the strongest of the 9 divine generals, the first, who stood at the peak of the Valatian Empire's military might. But his state that of a child. It had been at about this age when Abel had first picked up Cecilus as a subordinate, taking him under his wing. Since then, his mind aside, his body was supposed to have grown up. Abel. But you, why are you small? I can only believe that this is the work of Olbart Dunkelken. But if that is the case, then contradictions with Olbart's behavior during their meeting at the demon city of Chaos Flame would arise. Olbart was, some way or another, unaware of the fact that Chisha had been masquerading as the Emperor. But supposing that Olbart had been employing the same technique he had utilized on Natsuki Subaru, Medium, and Al, with Cecilus as the target, he could not help but cast doubts on the actions taken. Why would the Emperor himself have Cecilus infantilized? He wondered. A logical explanation for it seemed improbable. Cecilus had gone without being corrected for over a decade until now. At this point, nothing could shackle him down. In other words, you're way too light-footed for a pipsqueak, ain't ya? Can't believe someone's getting such a large lead on me. I'm really starting to feel my age. Immediately after the thought crossed his mind, a petite shinobi, Olbart Dunkelken, made his appearance right there and then. He had supposedly been entrusted with a bastion to defend the imperial capital, yet he had abandoned that role, returning to the Crystal Palace. When it came to the reason as to why had Olbart, the shinobi head honcho, done such a thing. Celis, huh. I thought I'd shaken you off, but I actually didn't? That's great, old man. Still wanting a stage role even at that age. How admirable. Bravo, Olbart. So loud. At this point, you forgot stuff altogether, haven't you? Cecilis. Forgot stuff. Well, I got no idea what you're talking about, though. Olbart. Sacy's small. So if I didn't do it, it's gotta have been that arse's fault, Sheshis. Though I like to steal others' skills, I don't like it when they steal mine. Cecilis. Ah, that's an amazingly selfish complaint. I don't dislike it. Rather, I quite like it. The old man, his lips curved in dissatisfaction, was laughed at by the much younger Cecilus, who was barely taller than him. The stargazer, Ubilk, was still being pressed for answers by Gauze, while Burstets had been stolen of his freedom, being carried by Gauze's brawny arms, his mind more focused on whether the consequences of the still-raging battle between Moguro, the Cloud Dragon, and the resuscitated Bolaroy were about to befall him. Abel. What is this? One after the other, people gathered at this place. The majority of the 9 divine generals of the Valachian Empire had come to this location. He came to realize, had this too been brought about by Chisha, having been trained to perform all that Vincent Falacia could as well. Just how much had Chisha Gold surpassed the latter's expectations? He had given his own life to keep Abel alive, and what was to come after? Chisha. My apologies, but I am afraid I would not. Abel. Once upon a time, faced with a query from Vincent Abelux, Chisha Gold had replied thus. Upon being asked if he was willing to die for Vincent, he had returned the frank answer that he would not. Then, the one for whom Chisha had laid down his life was not Vincent Abelux. Certainly it had not been for Abel's sake, nor for Vincent Valachia's either. It had not been for a play on words of the sort, for that which Chisha had laid down his life for was Abel. Heed my words. The great disaster is nigh. From here on you shall abide by my command. Grinding his molars together, Abel lifted his face, leaped atop the rubble, turned around. Then, viewing the entirety of the ensemble present, he thus asserted for all to listen. Upon Abel's proclamation, each and all of those in their self-centered doings observed him. At that moment, with the exception of Ubilk and Burstets who were in the know, the eyes of everyone, divine generals included, had the utmost doubt flash across their eyes. Just who in the world is this man? Taking that in, Abel reached for the O&I mask upon himself, seizing its cheek. His visage had been covered with an object by Chisha in the latter's final moments. Now removing it, Abel bared his real face. And finally, Abel. I am your emperor, Vincent Valachia, the apex of the sword wolves of the Empire. Chapter 110. Congratulatory words digging into the ground powerfully with their bestial claws. They launched their body forward with such force that they seemed to be pulling the ground out. Their companions, using their wits and martial prowess, were scrambling to take control of the battlefield. As to aid them, Frederica Baumann raced across the battlefield. The beautiful golden-haired leopard sailed through the wind, fulfilling her role as messenger through and through, being that she was the second fastest among all those roaming around the battlefield, against the overwhelmingly superior quality of the regular soldiers of the Imperial Army. The rebels, who were, to put it bluntly, a patchwork of people, had been able to bring the situation to a stalemate thanks to the information gathered by Otto, Suen, Abel's management of that information, and Frederica's ability to transmit said information in a quick manner. Regardless of whether Frederica had been aware of her contribution or not, now, armed with information most important, she kicked the ground away. The impact that intel would bring about was of particular significance. It was, Frederica, a message from the Master and my brother. There are signs of a change within the land. With ragged breaths pushing her exhausted beastified body, Frederica, undoing her beastification, announced her arrival at the main camp in a hurry, not hesitating in exposing her bare skin to all. While she had been traveling across the battlefield, Garfield, having survived a fierce fight, had communicated those words to Frederica bearing a passionate expression, one not proud of the outcome of the battle. Ragged and bloody, Garfield had lived through a fight to the death, a battle that Frederica could not even begin to imagine. Her sisterly feeling of wanting to sing her brother's praises for his struggle had to be postponed in the face of his desperate plea. Fortunately, Roswell, arriving with the Flying Dragon Squadron as reinforcements, had been by Garfield's side and had been able to lend him proper assistance, regardless of Garfield's feelings about said assistance being given to him by his love rival. That wasn't very specific. Any more details? Frederica. I do not know. I can only say that it was a gut feeling from my brother's divine protection. It is just, Frederica. My brother's hunches are usually right, regardless of whether they are favorable or not. Garfield's instincts were as good as a wild animal's. Even though he had never been wild, one could call them his wild instincts. Garfield's instincts did not work well in everyday life, and his unrefined behavior would often come to the fore in front of Ram. But when it came to fighting, the reliability of his instincts was unparalleled. That was why Frederica had, without any hesitation, rushed to the main camp. Hearing Frederica's plea, the beautiful Serena Dracroy, a high countess of the Empire who had come to their side with her Flying Dragon Squadron as reinforcements, looked to be deep in thought. Rumor had it that she was an acquaintance of Roswell's, who the latter had gone to request help from. Since she was Roswell's acquaintance, she was probably a woman of strong character. However, it was also a common characteristic of Roswell's acquaintances that, personality aside, no doubts would exist in regards to the excellence of their abilities. This was evident in the fact that she was currently serving as a substitute for the absent commander-in-chief at the main camp, where the movement of the rebels, now a large army, was being controlled. Frederica Sama, here's a cloak for you to wear. A red cloak was draped over Frederica's shoulders from behind as she looked thoughtfully at Serena's profile. It was a cloak that only generals of the Valachian Empire were allowed to wear, but the person who had done so with grace was not familiar with the meaning of that adornment. Because of this, Frederica smiled, happy for the gesture of pure goodwill. Frederica. Thank you, Schultz-sama. I apologize for my unseemly appearance. Schultz. No, not at all. Frederica-sama has worked hard, running around amongst so many people. I think it is very admirable. Pulling the cloak tighter around her, Frederica thanked Schultz for his hospitality. But it was Schultz who was the one who was bowing before Frederica, his small body filled with charm. Schultz's feelings of being left behind in the main camp and having to watch the progress of the battle with a sense of dread must have been even more painful than Frederica's, who was at least able to fulfill the role of a messenger. Still, it was admirable of him to give Frederica words of appreciation upon her return. Yeah, Frey's great too. You wanted to go fight like crazy with MLI and the others like crazy. Next to Schultz was Utakata, whose black hair was dyed pink at the ends, nodding with her arms crossed, flinching at the little girl's warlike comment while saying, I wonder about that. Frederica turned her attention back to Serena. Serena stroked the large scar on the left side of her face, which had been engraved by a sword, and spoke. Serena. Signs of a change within the land of Wallachia, yes? How foolish it would be to disregard the words of one whom Roswell values so highly. Frederica. So Serena. While maddening, it also fits with what the man who disappeared with the stargazer said. It was a selfish thing to say, to entrust me with a great task that only I could fulfill. It was as if, Frederica, as if, Serena? It was pride, as if he were the emperor himself, even though we're in a position where we've come to bring him down. Serena, her arms crossed, sighed with a complicated expression that was neither angry nor bemused. She spoke of the man in the Oni mask. Abel. He had originally been in charge of commanding the rebels at large, however, he had left the main camp, entrusting Serena with that role. In regards to that, Serena had not disclosed any details regarding the kind of conversation that had taken place at that time. Frederica, before he left here, what did Abel-sama say to you? Serena-sama. Serena. So that the conclusion draws near. However, Serena paused, her almond-shaped eyes now filled with indignation, her well-shaped chin indicating the battlefield, her eyes glowing with resentment. The scorching lady, known for her fiery presence, continued. Serena, the conclusion won't be favorable to either side, the imperial capitals and the rebels. It'll end up being undecided. Frederica. It will end up being undecided? Serena's expression suggested that she would not even be able to say it, which perplexed Frederica. What kind of situation could possibly be expected when the outcome of a battle of this magnitude taking place would end up being inconclusive? In the first place, it would be inappropriate to use words that could be taken to mean that all efforts would be in vain when addressing the person whom he had entrusted with the command of the battlefield. Abel, who had left that unsaid, did not understand the human heart to a fatal degree. That much must be said. In any case, Schult. Does this mean that the battle has concluded? If so, does that mean that Priscilla-sama, Al-sama, and Heinkel-sama will return? Frederica, Schult-sama. With melancholy in his round eyes, Schult stood up on his tiptoes and looked out over the battlefield. The boy's eyes were drawn to a corner of the increasingly harsh battlefield, where the red sky and the white sky, two battlefields that even Frederica was unable to traverse, laid. Merely approaching them instilled a feeling of dread in her beastly instincts, instilled a certainty that her body would not be able to withstand them. Frederica. For that reason, Frederica did not feel herself capable of speaking words of comfort so readily. What had been happening under those skies was surely a phenomenon that transcended Frederica's imagination. She felt ashamed, lowering the corners of her eyes. Utakata. Shu. Don't worry. Pu and Yor are both strong. They're as strong as Mei and Te-A-A. Schult. Utakata-sama. Utakata. Wu-chan is fine. Schult. Utakata-chan-sama. Puffing out her chest, Utakata stroked Schult's pink curly-haired head with violence, utilizing her hand. It was a childish and baseless assertion, but it had resonated with Schult because Utakata had not hesitated in speaking it. Once Schult nodded his head, Frederica's lips parted slightly. Once again, turning to face Serena, Frederica. What are you going to do, Serena-sama? If you choose to not abandon my brother's intuition, then you need to deal with what Abel-sama said. Serena, I'm in a quandary. Needless to say, there's no time for hesitation. Behold. Serena once again cocked her chin, directing Frederica to look toward the battlefield, to which the latter responded with a huh. With her emerald green eyes, Frederica witnessed, even from afar, a change in the battlefield. A rampaging giant castle wall shaped like a human, one of the 9 divine generals, had turned their back, rushing toward the imperial capital. Frederica. Is that headed towards the Crystal Palace? Serena. The more things go on, the more they go as he says. Though, I don't know the truth of your brother's statement that Falachia will become the enemy. At the reckless action of the steelman, Moguro Hagane, Serena frowned with a face that seemed to have an idea of what was going on. And then, Serena, tell everyone. As soon as there is anything abnormal at the Crystal Palace, cease all the fighting. To prepare for things to become inconclusive, where this battle, the blood spilled, and lives lost were all in vain. With a shrill sound, the blue dragon sword, an axe, and a barbarian sword struck each other in midair, sending off sparks. All of those were steel wielded without mercy for the purpose of reaping the life of their opponent. One person's senses had been growing duller, but once something was directed at them once more, feelings of dread welled up from within their skin, from within their bones, due to their life being threatened. They had never thought of themselves as mentally fragile. Rather, they had always believed that, compared to other children of their age, they had been blessed with superior courage, combined with the experience of having survived scenes of carnage. However, upon experiencing the sizzling pain of being scorching by a blast on their skin, upon feeling as if their lungs had contracted due to the tension of the moment, causing them to suffocate, it seemed like the foundation of that trust directed at oneself was wavering. The most important reason for that feeling was, even amidst that fierce battle, a contemptuous gaze would be directed toward them. The man's gaze was the biggest factor that increased Petra's feeling of suffocation. It was as if it was saying he had not forgotten about her and holding a knife against her. The man was an imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head, wielding an axe. This person, whose name she and her companions did not know, was the true identity of the formidable foe that was currently tormenting Petra and her comrades. As long as one lived, death would always be adjacent. Regardless of the situation, circumstances could change in the blink of an eye. Petra ground her teeth together with force, as the man in front of her seemed to be an example of that absurdity. Kneeling on the ground, Otto struggled to breathe. Having taken the brunt of the blast from the magic stone used for the emergency evacuation, his fatigue was quite high. That was why Petra could never afford to be weak on the battlefield, where both the strong and the weak alike put their lives on the line. Medium, ha ha ha. Al Chin. Al. Yeah, Lil Miss Medium. The one person with the high-pitched voice, a voice unsuitable for this blood-scented battlefield, and the one person with the dispirited voice worked together, exchanging sword blows with the one person possessor of a pitch-black murderous intent. Cooperating with Medium, who used her small body to the fullest, Al waged battle with the Imperial soldier. Their fighting ability was not enough to overwhelm their enemy, however, and so their fierce bout continued. No offense to Al being who he was, but Petra was disappointed with him as a reinforcement. Petra. If only it were someone like Garfsan or Emily. Not only were they reliable allies, to put it plainly, but they would surely have overwhelmed their opponent as far as fighting ability went. Al's ability, being unlike theirs, was not very high in Petra's estimation. Even though he was better than non-combatants like Petra and Otto, she felt that he was weaker than any of the people of Shudrak. However, in the sense of possessing not-so-outstanding strength, the same was true of their opponent, the Imperial soldier. Without a doubt, that Imperial soldier was weak compared to Amelia, Garfiel, and the 9 divine generals of the Empire. Even still, Petra was terrified of him. Overwhelming magic would not be needed to shoo away a bug that had perched itself on a flower. It could be brushed off with a finger or even with a bit of water. Thoughts of the sort were apparent in the attitude of this Imperial soldier. On this battlefield, Petra and the rest of her group were nothing more than hard-working little bugs. Soldier. You're a pain in the ass, man. Suddenly, the man's voice slipped into the cowering Petra's ears. For a moment, her shoulders jumped. But the one who the other person was calling out to was not Petra, nor was it Otto. The man was calling out towards the pair he was crossing weapons with, which was also the direction Al was in. Al. Ha. And ka. Take this. The man swung the axe in his hand, aiming it at Al's thick neck. However, the moment the blue dragon sword in the one-armed Al's possession met it, the man immediately turned himself around, delivering 2, then 3 heavy attacks in quick succession. By means of some bizarrely risky sleights of hand, Al managed to parry the barrage of blows. Petra was not at all at ease, even letting out a couple of little screams of Kia and yikes as she watched. Otto. I would like to support Alsan somehow, but Otto seemed to be similarly anxious. There had been more impatience than fatigue in his voice. There was clearly a sense of urgency in the battle waged by Al, who had made his entrance with much fanfare. Although he was fortunate to have been able to survive up until now, there had been 5 times where one wrong step could have resulted in his death. The possible existence of a 6th time, to Petra, seemed to have some terrible odds. Soldier. You're still a pain in the ass. However, it seemed that the opinion of the Imperial soldier was slightly different from that of Petra and her comrades. The man, who continued to shrug off the attacks, even though it was by the skin of his teeth, took a large step backward, whereupon he raised his axeless hand, casually waving it in the direction of Al and Medium. Immediately after, a fireball burst to life in the air, rushing furiously toward them, incinerating the sky. Ayoyoy. Medium. Hayaya. She did not understand why, but a spirit was being forced to obey in an unjust way. Al and Medium ran to try and escape the fireball approaching them, in great troubles. The fireball missed the 2 of them, going onto the trees in the surroundings, then spreading to the grass on the ground, causing a swell of flames. Otto. This is bad. HK. Petra understood what Otto had just muttered. From what she saw, the flames brought about by the fireball did not burn Al and the others, instead consuming their surroundings. The blaze surrounded Petra and everyone facing the Imperial soldier, blocking any escape. The rising fire created a circle, trapping them. The Imperial soldier could have possibly been aiming to block their escape route, even in case he had missed. But That situation had Petra's group grinding their teeth in frustration. Their opponent tilted his head. "Soldier. I don't like this." To that quiet, totally inappropriate remark, Al raised a, "Huh?" His blue dragon sword in hand. He pointed to their surroundings, now in flames. "Al. After all this, what are you saying? Cherish what you got. Your resources. How hard do you think plants gotta work to make oxygen, so that humans can take a deep breath and be ate? Soldier. I should have killed you about 6 times so far, but I haven't been able to kill you even once. Even when I've pushed you into spots you shouldn't be able to dodge out of. It's disgusting." "Al, I can't believe you just said that. Man, today's a real pain." Al's response was met by the man shrugging and growing even more distrustful of him. Not knowing the limit of Al's strength, the Imperial soldier seemed to be quite confused. To be honest, it was very disgusting to agree with that person. But Petra had the same doubts about Al. Al looked like he was going to die. But he still did not. He was meeting the attacks of the Imperial soldier, but managed to avoid fatal wounds with his high-risk movements. He had surely avoided fatal wounds, and fatal wounds only. But it did not give off the feeling that he was hiding his capabilities. It was all inconsistent. That was why the Imperial soldier could not get a decisive blow to cut his losses as well. "Soldier. Even if you're on the same level as I am, I get the feeling you've got no training at all and that you're just winging this. In that sense, that guy over there is probably more in my class." "Otto, do you mean me? If so, I would like to raise an objection on my honor." "Medium. That's right. Your evil character is different. You're more dangerous and sneakier. Otto, even though you are on my side, you still stab me in the back." Otto, having unexpectedly been pulled into the discussion, gave a wry smile. His demeanor made Petra somewhat frustrated, but that quickly faded. "Petra." Otto glanced and winked at Petra. She thought about it, sensing something other than bitterness in his expression. He was plotting something. Without saying a word, he wanted Petra to try to guess. "Soldier. This is taking too long." Just after Petra had surmised this, the Imperial soldier, with a cold voice, snapped his fingers. Right after that, about 10 fireballs, each smaller than before, were created all at once. They scattered in all directions at unreadable speed, which ignited not Petra and the others, but the trees and ground surrounding them. He did that to expand the formation of flames encircling them, magnifying it with more flames and black smoke. "Medium. Hot. It's burning. It's burning." "Al, calm down, little missy. Come here before your braids burn." Surrounded by flames, a fiery medium jumped up and down, holding her long braids. She crossed the line of flames, jumped to Al's side, and looked back at him with tears in her eyes. Gripping her barbarian sword tightly again, she glared at the person who had done this to her. "Medium, huh? Al, is this for real?" Medium's surprise was matched by Al's exasperation. The cause of their reaction was the disappearance of the Imperial soldier who had created this spectacle of flames. "Medium." The figure of the Imperial soldier had vanished amidst the flames and black smoke. Had he retreated to hide from the flames, or was he simply waiting for them to slowly burn to death? "Al. Tsk. Medium. He's totally gone. We gotta get out of here before we burn, too." Al's helmet-covered vision swept around, searching for the figure of the man who had disappeared into the flames. All the while, he held his blue dragon sword against his own neck in a strange stance, his eyes looking for the Imperial soldier. Beside him, Medium also looked around a bit, impatient with the enemy she could not find, pleading for them to escape the growing fire. It was certainly natural for a person to give priority to getting away from a dangerous place, rather than obsessing over the man's whereabouts, thus avoiding putting carriage before ground dragon. However, Petra. His body supported by Petra, Otto placed a tad more strength into the hand of his that was placed on the former's, squeezing it, and that tight grip was taken as a silent instruction by Petra. Petra vehemently agreed with his wariness. They should not let their guard down. Furthermore, Petra put her other hand on top of Otto's hand. "Otto. Thank you, Petra-chan." Immediately after uttering these words of gratitude, Otto shifted in place and fell onto his back. A moment later, an axe, cleaving the air sideways, narrowly missed him. Petra. The killing intent of the Imperial soldier, approaching covertly amidst the smoke emanating from the spreading fire of the camp, struck, and missed. The man, having missed in that moment of truth, widened his eyes in amazement ever so slightly. But, as if quickly regaining his composure, the man attempted to pull back the axe he had just swung. Petra, Gewald! Soldier, Gah! Petra, holding up 5 fingers, released from all of them a low-powered Gewald that caught the Imperial soldier in the face, drawing an arc. One of the 5 rays had seared their opponent's right eye. Petra's attack had aimed to suppress the enemy. Sacrificing pure power, it had achieved its goal in splendid fashion, the man who'd had his eye burnt crying out in agony, and recoiling. Then, a spinning figure leapt at him from above. Medium. Let's go! Beyond the flames, Al hunched over, and from his back, using it as a springboard, Medium leapt. Spinning vertically, Medium flashed the barbarian sword tightly gripped by both her hands, driving it into the Imperial soldier, his posture shot without relent. Medium. Uria. A hard sound echoed, and a shade of vermilion different from that of the burning flames mixed with the latter. The sound that had echoed was not the sound of a skull being split by the barbarian sword. Raising her head, Petra took a glance, and came to see that the man had, by his own volition, met the swing of the barbarian sword with his forehead. That hard sound had probably been from armor that he had placed under his bandana. That was how he had taken Medium's blow. Of course, he was not completely unscathed. Swinging his axe with vigor, his shaking free hand on his forehead, awkwardly he dodged the follow-ups, stepping back, and further back, and further back. Soldier, shit. A bandana stained with blood fell from the man's head. Even with the armored bandana there, the man's forehead had been cut open. The bleeding from his split forehead did not seem like it could be stopped. The man, bleeding profusely, glared towards Otto and Petra. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking how his surprise attack had been detected. Otto, I will not tell you. I am not your parent, nor am I your brother. Even though Otto was lying on the ground, he still spoke up as if he were proud of his victory. In response, the Imperial soldier clicked his tongue. He clicked his tongue, wiped the blood from his forehead with his palm, and, Medium. Ah, wait! It'd be so unfair if you just run away. He did not choose to be reckless and rush at Otto. With his right eye closed, occluded by heat and blood, the Imperial soldier disappeared amid the flames. Having become unable to be seen once more, Petra was wary of yet another surprise attack. Al. He ain't coming back. He doesn't seem desperate enough to continue fighting with such a disadvantage. Petra. I disagree. Wasn't it like we were the only ones who were desperate? Al. I know how you feel, Lilmis, but it's the other side that ran away without leaving any final words. We win. We win. It's our way in, Medium. We win. Facing the direction the Imperial soldier had just disappeared into, Al and Medium shouted a victory cry. Petra's heart was lightened a little by the two of them, although she was not sure if their cheering would actually pester that Imperial soldier. In any case, Petra. In the end, how did you know how to read that man's moves? It was a gamble, wasn't it, Otto? It was not my doing. It was thanks to you, Petra-chan. With Al, who had sheathed his blue dragon sword, lending him a helping hand, Otto was helped up and spoke of Petra. However, she was unable to take credit for everything. Otto. In the first place, I was his target, so I knew that the last move would be aimed at me. It was the sound of footsteps that told me the time and direction of the attack. Medium. Footsteps. Petra Otto-san's channel let him hear from the little ones under the ground. Correct. Otto. Correct answer. Correct answer. With her guess proved right by Otto, Petra put her hands together in front of her chest. From the start, the reason Otto had been targeted by the enemy was due to his use of the divine protection of the soul of language to maintain control of the entire battlefield. However, they had no idea how that Imperial soldier had appeared while avoiding Otto's divine protection, as he could grasp the entire situation by hearing the voices of animals and insects. To perceive such an opponent, the same method as before was not enough. Petra. So, that's why the little ones under the ground. They were useless, as Otto-san said. Since they don't have eyes to see what's going on outside. Otto, I just wish I'd chosen my words a little more carefully. Anyway, I took a listen to the animals and insects in the ground and determined where he was by the sound of his footsteps. It was a bit hit or miss, but Petra-chan was able to help me pick up the voices with her yang magic. Petra. Otto-san, you had a bad look on your face when giving me the signal. What Otto had requested from Petra, back when he had gripped her hand tightly, had been the support of yang magic. With her help, Otto had employed his divine protection, and thus he had guessed his opponent's position from the sound of his footsteps, avoiding the latter's final ambush, and conversely, they had inflicted a painful blow on their opponent, forcing him to retreat. Otto, to tell you the truth, I wanted to make him unable to continue fighting. Petra. I agree. He wasn't strong. He was just good at killing. More importantly, medium. Otto thought, we've got to get out of here fast, or we're going to get cooked. Having a dangerous enemy retreat did not necessarily erase the situation of having their environs on fire. Hearing Medium's appeal, Al lent his shoulder to Otto and said, Yeah, you're right. Petra, along with Medium, led them along, looking for spots where the effects of the flames were less severe. And so, the group attempted to leave before the flames engulfed them. Otto. Let us get out of here as soon as possible. There is now a reason to return to the main camp. Al, the way you just put it doesn't sound like the prelude to a heroic tale in which you brag about surviving a dangerous opponent. Otto, yes, it is bad news. Things are getting very time-sensitive. Earlier, I was trying to listen for footsteps, and this is just a secondary piece of information that I happened to hear. It was an unpleasant preface, one spoken just as one hardship was about to be over. Chased by the heat of the flames, but still unable to overlook his statement, Petra turned to see a grim-faced Otto behind her. Or rather, he was looking out over the entire battlefield. Otto. I got indications that the whole battlefield is going to become even more dangerous due to something completely different from the dragon and the burning sky and whatnot. In fact, it is right in front of our eyes. By complete coincidence, at the exact same time that his bro detected it through the divine protection of earth spirits, Otto Suan had obtained the same information through the divine protection of the soul of language. He now voiced it. I've heard that there is a so-called great disaster drawing near which will endanger the Valatian Empire. As I am a general first class of the Empire, as I am a general that still survives though living in disgrace, no matter what it takes, I shall not die without being of service to His Excellency the Emperor. Being thus informed by the large man that had been chained to a wall underground, the person that had introduced himself as Gaz Ralphon, Ram understood that problems aside from the rebellion would soon shake the imperial capital. Although Gaz had been quite weak after having been given only one meal every 2 days, after Ram had healed him as a mere stop-gap measure through her magic, he had become surprisingly energetic, his vitality regained. She had believed the majority of that effect to have been brought by, most likely, due to his own pre-established notions. Gaz. Girl. Your treatment has saved my life. Normally I would have liked to invite you to my home as to introduce my savior to my wife and children, but I must now head to His Excellency's side. I shall repay you for this. Ram. Yes. Gaz. If possible, leave this place and join up with the regular army. General First Class Moguro Hagane, or General Second Class Kafma Irilux, shall do you no harm. Avoid the other generals of the first class. Your words will not get through to them. Having been released from his chains, Gaz thus declared in an extremely loud voice. He leapt out of the basement with tremendous speed and, after rebuking the soldiers guarding the mansion, ordered them to accompany him to the Crystal Palace, which was visible from a distance. The opinions of the guards were divided in two in regards to that. It seemed that even the mansion's soldiers were split between those who knew of Gaz's existence and those who did not. Those who had been kept in the dark were not amused, while those to whom the information had been disclosed felt the deep trust placed in them by Burstets. Therefore, Gaz. I see. You lot will stand in my way then. With nothing to wear and his bare upper body covered with an armor of muscle, Gaz fixed his eyes on the guards who had drawn their weapons, blocking his path. Gaz was unarmed, and the time he had spent in confinement was not limited to merely 1 or 2 days. He was far from being in perfect condition. However, The guards had opposed him not because they stood a chance of winning or whatever. Gauze. Very well. Just as I am loyal to His Excellency the Emperor, you lot are loyal to the Prime Minister. I shall certainly see that honor through to the very end. The overwhelming aura emanating from him was clear, even as he looked at the soldiers who opposed him. Gauze's bare-knuckle fighting style in the one-sided battle that followed too was clear. There was a swing of one of his huge fists, and in one blow several guards were sent flying. The slight advantage in numbers had not even made a difference. They had been instantly and overwhelmingly suppressed. I'd heard his name from Abel San as one of the 9 divine generals, but actually, the only ones of the 9 divine generals that Rem had seen in person were Arakia and Madeline, back at the fortress city of Geralt. Even when compared to both of them, Gauze's presence would not be outdone. He might have been at a disadvantage at this moment, but only in what could be accounted for in weapons, equipment, and exhaustion. Gauze, you have fought well. That is why you are sword wolves of the Empire. Thrusting his arms up in the air, standing right in the middle of the battered soldiers, Gauze passionately uttered his praise. If she was not mistaken, she had heard that he was the person who had risked his life, sacrificing himself so that the true Emperor, Abel, could escape. However, he was so lively that it seemed like a lie that he had been exhausted from having been tied up. In the first place, it was unclear why he had been tied up in the basement of the mansion. Gauze. Once again, Prime Minister Berstets von Dalfon. I shall not let things go according to your plans. You too, General First Class Chisha. Ooh. Before they could discuss things in detail, Gauze boldly dashed out of the main gate of Berstets's mansion, with the guards on his side in tow. Overwhelmed by the valor of the Lion Knight, Rem could do nothing but watch his back as he left. However, Rem, there's no need for me at that palace. In an unexpected turn of events, the mansion's soldiers were now gone. No longer were there any obstacles before Rem. Rem checked to see if the soldiers who had been struck down by Gauze were alive or dead. After applying only minimal treatment to those who had been seriously wounded, utilizing one of the long swords as a cane, she moved around the mansion, heading to a room which she had entered many times. And then, Rem, Katya-san, it's me? It's Rem. Please come out, Katya. I absolutely don't want to come out. What was that loud voice just now? Rem, I understand how you feel, but the person with the loud voice has already left. I think we should talk about what we're going to do from here on out. Katya, what we're going to do, Rem's voice urged Katya, who did not allow Rem to see her, to make a decision through the door to her room. At present, Gauze's bravery, for better or worse, had wiped out the mansion's soldiers, so the urgency to leave the mansion had diminished. However, Rem, the great disaster. That was the reason as to why Gauze hastened to meet the Emperor, who was said to be present at the Crystal Palace. To be precise, the main justification for Gauze heading to the Crystal Palace was to confront the impostor posing as the Emperor. Nevertheless, it was true that his purpose was to prevent that mysterious disaster. In any case, Gauze had advised her against sticking around. If that was the case, Katya, there's no reason for me to leave here after all. I'm a hostage. Rem. There are no more guards left to detain us. There isn't a reason for us to continue being held hostage any longer. Katya, B. But still, Rem. I understand. Please, at least open the door. I'd like to check if you are safe. Though Rem was at a loss, Katya, who had been undaunted by her insistence, finally folded. After a few moments of silence after that final request from AM, the wheels of her wheelchair were heard moving, and the door was unlocked. And so, the door to the room opened. Rem, excuse me, let's go. Katya, huh? Ah, hey, wait. Rem, I'm sorry. Me just wanting to check if you were safe was a lie. After entering the room, Rem found Katya by the door, and then, quickly walking behind her, she pushed her wheelchair out of the room. A panicked Katya attempted to resist, but she was powerless to stop the wheels, unable to resist Rem's forceful action. And like that, she was pushed along. Katya, wait! I have someone I have to wait for here. Rem. I understand that perfectly well, but waiting here isn't safe. Even if we're to wait for your fiancé, let's at least go somewhere safe. Katya. Safe? A place safer in the imperial capital than this place doesn't exist. Or so was Katya probably going to say next. But Katya, who was in the middle of speaking while twisting her head left and right to glare at Rem behind her, abruptly widened her eyes round, staring towards the sky. Prompted by Katya's reaction, Rem gazed upwards, only to lay eyes upon a titanic shadow overhead. As they walked down the hallway of the mansion, a colossal castle wall in the shape of a human straddled the mansion, stepping toward the center of the imperial capital. Rem. In comparison to Gaz's rampage, or even in comparison to any of the attacks perpetrated by the rebels trying to breach the imperial capital, seeing a giant foot stomping and bounding through the city, passing close by them, had been heaps more shocking. Feeling the wheels of Katya's wheelchair lifting off the ground due to the tremors of the earth and the impact of the feet, Rem and Katya looked at each other in alarm. And, Katya, it doesn't seem like this is a safe place for sure. Rem, yes. Let's hurry. As expected, the giant step just now was one of the few things that were an exception to the norm amidst this whole uproar. But it would be foolish for Rem to go out of her way to say that and incur Katya's displeasure. With Katya now meek and obedient, Rem, who was pushing her wheelchair, headed for... Katya, your companion is still recovering, isn't he? What are you going to do? Rem, he really shouldn't be moving around too much. However, I can't say that. Responding to Katya's words with that, the two reached the room Renan had intended to reach. Inside this room was Flop O'Connell, who had been brought to the mansion alongside M.M. He had not fully recovered from his serious wounds, and he was still under house arrest. As per her answer to Katya, he should preferably be left to rest if at all possible, but... Reem. Flop-san? It's me. May I come in? Is that wife-san? I'll open the door now. She received a response immediately after she had knocked on the door, and subsequently... The door opened. The seemingly near-instantaneous reaction from the door made Rem and Katya's eyes go round. It was no wonder, however, as Flop had apparently been lurking by the door, tightly holding the small hand mirror. Flop-san, what's with the mirror? Flop. To tell you the truth, it was kinda meant to be a weapon. You heard a very loud voice earlier, didn't you? The city's getting noisy, so I thought someone hostile might come barging in. Flop answered as he twirled the hand mirror, reminding Rem and Katya that they were there as prisoners of war and hostages. So there had been no tools in their rooms that could be employed as weapons. However, a mirror as a countermeasure was not ideal. You mean you can fight using that mirror? Flop. Unfortunately, this is about all there was in this room, but I've never fought with a mirror before. So maybe I have a dormant talent for it. What do you think, wife-san? Rem. Sure, why not? I'd like to stop talking about unnecessary things and do what's necessary, however. Flop responded to Katya's scornful eyes in his usual tone of voice. It was reassuring that he was behaving as he normally did, but at the same time, Rem wanted to put this aside for a while, as they were in such a dire situation. Regardless, Rem. This is Katya-san. I met her at this mansion. Flop, I'm Flop O'Connell. You must be the friend of wife-san's that I heard so much about. Katya. I don't remember becoming friends with this girl, but... Flop, if that's the case, then you should prepare yourself to become friends with her. Making good friends is the key to a better life. Even if it isn't, there's nothing wrong with having a lot of friends. Katya. I'm probably not as good at that as you are. As per Rem's expectations, Flop's personality was one that Katya was not very comfortable with. Nevertheless, Flop's disposition was such that he did not mind if Katya was frank with him, so it would be the best situation if Katya was just bitter about it. Rem. Flop-san, the situation in the imperial capital right now is... Flop. I've more or less understood it. Madeline-kun came to meet me right before she left for the battle. Madeline-san came to meet you? It was an unexpected personal connection. She knew that Madeline had been visiting Flop, but she had never expected that they would become friends, even going so far as for her to come to greet him before going off to battle. However, If one of the 9 divine generals had spoken to him directly, it was even possible that Flop would know more about the situation going on outside than Rem. Well then, that makes the conversation faster. The guards of the mansion are already gone, so we should be able to stay or escape at our leisure, but I say we should escape. Flop. I wonder if that has anything to do with the loud noises and the terrible tremors from just now? Rem. Yes, but it's not just that. Something even worse could happen. Katya. That'll be worse than that. Are you kidding me? Rem answered Flop with concern, and upon hearing that, Katya turned pale, shaking. All of that had not been about scaring Katya into obedience, but rather about a real, though unconfirmed, possibility of danger. On the other hand, it was no more than something could happen, so it did not provide any assurance off of which they could act. Flop. Still, I think we should leave this place, wife-san. Rem. Indeed. With that question from Flop, Rem nodded without hesitation. Despite the fact that they were under house arrest, life in the mansion was not so uncomfortable. Although they were not allowed to leave the premises, they were allowed to go to each other's rooms. Flop's wounded body was being taken care of. Rem had been able to meet Katya, and there was no reason for any great anger or hatred toward Berstets, who supposedly their enemy. As for the reason for Berstets's rebellion, Rem had a suspicion that Abel, or rather, Vincent, was the one at fault all the more. Nevertheless, leaving such circumstances aside, Rem's emotions were probably the most decisive reason as to why she wanted to leave the mansion. Staying in captivity like this would worry a number of people who had shown kindness towards Oyam. That was the reason as to why she needed to get out of such an unjust and dishonest situation as soon as she possibly could. Flop. Okay, got you. I have no objection either. Wife-san and Miss Katya, let's get going. Rem, are you sure? Flop. Even if I stay, there's not much that I can do other than lie in bed. I'm still a peddler, so I have to be somewhat physically active or I won't feel at ease. As to keep Rem from getting upset, Flop made a clenched fist as he smiled. Then he interjected with besides. Flop. Actually, I've been entrusted with a message. If I accidentally overslept and missed the opportunity to tell it, I wouldn't be able to face the world, or my sister for that matter. Rem. A message. Who is it from? Flop. From a sword wolf of the Empire who has taken on the stigma of a traitor himself, and who, in my personal opinion, has taken a great gamble. Flop winked, and Rem looked daunted at his reply. Apparently, it was not the person that Rem had in mind, but it was nice to know that Flop would be coming along. Rem, as you can see, it'll be no small feat to push Katya-san's wheelchair while carrying Flop-san on my back, so... Katya, you're asking me what to do, but you have no intention of letting me do it, do you? Rem, as long as all of you aren't in danger, I'd be happy to leave you alone. As long as it remained unsafe to take them out by force, they were left with no other choice but to do so. As expected, Rem did not intend to save them beyond the extent of her ability, but if she could do so, then she had no choice. She would do so, even if she had to manipulate their feelings, even while knowing that it would not shine well upon her. Rem. For a moment, Rem felt like she was doing the same thing as she had done to the hand that had been extended toward her, and her heart fluttered due to her complex feelings on the matter. Quickly shaking off that feeling, Rem nodded to Katya and Flop with a, "Well then, Rem. Let's be careful when leaving the mansion. If we encounter someone, be cautious. We don't know the people who are coming into the Imperial capital either. Katya, don't say such scary things. Aren't you injured? Can you even go?" Flop. Haha. Thanks for your concern. Fortunately, Wife San has been casting her healing magic on me devotedly. The gouged flesh is filling in nicely, and I think my blood's starting to replenish. As for my physical condition, I guess I'll just have to ask you to give me a shout when running is needed. Rem, I'll take that into consideration. My legs aren't in perfect shape, and Katya-san's in a wheelchair. Once again, she realized that each of the 3 gathered here were physically impaired. Still, it was crucial for them to join forces, as losing any of them would be unacceptable. And so, with much enthusiasm, Flop. By the way, wife-san, what about all the other people who are being held prisoner besides us? Rem, that eluded my mind. Flop pointed that out, taking the wind out of her sails, prompting Rem to put a hand to her forehead. There was a separate building in the mansion, and in that building were held captives other than Rem's group. Among them, there were several people who claimed to be the black-haired crown prince, the illegitimate son of the emperor of Wallachia. Most of them had apparently been used as a justification to raise an insurrection against the emperor. However, this was not a problem unrelated to Berstedts, who had rebelled over the issue of the emperor's heir. So, they were being taken as prisoners of war whenever possible, and kept to ascertain whether they were truly the emperor's child or not. Rem, they can't be said to be either our enemies or our allies, so I want to ignore them, frankly. Currently, setting Katya aside, Rem and Flop's situation was a very complicated and difficult one. Even though she had no strong cause or claim, she had reluctantly joined the rebels led by Abel. However, she had been separated from that group, and she was not acquainted with the group of crown princesses being kept captive. Rem and her group had no idea if they were friend or foe, and their attitude towards them was also unknown. That was why. Her real opinion was as she had just stated. However, leaving them in the locked detached building while Rem's group left the mansion to escape from the looming incomprehensible great disaster also brought Rem distress. Even if saving all of them was a difficult deed, she wished to diminish casualties as much as possible. That was why the guards who had been beaten down by Gauze had been given the minimal amount of treatment. Katya, why don't we just find the key and place it where they can retrieve it themselves? Rem. Katya, I don't know. But if it's dangerous, I don't want to get involved. But I can't help but hesitate. Is that strange? Rem. No, it's not strange, right? Seeing that Rem was worried, Katya offered a compromise. Rem only had one of two options in mind: to help or not to help. She felt saved by Katya's words. As the latter had stated, it would be fine to locate the key to the detached building, making sure that the captives had only a little trouble obtaining it. That would ensure the captives' safety along with her own peace of mind. Flop. Seems like you've got everything covered. With Rem's and Katya's conversation coming to a close, Flop nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, he had been braiding some of his own long blonde hair, before then, gently placing his hand on the door. As he pushed it open, Flop. Well, for now, we need to find where the key to the detached building is. Let's wait a sec. Flop, who was about to go through the door, closed it while withdrawing his earlier statement. That sudden action of his caused Rem and Katya's eyes to widen, astonished. However, Flop put his finger to his lips and said, "Be quiet." Then he opened the door slightly, as to peer outside. Standing beside Flop, Rem also looked out. Katya. Hey, what is it? I don't have a good feeling about your reaction at all. Once Rem found out why Flop had closed the door, her breath hitched. Frightening due to the signs the two gave off, Katya's voice quivered, but Rem was unable to find words to relieve Katya's anxiety right there and then. That was because, for Em and Flop both, it was a scene that was outside the realm of their imaginations. In the courtyard of Berstedts' mansion, figures other than the soldiers were standing there. They were... Flop. Somehow, they look sickly pale, don't they? Maybe they aren't getting enough sleep, I wonder. The looks of the figures, enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura, were so strange that Flop's joke had come out as dry. Donning pale complexions with no signs of life, cracks running across their visible skin, a group of people, bearing features that could be recognized at a glance as bizarre, were occupying the mansion of the Imperial Prime Minister. Flop. At a glance, they all appeared to be Imperial soldiers, didn't they? Shutting the door without a noise, Flop muttered, holding his breath together with Rem and Katya. In frankness, the scene they had put their eyes on had been so alien that Rem, bereft of the composure to do as much as to pay attention to the details, was unable to affirm Flop's irresponsible claim. It was just that, Katya, there are creepy people entering the mansion? Doesn't that mean someone from the rebel army is trying to kill His Excellency the Emperor? Rem? They seemed like they'd be impossible to communicate with, and they also gave off a different air. It wasn't like they were angry, or overexcited, or anything like that. Rather, flop. It's like they're creatures that aren't human, but take human form. I also got the feeling that it'd be difficult to gain an understanding by talking to them. It feels like my wounds are spiking with pain. That's a bad omen. Whether she wanted to or not, Rem agreed with Flop's opinion. As she had not checked what lay outside, Katya had not seen nor understood the people the other two were referring to, but she surely would have been shaken had she looked. Looking at her friend, who she felt had quite a different sense of logic, Rem had a sudden brainwave. Rem, don't tell me, that's the Great Disaster? She had only heard of the expression Great Disaster from Gauze, but she supposed it was something nefarious regardless of its exact nature. Having heard about it being imminent, and having laid eyes on the beings outside, she could not help but believe there was a connection between the two. Moreover, this was just Rem's intuition as a practitioner of healing magic, but it didn't feel like there was life in them. It was as if, Katya, you're not going to say they're dead people, right? Calling them something like hollows is ridiculous. Flop. Though it may be too soon to laugh that off still. The ones outside took the appearance of Imperial soldiers. And come to think of it, their armor, as well as their faces and napes, seem to be somewhat tattered. Perhaps there's a chance they still bear the wounds they received in life. What do you think? Katya. What do I think? I have no idea. Flop's expression, true to his nature, caused Katya to lose her head and dart her eyes about in bewilderment, but the fact that she was rejecting it vehemently served as undeniable proof that she, too, had perceived that something abnormal was happening from Rem and Flop's behavior. Even worse than that was, Jaya, Gah. Small wails of pain were heard in succession, wails from the guards outside who had been put to sleep due to having been beaten down by Gauze. Rem had deferred their treatment for later, yet they now spilled their death cries. In frankness, though, it was not as if she had ascertained it with her own eyes. Flop. Seems it's going to be hard to talk and reach a mutual understanding with them. Flop's words, his cheeks tightening greatly, told of the undeniable ultimate fate of the soldiers. Those enigmatic forces, their faces pallid, had bestowed the collapsed soldiers with the coup de grace. There had been zero margin for discussion. That Rem, and everyone else would be an exception to this rule, was difficult to envision. Had she at least put the soldiers in some room, would it have been different? Had they, in their unconscious and defenseless state, been moved to a safe place, their arbitrary demise could have been avoided. That being the case, the onus for their deaths would lie with Rem. She had not done everything possible. Katya. HK. Is this the time to be thinking about that? Rem, Katya-san. Katya, if you get depressed now, it won't just be those three who die. I don't want anything like that. As Rem cast her face downwards in chagrin, it was seized by both of Katya's hands, one hand on each cheek, and the former's head was raised by force. A teary-eyed Katya snapped at Rem as to reproach her, attempting to obliterate Rem's faint-hearted disposition. Katya's momentum and wholly honest words made Rem catch her breath. Nodding quietly after that, Rem, Flop-san, the situation has changed. We have no choice but to go unlock that one separate building. Flop. Indeed, wife-san, I was thinking the same thing. I don't know if we'll be able to get on friendly terms with the crown princes who've been detained in that building, but there's always the train of thought that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rem, yes, with a common enemy. There's the possibility that we can work side by side. With that declaration, Flop immediately approved the change in course. Seeing the consensus between Rem and Flop, Katya shook her head up and down in agreement, and spoke. Katya, if that's decided, then get on with it. Get on with it already. Please, do your best at breaking the lock to the detached building already. Oh yeah, you can do it, right, Rem? Fortunately, I picked up a sword to substitute for my walking stick, so I can use that. The sword would likely break, but in exchange, she would be able to destroy the lock on the door, at least. No longer would it be possible for them to traipse around the mansion searching for the key. It would be too difficult. Flop. We need to get there before they turn their attention to the detached building, but the problem is Rem. Katya-san's wheelchair. All eyes were on the wheelchair. The wheelchair, which had been a gift from her fiancé, was a very well-made high-end one, but that notwithstanding, it would not be possible to conceal its sounds. Those of the wheels turning and those of its many parts operating. It was not ideal for situations in which one had to move without being detected. Katya. I. Faced with the same tough challenge, Katya's gaze faltered as it flickered left and right, upwards and down. However, seeing as she possessed a physical disability, Katya and her wheelchair were inseparable. She herself was aware of this, and after a few moments of anxiety, Katya spoke. Katya, leave me, and go open that building. I'll wait for you alone. Alone. But, I can't let you do something like... Katya, I'll lock myself in my room. They will know I'm there if I shut myself in there and stay quiet, right? If those people are undead or anything of the sort, it's probably safer to stay hidden and not do anything stupid. But I'm not telling you two to go and do something dangerous. The fact that she was speaking so quickly, and that her voice had gone up in pitch, was no more than evidence that her innermost thoughts were frantic. But that Katya's proposal came from her mustering the entirety of what paltry courage she possessed, was something Em and Flop comprehended to a painful extent. They understood that her feelings, her faith, ought not to be rejected. Flop-san, stay with Katya-san, and... Flop. No, you've got to take Miss Katya's determination in mind, wife-san. The chances of success are higher if the two of us were to deal with it. Worst-case scenario? One of us could serve as a decoy. That truly was the worst-case scenario. But if she were to avert her gaze from that which she wished to not think about, she would have no escape from being overwhelmed by the horrible situation once she actually found herself in it. Therefore, despite taking into account the possibility that worst case would overwhelm her, Reem assented with a nod. Without fail, I'll unlock the detached building and return. Katya, do it properly. It's no good if you don't come back too. Promise. I will. Grasping Katya's hand, Rem exchanged words of firm promise with her. Bearing Katya's concern, so clumsy as she was, Rem kept its weight within her heart so that she would not forget it. And with that, Rem and Flop nodded to each other, and they exited the room. Flop and Em. While stifling their breaths and concealing their bodies, the two of them made their way out into the corridor, and as they surveyed their surroundings, in search of those eerie enemies, they managed to advance towards the back of Halls, the mansion where the separate building laid. As they made their way, wafting in the wind was the scent of blood belonging to the soldiers that had been slain, a deed performed by the enemies, numbering over 10, wandering through the mansion paying no concern to any danger. Flop. Seems like they're looking for something. Rem. People who are alive, perhaps? Flop. No, I get a feeling like taking out the ones on guard duty was something they just did while they were at it. There aren't enough people for them to comb the mansion that thoroughly. It's likely they have a much more definite target. Keeping their bodies low while en route, Rem and Flop exchanged opinions on the enemy's behavior. Hearing Flop's keen insight brought Rem some vexation, feeling as if she were always off mark every step of the way. Flop. I'm not too sure of this idea either. It's something I just thought of. And to have Flop smooth over things frustrated her. At the very least, she would contribute to freeing those imprisoned in the separated building, thus making up for it. That wouldn't be enough, would it? Something that ought to be called fortunate, however, was that the sensory functions of the strange-looking enemies did not seem to differ much from those of humans, nor had they been boosted with incredible abilities beyond Rem and Flop's grasp. Thanks to that, somehow they had managed to approach the separate unit while avoiding detection. Though, a problem arose then. Flop. As expected, they didn't fail to notice it completely, huh? Having witnessed the same sight Flop had, Rem nodded in silence, agreeing with the former's words. As they hid behind the building and examined the unit's surroundings, the problem, 3 figures belonging to enemies could be seen. As they were searching for something, it would be unnatural for them not to stop by such a conspicuous structure. The problem was the building's interior. If the crown princes were truly confined within, the enemies would massacre the former without a word edgewise the moment they broke through the door. There was no time to lose. If they did not act this very instant, their lives would be forfeit. Flop. Wife-san, I'll attract their attention. Can you do them in while I keep all 3 occupied? Flop. I don't mind if we reverse our roles, Wife-san. But I think it's more likely that you succeed than me with my lack of nerve. I'd like you to decide now. A forceful declaration, but a decision was necessary. Taking that in, Rem closed her eyes for a second, then quickly opened them. And then... Rem, let's do it. I'll go around the back. Flop-san. It'll take only a second. Flop. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. I don't want to boast, but serving as a decoy is one of my strong points. Rem nodded to Flop's answer, speaking of himself as reliable, and they then split up, with the 3 enemies right in front of the building's entrance. While they planned to breach the large door, Rem and Flop separated in different directions, as if to sandwich their foes. Squeezing onto it, Rem ascertained the feel of the steel sword she had carried for the purpose of breaking the lock. Never had she had experience wielding the sword, nor was wounding another her forte. If anything, breaking Subaru's finger was all Rem's battle experience amounted to. It was possible to say that it was far from a solid foundation for her self-confidence. But whether she had confidence in herself or not was irrelevant. She had to do it, do or die. Flop. Hey, gentlemen, are you all doing well? I'm a peddler with nothing to sell. And I just want to make myself known. Abruptly, Flop slipped out from behind the building and started a conversation with the enemies. Although he had to draw their attention on the spur of the moment, and although there had not been any major preparation done in advance, and speaking of Flop's demeanor, it was far too assertive as to slip by them. Enemy. Who the hell are ya? Riveted by Flop's entrance, the enemies turned around, one of them apparently uttering so. Their voice was cold and devoid of warmth, yet in it dwelled definite intelligence, which had come to Rem as a fairly large surprise, having presumed that communicating with them, let alone negotiating, would be impossible. However, Flop. Oh my. Perhaps you can speak? Assuming you can, then maybe I should change my attitude, don't you think? Enemy. You've got it wrong then. Everyone in the Empire's gonna die. Flop. I see. Turns out, there's no margin for negotiation after all. So did Flop loudly assert, as to veil over the savage reply given by the enemy, an unequivocal cue for M's heart to melt, in whom hesitation had emerged for a moment, so that she would stir. Having heard things thus far, Rem did not hesitate in her subsequent action. The moment she resolved herself to make her move and initiate her assault, albeit she knew she ought to be silent, she emitted sound. Were she to forego raising her own morale in that manner? From within, she would not be able to continue with said subsequent action. Pulling the sword from its scabbard, she held it aloft, and with might and main, she thrusted it at an enemy's back, turned to her. They raised a shriek of, "What?" But twice, thrice she swung the sword in a daze, not granting the enemies who had turned their attention to Flop a chance to turn around. A chaotic series of strikes ensued. She knew not what it would take to incapacitate her opponents from doing battle, nor how long it would take her, hence she swung the sword with reckless abandon. She had conscious awareness of the solid sensation of her hand rebounding, though everything besides that was rather blurry. Nevertheless, Flop. Wife-san, it's okay now. You've done them in already. Rem. Having been called out by an earnest voice, Rem came to her senses and saw Flop's figure in front of her. Then, looking for the enemies that were supposedly between the two of them, Rem came to find them at her feet, defeated. Or rather, she found the pieces of what used to be those enemies. Upon gazing at that, at the completely unexpected way they had been felled, Rem's eyes widened with a Flop. To me, it looked like they were shattered. In fact, looking at the remains like this, it looks like they shattered like pottery or glass. Do you think they're dead? Flop? At the very least, I think it's doubtful that they were even alive before they were smashed into smithereens like this. Crouching down, Flop answered, holding scattered pieces of the enemies between his fingers. Hearing his answer, Rem got quite the unpleasant feeling upon realizing that, exactly as if it were the answer she had been expecting. For M, taking the life of a living creature was something abhorrent that ought to be avoided as much as possible. Consequently, she realized that she had held a shameful expectation. She had wished to protect her mind through the doubt of whether the enemies she had vanquished were defined as a living being or not. Flop. Wife San. Their companions will notice it before long as well. Let's hurry to the detached building and open it up. Flop made the decision to put off Rem's sentiments for the moment. She did not object to Flop's course of action as well, believing it to be the correct choice. At the minimum, she attempted to give legitimacy to her actions. And as she was on the verge of unlocking the separate unit, she noticed something. Huh? Beneath her feet, the fragments of the enemies she had ground to a fine powder wriggled unnaturally, the wriggling different from how it would occur when caused by the wind or an earthquake. We won't die that easily. 'Cause we're dead. Rem shuddered, and the moment she experienced a sensation of unease, the voice of an enemy slipped into her awareness. Turning around, Rem and Flop witnessed the supposedly beaten enemies regenerating. The broken pieces of pottery fused together as if time had been reversed. Though fissures with the appearance very much as if they were seams were visible, they had been restored to their original state. Rem and Flop, petrified by that impossible spectacle, Rem and Flop both froze in place. Rem promptly decided to do the reverse of what Flop had done back in Geralt, where he had protected her, and put strength into her legs, hoping that she could at least shield Flop. However, the unrest in her mind caused her knees to stay rigid, and her crippled legs would not let her actualize it. If anything, it produced a fatal collapse of her posture in front of the enemies. She had to raise it. She had to raise the sword. She had to do it, faster than her opponent. And yet, she would not make it in time. HK. There was a flash of a gray light of dull hue with a swish. An enemy was about to strike Rem and Flop down, devoid of any mercy, with the sword in his hand. And it happened at that exact moment. El Minya! Two high-pitched voices overlapped, ushering in the extraordinary phenomenon that occurred immediately afterward right in front of Rem's eyes. Before her eyes, purple crystals scored a direct hit on the three sword-wielding enemies from behind, running through their chests. Furthermore, the astonishment did not end at that. Gah. And then, in the moment immediately subsequent to a howl of pain from one of the pierced enemies, they had their entire body morph into the same dark purple crystal that had penetrated their chest, and once more they shattered. If a difference did exist, it was that the enemies, now in purple fragments, displayed no signs of reviving, and the one who had successfully saved Rem and Flop just barely was... Kept you waiting, Rem. The real star has stepped on the stage, bravely announcing so. A small silhouette jumped off a large horse that had leapt over the outer wall, infiltrating the grounds of the mansion. And thus, a boy of black hair with nasty-looking eyes, holding up a little girl in a dress in his arms, turned to Rem, closed one eye, and flashed a toothy smile at her. Rem was left speechless due to his flamboyant appearance and announcement. And finally, she spoke. Rem, who are you? The young boy who had so gallantly made his appearance was someone who, to Rem's eyes at least, was unknown. There was a loud, violent knock on the door, which caused Katya to feel a chill run down her spine. Katya. No, don't come in. Don't come closer. Pushing her wheelchair to the back of her room, she clutched her curly hair and prayed, frantically. She had sent Rem and Flop away, having declared that she would wait alone for the time being. Katya was going to stay hidden as long as possible, even breathing as little as she possibly could. And yet an enemy had noticed her existence, and now she was frightened to death. Katya. I'm unlucky. I've always been so unlucky. The fact that an enemy had stumbled upon this room was purely the result of random chance, in their attempt to find survivors. Seeing as they had found her so easily, her luck was awful. Maybe Rem and Flop would not make it back in time. Such a convenient thing would never happen to her. Katya. Brother. Obviously, she was unable to see the other party outside the door. However, according to M and Flop, the third party wandering around outside, who were neither Imperial soldiers nor rebels, had the appearance of the dead. When it came to the dead, the first person that came to Katya's mind was her own big brother, Jamal Orlai, the brother whom she had thought unkillable, and who had met an untimely demise. She could not help but think that she would like to see him at least one more time, even as a hollow. However, when it came to the inexplicable situation of the dead actually being out and about, what came to mind was not an obsession with her brother, but rather self-pity. It was wholly unsightly. She could not even have such lofty compassion as to pray for IM and Flop's safety, and hope that they would survive in her stead. All she had was a sense of self-preservation. A sense of self-preservation which she could not help. I'm just an imperfect and helpless person. One who doesn't deserve to be loved by anyone. Katya, I'm kind of like... Anticipating, hoping, and wishing to be saved was a mistake in and of itself. Due to her thinking such impudent thoughts, Rem and Flop would possibly end up as collateral damage. Was this not the result of Katya's bad luck and ineptitude, which had ended up getting Rem and Flop caught up in this? Katya's throat froze as those endlessly desperate thoughts were interrupted by a creaking sound of the door, finally beginning to show signs of being broken into. Faced with such a hopeless situation, she cursed her body, seemingly incapable of even screaming satisfactorily. However, Katya, just when she thought that the door was about to be breached, it happened. On the other side of the door, the enemy that had been trying to break in ceased moving. Or, more precisely, they had been forced to stop their destruction, because the entire body of the enemy had burst into flames, enveloped in vermilion. And then, the micro-spirit I scared into doing that was my last one. A new voice, one different from that of the burning enemy, reached Katya from the other side of the door. Katya looked up as if she had been startled by the sound of the cursing voice. Then, turning the wheel of her wheelchair, Katya took hold of the door herself by her own volition. With a trembling hand, she unlocked the door that she had been so afraid to open, and opened it. Behind the door stood a man, kicking the burnt and charred corpse of the enemy. "Kept you waiting, Katya. Let's get out of here." He had lost his familiar bandana, and his normally upswept hair was hanging down. Katya's eyes widened at the man, his forehead and cheeks covered in dried blood, who was reaching toward her. Then, as she wheeled toward the man, "Katya, late. You're so late, you idiot. I would have killed you if I died." And then she tearfully dove into her fiancé, who had ruthlessly made his appearance. At the Crystal Palace of the Imperial capital, at the star-shaped ramparts, and at the rebel stronghold, various situations were unfolding. There were some who were aware of the circumstances, and others who knew absolutely nothing at all. Those people were all jumbled together on a battlefield transformed into a crucible of chaos. No, the Valachian Empire was what had been transformed, where bloodshed was rife, where the loss of life, akin to leaves falling from a tree, was revered, where taking action for the sake of blossoming ambition was considered the right thing. Its vast lands pulsated, and those engraved into the history of the empire rose, one after the other. What could it be called if not a nightmare? The Great Disaster. Indeed, if not to be designated as a nightmare, then it could only be designated as a great disaster. The stargazers who infested the Valachian Empire had loudly proclaimed this to be one of the mass-scale disasters that would drive the world to ruination, as declared by the commandment they had been bestowed with. That in itself was a matter inconsequential to the crux that had brought about the circumstances known as the Great Disaster. The important thing was that this disaster induced the ruin of the Empire's soil, and at its terminus, the wish would be fulfilled. For that purpose, the moves to be made, the measures to be exhausted, absolutely everything would be expended. Dying and bringing death, killing and being killed, through those means, amassed on the vast lands of Wallachia, were mountains of corpses. If the entirety of Wallachia's spilled blood was the foundation of the plan, all that remained was. All that remains is to carry the plan out to the end. Deliberation required. With that, the bearer of the great disaster, the symbol of ruin, congratulated herself very, very quietly. End.